Waking from a single sleep, he is reborn as the most destitute low-level lackey on Shanghai Beach in the 1930s. Faced with an era where foreign powers rampage unchecked and the Qingbang dominates the city, he awakens the divine-level gang system. With money he can endlessly exchange for elite gang members. The larger his territory grows, the stronger the weapons and equipment he can obtain. Starting from the Shiliupu docks, he rises from commanding a few dozen underlings to leading 100,000 followers. Seizing the docks, controlling the banks, building chambers of commerce. Step by step, he tightens his grip on all of Shanghai Beach. Wenqiang comes to regard him as the only man he truly respects, and Ding Li willingly serves as his right-hand man. Even Feng Jingyao is forced to admit, as long as Yunfei lives, I will never be the boss of Shanghai Beach. Gangs and wealth surge toward him like a tide. Power. From an underground overlord of Shanghai Beach, he expands into a clandestine empire spanning the globe. While everyone else is still fighting over Shanghai Beach, he has already begun to draft the rules for an entire era. For this time, there will be only one king on Shanghai Beach. Republican-era Shanghai Beach. Yunfei slowly opens his eyes, staring blankly at his surroundings. A cacophony of voices, old-fashioned buildings, a familiar song drifting through the air, and streams of passers-by come and go. Everyone is dressed in long gowns and Western suits. This is a train station, but not a modern one. It belongs to the Republican era. On the signboard ahead, 3 large traditional characters spell out Shanghai Station. Clearly this is the Shanghai Railway Station of the Republican period. I've transmigrated, and I've arrived at Shanghai Beach. Yunfei gazes at the alto familiar scene before him, filled with disbelief. Just a moment ago, he had been at home, watching a Shanghai Beach television drama. In the next instant, the ground shook violently, his building collapsed, and he was buried under the rubble. Moments before death, he vaguely saw the television in front of him still playing Shanghai Beach flash with a streak of green light that shot into his body. After that, he lost all consciousness. When he wakes again, he has already arrived here. The scene before his eyes is painfully familiar. Is this not the very opening of the Shanghai Beach drama, when Wenqiang first arrives by train? Incredible! I've actually transmigrated into Republican-era Shanghai Beach, and what I see now is almost identical to what was on the screen before. Doesn't this mean I'll be able to meet Wenqiang, Ding Li, Feng Chunchen, and the others? The joy of rebirth barely has time to rise before Yunfei's expression grows solemn. Transmigration is not necessarily a blessing, especially when one has fallen into Shanghai Beach during the Republican years. In that era, Shanghai Beach is a maelstrom of chaos with tangled forces of every stripe. Every trade and profession lies in the grip of syndicates. Darkness permeates almost every corner. Here people die at every moment. Corpses can often be seen drifting in the Huangpu River. To call it a living hell would be no exaggeration. Moreover, this Shanghai Beach differs somewhat from the one in his memories. Not only are there underworld bosses like Feng Jingyao, Nierenwang, Jin Dazhong, and Lao Jiao, there are also syndicates such as the Qingbang, the Hongmen, and Jingwoman. It is unspeakably chaotic. In such turmoil, death is the most ordinary of outcomes. For ordinary people, this place is hell. But for the wealthy, it is paradise. Neon lights, wine, and song blaze everywhere. As long as you have money and power, you can obtain anything. In a single phrase, hell for the poor, paradise for the rich. Yunfei frowns deeply. He has crossed into this man-eating Shanghai Beach, and he happens to occupy the very lowest rung. According to his inherited memories, he is currently nothing more than a fruit seller at the railway station. In this Shanghai Beach where power and money reign supreme, he is about as lowly as a man can be. Heavens, are you toying with me? You let me transmigrate without giving me a decent identity. If I can't be an underworld boss, I should at least be some rich young master. Damn it, you make me a fruit seller. Are you not just messing with me? Yunfei curses the heavens. Selling fruit in the modern day would be one thing, but in Republican-era Shanghai Beach, a fruit seller is destined only to be bullied. His outburst draws sidelong glances from the people around him who eye him as if he were a lunatic. Right, the system, where's the system? Doesn't every transmigrator get a system? Ignoring the looks that brand him an idiot, Yunfei hurriedly searches for his system. Everyone else who transmigrates gets some overpowered system. There is no way he has nothing. Yet after waiting for a long time, nothing responds. Damn it, don't tell me there really is no system. I might as well have died outright. Without a system, how am I supposed to survive on this man-eating Shanghai Beach? My corpse might be floating down the Huangpu by tomorrow. He swears furiously. Ding, congratulations to the host on a successful transmigration. Super gang system initializing. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoes in his mind. Hearing the voice, Yunfei is instantly overjoyed. There really is a system, so the legends are true. Heaven has not forsaken him. Yet what is this super gang system supposed to be? Is it going to make him build a gang? Without overthinking it, Yunfei asks directly, Big Brother system, what does this super gang system mean? Is it telling me to form a gang? The system replies, when the host establishes a gang and recruits followers, he will receive corresponding rewards. The more followers recruited, the richer the rewards will be. So it really is. Yunfei had not expected that the system truly exists to make him build a gang. Not bad. A sharp gleam flashes through his eyes. On Shanghai Beach, the most crucial things are gangs followers and forging one's own power. This system tailored for building a gang could not be more fitting. Ding, detecting that the host has just transmigrated. A free starter gift pack will be given. Do you wish to open it? Open it, Yunfei answers without hesitation. Opening gift pack. Gift pack opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the power of the Overlord, the strength possessed by a hegemon. As the system's voice continues, he hears cracking sounds from within his body. His muscles swell and rise, and his entire being fills with strength. Such tremendous power. Yunfei clenches his fists, feeling how solid they have become and how terrifying the force coiled inside them is. This feels incredible. Yunfei's face lights up with delight. In terms of strength alone, he has already far surpassed an ordinary man. And this is only the beginning. Judging from the situation, as long as his gang grows stronger, the system will grant him even more rewards. Good. A cold gleam flickers in Yunfei's eyes. Since that is so, he will carve out a world of his own on Shanghai Beach. Brother Yi, here's your breakfast. At that moment, a voice sounds beside him. Yunfei turns to see a young girl with 2 pigtails dressed in coarse cloth standing next to him, holding 2 flatbreads. The girl's name is Xiaoya, his neighbor. Her family is poor. Like him, she lives at the very bottom of Shanghai Beach. They grew up together as childhood sweethearts, and Xiaoya has helped Yunfei many times. When he had no money, it was basically Xiaoya who kept him fed. Though she wears rough homespun clothes, they cannot conceal her stunning features and proud figure. She is clearly a beauty in the making. Thanks, Xiaoya. Yunfei takes the flatbread from her and offers his thanks. After finishing breakfast, the two of them begin setting up their stalls. Xiaoya sells breakfast foods, and her business is considerably better than his. Just then, several burly, thick-set men swagger over. Little girl who said you could sell breakfast here. Have you paid today's protection fee? The leader speaks. Yunfei frowns. From the memories in his mind, he knows these hooligans are members of the Qilong gang. In today's Shanghai Beach, chaos reigns. There are thousands of gangs and societies large and small. Besides the top-tier organizations with tens of thousands of members, most are relatively small outfits. Some of these smaller gangs have a few dozen members, others reach into the hundreds. The Qilong gang is a small outfit haunting the area around the Shanghai railway station with 30 or 40 men under its banner. They may not be formidable by Underworld standards, but to ordinary citizens they are a name that inspires dread. In his memories, the Qilong gang has long extorted protection fees around the station. Anyone doing business or selling goods here must pay them. Those who do not pay are beaten at best and at worst tossed into the Huangpu River to feed the fish. In the past, because he could not afford the fee, Yunfei had been beaten by members of the Qilong gang more than once. The many scars on his body mostly come from them. The man standing before him now is a minor leader of the Qilong gang, named Liang Kuan, known on the streets as Brother Kuan. He is a figure of some renown in this area. At the sight of the gangsters, Xiaoya is visibly frightened and stammers, Brother Kuan, I haven't made any money yet today. Could I pay a little later? Liang Kuan stares at her delicate face and says, all right then, strip off your clothes and dance for the brothers, and we'll waive your protection fee for today. Upon hearing Liang Kuan's remark, Xiaoya's face turned ghostly pale as she trembled with fear. Observing this, Yunfei furrowed his brow. Xiaoya was his childhood companion who had nurtured him through hardships and cared for him most dearly. He could not stand by while she was bullied. Stepping in front of Xiaoya, Yunfei declared, Brother Kuan, Xiao, ya hasn't even begun today, why not call it off for today? Liang Kuan retorted, call it off. You think you can decide that? Who do you think you are bargaining with me? Followed by the challenge, since you care for her so much, why don't you pay for her? Yunfei replied, all right, I'll pay. How much is it? Liang Kuan coldly answered, $10. Then he ordered pay up immediately. $10 for protection, every cent must be paid, or it'll wreck your sorry car. $10. Yunfei frowned, wasn't it just $1 before? Why has it turned into 10? Liang Kuan sneered, aren't you the one who likes standing up for her? If you want to be a hero, that's $10 plus your own, making it 20 in total. Hurry up with the money, or you'll get what's coming to you, threatened Liang Kuan. Yunfei's expression darkened as he realized the fee, once a mere buck, had now soared to 20, an obvious act of extortion. Moreover, he barely had a few bucks in total, not enough for 20. Yunfei admonished Liang Kuan, don't go too far. Previously you extorted at least $100 from me in protection money, and now you demand another 20, I won't give you a single cent. Moreover, the $100 you took before must be returned to me. He recalled that Liang Kuan had extorted over $100 in protection fees from him before. In the Shanghai of the Republican era, over $100 was a fortune, enough to sustain an ordinary person for more than half a year. Now, having just returned to Shanghai, he was in dire need of money. Thus he resolved to scrape up some cash first. Oh ho! Upon hearing Yunfei dare to speak to him in such a manner, Liang Kuan paused in surprise, then burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, brothers, did you hear that? This little runt dares to ask me for money. I've always been the one collecting money, but today for the first time someone is asking me for money. It's like the sun rising from the west. Laughter erupted from several of Liang Kun's underlings as they mocked Yunfei. That brat must have lost his mind today to dare ask Brother Kun for money. Usually this fellow is as obedient as a kitten, yet today he's so arrogant. His mind must be deranged. In all of Shanghai, no one has dared ask Brother Kun for money until now. This fellow probably doesn't even know how to write the word death. All the underlings glared coldly at Yunfei, who had always meekly paid his protection fees. But today his audacity had grown boundless. Daring to demand money from Liang Kun was tantamount to courting death. After a bout of laughter, Liang Kun suddenly roared fiercely, "You little runt, do you think I've shown you any respect? Daring to ask me for money, I will kill you." As the head of his gang, Liang Kun could not tolerate anyone challenging his authority. If everyone were to rebel like Yunfei, how could he continue collecting protection fees in this territory? To deal with such a troublemaker, there was only one solution: toss him into the Huangpu River to feed the fish. Attack! Cut him down! Roared Liang Kun as several of his underlings drew their knives and charged at Yunfei. Seeing his attackers rush forward, a fierce glint flashed in Yunfei's eyes. He had no desire to provoke trouble, yet he was by no means afraid. Especially after acquiring the system, his body was no ordinary one. "Very well, let's see what these trash are made of and test my current strength," he declared. With that, Yunfei charged swiftly towards his foes. Clashes erupted in rapid succession, and soon the train platform resounded with the sounds of fierce combat. The area around the train station teemed with people, and the brawl had drawn numerous onlookers. As the commotion unfolded, a crowd gathered to watch the spectacle. "It's Yunfei. Yunfei is actually fighting Liang Kun's men. Good heavens, is he insane? Liang Kun belongs to the Qilong gang. How can he dare to fight against them? Is he not afraid of death?" Exactly, if only they paid the protection fee obediently, there would be no need for such fights that risk one's life. Last time a banana vendor who owed protection money to Liang Kun had one hand chopped off, and now Yunfei is directly clashing with him. Surely he is courting death. Yunfei, normally so meek, has turned impulsive today. We're doomed. This fellow is likely finished. We had better keep our distance in case Liang Kun unleashes his fury on us. When Yunfei engaged in combat with Liang Kun's men, everyone was rendered dumbfounded. He had always been meek enough to quietly endure bullying. When facing gang members like Liang Kun, most would respectfully pay the protection fee. His direct action this time astonished many. Everyone believed that Yunfei was doomed. With his skinny arms and legs, there was simply no way he could match Liang Kun's henchmen. The clashing sounds continued to echo ahead, and before long something astonishing unfolded before the gathered onlookers. The physically slight Yunfei suddenly displayed remarkable bravery, delivering blow after blow that knocked Liang Kun's underlings to the ground. In no time, several henchmen lay sprawled on the ground, wailing in agony. Everyone was dumbfounded. Good heavens, am I imagining things? Has Yunfei taken drugs? How can he be so fierce? Exactly, earlier he couldn't even manage a sack, and now he's knocked down so many of Liang Kun's lackeys. What on earth is happening? This fellow is indeed acting strangely today. Unbelievable. Everyone was utterly stunned by Yunfei's performance. Up ahead, Liang Kun himself stood momentarily stunned. As the boss overseeing this train station area, he knew Yunfei all too well. Yunfei came from such dire poverty that he could scarcely afford a meal, compounded by illness that rendered him frail, a veritable sickly figure. Yet today, Yunfei had swiftly overpowered several of his underlings, which greatly astonished Liang Kun. Soon anger boiled over as he proclaimed, "Yunfei refusing to pay protection fees and fighting my men is a direct challenge to my authority. If he did not properly punish this brat, how could he continue to collect protection fees in these parts?" As a minor leader of the Qilong gang, Liang Kun's authority and strength was not to be underestimated. In a previous gang skirmish, he had single-handedly pursued and slashed 4 or 5 opponents. Truly, Brother Kun's reputation had been forged in blood. How could he be afraid of a mere peddler of rotten fruits? Even though Yunfei appeared somewhat off today, Liang Kun paid him no heed. With a sullen expression, Liang Kun strode up to Yunfei and coldly declared, "Yunfei, you've got the gall of a leopard, daring to touch my men." Yunfei was still savoring the thrill of the recent skirmish. After his body had been enhanced by the system, he truly had grown formidable. Just moments ago, facing Liang Kun's 4 or 5 underlings, he felt no pressure whatsoever. Each landed a single punch, and every lackey crumpled before him, utterly outmatched. Yunfei even sensed he'd exerted barely any effort, dispatching Liang Kun's men with effortless ease. That sensation was indescribably exhilarating. Not bad. With this powerful physique, I now possess real leverage in Shanghai. Dare anyone threaten me, I'll take their life. Yunfei spoke these words with a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. In this merciless dog-eat-dog Shanghai, brute force was the ultimate law. So long as one's fists were strong enough, no obstacle was insurmountable. He now possessed the bare essentials for survival. At that very moment, Liang Kun's voice rang out from ahead, "Brat, I'm talking to you. Did you stuff donkey hair in your ears?" Liang Kun glared at Yunfei with venomous hostility. Yi Yunfei replied calmly. Liang Kuan, I wish no trouble. Let today's matter end here. What do you say? Liang Kuan belonged to the Qilong gang, a minor faction yet numbering several dozen members and armed with firearms. Newly arrived in Shanghai, Yi Yunfei had no desire to escalate matters. If Liang Kuan exercised discretion and withdrew, it would be the wisest course. Yet clearly he harbored no intention of letting Yi Yunfei go unscathed. End it. You refuse to pay protection money, you've already beaten my man, and now you dare demand an end. Yi Yunfei, do I look like I've granted you face? It seems my earlier leniency in collecting protection fees emboldened even a penniless wretch like you to resist. If I don't kill you today, I'm no longer Liang Kuan. With that, Liang Kuan drew a cleaver and swung it viciously toward Yi Yunfei. You seek death. Yi Yunfei incensed drove his fist downward. Liang Kuan clearly had martial training. He moved swiftly, aiming the blade directly at Yi Yunfei's vital points. Yet before the cleaver could land, Yi Yunfei's fist struck his face. A thunderous crack echoed. The blow sent Liang Kuan flying several meters backward. Ah! He shrieked in agony, teeth shattered and bloodied. A collective gasp rippled through the onlookers. Yi Yunfei had felled Liang Kuan with a single punch and knocked out several of his front teeth. Has Yi Yunfei taken aphrodisiacs? When had he become so fearsome? Not only had his courage swelled, but his movements too had grown razor-sharp, as though he were an entirely different man. Liang Kuan himself was most stunned. He'd never imagined being reduced to this state by a lowly fruit peddler. Swollen, bruised, and unable even to rise to his feet. Who are you? You're not Yi Yunfei, you can't be. Tell me, who are you? Liang Kuan roared, disbelief twisting his features. He refused to accept that this ferocious figure before him was the same timid, cowering nobody he'd once bullied without consequence. Yi Yunfei replied coolly, I am Yi Yunfei, and who else would I be? Liang Kuan, I warned you earlier, let it end here. But you insisted on being struck, so I obliged. Yi Yunfei, this day is etched into my memory. Wait, I will make you pay. With that, Liang Kuan turned to leave, only for Yi Yunfei to step directly into his path. Stop, did I give you permission to go? Yi Yunfei's voice was calm, yet Liang Kuan's heart clenched with sudden dread. He stared at Yi Yunfei with wary suspicion. Standing before him now, he felt something wholly unfamiliar, fear. That sensation had never touched him before. He was genuinely afraid. Yi Yunfei said, have you forgotten my earlier words? Return every cent you extorted from me, and then you may leave. Liang Kuan's face darkened. And if I refuse? Yi Yunfei replied evenly, then I'll beat it out of you. Furious and humiliated, Liang Kuan glared at Yi Yunfei. Yet recalling that devastating display of skill, he reluctantly handed over 100 yuan before fleeing hastily. Yi Yunfei, you'll pay for this. I won't let it rest. Liang Kuan bellowed fiercely as he departed. Yi Yunfei merely shrugged, indifferent. The man he'd once been had trembled before Liang Kuan, but that man no longer existed. Now Liang Kuan would find it far harder to prey upon him, and perhaps it was no longer clear who would dominate whom. Yi Yunfei held up the 100 yuan with a faint smile. With this 100 yuan, he now had a foothold in Shanghai, enough to stave off destitution. Brother Yi, how did you grow so powerful? Xiaoya watched astonished. One man, Yi Yunfei, had injured Liang Kuan and routed the entire Qilong gang. She stood utterly dumbfounded. Was this truly Yi Yunfei? He smiled gently. Xiaoya, I'm stronger now. No one will ever harm you again. I'll protect you. Hearing those words, Xiaoya's cheeks flushed faintly, warmth blooming deep within her chest. This new Yi Yunfei exuded commanding masculinity, irresistibly magnetic. Brother Yi, your knuckles are bleeding. I'll fetch medicine right away. Xiaoya noticed his injured hand and hurried off before he could protest. Yi Yunfei sighed helplessly, shook his head, and began packing up his stall, preparing to leave. Someone's being kidnapped up ahead. A sudden shout cut through the air, and a tumult soon erupted around the train station. Yi Yunfei looked up and saw that a train had just halted at the platform. Passengers were disembarking slowly. As a girl in a school uniform, twin ponytails framing an innocent, striking face, stepped down from the train, several men suddenly sprang out from the crowd. They bore a large hemp sack, and at the instant the pure-faced student alighted, thrust the sack over her head. They hoisted her onto a shoulder and ran forward. She struggled frantically, but against several burly men she had no chance. Before long, she was subdued and carried off. Bystanders cried out kidnapping, yet most seemed jaded by such scenes, though few intervened. Many even backed away, fearful of being caught up in the danger. Is that Feng Qinshan? Feng Jingyao's daughter? Yi Yunfei felt a jolt of alarm at the sight. The girl in the school uniform was astonishingly pure and beautiful. Clearly Feng Qinshan, who had just returned from school. He recalled the television reports Feng Qinshan had recently graduated and arrived in Shanghai Tan. Indeed, she had been seized the moment she came to Shanghai and disembarked. The young woman, now emerging from the train, was unmistakably Feng Qinshan. The scene matched the broadcast exactly. The newly arrived Feng Qinshan was being abducted. If I rescue her, I could link myself to Feng Jingyao, Yi Yunfei thought. Although Feng Jingyao is no saint, others muttered his influence is enormous. One of the most formidable powers in Shanghai Tan. With Feng Jingyao's backing, my prospects in Shanghai Tan would be far more secure. He had just arrived and needed a powerful patron. Feng Jingyao seemed an appealing choice. Through Feng Qinshan, he might reach Feng Jingyao. Resolute, Yunfei strode straight toward the men who had taken her. At that moment, Feng Qinshan lay stuffed in the sack hoisted on the kidnapper's shoulders as they hurried onward. Yunfei followed close behind, waiting for the right moment. The men carried Feng Qinshan along and finally concealed themselves inside a carriage of the train. So, no mistake, right? This is the girl. One of them asked, peering into the sack. No doubt about it, another answered. I've seen her photograph, it's her, Feng Jingyao's daughter. Another man replied. Damn it, Feng Jingyao's a nasty old man, ugly as sin, yet his daughter is so beautiful. I've never seen anyone like her. Shall we have our fun before we hand her over? A man with a cleaver and a baseball cap leered into the sack, his gaze roaming over Feng Qinshan with repulsive relish. Feng Qinshan's hands and feet were bound, a cloth jammed into her mouth. She could neither cry out nor move. Her eyes were wide with terror. She had only just arrived in Shanghai Tan and had been seized by these men, as she had no understanding of what was happening. Hearing their talk filled her with dread. Her whole body trembled. Don't get any ideas, a man snapped from the front. She's Feng Jingyao's daughter. Touch her, and you'll be courting death. Our task is simply to kidnap her and deliver her, the black-clad man continued. If you misbehave, you might lose your life. The man nicknamed Hung Saner was the ringleader of the abduction. The others nodded after hearing him. Their earlier boasts had been bravado. None of them had ever seen a woman as pure and lovely as Feng Qinshan. Such a woman would tempt any man, yet thinking of the power behind her, Feng Jingyao, they abandoned those thoughts. In Shanghai Tan, there were people it was suicidal to offend. Cross them, and you would not survive the day. Feng Jingyao of the Feng Shi Shanghai was one such figure. The cap-wearing ruffian persisted. Even if we don't sleep with her, can't I at least touch her? We risked so much to bring her here. It'd be a shame to do nothing. We risked everything to kidnap Feng Jingyao's daughter. A couple of gropes is just collecting some interest. What's the harm? He argued. After he spoke, another man chimed in. Exactly, boss. As long as we don't go further, a little touching should be fine. No one else will know. Hung Saner pondered for a moment, and indeed it was true. Feng Jingyao daughter was undeniably beautiful. As the leader, he had to remain ever vigilant of his brother's thoughts. Otherwise, it would be nearly impossible to command their respect and loyalty. After all, the woman was already in their grasp. Letting the brothers touch her could hardly cause serious trouble. With that thought, Hung Saner waved his hand and said, fine, hurry up. You have 5 minutes. But remember, touching only, nothing else. If you cross that line, I won't save you. Understood. Understood. The men nodded vigorously, then grinned wickedly as they advanced toward Feng Qinshan, rubbing their hands together with hungry anticipation. This was Feng Jingyao's daughter, the top-tier tycoon of Shanghai. Her delicate, innocent appearance made it clear she was still untouched. Even if they couldn't go further, merely touching her would be intoxicating. Besides, her lips were irresistibly alluring, her skill no doubt exceptional. With that, they closed in around her, encircling her tightly. Feng Qinshan, bound hand and foot, watched in mounting terror as the men drew nearer, her eyes wide with raw, unfiltered fear. She had heard every word of their conversation. They intended to violate her, and at the thought of losing her purity, her eyes reddened and tears spilled helplessly down her cheeks. Brothers, remove the cloth from her mouth. I want to savor those cherry lips. The man wearing the baseball cap commanded. A thug pulled away the rag covering Feng Qinshan's mouth. I warn you, I am Feng Jingyao's daughter. My father will never let this go. Feng Qinshan cried out desperately. The man in the baseball cap burst into raucous laughter. Of course, I know you're Feng Jingyao's daughter. If you weren't, we wouldn't have taken you in the first place. Little miss, that old fox Feng Jingyao uses his power to drive us from every corner of Shanghai. How many of our brothers have died by his hand? Today we'll collect a little interest from you. Later we'll settle the full debt with that old fox himself. Until then, the men had remained relatively composed, but at the mere mention of Feng Jingyao's name, fury seized them all. Each had suffered under Feng Jingyao's tyranny across Shanghai, but many had even lost brothers to his violence. Thus Feng Qinshan's words ignited their smoldering rage. Whore, so what if you're Feng Jingyao's daughter? Today I'll take what belongs to him, his own flesh and blood. Wait, you'll see just how powerful I am. With that, the young man in the baseball cap lunged forward. Feng Qinshan's face contorted in pure terror. She had not expected invoking her father's name would backfire so catastrophically. Instead of intimidating them, it had only inflamed their wrath. As the men charged toward her like rabid beasts, her terror reached its peak. Then suddenly a sharp bang echoed from the train. Startled, they turned, and found without warning a mysterious youth standing silently behind them. He appeared to be in his early 20s, clad in tattered beggar-like rags. Kid, who the hell are you? Interfering in our business. Have you grown tired of living? The baseball cap thug snarled. Yunfei smiled faintly and replied, no need to get excited. I'm merely passing through. Please continue. Don't mind me. The baseball cap thug and his men froze. Expecting confrontation, they were stunned by this unexpected nonchalance. Feng Qinshan too was stunned. At first, seeing someone appear had sparked fleeting hope. He might be her savior. Then his words extinguished it entirely. Her fragile hope collapsed instantly. Tears flooded her large round eyes as she lay helpless on the floor, utterly bewildered. Kid, if you're just passing through, then get out now. Mind your own business, or you'll lose that dog of a life you cling to. Yunfei chuckled. No need to worry about me. I'll just light a cigarette and rest here a while. Carry on. With that, he sat calmly on a train seat, lit a cigarette, and took a deep drag. The thugs stared dumbfounded. This kid had walked in uninvited, smoking brazenly right before them while they conducted their affair. Worse, he told them to proceed as if he weren't there. It was absurd. Their abduction of Feng Qinshan was meant to be utterly secret. If word got out, Feng Jingyao would annihilate them without mercy. Seeing Yunfei sit there unperturbed and puffing smoke, their murderous intent flared. The baseball cap thug unsheathed his cleaver and strode slowly toward Yunfei. Yunfei glanced briefly at the group and said, "Go on. Why have you all frozen? Don't mind me. Die." Roaring, the thug swung the cleaver downward at Yunfei's head, but Yunfei sidestepped with preternatural ease and drove a fist hard into the thug's chest. The blow sent the baseball cap thug flying backward. "Damn it, get him. Kill him," he bellowed from the floor. His henchmen surged forward, cleavers raised, charging at Yunfei in unison. Thud, 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 thud. In rapid succession, Yunfei landed several precise blows. The thugs crumpled to the ground, writhing and screaming. Yunfei shook his head. "Are your minds truly addled? I told you. I'm just passing through. Do your business. Ignore me. Why force my hand? Do you really want another beating?" The baseball cap thug glared at Yunfei, enraged. "Who the hell are you? Do you have any idea who our boss is? Meddling in our affairs means courting death." Yunfei's voice turned. "I see who your boss is means nothing to me. Disturbing my rest, that does. 10 seconds. Vanish from my sight, or die." As he spoke, a flash of lethal intensity flickered in his gaze. He was no saint. Shanghai was a battlefield where survival demanded ruthless pragmatism. Mercy toward enemies was cruelty to oneself. One entered this arena knowing the rules. Enemies were to be eradicated without hesitation. Sensing the killing intent radiating from Yunfei, the thugs paled, hesitated, then fled. They knew this youth was formidable, far beyond their capacity to handle. To stay was to invite death. Escape was the only rational choice. In an instant they vanished. After they were gone, Yunfei approached Feng Qinshan and asked quietly, "Are you alright?" Feng Qinshan slowly regained her composure from the grip of terror. She stared blankly at Yunfei, her gaze still clouded with wariness and fright. Yunfei had appeared moments earlier, yet done nothing, instead conversing easily and laughing with those very men. To her, he now seemed no better than they were. At that moment, Feng Qinshan resembled a startled fawn, fragile, trembling, evoking an instinctive urge to shelter and protect. Yunfei said gently, "Rest easy. The villains have fled. You're safe now." Her large eyes shimmered with uncertainty as she fixed her gaze upon him. "Who are you? Surely you're not in league with them." Hearing this, Yunfei broke into laughter, amused that she'd mistaken him for one of their accomplices. "Don't worry, I'm no ally of theirs. I sell fruit at the railway station. When I saw them attempting to abduct you, I simply intervened. Are you all right?" Hearing his words, Feng Qinshan exhaled softly, then rose to her feet. "I'm unharmed. Thank you for saving me. What's your name?" "Yunfei." He gave his name plainly. Feng Qinshan nodded and asked Yunfei, "Do you know who those men were? Why did they try to kidnap me?" He shook his head. "I don't know, but we can't stay here any longer. They may return at any moment, and if they do, things will grow far more dangerous." A flicker of panic crossed her face. "Then where shall we go?" Yunfei paused thoughtfully. "Let's go to my place first. Once the danger passes, I'll escort you home." After a brief hesitation, she nodded. "All right." A surge of quiet triumph swelled within Yunfei. He was truly bringing Feng Qinshan home. Their things would grow far more interesting. Without delay, Yunfei led Feng Qinshan away from the station toward his residence. His dwelling lay deep within the impoverished lanes of Jiabei District, Shanghai, a cluster of shabby single-story houses inhabited almost entirely by society's most marginalized. Upon arriving, Yunfei unlocked the door and stepped inside. The interior was dilapidated, nearly bare of furnishings, only a bed, a table, and 2 chairs. Feng Qinshan followed him in her steps, hesitant and uneasy. By now, dusk had surrendered fully to night. Darkness swallowed the world beyond the threshold. Yunfei hastily prepared a simple meal for her, then said, "It's late. Spend tonight here. Tomorrow at dawn, I'll take you to the Feng residence." She glanced around the cramped, rundown room. "But there's only one bed. Where am I supposed to sleep?" Yunfei smiled. "On the bed, of course. Where else?" She pressed on. "If I sleep on the bed, then where will you sleep?" He replied, "I'll sleep on the bed too. There's only one after all. Am I expected to sleep on the floor? It's just one night. We'll manage." At the thought of sharing a bed with him, Feng Qinshan's cheeks flushed crimson. "That's impossible. We've only just met, and alone together sharing a bed. It isn't proper." Yunfei shrugged. "It's merely sleep. What harm could it do? Rest assured, I'm a man of integrity. I won't lay a hand on you." Though he spoke with calm assurance, she remained unconvinced. No man she believed would lie beside a woman and do absolutely nothing. She sank silently onto the floor, torn between fear and indecision. Noting her hesitation, Yunfei shrugged again. "Fine, I'll leave you to it. I'm exhausted. I'm going to sleep now. If you wish to join me on the bed, feel free. If not, you're welcome to sleep on the floor. Your choice." With that, he climbed onto the bed, pulled up the quilt, and fell instantly asleep. Feng Qinshan watched, her eyes flashing with indignation. What kind of person is he, just falling asleep without a care, leaving me to freeze on the floor in this bitter cold? After a long pause, she finally climbed onto the bed and lay beside him. From beneath his lashes, Yunfei suppressed a quiet smile. She had yielded just as he'd known she would. Though she lay beside him, the winter chill made her shiver uncontrollably. Yunfei lifted the quilt and said, "Come closer. We'll stay warmer together." She hesitated briefly, then slipped beneath the single quilt, until their bodies touched, arms and legs entwined in quiet intimacy. Her face burned scarlet, buried deep beneath the quilt. She dared neither look at Yunfei nor utter a word. This was her first time lying so closely with a stranger, heart pounding like a trapped bird. Not only sleeping side by side, but wrapped beneath one quilt. As she contemplated enduring the entire night, thus her pulse quickened and her mind raced. What might he do tonight? What if he tried something? How would she respond? Yet even as anxiety coiled within her, she realized. Beside her, Yunfei had already drifted into deep slumber, his steady rhythmic snoring filling the silence. She froze, stunned. How could he possibly sleep at a time like this? Is he even a man? Though his sleep eased her tension slightly, it also ignited a fresh wave of ire. She inwardly seethed at him. You wretch. She had once been the undisputed campus beauty of Beiping University, the cherished idol of countless admirers. And yet here she lay sharing a bed and a quilt with Yunfei, and he had fallen sound asleep. Was she truly so utterly unappealing? For a long while she raged silently at him, before at last surrendering to exhaustion and slipping into sleep. At dawn the next morning, Yunfei awoke to find Feng Qinshan still nestled against him, her arms clinging tightly to his waist, prompting him to slap his own cheek hard. Damn it, I actually fell asleep last night. What a colossal blunder. How could I possibly sleep when such a beauty lay in my arms? He cursed himself bitterly. Had he stayed awake, wouldn't she be his by now? Still, he had been utterly spent. The shock of arriving in Shanghai, the chaos of the abduction, the sheer weight of it all had left him hollowed out and drained. He'd collapsed onto the bed and slipped into oblivion, squandering a golden opportunity. Yet now, gazing at Feng Qinshan, still asleep, ethereal as a woodland sprite, he felt a slow stirring heat rise within him. She hadn't stirred. They still lay entwined. Last night's failure need not define tonight's possibility, and mornings after all were when desire ran strongest. A subtle warmth bloomed low in his body. Just as he reached toward her, her eyes flew open. What are you doing? Her wide, dewy eyes locked onto his, alert, guarded. His hand froze midair. Nothing. Just noticed you were cold. Let me tuck you in. Flustered, he withdrew his hand. Feng Qinshan sprang upright and leapt off the bed. Thank you for sheltering me last night. You promised to take me home at daybreak. Well, it's light now. May I ask you to escort me back? Her cheeks remained flushed. Remembering how he'd slept beside her left her deeply unsettled. Even though nothing had happened, the intimacy still made her flinch inwardly. All she wanted now was to leave. Yunfei nodded. Of course, I'll take you now. After a swift, minimal preparation, he escorted Feng Qinshan to the Feng residence. Meanwhile, in Shanghai, within the Feng family's stately villa, a man in his 50s stood in the study, short in stature, yet radiating an overwhelming aura of authority and command. This was Feng Jingyao, the formidable chairman of the Feng Commercial Association and one of Shanghai's most feared and revered magnates. With a sharp, violent crack, he hurled his teacup to the floor. Find her. Find Feng Qinshan. Scour every alley, every dock, every rooftop in Shanghai until you locate her. If you fail, if you dare return without her, I'll have you all executed. His voice thundered with uncontainable fury, an outburst rare for a man of his stature, reserved only for cataclysmic moments. The source of his rage, his beloved daughter Feng Qinshan. She had returned home from university in Beiping, her arrival long anticipated. He had prepared everything meticulously, even arranging a grand welcome banquet in her honor. Yet fate had struck cruelly. She vanished at the railway station, seized by unknown assailants. Upon hearing the news, Feng Jingyao's heart seized. He nearly collapsed from sheer shock. Feng Qinshan was his only child, his living heart. Her abduction felt like having half his soul ripped away. He ordered an immediate citywide search, but after an entire night, not a single clue emerged. Useless fools. All of you worthless. He roared at his subordinates, who bowed their heads in terrified silence, breath held tight. What are you waiting for? Go now. Return without her, and don't bother returning at all. With another furious bellow, the men scurried out, humiliated and trembling. Feng Jingyao sank into his chair, his face as pale as ash. Clutching a framed photograph, he whispered hoarsely, My daughter. Where are you? Master. A man in his 40s entered the study. Xiang Shu, the Feng household's trusted steward, and Feng Jingyao's most loyal aide. Please, master, don't distress yourself. We will find Miss Feng. Feng Jingyao demanded Xiang Shu. Tell me who in Shanghai dares abduct my daughter. Everyone knows she is my blood, whose courage is so vast, whose arrogance so boundless that they would dare seize her on my soil. Xiang Shu replied calmly, Master, though your word commands absolute sway across Shanghai, rivals do exist. My suspicion falls upon them. Feng Jingyao slammed his fist onto the desk. Find them, uncover who took her, and make them pay. Whoever dares lay hands on my daughter will learn how many lives one man truly possesses. Xiang Shu bowed. Understood, I'll dispatch our best investigators immediately. Feng Jingyao turned again to the photograph, stroking the glass gently. Where are you now, my daughter? Are you safe? I have only one child. Qinshin, you must survive. Master. Suddenly a servant burst into the study, wildered with alarm. What is the meaning of this frantic intrusion? Xiang Shu snapped. The man gasped, Master, the young mistress has returned. What? Hearing this from his subordinate, Feng Jingyao stood up in disbelief and said, What did you say? Say it again. The subordinate replied, Sir, it is Miss who has returned. No doubt about it, she is right outside the door. Feng Jingyao was taken aback. He had searched all night for Feng Qinshin with no leads on Feng Changqing. Now Feng Changqing had actually returned on her own. Did Qinshin come back alone? Feng Jingyao immediately asked. The subordinate responded, No, the young lady returned with a young man. Upon hearing this, Feng Jingyao frowned slightly and said, Let's go, take me to meet them. Soon several people left the house. Yi Yunfei and Feng Qinshin stood together. Yi Yunfei said, I have safely brought you home, I should take my leave now. After saying this, he turned to leave. No, you cannot leave. Feng Qinshin exclaimed, grabbing him. Yi Yunfei asked, Why? I've already brought you home, and you still won't let me go. Do you want your father to catch me? I didn't do anything to you last night. You can't just act recklessly. Feng Qinshin chuckled and said, You're actually scared. I thought you were the reincarnation of the Monkey King, unafraid of anything. So you are also afraid of my father. Your father, Feng Jingyao, is one of the top figures in Shanghai, the president of the Feng family business. If he were to come after me, the entire Shanghai would tremble. Ask anyone in Shanghai if they are not afraid of your father. I'm just a small fry. If your father wanted to deal with me, I wouldn't even know how I died. Don't worry, my father won't go after you. You saved me and helped me, he will be sure to thank you properly. Yi Yunfei smirked, but said nothing. However, he didn't leave. He was also curious to meet this prominent figure in Shanghai. Besides, he needed a power backing him now that he had just arrived in Shanghai. Feng Jingyao could help him. This was also a significant reason for him, saving Feng Qinshin. At that moment, several people came out of the villa led by an old man, Feng Jingyao. Dad. Seeing Feng Jingyao, Feng Changqing rushed forward and hugged him tightly. Feng Jingyao, upon seeing Feng Qinshin, was moved to tears, saying, Qinshin, it's good you're back. I was so worried about you. Dad, I missed you too. I'm sorry for making you worry. After exchanging a few words, Feng Jingyao suddenly pointed at Yi Yunfei and sternly said, Come capture this boy for me. Instantly, several henchmen rushed over to seize Yi Yunfei. Dad, what are you doing? Why are you capturing him? Seeing Feng Jingyao going after Yi Yunfei, Feng Qinshin immediately asked. Feng Jingyao replied, Qinshin, this kid must be the one who kidnapped you, right? I'll kill him to avenge you. Feng Qinshin hurriedly said, No, Dad, you misunderstood. Yi Yunfei didn't kidnap me, he saved me. At the train station, I was almost captured by those bad guys, and Yi Yunfei stepped in to save me. Without him, I might have died. You need to let them release him, he is my savior. How can you treat him this way? Hearing Feng Qinshin's words, Feng Jingyao finally turned his gaze to Yi Yunfei, scrutinizing him. As a top figure in Shanghai, he had seen countless people and could easily read many thoughts. However, as he glanced at Yi Yunfei, he found it difficult to discern the young man's true nature. It was as if this person was veiled, making it hard for him to see through. After a moment, he approached Yi Yunfei and asked, Young man, are you the one who saved my daughter? Yi Yunfei nodded and said, Yes, I happened to be selling apples at the train station yesterday when your daughter was kidnapped, and I saved her in the process. This was also Yi Yunfei's first time meeting Feng Jingyao. The aura around Feng Jingyao was indeed quite domineering, making one feel compelled to worship him. If this had been the previous Yi Yunfei, he might have knelt down immediately. However, he was no longer an ordinary apple seller. Even when faced with someone like Feng Jingyao, he remained calm. Feng Jingyao looked at Yi Yunfei with some surprise. Anyone who met him usually dared not make eye contact, as no one could withstand his pressure. Yet this young man before him remained unflinching, maintaining his composure and even able to meet his gaze directly. It had been a long time since he encountered such a young person. Feng Jingyao asked, What is your name? Yi Yunfei. Feng Jingyao nodded and said, Yunfei, you saved my daughter, and you are now a benefactor of the Feng family. I am a person who values gratitude and grudges. Whatever you want, feel free to ask, and I will provide it as long as I can. Yi Yunfei calmly replied, Mr. Feng, I didn't save your daughter to ask for anything in return. I just happened to see the injustice at the right time. As for what you mentioned about giving me something, I really don't know what I want right now. He was currently focused on building his own power. However, he could not let Feng Jingyao know this. Although Feng Jingyao seemed courteous, Yunfei understood that such a societal bigwig would never trust anyone. If he said the wrong thing, Feng Jingyao might kill him immediately. After all, his daughter was unharmed, and Feng Jingyao himself was known for being ruthless. He needed to conceal any intentions in front of him. After staring at Yunfei for a while, Feng Jingyao finally said, "A young man with no desires is rare. However, since you saved my daughter, I cannot do nothing for you. How about this? I invite you to join the Feng family business and work for us. What do you think?" Hearing that Feng Jingyao wanted to invite Yunfei to join the Feng family business, everyone around, including Uncle Xiang, looked shocked. The Feng family business is one of the top organizations in Shanghai. Many people aspire to join, but they lack the qualifications. The recruitment process is extremely strict. Even the most outstanding individuals do not qualify to join the Feng family business. Yet now Feng Jingyao was directly inviting Yunfei, which was a rare honor. Once Yunfei joined, he would become part of the Feng family business and would practically rise to prominence in Shanghai. Everyone looked at Yunfei with a hint of jealousy. However, facing Feng Jinjiao's invitation, Yunfei calmly replied, "Sorry, Mr. Feng, I'm not considering joining the organization at the moment. I appreciate your invitation, and if I decide to join in the future, I will come to find you." Gasp. Upon hearing Yunfei's words, everyone was astounded. Yunfei actually refused Feng Jinjiao's invitation. In Shanghai, no one dared to refuse Feng Jingyao, let alone reject such a grand opportunity to join the Feng family business. What was this kid thinking? A fruit seller rejecting Feng Jingyao. Everyone thought Yunfei had gone mad. Yunfei, on the other hand, remained calm. He certainly wouldn't join the Feng family business, as the system had given him the task of establishing his own power. If he joined the Feng family business, how could he build his own power? Failing to complete the task would mean he could not report back to the system, and he wouldn't gain any benefits. Therefore, joining the Feng family business was out of the question. Feng Jingyao was also taken aback by Yunfei's refusal. It had been a long time since anyone had dared to refuse him, yet he was not angry. Instead, he said, "Indeed, everyone has their own aspirations. Since you don't want to join my Feng family business, I won't force you. However, if you need anything in the future, feel free to let me know. I'm more than willing to help." Yunfei nodded, saying, "Thank you then." He just wanted these words from Feng Jingyao. That was enough for him. "Mr. Feng, I have business to attend to, so I'll take my leave now." Having completed his business, he was ready to leave. "Wait." At that moment, Feng Jingyao called him again. Yunfei turned to look at Feng Jingyao and asked, "Is there something else, Mr. Feng?" Feng Jingyao said, "Mr. You saved my daughter, and I should express my gratitude. Here are $30,000 as a token of my appreciation." As he spoke, Feng Jingyao handed over $30,000. 30,000. Yunfei's pupils constricted, and a look of surprise flashed across his face. This was a considerable amount of money. He was currently short on funds, and this 30,000 would enable him to do many things. Therefore, he did not refuse and accepted it directly. "Thank you, Mr. Feng." Holding the money, Yunfei left. Feng Jingyao squinted at Yunfei's departing figure. After Yunfei left, he turned to Uncle Xiang and said, Xiang, go investigate the background of this Yunfei." Uncle Xiang replied, "Does Mr. Feng suspect that Yunfei has issues?" Feng Jingyao said, "This young man is extraordinary. I have seen many outstanding young people, but none can compare to him. He is poised and ungreedy, and he faced me without any pressure. A person like this does not seem like a mere apple seller. Go find out what his situation is. Let me know once you find out." "Yes." After Feng Jingyao finished speaking, Uncle Xiang left to investigate Yunfei. Feng Qingqing, however, was displeased and said, "Dad, Yunfei just saved me, and you're having someone investigate him. Is that appropriate? If he finds out, he'll be angry with me." Feng Jingyao chuckled. "What? Qingqing, are you afraid he'll be mad? Could it be that you've taken a liking to this kid?" Feng Qingqing's face immediately turned red, and she shyly replied, "How could that be? Dad, don't talk nonsense. We just met, how could I like him?" Feng Jingyao laughed. "Although you just met, I can see you have a good impression of him, right? This young man is indeed impressive, but we still need to investigate. What if he has something to do with the kidnapping? That could be troublesome." Feng Chengqing said, "Investigate if you want, but you must not harm him, and you cannot make him angry." Feng Jingyao nodded. "Rest assured I won't." "That's more like it." Feng Chengqing finally nodded in satisfaction. "By the way, you didn't come home last night. Where did you stay? You weren't with that boy the whole time, were you?" At this, Feng Jingyao asked again. Upon hearing this question, Feng Qingqing's face turned crimson, and she suddenly didn't know how to explain. She couldn't possibly say that she slept in the same bed as Yunfei last night, and they shared a blanket, right? That would be utterly embarrassing. "Not at all. I sleep alone." Feng Qingqing quickly turned and dashed into her room. Feng Jingyao watched his daughter with a faint sigh of helplessness. Yet as his gaze drifted toward the fading silhouette of Yunfei in the distance, his brow furrowed slightly. By now, Yunfei had already returned to his residence. Inside the modest dwelling, he laid out 30,000 silver dollars, and a subtle, confident smile curved his lips. This haul was exceptionally promising. 30,000 silver dollars all at once. Now came the question how best to deploy this fortune. This sum would serve as his foundational capital. Brother Fei, how dare you return? Run while you still can. A voice suddenly rang out from beyond the door. Yunfei looked up to see a young man, barely 20, entering with a broad, guileless face. Ding Li. The newcomer was indeed Ding Li. Ding Li, like Yunfei, lived in the impoverished Jiabei slums, and both sold fruit. Their shared trade forged a close bond. Since Yunfei was the elder, Ding Li always addressed him as Brother Fei. Yet Yunfei's expression shifted strangely upon seeing him, wondering whether this Ding Li bore any connection to the treacherous figure from television dramas. In that story, Ding Li ultimately betrayed Su Wenqiang, and even pulled the trigger himself, ending his benefactor's life. A man devoid of gratitude or loyalty. But Yunfei remained unconcerned. That betrayal belonged to Su Wenqiang, not to him. Moreover, he had just arrived in this world and urgently needed capable allies. Ding Li was strong, fearless, and fiercely dependable, a valuable asset. He required precisely such a man at this moment. As for future betrayal, if Ding Li ever dared defy him, not only would opportunity elude him entirely, but the price he paid would be devastatingly severe. With that thought, Yunfei said calmly, Ali, what brings you here? You mentioned running away. What's happened? Ding Li replied, what's happened? Your life is in danger. Brother Fei, did you strike Liang at the railway station? Yunfei nodded. Yes, I struck him. So what? Have you lost your mind? Daring to strike Liang, who belongs to the Qilong gang. The entire railway district falls under their dominion. Have you forgotten how we've suffered beneath their tyranny? Now that you've struck him, he'll surely retaliate. Just now a fellow comrade sent word Liang is assembling his men to settle accounts with you. Brother Fei, flee at once. If you delay, he'll arrive, and you'll be ruined. Hearing this, Yunfei smiled faintly. So that's it, just Liang. What is there to fear? Rest assured, he holds no power over me. From now on, he will never oppress us again. Should he dare return, I'll end him. As he spoke, a cold, lethal gleam flashed in his eyes, and an aura of ruthless intent emanated from his very being. Ding Li stood stunned. What had happened to Yunfei? His courage had transformed utterly. Was this truly the same man he'd known? They had spent every day together. Ding Li remembered clearly Yunfei had always been timid, even more so than himself. When Liang tormented them before, Yunfei would crouch motionless on the ground, arms wrapped tightly around his head, enduring the blows without resistance. Now he dared fight back, and even vowed to kill Liang. Ding Li was utterly dumbfounded. Had Yunfei's mind fractured? After a pause, Ding Li urged, Brother Fei, don't jest. We're ordinary men. Liang commands the Qilong gang. Before him, we're less than ants. We'd crumble beneath a single finger. To oppose him is suicide. Brother Fei, flee now. Once he arrives, your fate is sealed. Yunfei fixed Ding Li with a steady gaze. Ali, do you wish to live forever crushed beneath Liang heel, groveling like a dog? Or do you dream of ruling as a boss, smoking cigars, riding in automobiles? Ding Li froze, murmuring, of course I wish to rule, to ride in cars, to smoke cigars. But then it's settled. From now on, follow my instructions, and I shall elevate you to the highest echelon of Shanghai's underworld. Ding Li paused, then clenched his teeth and declared resolutely, all right, Brother Fei, I'm with you. Whatever you command, I'll do. Only then did Yunfei nod in quiet satisfaction. Ding. The host has successfully recruited a disciple. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 handgun and 1 set of bulletproof armor. At that instant, the system's voice chimed again. Yunfei blinked, astonished that the system had activated precisely now. And it had bestowed tangible rewards. Excellent. Yunfei exulted inwardly. Ding Li's pledge of loyalty meant he had officially acquired a disciple. Recruiting a disciple had triggered the system's reward, a handgun and a set of bulletproof armor, both invaluable assets. The handgun served both defensive and offensive purposes, the armor existed solely for protection. Since he intended to build his own power base in Shanghai, both items were indispensable and would greatly accelerate his ascent. Remarkably, recruiting just 1 disciple had already yielded such a reward. Clearly, further recruitment would unlock even greater boons. Yunfei asked system, what task must I complete for the next reward? The system replied, recruit 10 disciples to receive your next reward. Just as he'd suspected, Yunfei thought inwardly. The path to advancement lay in expanding his circle of loyal followers. His intuition had proven correct. 10 disciples were required for the next milestone. He would need to act swiftly, gathering more lieutenants, accelerating both his influence and his rewards. Yet recruitment demanded discernment. Not every candidate would suffice. To avoid treachery, he must select only those who combined unwavering loyalty with genuine capability. Moreover, he required a secure base of operations. Only with a stronghold could he systematically expand his ranks and grow stronger step by step. In Republican-era Shanghai, the most vital and lucrative location was unquestionably the docks. Every day, countless shipments flowed through them. All goods passing through the docks incurred fees. Control over these wharves rested almost exclusively in the hands of elite Triad syndicates. For instance, Feng Jingyao's Feng Clan Consortium commanded nearly 10 major docks. Other powerful societies each controlled 7 or 8, or even 3 or 4. Smaller factions held sway over just one dock. Yet even a single port generated endless revenue from the constant flow of cargo. Though I possess 30,000 silver dollars, that sum alone cannot accomplish much. If I invested in acquiring a dock, wealth will multiply endlessly, self-sustaining and self-reinforcing. With wealth I can attract ever more followers, and my own strength will surge accordingly. Yi Yunfei murmured softly. He had resolved to seize a dock first, then use it as the cornerstone to dominate Shanghai. Turning to Ding Li, he asked, "Ali, do you know of any docks for sale in Shanghai?" "A dock?" Ding Li blinked in surprise. "All docks in Shanghai are controlled by major syndicates. None are for sale." "I don't mean the major ones. Only smaller docks poorly managed and now being liquidated." "Do you know of any?" Ding Li paused, then recalled, "Actually, there is one. It was formerly operated by an out-of-town firm, but they're withdrawing from Shanghai entirely, and the dock is now on the market. Even so small a dock commands a price beyond ordinary imagination. Few in all of Shanghai possess the means to purchase one. Why ask about this, Brother Fei? You needn't know why. Just take me to its owner now." Though puzzled, Ding Li nodded, and led Yi Yunfei toward the dockmaster's office. Soon they arrived at the wharf. Sangjianka Dock. Its name was Sangjianka Dock. Yi Yunfei studied the dock carefully. It was indeed modest in scale, hosting barely a dozen vessels with laborers constantly hauling burlap sacks up and down its planks. Typically small docks accommodated 10 or so ships, medium docks 30 to 40, and the largest over 100. Naturally, larger docks generated exponentially greater daily revenues, as a coastal metropolis, Shanghai depended entirely upon its docks for inbound commerce. Even this modest facility, with its dozen vessels, yielded over 1,000 silver dollars per day. As for the colossal docks handling hundreds of ships, though Yi Yunfei lacked precise figures, he estimated their daily income exceeded several 100,000 silver dollars. Yet such titanic ports were monopolized by Shanghai's top-tier syndicates, utterly inaccessible to outsiders. Yi Yunfei harbored no illusions about seizing them yet. His strategy was clear: begin with a small dock, assemble loyal forces, generate capital, and ascend step by deliberate step until he could challenge even the greatest ports. At that moment the dockmaster approached, an elegantly dressed man in his 40s wearing a tailored suit. "I hear you wish to buy my dock." The man appraised Yi Yunfei from head to toe. Yi Yunfei nodded. "Indeed, I wish to purchase it. How much do you ask?" The man scoffed dismissively. "Little runt, you dress like a nobody, look like a nobody. You're not even fit to haul sacks on my dock, yet you dare speak of buying it. How dare you utter such absurdity?" Yi Yunfei said, "I prefer not to waste words. I am claiming this wharf. Name your price." The man in the western suit sneered. "Brat, do you even know how much a wharf costs? Let me tell you plainly, your life is worth 10 silver dollars. 10,000 of your lives wouldn't cover the price of this single wharf. Understand?" Yi Yunfei frowned. "You speak far too much. I only wish to know the exact price. How many silver dollars for this wharf? Name it. I will take it." The man in the western suit stared at Yi Yunfei with growing suspicion. This youth clearly appeared destitute, a penniless brat, yet his tone and bearing suggested he truly intended to purchase the wharf. He had received confidential intelligence something momentous was about to unfold in Shanghai, forcing his company to withdraw immediately, or risk catastrophic losses to its assets. After a brief hesitation, the man declared, "If you are truly serious, I'll sell you this wharf for 80,000 silver dollars." 80,000. Yi Yunfei furrowed his brow, then replied, 80,000 it is. I won't haggle, but I can pay you 30,000 silver dollars in cash now. The remainder I'll settle within 6 months. Is that acceptable?" The man's eyes widened. "Do you truly possess 30,000 silver dollars?" Without a word, Yi Yunfei produced the full sum and placed it before him. "Sign the contract now, if you're willing." Staring at the 30,000 silver dollars laid out before him, the man was utterly stunned. He had assumed the youth was merely boasting, never imagining he actually carried such a fortune. These were genuine, minted silver dollars. "Very well, I'll sign." Moments later, the two signed the contract. The Sangjianka Wharf officially became Yi Yunfei's. Yi Yunfei gazed upon the wharf with palpable exhilaration. This was his first true stronghold. From Sangjianka Wharf, he would rise, and within the shortest possible time dominate all of Shanghai. Ding Li approached, visibly shaken. "Brother Fei, where on earth did you get 30,000 silver dollars? Did you rob a bank?" 30,000, entirely in cash. When Yi Yunfei produced the sum, Ding Li was dumbfounded. After all, he had been with Yi Yunfei constantly, and knew him intimately. Like himself, Yi Yunfei had always been destitute, penniless down to the last coin. Yet here he stood producing 30,000 silver dollars. It left Ding Li profoundly astonished. Yi Yunfei said, "Don't concern yourself with where the money came from. Go now. Count the dockworkers, tally the vessels moored here, and assess the daily value of imported and exported goods. From this wharf we shall build our fortune." Ding Li responded instantly. Understood. I'll handle it right away, Brother Fei. Leave it to me. Ding Li was elated. Until now he'd earned mere pittances through brute labor, often bullied and humiliated. To suddenly command an entire wharf felt like stepping into a dream. Yunfei, however, stood deep in thought. The wharf was secured, but capital remained urgent. The 30,000 silver dollars Feng Jingyao had given him were already spent. To establish himself in Shanghai, money was paramount. He needed more funds, urgently. Suddenly a cacophony erupted ahead, sharp cracks of impact shattering wood and piercing cries of pain. Smash it, smash everything. Raise the entire wharf to the ground. Let's see who dares seize the Qilong gang's territory. A harsh commanding voice cut through the air. Yunfei's brow tightened as he lifted his gaze. A towering, broad-shouldered man strode forward, flanked by over a dozen men. Each carried a cleaver, hacking wildly at crates and cargo being unloaded. Ding Li rushed over, panicked. Brother Fei, bad news. The Qilong gang has arrived. Their leader is Liang Kuan, a notorious thug of Zhabei district commanding dozens of enforcers. Yunfei replied coolly, no need to panic. Just one Liang Kuan, nothing to fear. Let's observe what he intends. It was Liang Kuan who had harassed him at the railway station demanding protection money. Yunfei had beaten him soundly then, and yet here he was again, now at Sanjiankou Wharf. Yunfei wanted to see precisely what Liang Kuan planned. Soon Liang Kuan and his men marched forward. He bellowed, "Where's the manager of Sanjiankou Wharf? Come out now." Yunfei stepped forward. "I am the manager of Sanjiankou Wharf. What do you want?" Liang Kuan froze the moment he recognized Yunfei. He had been severely beaten by Yunfei at the railway station and never expected to encounter him again here. Liang Kuan's face darkened instantly. "Brat, I was just planning to settle accounts with you. How fitting that you've walked straight into my path. Have you come to die?" Yunfei replied calmly, "This wharf belongs to me. Where else should I be?" Upon hearing Yunfei claim ownership, Liang Kuan paused, then burst into mocking laughter. "Brat, you think you're amusing me? Since when did Sanjiankou Wharf become yours? This is clearly Hongtian Company's wharf. Your arrogance knows no bounds." Yunfei said, "Hongtian Company has sold Sanjiankou Wharf to me. The contract stands here. Would you care to inspect it?" "What? Hongtian Company sold the wharf to you?" Liang Kuan's expression turned ashen. The Qilong gang had coveted Sanjiankou Wharf for months, seeking to expand their influence and profits. Only recently had he learned Hongtian Company intended to sell, and had since pressured them relentlessly, hoping to acquire it cheaply. Now Yunfei had claimed it instead. Liang Kuan's face hardened into icy fury. He fixed Yunfei with a glacial stare. "Brat, do you realize this wharf falls under the Qilong gang's protection? We've had our eyes on it for a very long time. By seizing Sanjiankou Wharf, do you dare snatch food from the Qilong gang's very mouth?" Yunfei replied coolly, "A wharf is a commodity. Its sale follows the highest bidder. If the Qilong gang lacks the means to buy it, does that forbid me from paying a fair price? Sanjiankou Wharf is mine now. The contract proves it. You may leave." "Leave?" Liang Kuan roared. "Yunfei, you must have swallowed the gall of a bear and the heart of a leopard. First you assaulted me at the railway station, leaving me wounded, and now you steal the Qilong gang's wharf. A wretch who once peddled apples in the slums. You defy us again and again, seizing what belongs to the Qilong gang. Do you truly believe we are so easily provoked? Hear this: today Sanjiankou Wharf will belong to the Qilong gang, and so will your life." Liang Kuan was domineering and ruthless. Ever since Yunfei had struck him down last time, he had long yearned to crush this arrogant youth who knew neither heaven nor earth. In the Zhabei district, no one dared defy him. Yet this wretched boy had dared strike him, nothing short of courting death. Now Yunfei had seized their Qilong gang's wharf, a fresh grievance layered upon old grudges. Yunfei therefore must die? Yunfei swept his gaze over Liang Kuan and said, "I bear no intention, for now, to oppose you or the Qilong gang. But should you seek confrontation, I shall meet it without hesitation. A mere fruit peddler from the slums, you dare play the big shot. Last time at the railway station I was unprepared. You merely snatched a fleeting advantage. Today, however, I come fully armed, and yet you still dare sneer. You seek your own demise." Liang Kuan raised his hand. "Brothers, attack. Cut this little scoundrel down." Behind Liang Kuan, over a dozen thugs seized their cleavers and charged forward. Ding Li panicked at the sight. "Brother Fei, run now. You've provoked Liang Kuan. He means to kill. I'll hold them off. Get away while you can." With that, Ding Li drew his own cleaver and lunged headlong into the swarm of attackers. A flicker of surprise crossed Yunfei's eyes. Ding Li, so unexpectedly loyal. In such peril, instead of fleeing, he charged forward to buy him precious time. Ding Li swung his cleaver and clashed with Liang Kuan's dozen thugs. Though untrained in martial arts, years of hardship on society's lowest rungs had forged immense strength within him. He swung his cleaver wildly, carving through the crowd like a storm unleashed. Yet the odds remained cruel, a dozen against one. Soon wounds gashed across his body, deep, bleeding, relentless. Cut him down. Kill him. From afar Liang-Kuan roared. Today he would erase both these contemptible pests, once and for all. Once Yunfei and Ding Li had been mere ants before him, helpless, disposable. Now they defied him one after another. As a figure of some repute, if he failed to eliminate them, his authority within the Qilong gang, and across Zhoubei, would crumble beyond repair. So today both Yunfei and Ding Li would perish. Spurred by Liang-Kuan's command, the thugs grew fiercer still, their cleavers slashing toward Ding Li with savage abandon. Ding Li was clearly faltering. Then, a cleaver descended upon his skull. Exhausted, he could raise no defense. Death loomed inevitable. Bang! A figure interposed itself. Yunfei's fist crashed into the thug, hurling him backward like a ragdoll. Brother Fei. Ding Li stared stunned at the man standing before him. Yunfei wasted no courtesy. His fists flew roundhouse strikes, hammering into the dozen thugs. Though armed with cleavers, they proved powerless against his devastating blows. Crack, crunch. Within moments, all 12 lay motionless on the ground. My heavens, did Brother Fei swallow aphrodisiac pills? How terrifyingly powerful. Ding Li stood dumbfounded. When exactly had Yunfei become so formidable? Having effortlessly subdued the thugs, Yunfei turned to finish Liang-Kuan, only to find him vanished. Not a trace remained on the wharf. He fled swiftly indeed. If only he'd stayed, I'd have ended him today. A flash of cold lethality flared in Yunfei's gaze. Liang-Kuan had harassed him repeatedly, and now dared invade his wharf. This man truly deserved death. Upon arriving in Shanghai, Yunfei had understood one immutable truth: mercy here was suicide. Hesitate, and tomorrow your corpse would sink into the murky depths of the Huangpu River. Thus Liang-Kuan must die. That Liang-Kuan had slipped away mid-battle, however, caught Yunfei off guard. To see a man nearly 6 feet tall flee so cravenly was almost comical. Yunfei felt no urgency. Liang-Kuan's death was inevitable, merely a matter of time. Ding Li approached, eyes alight with exhilaration. Brother Fei, you're incredible. One man against a dozen. When did you learn such martial prowess? Just recently, still quite new. Yunfei replied with a smile. Are your wounds serious? Nothing grave, just surface cuts. 2 days rest will mend me. Brother Fei, you're truly extraordinary. Would you teach me someday? Of course, I'd be glad to. I'll train you soon. At those words, Ding Li's excitement surged. To wield such power would shield him forever from oppression. By the way, after humiliating Liang-Kuan and seizing his wharf, I fear he won't let this pass. He belongs to the Qilong gang. They'll surely retaliate. Ding Li's voice tightened with concern. The Qilong gang was no trifling foe. Offending Liang-Kuan meant provoking the entire gang, an ominous portent of trouble ahead. Yunfei responded coolly, let them retaliate if they wish. We'll face it head-on. Fear is unnecessary. Also, Ali, do you know any dependable fellows? Introduce a few to me. We need manpower. 2 men alone are insufficient. He sought recruits, not merely for strength, but for the system's promise 10 sworn brothers would trigger another reward. With only Ding Li thus far, 9 more were required. Recruiting swiftly was imperative. Ding Li, well connected, offered a natural conduit. Yes, I have several trustworthy brothers. I'll bring them to meet you tomorrow. They'll be overjoyed to meet Brother Fei. Yunfei nodded. Meanwhile, Liang-Kuan, having fled, raced back to the Qilong gang's stronghold. The Qilong gang's headquarters occupied a dance hall. On its stage, several elegantly dressed women swayed beneath pulsing lights. Below, a bald man puffed a cigar, watching the dancers with predatory appreciation. His face bore the harsh lines of cruelty. His aura radiated raw, unyielding ferocity. This was Chun Biao, the Qilong gang's leader. Though not among Shanghai's elite syndicates, the Qilong gang ranked high in Zhoubei, commanding dozens of enforcers. With all members counted, their ranks exceeded 100. Chun Biao, master of this 100-strong force, had cemented his dominance in Zhoubei, earning recognition across all of Shanghai. Boss, disaster. Something's happened. As Chun Biao savored the dancers' grace, Liang-Kuan burst in, breathless and pale with panic. Chun Biao scowled. What is it? Can't you see I'm enjoying the show? Utterly ruinous timing. Liang-Kuan stammered. Boss, the Yunfei Wharf has been seized, and our men beaten. What a... At Liang-Kuan's words, Chun Biao erupted, leaping to his feet, fury blazing in his eyes. Who did this? Who seized the Yunfei Wharf? Chun Biao thundered, his voice thick with fury. The Yunfei Wharf had long been his most coveted prize. For any gang to rise and flourish, it must possess both a reliable source of revenue and its own territory. Among all assets, a wharf stood as the foremost symbol of a gang's power and influence. A wharf was not merely a conduit for wealth. It was also a magnet for recruits. The great gangs of old had all ascended step by step, their foundations laid upon the very docks they controlled. Even a minor gang once in command of a single wharf would gain an unceasing flow of capital and an ever-growing legion of loyal underlings. It was precisely for this reason that Chun Biao had long yearned for such a foothold. Yet in Shanghai, nearly every wharf had already been carved up among the dominant syndicates. Even the smaller ones were fiercely contested by countless factions. Securing one seemed all but impossible. Now, after immense effort, he had finally located the Shiliupu Wharf, only to learn it had been snatched from under him. His rage was incalculable. Liang Kuan immediately replied, "It was Yi Yunfei, the little runt who seized it." Yi Yunfei, that gutter rat from Zhabei's slums. How dare he seize our wharf? And where in heaven's name did he get the funds to buy it? Chen Biao stared in disbelief. He had heard of Yi Yunfei before, a nobody utterly without backing connections or strength, penniless, powerless, insignificant, no more than an ant easily crushed beneath a fingertip. How then had this man suddenly dared to challenge him for control of a wharf? Liang Kuan answered, "I don't know either. Lately that good for nothing has changed entirely. Fearless, ferocious, unervingly capable in a fight. Not only did he seize the Shiliupu Wharf, he also assaulted our men." Liang Kuan added, voice low, "Boss, what do we do? Shall I send someone to eliminate him?" Chen Biao's eyes narrowed slightly as he fell into silent contemplation. After a long pause, he said, "Don't kill him. Not yet. Go fetch him. I wish to speak with him personally." Liang Kuan hesitated. "Boss, what is there to discuss with such a boy? Just end him." He could not fathom what Chen Biao intended to say to Yi Yunfei. Chen Biao's voice turned icy. "Ask no questions. Just bring him to me." "Yes, sir." With that order given, Liang Kuan had no choice but to obey. After settling matters at the wharf, Yi Yunfei returned home. As he approached his door, a familiar figure appeared before him. She wore a simple white dress, her hair tied in two playful pigtails, her large luminous eyes and understated elegance accentuated a figure of rare grace and beauty. It was Feng Qinshin. "What brings you here?" Yi Yunfei asked, surprised to find her waiting for him. "Just thought I'd drop by. Does that require permission?" she teased. He smiled warmly. "Of course not. Miss Feng's visit is an honor. Please come in." He opened the door and ushered her inside. Upon entering, her gaze fell upon the bed, and memory flooded back that night they had slept side by side beneath a single quilt. A soft blush rose to her cheeks. Yi Yunfei poured her a glass of water before asking gently, "Miss Feng, you truly came just to see me, or is there something else on your mind?" "I simply wanted to understand. Why did you refuse my father's offer to join the Feng Merchant Guild? Joining would vastly improve your circumstances. You're gifted. Only within the Feng Merchant Guild can your talents truly flourish." Yi Yunfei glanced at her, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Are you acting as your father's envoy?" She shook her head quickly. "Not at all. I'm merely curious. That's all. And if you joined, wouldn't we see each other every day, eh?" At that, her cheeks deepened to crimson. Yi Yunfei chuckled. "Ah, I see. So Miss Feng misses me already. Did that night leave such a lasting impression?" Her intentions were unmistakable. This woman, so sincere, so unguarded, had clearly fallen for him. Yi Yunfei suppressed a quiet laugh. It seemed that even a single night spent together, without anything more than shared sleep, could etch an indelible mark upon a woman's heart. Especially one as pure-hearted as Feng Qinshin. Perhaps that single night would linger in her memory for a lifetime. Flustered by his candor, she stammered, "Don't say such things. Nothing happened that night. Absolutely nothing." He grinned. "I was simply too exhausted to stay awake. Hence nothing occurred. But had I been alert, well, that might have been quite different. And since nothing transpired that night, but tonight you've walked straight into my lair. Well, now the rules have changed. Tonight I am wide awake and fully prepared." With that, he strode forward, closed the door behind them, and locked it from within. Startled by his words and the decisive click of the lock, Feng Qinshin's breath caught. "Yi Yunfei, what are you going to do?" He smiled again, slow knowing. "A man and a woman alone in a room. And you, Miss Feng, are breathtakingly beautiful. What do you suppose I'll do?" Then without hesitation, he drew her close and claimed her lips in a deep, fervent kiss. Any man would be stirred by such radiant beauty, and Yi Yunfei, young and passionate, would not let this moment slip away. Feng Qinshin clearly harbored feelings for him, and when desire met opportunity, nature took its course. There was no need for hesitation, only inevitability. She froze stunned, unprepared for his boldness, her body rigid, her mind blank. She did not resist, not even in thought. And as his lips held hers, his hands began to wander, tender, certain, inevitable. Bang, bang, bang. Just as passion deepened, sharp knocks shattered the silence. Ding Li's voice boomed from outside. "Brother Fei, are you in there? I need to speak with you." Startled, Feng Qinshin wrenched herself free, her face burning like ripe fruit. Yi Yunfei cursed Ding Li. "Damned fool, ruining everything." After opening the door, Yi Yunfei snapped, "What is it?" Ding Li scratched his head. "Brother Fei, you locked the door in broad daylight. I thought you weren't home. Locking the door means one thing, sleeping. Now spit it out, what's so urgent? If it's trivial, I'll flay you alive. Right? I found 3 trustworthy brothers for you, just like you asked. All 3 are solid, dependable, proven men." He gestured behind him. "Changgue, Atai, Daochen, come forward, meet Brother Fei." From a distance, 3 figures approached and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Brother Fei." "Brother Fei, these are my closest friends, utterly loyal, absolutely reliable. I vouch for them with my life." They swear fealty to you, to follow you into fire and flood without hesitation. Yunfei nodded. He knew them well. Though less formidable than Ding Li, they were steadfast, disciplined, and eminently usable. To the three he declared firmly, if you pledge yourselves to me, I will elevate you beyond common men. But betrayal is unforgivable. Should you break faith, your deaths will be swift and merciless. Chang Gui stepped forward. Brother Fei, rest assured. Ding Li has told us everything. We serve you without reservation. Whatever you command, even death, we obey without question. Atai added earnestly, yes, Brother Fei, we've known poverty too long. To earn alongside you is our fortune. We will never betray you. May we suffer eternal damnation if we do. All three affirmed their loyalty in unison. Yunfei nodded once. Very well, henceforth we are brothers. No formalities. For now go to Shiliupu Wharf and guard it with your lives. Report anything unusual immediately. That wharf is my base, the cornerstone of my ascent. Its security is non-negotiable. Yunfei knew rivals watched the wharf like hawks. Only the most loyal could be entrusted with its defense. Understood. They bowed deeply in unison. Then Ding Li cleared his throat. Oh, one more thing, Brother Fei. What is it? Yunfei asked. Ding Li said there's someone with the surname Su who has been looking for you. He came to the dock this morning and said he wanted to see you. I don't know his background, and he might be here to seek revenge, so I didn't tell him anything about you. Do you know this person? Su. Hearing Ding Li's words, Yunfei frowned. He had just arrived in Shanghai, and he didn't know many people, and it seemed there was no one with the surname Su. Do you know his name? Yunfei asked. I think it's Su Wenqiang, but I didn't ask for the details. Su Wenqiang. Yunfei's eyes widened. Could it be that Su Wenqiang has already come to Shanghai and is looking for him? Even if Su Wenqiang did come to Shanghai, what would he want from him? Although he knew Su Wenqiang shouldn't recognize him, right? It's truly strange. After pondering for a moment, Yunfei said, if that Su comes to the dock looking for me again, just bring him to see me. Ding Li responded, okay, I understand. After chatting for a bit, the group left. Once Ding Li and the others were gone, Feng Qinshan also came out of the room. Her face was still flushed. Just now in the house, Yunfei not only kissed her, but also groped her, which made her feel incredibly shy. Seeing Yunfei, at that moment Feng Qinshan said, I'm leaving now, you can handle your business. Yunfei pulled Feng Qinshan back and said, leaving. The matter isn't finished yet, let's continue. Yunfei looked at Feng Qinshan with a mischievous smile. Feng Qinshan naturally understood what Yunfei meant by handling business. She pushed Yunfei away and shyly said, you're really wicked bullying me. I'm leaving. After saying that, she quickly ran away. Yunfei rubbed his nose and said helplessly, how am I wicked? I'm such a good person, how can you say I'm bad? However, after all, Feng Qinshan was just a young girl, and it was normal for her to be shy. Although he didn't succeed today, at least he gained a bit from it. There will be more opportunities in the future. Afterward, Yunfei also went back to sleep. He had been busy these past few days and was a bit tired. The next morning after getting up, Yunfei went to the Shiliupu dock. The morning dock was the busiest with the most people. More than 10 boats were docked, each filled with cargo. There were many porters at the dock coming and going, constantly unloading cargo from the boats. Yunfei watched for a while. Although Shiliupu dock was a bit smaller, the business was still quite good. The boats were filled to the brim and the cargo was mostly loaded. The estimated daily income was not low. Ding Li was at the dock directing the workers unloading cargo, already taking on a bit of an authoritative demeanor. At this moment, Ding Li also spotted Yunfei and immediately ran over, saying, Brother Fei, you're here. Yunfei nodded and asked, how's business at the dock? Ding Li excitedly replied, Brother Fei, the business is really great. I used to just carry bags at the dock, but I've never commanded others to unload cargo before. The cargo of this one ship can earn us at least 1,000 taels. And our dock has 10 ships, so we can earn 10,000 taels a day. After deducting workers' wages, bribes, and other expenses, we can still save at least 5,000 taels. We can earn 5,000 taels a day, Brother Fei, we're getting rich. Hearing this, Yunfei simply smiled faintly. 5,000 taels sounded like a lot, but in comparison to those truly high-ranking individuals, it was still far from enough. For example, Feng Jingyao could easily give out 30,000 taels with just a gesture. And Feng Jingyao had nearly 10 docks, each of which was more than 10 times larger than Shiliupu dock. It's hard to imagine how much money Feng Jingyu's docks would earn in total. It must be an astronomical figure. That is the true top-tier individual. He was just getting started now. One day I will seize all the docks on the Shanghai Bund and make them my territory. Yunfei thought to himself. After chatting for a bit, Chang Gui suddenly ran over with a panicked expression and said, Brother Fei, the Chidlong gang is here again, and it's that Liang Kuan leading them. What? They're here again. Those bastards. They'll take them on. Hearing that Liang Kuan from the Chidlong gang was coming again, Ding Li instantly became furious. Just a couple of days ago, Liang Kuan brought people to stir up trouble, and now they're back again. He was no longer like before. He wouldn't just endure when encountering Liang Kuan. Now he had some people under him. Besides, there were some laborers working at the dock who could still be recruited as long as money was offered. Therefore, he wanted to confront Liang Kuan. Gather all the brothers, we're going to fight them, Ding Li said. Changgue replied, okay brother Li'll go get people right away. After saying that, Changgue went to call for reinforcements. Ding Li said, brother Fei, you wait here. I'm going to confront those bastards Liang Kuan. We've worked hard to get this dock, and we can't let them keep causing trouble. Otherwise no one will come to unload at our dock, and we will suffer huge losses. Boats come to the dock to unload primarily for safety. Those large docks can make money because they are backed by powerful figures and no one dares to rob their goods. Small docks like Sanjiankou, which originally had a lower unloading price, attract small vendors to unload their goods precisely because of the lower prices. If trouble arises frequently, these small vendors might not come to unload at their dock anymore. In that case, the dock would fall into disuse and become a wasteland. Then all the hard-earned savings they had would be gone. Ding Li now viewed this dock as his lifeblood. No one could come to cause trouble. Whoever dared to create trouble would have to face him. Yi Yunfei calmly said, gather the people, but don't act yet. Let's see what the Chidlong gang wants to do. If they really intend to seize the dock, then we will fight them without holding back. Ding Li nodded, understood. He then gathered everyone to confront Liang Kuan. Yi Yunfei also walked over. He wanted to see how many lives this Liang Kuan has, coming back time and again to stir up trouble. He let him get away last time, but today let's see how he escapes. Quickly the two sides met at the dock. Liang Kuan glared fiercely at Yi Yunfei, his gaze murderous. He didn't know that he had already suffered several losses at Yi Yunfei's hands. The previously insignificant little thug who he could toy with was now able to ride on his head, which made him furious. However, after witnessing Yi Yunfei's strength several times, he didn't dare to act rashly. Moreover, he was here on a mission today and was even less likely to be reckless. Ding Li prepared to fight Liang Kuan to the death. At that very moment, Liang Kuan suddenly sneered coldly, you insignificant wretch. What right do you have to swagger before me? Under any other circumstances, I'd end your life on the spot. But today I'm not here to brawl. I've come with something important to say. Ding Li retorted icily, then speak plainly. We have nothing to discuss with the likes of you. You're not even worthy to address me directly. Where is Yi Yunfei? Bring him out. I must speak with him. Just then Yi Yunfei stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over Liang Kuan. What is it? My elder brother wishes to see you. Come with me. Your elder brother, the leader of the Qilong gang. Yi Yunfei narrowed his eyes. Liang Kuan replied, indeed. He says he has matters to discuss with you. Let's go. A flicker of unusual intent crossed Yi Yunfei's eyes. Why would the Qilong gang's leader seek him out? Was this a trap, an invitation to be slain? Brother Fei, don't go. Ding Li interjected urgently. Chen Biao, the Qilong gang's leader, is notoriously ruthless. It said he slaughtered countless rivals while building his empire. Anyone who opposed the Qilong gang perished by his hand. In Jiabei district, he's known as a bloodthirsty killer. His summons can only mean ill intent. Brother Fei, under no circumstances should you go. Ding Li knew Chen Biao well. As head of the Qilong gang, Chen Biao ruled Jiabei like an emperor. Ordinary people like them trembled at his name. Until recently, Ding Li hadn't even possessed the standing to speak to him. Though he now controlled a wharf and commanded loyal men, deep within Ding Li still quaked with fear at the mere thought of Chen Biao. Upon hearing Chen Biao's summons for Yi Yunfei, Ding Li reacted instantly. Over the past days, Yi Yunfei had openly defied the Qilong gang, seizing their wharf and humiliating Liang Kuan himself. Chen Biao's sudden summons could only signal treachery. Therefore, Yi Yunfei must not go. Liang Kuan's voice turned glacial. Our leader honors you with his summons. Don't mistake courtesy for weakness. Refuse, and we'll raise your entire wharf to the ground. Ding Li roared back, try it. Let a single Qilong gang member step foot upon our Sanjiankou wharf, and he dies. Even if every one of us falls, we'll ensure your gang pays dearly. Dare to die? Murderous intent flared in Liang Kuan's eyes. Had Chen Biao not issued strict orders, and had Yi Yunfei not been so terrifying, he would have slaughtered these beggars on the spot. Enough. Yi Yunfei raised a hand. No more empty words. If Chen Biao wishes to see me, then let's go. I'll meet him. Ding Li recoiled in alarm. You mustn't go. Chen Biao means you harm. He'll strike the moment you step into his lair. Yi Yunfei spoke calmly. Growth inevitably brings conflict with powerful factions. Since he seeks me out, I'll hear what he intends. As for danger, rest assured there is none. I go knowing I shall return. Guard the wharf well. Ensure no one exploits my absence to sow chaos there. After a brief hesitation, Ding Li said, then I'll accompany you. I cannot trust your safety to chance. You and I together will be safer. Chang Gui and the others will hold the wharf secure. Yi Yunfei nodded. Very well, let's go. And so the two followed Liang Kuan away. They met at a tea house in central Jiabei, surrounded on all sides by Qilong gang enforcers, dozens strong, effectively encircling the entire building. At the sight of so many Qilong gang members, Ding Li's heart sank. This was unquestionably their territory, and every face around them belonged to their sworn enemies. He and Yi Yunfei stood alone. Should violence erupt, survival seemed unlikely. Yet Yi Yunfei remained utterly composed. Inside the tea house on the second floor, Yi Yunfei entered a private chamber and faced Chen Biao, a bald man with a ferocious visage, unmistakably cruel and merciless. Boss, they've arrived, Liang Kuan announced. Chun Biao gave a slow nod, studied Yi Yunfei for several long moments, then said so. You're Yi Yunfei. Please sit. Yi Yunfei seated himself and asked directly, May I ask Master Chun, what business brings you to summon me today? Chun Biao replied smoothly, I've heard rumors of minor friction between my men and you, Brother Yi. I wish to invite you here for a candid discussion, to clear misunderstandings. What say you? Yi Yunfei responded coolly, there was no real friction, merely Liang Kuan repeatedly provoking me with armed men. Hardly worth mentioning. Chun Biao feigned surprise. Is that so? Then he shall apologize to you immediately. Turning sharply to Liang Kuan, he commanded Liang Kuan, apologize to Brother Yi at once. How dare you harass such a distinguished guest of mine? Liang Kuan stood stunned. His archenemy, Yi Yunfei, was being granted a formal apology from the very man he served. He longed to see Yi Yunfei torn limb from limb. Ding Li stared in bewilderment. What game was Chun Biao playing? Why force his most trusted lieutenant to humble himself before their enemy? None understood his motive. All tales of Chun Biao painted him as savage, pitiless, a butcher who spilled blood without hesitation. Yet today he treated a man who'd openly defied his gang with unsettling deference. No one grasped the reason. Seeing Liang Kuan hesitate, Chun Biao slammed his palm onto the table, roaring, Liang Kuan, did you not hear me? Apologize to Brother Yi, now, or must I kneel and beg forgiveness myself? Though inwardly seething, Liang Kuan dared not defy his master. He stepped before Yi Yunfei and muttered, Brother Yi, I apologize. What happened was my fault. Please bear no grudge. Yi Yunfei merely glanced at him, saying nothing. Chun Biao chuckled softly, poured tea for Yi Yunfei, and remarked, Brother Yi, this fellow Liang Kuan has a volatile temper. He stirs trouble constantly. Please forgive his indiscretion. Now that he's apologized, let's consider the matter settled. Yi Yunfei lifted the teacup, sipped, and said evenly, Master Chun, if you summon me here, speak plainly. I hold no patience for veiled language. Yi Yunfei was no fool. Chun Biao's summons, and his demand that Liang Kuan publicly apologize, clearly signaled a deeper agenda. He intended to watch closely and discover exactly what the Qilong gang's leader truly sought. Chun Biao laughed heartily, saying, Brother Yi, you truly are straightforward. Well, let me be direct. With your impressive skills and capabilities, I would like to invite you to join my Qilong gang. What do you think? If Brother Yi were to join my Qilong gang, I assure you that you would enjoy a prosperous life in Shanghai. Brother Yi, what do you think? Chun Biao looked at Yi Yunfei with a smile, yet his gaze was somewhat profound. Chun Biao's invitation for Yi Yunfei to join the Qilong gang surprised Ding Li and Liang Kuan, who were nearby. They never expected Chun Biao's invitation would have such an ulterior motive. Ding Li found it hard to comprehend why Chun Biao would invite Yi Yunfei to the Qilong gang. However, Liang Kuan's expression was extremely dark. He had always been Chun Biao's trusted confidant, and now he harbored a deep hatred for Yi Yunfei. If Yi Yunfei really joined the Qilong gang, what would he do? At that moment, Liang Kuan's mood was quite poor. Meanwhile, Yi Yunfei felt a slight stirring in his heart after hearing Chun Biao's words. He hadn't anticipated that Chun Biao would recruit him into the Qilong gang, but after a moment of thought, he understood Chun Biao's intentions. Chun Biao was not only interested in his fighting skills, but also in the Songjiang port. It is worth noting that the Songjiang port had always been what the Qilong gang desired most, and now it had fallen into his hands. If Chun Biao wanted the Songjiang port, he had only two options: first, to send someone to seize it, or second, to recruit him under his wing, thus ensuring the port would naturally belong to him. Chun Biao was clearly quite clever. He did not resort to forceful seizure. Instead, he had Liang Kuan apologize and invited him to join the Qilong gang. To put it bluntly, Chun Biao wanted to take the Songjiang port from him. If he joined the Qilong gang, the port would naturally be equivalent to belonging to Chun Biao. Additionally, he could gain a capable fighter, achieving two goals at once. Thinking of this, Yi Yunfei let out a cold chuckle. Chun Biao was indeed clever, though being the leader of the Qilong gang required some wits. However, unfortunately for him, he was not someone easily bought. Yi Yunfei lightly tapped the table with his fingers and said, If Master Chen wishes to invite me to join the Qilong gang, there must be some gesture, right? Is it merely empty words? Upon hearing Yi Yunfei's words, Chun Biao's pupils contracted, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes as he said, So does this mean you are willing to join my Qilong gang? Yi Yunfei replied, That depends on whether Master Chen has sincerity. Chun Biao immediately said, All right, let me show you my sincerity, Brother Yi, and see what you think. With that, Chun Biao waved his hand and pulled out a bundle of cash from his pocket. This is $5,000, a small token of my sincerity for you to accept, Brother Yi. $5,000 is not an insignificant amount. Chun Biao knew that Yi Yunfei had always been poor, living in the slums of Jiabei. This $5,000 would surely tempt him. However, after glancing at the $5,000, Yi Yunfei calmly responded, Is that all? Master Chen's sincerity doesn't seem very genuine. Chun Biao's pupils narrowed and he asked, Is Brother Yi being hard to please? Yi Yunfei nodded. Indeed, that's correct. Good. Chun Biao gritted his teeth and said, Then I will give Brother Yi another $5,000, making it a total of $10,000. This 10,000 would serve as a greeting gift from me. Once you join my Qilong gang, we will be like family. As long as I have something to eat, you will not be treated poorly. Yi Yunfei nodded and said, all right then, I will thank Master Chun. I will accept this 10,000. With that, he directly stuffed the 10,000 into his pocket. Seeing Yi Yunfei accept the 10,000, Chen Biao felt a pang in his heart. Although he was the leader of the Qilong gang, it wasn't a particularly large gang, and 10,000 was still a considerable amount for him. Giving this amount to Yi Yunfei truly pained him. However, for the sake of the Songjiang port, he had to do it. Moreover, with Yi Yunfei's impressive martial skills, if they could recruit such a top fighter, the strength of the Qilong gang would also increase. This 10,000 was worth it. After handing over the money, Chen Biao said, Brother Yi, since that's the case, you are now a member of my Qilong gang. Tomorrow, I will send some of my men to follow you and ensure your safety. Additionally, I will also send people to protect your properties and finances for your safety. Yi Yunfei replied, no problem, I will take my leave now. With that, Yi Yunfei stood up to leave. Chen Biao nodded with a smile. After Yi Yunfei left, Liang Kuan could no longer restrain himself and asked, Boss, why recruit this trash and give him $10,000? This kind of waste doesn't deserve to join our Qilong gang. Moreover, he has always been against our Qilong gang. Now letting him go just like that, and even giving him money, is too generous. Chen Biao lit a cigarette and said lightly, what do you understand? By spending $10,000 to recruit him, everything he has will belong to the Qilong gang, including the Songjiang port. My main goal is the Songjiang port. Now with just this little bit of money, I can acquire the Songjiang port and also gain a capable fighter. Isn't that a twofold benefit? This deal is definitely a profit, and a huge one at that. After hearing Chen Biao's reasoning, Liang Kuan finally understood his intent. He realized that Chen Biao planned to obtain the Songjiang port this way and had succeeded. He praised, Boss, you are truly brilliant. How did I not think of this? This little brat thinks he's gained something, but in reality, he will end up losing everything. But do we really want to recruit him into the Qilong gang? This bastard has beaten me several times, I am somewhat unwilling to accept it. Chen Biao glanced at Liang Kuan and said, Kuan, you are my brother. I won't let you suffer any grievances. How about this, once we secure the Songjiang port, I will hand this brat over to you to deal with as you wish. What do you think? Liang Kuan paused for a moment, then was filled with joy. Really, boss? You want to let me handle that little bastard? Chen Biao nodded, of course it's true. You are my brother, I must support you. That Yi Yunfei is just a useless waste. Once I have used him, you can deal with him as you wish. Understood, thank you, boss. Liang Kuan said excitedly. He stared at Yi Yunfei's departing figure, saying viciously, little brat, wait for it. It won't be long before I make you feed the fish in the Huangpu River. He seemed to envision Yi Yunfei dying right in front of him. In any case, he would definitely kill Yi Yunfei. By the way, tomorrow you will go to Songjiang dock and take it from Yi Yunfei, handing it over to us to manage. At this moment, Chen Biao spoke again. Hearing Chen Biao's words, Liang Kuan frowned and said, will he really give the dock to us? What if he refuses? Chen Biao sneered. Having taken my money, he has effectively acknowledged that he is part of my Qilong gang. Since he is already part of my Qilong gang, my words are commands he dare not ignore. You can go ahead and take over the dock. He will definitely hand it over to you obediently. Liang Kuan nodded, saying, understood, I will bring people over tomorrow. Chen Biao smiled, lighting up a cigar. He was very satisfied with taking over Songjiang dock so easily. As for Yi Yunfei, a minor character, whether he lived or died was of no concern to him. Ants will always be ants, you are too young to play with me. Chen Biao coldly laughed. At the same time, Yi Yunfei and Ding Li, who had just exited the restaurant, were on their way back to the dock. Ding Li said, Brother Fei, are you really going to join the Qilong gang? That old man Chen Biao seems to have ulterior motives, you might want to think it over. Yi Yunfei replied, there's nothing to think about, I never considered joining the Qilong gang. Ding Li stared at Yi Yunfei with wide eyes, saying, but you just agreed to Chen Biao and even took his money. Yi Yunfei chuckled, I only took his money, I didn't agree to anything. Moreover, he offered it to me voluntarily. A money that comes to your door should not be refused. If he wants me to join the Qilong gang, he should take a look in the mirror to see if he is worthy of it. Previously, he had refused an invitation from Feng Jingyao to join the Feng family chamber of commerce, let alone a small gang like Qilong. Besides, he was very clear about Chen Biao's intentions. He wanted to use him to seize control of Songjiang dock. He could forget about it. Ding Li looked at Yi Yunfei in astonishment, not expecting that Yi Yunfei would be willing to swallow Chen Biao's money. If Yi Yunfei really did take Chen Biao's money, it would probably infuriate him. That was a full $10,000. Even for a big shot like Chen Biao, $10,000 was not a small amount. Ding Li said, if Chen Biao finds out that he lost 10,000 for nothing, he'll definitely go berserk and seek revenge. Yi Yunfei replied, we have already offended the Qilong gang. Is there any need to be afraid? Offending him once is no different from offending him 2 or 3 times. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, Chen Biao will likely send people to Songjiang dock soon. His target is the dock, so you need to guard it well. No matter who Chen Biao sends, we must not let the dock go. Ding Li nodded, understood, Brother Fei. I will definitely guard Sanjianka dock. If anyone dares to seize our dock, I will fight them to the end. Ding Li's gaze was filled with fierce determination. Now Sanjianka dock was his foundation, and Yi Yunfei had previously said he would build his career from the dock. Since Yi Yunfei entrusted the dock to him, he would never let Yi Yunfei down. Yi Yunfei nodded, and then prepared to check on the dock. As the two approached the dock, Chang Gui came over and said, "Brother Fei, brotherly, you are back." Ding Li asked, "Chang Gui, nothing happened at the dock, right?" Chang Gui shook his head saying, "Brotherly, don't worry. Everything is fine at the dock. I have my brothers keeping watch, and there are no issues." Ding Li nodded, "That's good. Recently people from the Chialang gang might come to the dock, so keep a close eye and absolutely do not let them mix in with the dock. If they dare to cause trouble, just pull out your weapons and deal with them." Chang Gui replied, "I understand, brotherly. I will tell the brothers to be careful." After chatting for a while, Yi Yunfei saw that there was nothing happening at the dock, so he left. He initially planned to go back and rest, but halfway there he felt a bit hungry and casually entered a restaurant to prepare for a meal. This was a relatively nice restaurant in Jiabei with a great environment and good food inside. Yi Yunfei ordered a few dishes and started eating. Isn't that Fang Yinyun the #1 beauty and socialite of the bund? Oh my god, Fang Yinyun actually came to this restaurant to eat. What luck to run into her. So beautiful, she truly lives up to being the top socialite of the bund. This figure, this beauty, is simply exquisite. If I could have a woman like her, even if just for one night, I would be willing to die for it. Just as Yi Yunfei was eating, a sudden gasp of surprise echoed through the restaurant. Hearing this sound, Yi Yunfei's heart stirred. Fang Yinyun is here. He looked up and immediately saw a woman wearing a red cheongsam and high heels, exuding an extraordinary beauty and intellect, walking in from outside. It was indeed Fang Yinyun, the top socialite of the bund. Wow, what a stunning woman. Seeing Fang Yinyun, Yi Yunfei was also taken aback. Fang Yinyun is the head socialite of the bund, possessing not only a great figure and beauty, but also an outstanding presence. It's not an exaggeration to call her the #1 beauty of the bund. Now Yi Yunfei found Fang Yinyun to be even more beautiful and graceful than on television. Indeed, she truly deserves the title of the top socialite. Fang Yinyun's appearance stirred up a commotion in the restaurant. Many men in the restaurant were staring at Fang Yinyun with their eyes glued to her, as if they wished to pounce and devour her. However, no one dared to act on it. Fang Yinyun's status as the top socialite of the bund naturally meant she had someone backing her. It was said that someone had designs on Fang Yinyun, and that person was a big shot from the bund. But the next day, that big shot's body was found in the Huangpu River, dead in a gruesome manner. So since then, no one dared to have any thoughts about Fang Yinyun. All they could do was admire this top beauty from a distance. Yi Yunfei gazed at Fang Yinyun for a long time, marveling at her. This woman indeed has charm. No wonder so many men fall at her feet. I remember someone famous from the bund once said that a woman in her 30s, if well-maintained, has skin softer than a young girl. Yi Yunfei now fully agreed with this statement. Even though Fang Yinyun was 30 years old, she was indeed not inferior to any young girl. An extraordinary woman. Fang Yinyun entered the restaurant to dine, accompanied by a woman who was presumably her maid. Fang Yinyun chose light dishes and seemed completely unconcerned about the gazes of the men around her. A young man dressed in an immaculate white suit strode in, elegant, affluent, and radiating the effortless arrogance of privileged upbringing. He was in his early 20s, his posture languid, his demeanor nonchalant. Two men followed closely behind him, silent, watchful, unmistakably his subordinates. Upon entering, the young man walked straight toward Fang Yinyun without hesitation. Fang Yinyun was mid-meal when his voice cut through the quiet. She frowned faintly, lifted her gaze, and met his eyes, for she had never seen him before. Her maid stepped forward, voice firm. "Sir, you're being quite rude. My mistress is dining. Please leave at once." "How fortuitous. I'm here to dine as well," he replied with a cold, mocking smile. "Then let's share the meal." With that, he dropped into the chair directly across from Fang Yinyun. The maid immediately protested, "No, that's impossible. My mistress never dines with strangers. Please depart immediately, or I'll call the police." A sharp slap echoed. His palm struck her cheek. His voice was icy, contemptuous. "I'm speaking to your mistress, not to you. Step aside." Stung and silenced, the maid shrank back, eyes glistening with wounded silence as she looked helplessly to Fang Yinyun. Fang Yinyun's brow furrowed, her expression darkened, unreadable, but edged with quiet fury. The young man spoke smooth and self-assured. "Miss Fang, allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhao Hui. My father is Zhao Xingquan. Surely you've heard his name." Zhao Xingquan. The name sent a collective gasp rippling through the restaurant. Zhao Xingquan was the undisputed power behind Jiabei district. His influence vast, his standing among the region's elite triad leaders ranked within the top 3. No wonder this white-suited youth dared brazenly confront Fang Yinyun in public. He was Zhao Xingquan's son, heir to both privilege and impunity. Fang Yinyun responded coolly, "I have no interest in who you are. I am dining. Please leave." "Playing coy are we? A socialite pretending virtue." Zhao Hui sneered. "This is Jiabei district, my domain. Miss Fang, you'll accompany me now?" "Where exactly would I be going with you?" "Where else? To my residence, of course." I've long admired your reputation, the most celebrated socialite of Shanghai. You're even more beautiful than rumored. Consider this an exclusive invitation, and an honor you'd be wise not to decline. I have prior commitments, and no intention of visiting your home. Mr. Zhao, I advise you to show proper respect. Fang Yinyun carries weight in Shanghai. Not just anyone may presume to command her. Do not overstep. A thunderous slam shook the table. Zhao Hui slammed his palm down, voice lancing like a blade. Stop your pretense, Fang Yinyun. Socialite is merely the polite term. You're nothing more than a common courtesan. I've deigned to notice you. Don't spurn such condescension. Come with me now. Resist, and I'll take you by force. If you're injured in the process, don't blame me. Fang Yinyun rose slowly, her voice glacial. Mr. Zhao, this is beyond arrogance. Even your father would never address me so. You will answer for this. Goodbye. She turned and walked away, determined not to escalate matters here. She had come alone merely for a quiet meal, unarmed, unguarded. Who could have foreseen encountering such a brute? In open conflict, a woman stood at a grave disadvantage. Retaliation could wait until she returned home. Yet as she reached the threshold, Zhao Hui seized her wrist, tight, possessive, unyielding, leaving. I never gave you permission. This is my territory. Your will means nothing here. Whether you're a socialite or a whore makes no difference. I want you. And now you're coming home with me, to be properly enjoyed. He dragged her toward the exit. Let go. Let me go. Fang Yinyun cried out, shocked that he would resort to raw force without restraint. But Zhao Hui ignored her struggles, gripping her wrist like iron, when suddenly a fist erupted from the front, striking with brutal precision. Zhao Hui crashed to the floor, stunned and sprawling. Who dares interfere? A young man stood there, plainly dressed, calm, yet radiating quiet authority. Zhao Hui, he said, voice low and cutting, you've sunk lower than vermin. Using coercion against a woman like Fang Yinyun. Shameless. The young man was Yunfei. Moved solely by disgust at Zhao Hui's despicable conduct, he had intervened without hesitation. You little bastard. Do you know who I am? Yunfei stepped forward and struck. His palm cracked across Zhao Hui's face. I don't care who you are. Leave now. Hesitate again, and I'll end you. A palpable wave of lethal intent rolled off Yunfei. Zhao Hui stiffened, chilled to the bone. He recognized danger. Not the kind one blusters through, but the kind that ends lives quietly. You'll regret this. Zhao Hui spat, but fled swift and desperate. Yunfei watched him go, lips curling in disdain. A spoiled heir playing at power, only to find himself staring into the abyss. Sir, thank you. Fang Yinyun approached, gratitude sincere and unguarded. Your timely intervention saved me from unspeakable consequences. Miss Fang, you flatter me, Yunfei replied with a gentle smile. I simply couldn't stand by while a man abused his strength against a woman. Are you unharmed? I'm fine. Her gaze lingered on him. This ordinary dressed youth whose features were strikingly handsome, whose eyes held startling clarity and depth, and whose presence carried an ineffable magnetic gravity. Perhaps it was the immediacy of his rescue, the sudden rupture of vulnerability, that stirred something rare and tender within her. Sir, she asked softly, may I ask your name? Yunfei, also from Zhabei district. I sell fruit. Mr. Yi, you've done me a great kindness. Let me repay you properly. Would you honor me with tea at my home? She had invited him, openly, deliberately. A subtle pulse quickened in Yunfei's chest. When a woman of such poise and experience extended such an invitation, was it mere courtesy, or something far more intimate? He smiled. I'd be delighted to accept, Miss Fang, and grateful for the rest. She returned his smile, warm and poised. Then please follow me to my car. Moments later, Yunfei and Fang Yinyun departed together, her car gliding smoothly into the dusk, bound for her residence. Fang Yinyun lived in an incredibly luxurious villa. This was the first time Yunfei had seen such a villa after arriving at Shanghai. Moreover, the interior decoration of the villa was exceptionally exquisite and luxurious. It felt almost like a palace. After entering the villa, Fang Yinyun poured a cup of tea for Yunfei, then glanced at him and said, Mr. Yi, you just mentioned that you sell fruits. Yes, I sell fruits at the train station, Yunfei replied. Fang Yinyun was even more surprised and said, Mr. Yi, since you sell fruits, how dare you offend Zhao Hui for my sake? Zhao Hui's father is Zhao Xinquan. You should have heard of his name in Zhabei. He will kill you. I'm just a small ant. A person like Zhao Xinquan is beyond my reach. He wouldn't kill me over such a trivial matter. Besides, Miss Fang, you are so beautiful. To protect you, giving up my life would indeed be worth it. Hearing Yunfei's words, a warm current flowed through Fang Yinyun's heart. In her youth, she had come to Shanghai alone and relied on her efforts to become the top socialite in the area. Now, as the premier socialite, countless men pursued her. However, those men were merely attracted to her body. None truly entered her heart. Yet now this Yunfei was risking danger to help her, even offending a figure like Zhao Xinquan, which deeply moved her and filled her with warmth. Moreover, Yunfei was a fruit seller, and she too had climbed up from the bottom. Thus, she felt a special kinship with him. She walked over, sat beside Yunfei, and said, Mr. Yi, thank you. From now on, if you encounter any issues in Shanghai, you can come to me. As long as I, Fang Yinyun, can help, I will do my utmost. As for Zhao Xinkuan, I will find someone to resolve it. He won't come looking for trouble with you. All right, thank you, Miss Fang, Yunfei smiled. Well, it's getting late, I should head back now. By this time it was already dark. Yunfei stood up preparing to leave. However, Fang Yinyun suddenly grabbed him and looked at him affectionately saying, Mister, you don't go tonight, stay here. This was no longer a hint, but a clear invitation. Fang Yinyun with her peach blossom-like gaze fixed her eyes on Yunfei and then embraced him. Faced with such a charming and proactive Fang Yinyun, how could Yunfei miss this opportunity? He embraced her and laid her down on the sofa. Everything fell into place smoothly. It was a beautiful and joyful night. The next morning, Yunfei looked at Fang Yinyun lying beside him, her exquisite face and devilish figure. He recalled the words of old Jiao. If a 30-year-old woman is well-maintained, her skin can be even finer than that of a young girl. There was truth in those words. At that moment, Fang Yinyun also opened her eyes and looked at Yunfei, her face suddenly turning red, revealing a shy expression. Seeing this, Yunfei's blood surged again. After leaving Fang Yinyun's villa, it was already afternoon. He returned home, but as soon as he entered, he saw Chang Gui anxiously standing at the door. Chang Gui, what's wrong? Yunfei walked over and asked. Bro, you finally returned. Chang Gui exclaimed, almost on the verge of tears upon seeing Yunfei. What happened? Is there something wrong? Yunfei asked. This morning, Liang Kuan from the Red Dragon Gang came to the dock claiming to have received orders from Chun Biao to take over the dock. Li Gu, following your instructions, refused to yield the dock to them, leading to a standoff. There were quite a few from the Red Dragon Gang, and it seemed like they intended to forcefully take over the dock. Li Gu felt something might happen today, so he asked me to hurry and find you. Chang Gui continued, but after I arrived, your door was locked. I waited a long time, and you didn't come. Now that you're finally here. After hearing this, Yunfei understood the situation. The Red Dragon Gang coming to seize the dock was something he had anticipated. Since yesterday, when Chun Biao from the Red Dragon Gang tried to recruit him, he knew their target was the Sangjianka dock. He had taken 1,000 taels from Chun Biao, and now Chun Biao sent Liang Kuan to take over the dock, which he had already foreseen. If they didn't give up the dock, the Red Dragon Gang would certainly not back down. However, he didn't mind. He had long made up his mind to go all out with the Red Dragon Gang. With that thought, Yunfei said, let's go check the dock. Then the two headed to the Sangjianka dock. At that moment at the dock in Jiabei district, two groups, totaling nearly 40 to 50 people, were in a standoff. On the left side were the members of the Red Dragon Gang, led by Liang Kuan. On the right side were Ding Li along with a Tai and several dock workers. The atmosphere was tense as both sides faced off at the dock. Liang Kuan stared at Ding Li and said, Ding Li, why have you brought so many people to block me? I come by the order of the boss to take over the Sangjianka dock. You should hurry and yield the dock. The Sangjianka dock belongs to our bro. What does it have to do with your Red Dragon Gang? On what grounds do you come to take over the dock? Ding Li replied coldly. You were present yesterday and should have heard that Yunfei has joined our Red Dragon Gang. Now he is one of us. Since he is part of the Red Dragon Gang, his dock naturally belongs to us. The boss ordered me to take over the dock for safety reasons. After all, there are quite a few gangs in Jiabei watching this dock, and you won't be able to hold it. Sooner or later it will be taken by another gang. Now that we, the Red Dragon Gang, are taking over the dock, no one will dare to have designs on it, understand? The Sangjianka dock has always been our brother's place. We will guard our dock ourselves, but we don't need your Red Dragon Gang to worry about it, Ding Li scoffed. As for your claim that Bro has joined the Red Dragon Gang, I am not clear on that. Bro has never mentioned to me that he joined the Red Dragon Gang. If you think you can use that reason to take over the dock, I'm afraid that won't work. Hearing this, Liang Kuan angrily retorted, Ding Li, are you blind? Yesterday, Yunfei accepted 1,000 taels from our boss. Our boss personally said to recruit him into the Red Dragon Gang. Now you say Yunfei hasn't joined the Red Dragon Gang. Are you messing with me? Step aside and yield the dock. I don't have time to waste with you. Ding Li replied coldly, I don't know about the matters between Bro and your Red Dragon Gang's boss. Let Bro and Chun Biao discuss it personally. As for my orders from Bro, it's to guard the dock and not let anyone or any force influence the dock's business, let alone seize it. Therefore, I cannot yield this dock. Or you can wait for Bro to come. If he says the dock can be yielded, I will immediately give it to you without question. Other than that, I absolutely cannot give the dock to anyone else. Hearing this, Liang Kuan was instantly furious. Yunfei had clearly already joined the Red Dragon Gang, and his boss Chun Biao had spent 1,000 taels specifically for the Sangjianka dock. Now that he had come with people, Ding Li was actually refusing to yield the dock. Liang Kuan was enraged inside. Chun Biao's order was to take over the Sangjianka dock at all costs. With that thought, Liang Kuan said sternly, Ding Li, don't push your luck. I've already tolerated you enough. As a small-time fruit seller, you've crossed me several times. Do you think I won't dare to kill you? I'll give you 1 minute to yield the dock, or I'll make you pay with your life at the Huangpu River. Ding Li said, Liang Kuan, don't presume I fear you. When I sold pears at the train station, you bullied me again and again, shaking me down for protection money. I've long held you in contempt. If you dare take my dock again today, just try. At worst, we'll fight to the death, it'll go all out. He had long endured Liang Kuan's provocations and was done with it. At the train station, Liang Kuan had tormented him countless times and extorted protection money. He had nearly been beaten to death more than once. His hatred for Liang Kuan defied words. Now he had a dock and a few brothers under him. If Liang Kuan tried to seize it, he would show no mercy. Across from him, Liang Kuan glared at Ding Li and spat, "You little runt, shameless. Then go die." With those words, he prepared to strike. "What are you doing?" A voice came from afar as Yi Yunfei walked over. Seeing Yi Yunfei, Ding Li immediately approached and said, "Brother Fei, you're here. Just as you guessed, that bastard Liang Kuan has indeed come to seize the dock. If I refuse, they'll attack. Today we fight them." Yi Yunfei nodded and said, "Don't rush to fight. Let me assess the situation." He then walked up and fixed Liang Kuan with a stare. "Liang Kuan, what do you mean bringing men to my dock?" Liang Kuan saw Yi Yunfei and grew a little cowed. "The leader told me to take over Songjianka dock. You joined Qi Longbang. As one of them, Songjianka dock rightfully belongs to Qi Longbang. So Yi Yunfei, hand over the dock and don't cause trouble." Yi Yunfei replied, "Evenly, I'll ask you two questions. First, I never joined Qi Longbang, and I am not one of them. Second, Songjianka dock belongs to me, Yi Yunfei. Anyone who dares seize it will die. Understand?" Liang Kuan's pupils tightened, and he stared at Yi Yunfei in shock. "You took money from our leader, and now you say you won't join Qi Longbang. You are mocking our leader." Yi Yunfei sneered. "That 10,000 was offered to me by Chun Biao. I didn't ask for it. If it was given willingly, there's no reason to refuse. Tell Chun Biao I thank him at a time when I'm so short of money he sent it to me. What a good man. You bastard." Hearing Yi Yunfei's words, Liang Kuan was furious that Yi Yunfei dared to lie about Chun Biao's 10,000. That 10,000 was a fortune even for Chun Biao. Liang Kuan glared at Yi Yunfei. "Yi Yunfei, if you dare shit on the head of Qi Longbang, you must be tired of living. Today Qi Longbang will take Songjianka dock. If you don't hand it over, I'll kill you." Yi Yunfei lit a cigarette and said calmly, "Then you may try." Liang Kuan barked, "Brothers, attack. Cut them down." He had brought 20 or 30 thugs, each wielding a cleaver, and at his command they surged forward. Ding Li let out a fierce shout, "Charge, fight them to the death." The two sides clashed while Yi Yunfei stood to one side, smoking quietly as he watched the battle. In numbers, Ding Li's side had the advantage because of the many dock workers, but in sheer fighting ability, Liang Kuan's men were clearly superior. These were Qi Longbang's henchmen, stronger than ordinary laborers. The fight was ferocious. One side had more men, the other struck harder. Ding Li charged at the forefront, swinging a cleaver wildly at the Qi Long men. It seemed he had poured all the grievances of recent years into this one rampage. He hacked at the Qi Long men as if slaughtering pigs, strike after strike. He took several cuts himself, but paid them no mind, growing only more savage. Alone, he chased and hacked at several thugs at once. One had to admit Ding Li was a brave fighter. In combat, he feared nothing, and that ferocity alone would have driven many to flee. Yi Yunfei watched and nodded. Though Ding Li was fierce, and they had more men, Qi Longbang was a notorious gang in Jiabei district, and its overall strength was considerable. After a while, Ding Li's side began to fall behind. More than a dozen men were already wounded. At that moment, Yi Yunfei leapt forward. He scooped up a cleaver from the ground and swung it ferociously at the Qi Long men. This Yi Yunfei was no longer weak. With each strike, he downed an enemy. The Qi Long henchmen could not withstand his assault. Before long, several were knocked to the ground. Finally, Yi Yunfei reached Liang Kuan and swung his blade down. Liang Kuan was struck dumb with fear and instinctively tried to dodge. As Chun Biao's trusted lieutenant and a minor leader in Qi Longbang, he had some skill. Yet against Yi Yunfei, he had no strength to fight back. In a few moves, Yi Yunfei had driven him back several meters. The blade slashed across Liang Kuan's chest, carving a long wound as blood gushed, and his entrails seemed about to spill. Yi Yunfei then aimed at Liang Kuan's neck and brought the blade down hard. Liang Kuan had wet himself in terror and could not evade. "Go die." Yi Yunfei's blade struck Liang Kuan's neck and ended him in a single stroke. Liang Kuan was cut down. Instantly, the fighting across the dock ceased. With Liang Kuan dead, his henchmen dared not move. Yi Yunfei's ruthlessness had cowed them. One man had felled dozens and butchered Liang Kuan. Who would dare act now? Yi Yunfei held his cleaver, his gaze grim, and said coldly, "Any who move again will share Liang Kuan's fate." No one dared speak or even meet Yi Yunfei's eyes. The silence was absolute. Ding Li hobbled over to the corpse, ecstatic. "Brother Fei, you killed Liang Kuan. It's so satisfying. That son of a bitch is finally dead. But letting him die so easily is too lenient. We should have hacked him dozens of times and finished him properly." Liang Kuan had bullied him for years. Seeing him cut down by Yi Yunfei left him euphoric, as if all the grievances of the past years had been purged. Yi Yunfei tossed away the cleaver and said, "If you still feel unsatisfied, you can go and hack him a few more times." Ding Li replied, "Never mind, he's already dead. Ooh, I won't waste the effort." Yi Yunfei said, "Enough. Stop talking. Deal with the aftermath, throw the bodies into the river, and take the wounded brothers to the hospital." This made quite a commotion. It may be hard to wind down. Ding Li nodded, understood. They'll handle it at once. He immediately set about dealing with the bodies. At that moment, dozens of patrol policemen stormed in, all carrying guns. "Hands on your heads, all of you, get down," they ordered. A sharp command rang out as the lead patrolman raised his gun and shouted at Yunfei. Ding Li's face changed. Brother Fei there from the constabulary. The entire security of Shanghai Bond is managed by the police station. However, there are several police stations in Shanghai Bond. The French concession has its police, the British concession has its own police, and there is also the Chinese police. The Xiaobei district belongs to the Chinese area, so it is managed by the Chinese police. Ahead, dozens of policemen are pointing their guns at Yunfei and Ding Li. Brother Fei, what should we do? Ding Li, seeing the police, felt a bit anxious and looked at Yunfei. Yunfei replied, don't panic, they should be coming for me. We'll go take a look. These policemen arriving suddenly at this moment made Yunfei suspect that they were most likely after him. He decided to see what was happening. As he approached the police, the leading policeman in his 30s with a square face was the detective Lu Wenqiang from the Xiaobei police station. Seeing Yunfei come over, Lu Wenqiang immediately raised his gun and said, you there, stop immediately and put your hands on your head or I will shoot. Yunfei stood still and said, Detective Lu, this is a misunderstanding. Please let me explain. Lu Wenqiang replied, if you want to explain, come back to the station with me. Stay where you are, or I will take extreme measures. All right, I won't move, I'll go back with you. He stood still. Lu Wenqiang waved his hand, and several policemen came over and arrested Yunfei. Take him back. Lu Wenqiang waved his hand, and Yunfei was taken to the police car. Behind them, Ding Li and the others saw Yunfei being arrested and instantly became very anxious. Chang Gui said, Brother Li, are we just going to let them arrest Brother Fei like this? Being taken into the station, isn't that too dangerous? Ding Li was also very anxious, but he quickly calmed down and said, we can't confront the police. Let's first find out what's going on. If it can be resolved with money, that would be ideal. During the Republic of China period, the police stations in Shanghai Bond were very corrupt, and many police stations were controlled by powerful factions. Arresting and releasing people was essentially a matter of a word from above. As long as there is enough money, one can definitely bail someone out. So Ding Li thought about whether he could use money to rescue Yunfei. At this time, Yunfei had already been taken into the police station. He had voluntarily surrendered, mainly to see why the police were after him, who he had offended, or if there were other reasons. In the police station's interrogation room, Yunfei was handcuffed to a chair. Sitting across from him was Lu Wenqiang. Do you know why you were brought here? Lu Wenqiang asked. Yunfei shook his head and said, I don't know. Lu Wenqiang replied, you gathered a crowd to fight at the dock, resulting in dozens of injuries and deaths. This has already violated the law, and you still say you don't know. It wasn't me who gathered the crowd to fight, it was the Red Dragon gang. They brought people to my dock to cause trouble, and I was forced to fight back. Detective Lu should investigate thoroughly before arresting someone. Lu Wenqiang coldly responded, I don't care about the reasons. In any case on your dock, dozens of people were injured or killed, and you must take responsibility for this matter. Furthermore, Yunfei, don't think I don't know that you now control a dock, have dozens of subordinates and thugs under you, and you have become a newly risen boss in the Xiaobei district. You just started to develop and already created such a huge disturbance. If I don't arrest you, isn't Xiaobei going to be turned upside down by you? You will stay in jail for a while. Whenever you have thought it through, you can come out. Lu Wenqiang, as a police detective, was very clear about the situation in Xiaobei district. Although there were many gangs of various sizes in Xiaobei district, currently, there were 4 major gangs that were the most powerful and had the largest number of members. These 4 major gangs almost controlled all the illegal industries in Xiaobei. In the current chaotic situation, it was impossible to completely eradicate the gangs. Therefore, what Lu Wenqiang needed to do was maintain balance. Let the 4 major gangs manage the smaller gangs beneath them, and ensure that the 4 major gangs balanced each other so that no major problems would arise. This method was the general approach of all police stations in Shanghai Bond for managing gangs. They only needed to manage the larger gangs and maintain balance. As long as no major incidents occurred, that was sufficient. Under the control of the police station and the 4 major gangs, Xiaobei district was relatively peaceful. Although there were occasional small fights, no major incidents had occurred. However, recently a person suddenly emerged, disturbing this peace. This person was Yunfei. Yunfei originally had no influence alone, but in a very short time, he gathered several trusted subordinates, and those subordinates recruited dozens of thugs. He first controlled the Songjianka dock, and then clashed with the Red Dragon gang, one of the 4 major gangs. Yunfei had entered the police's sight, so taking advantage of this opportunity to arrest him after the conflict at the dock. It was both a warning and a reprimand. The situation in Xiaobei cannot be disrupted. Yunfei glanced at Lu Wenqiang, and after Lu Wenqiang finished speaking, he had roughly understood Lu Wenqiang's intentions. Arresting him was meant to keep him low-key and to show the other gangs not to cause trouble. The police like to maintain balance. Thinking of this, he said, Detective Lu, I am new to Shanghai Bond and unfamiliar with the rules. If I have offended you in any way, I ask for your forgiveness. Moreover, I have $10,000 here as a token of my respect for you, Detective Lu. I hope you accept it. He placed a stack of money on the table. This was still the money he had previously swindled from Chun Biao, and now used to smooth things over. It was acceptable. After all, to develop in Jiabei district, he had to take care of the police, or he would face countless troubles in the future. Lu Wenquan looked at the money on the table and said, "You seem very considerate, but Yi Yunfei, I am a bit curious. As far as I know, you were just an ordinary fruit seller in the Jiabei slums. How did such a drastic change happen, almost as if you changed into a different person, rising overnight and daring to oppose the Red Dragon Gang? Can you tell me what caused this big change?" Yi Yunfei replied lightly, "It's nothing much. I just realized a principle: good people are bullied, good horses are ridden. Only by being a leader can one avoid being bullied. Hasn't Shanghai Bund always been like this?" Lu Wenquan nodded and said, "What you said is correct. Shanghai Bund has indeed always been like this. The big eat the small eat the even smaller, and the smallest can only be slaughtered at will. However, not everyone can be a leader. The current situation in Jiabei district is basically stable. I don't want anyone to disrupt this stability. Do you understand?" Yi Yunfei replied calmly, "I understand. You mean you don't want my rise to cause chaos in Jiabei district, right?" Lu Wenquan replied lightly, "You are quite smart. A smart person should do smart things. As long as you behave after you get out and don't cause trouble, I will keep you for a few days to show face outside, and then let you go. However, if you do not agree and continue to cause trouble with your subordinates, I will have to keep you locked up indefinitely. Jiabei needs a stable environment, not someone who suddenly appears and disrupts the peace. Do you understand?" Lu Wenquan's meaning was already very clear. He wanted Yi Yunfei to go out and be an ordinary person, not to create trouble. Yi Yunfei said, "Detective Lu, you are the detective of Jiabei and should understand the situation. It's not that I want to cause trouble, but the Red Dragon Gang has been causing trouble. If I don't look for them, they will come looking for me. Do you want me to sit and wait for the Red Dragon Gang to destroy me? I'm afraid I cannot do that. I don't like to cause trouble, but I will never let anyone ride on my back and defecate. Whoever dares to do so, I will kill them." Lu Wenquan's pupils narrowed as he said, "So you are not going to listen to advice?" Yi Yunfei replied, "I have made myself clear. I do not actively seek trouble, but if others provoke me, I will not remain indifferent. That is my answer." Lu Wenquan narrowed his eyes at Yi Yunfei, having understood his meaning. This was a rebellious character who would likely continue to create disturbances after being released. Lock Yi Yunfei away. If he behaves himself, release him after some time. If not, keep him confined until he complies. Lu Wenquan rose to his feet and said coldly, "Since you refuse to cooperate, you will remain here quietly, for now. You may leave only when you've had a change of heart." Yi Yunfei fixed his gaze on Lu Wenquan and said, "You'll release me immediately. Do you believe me?" Hearing this, Lu Wenquan chuckled. "Yi Yunfei, are you telling me a joke? I am Chief Inspector of Jiabei District. Without my order, no one dares set you free. Release you immediately. Don't dream of it. I'll let you out only when my mood permits. And if I'm in a foul temper, you'll rot in prison forever." With that, Lu Wenquan turned to leave, but had barely reached the door when a constable rushed in breathless. "Chief Inspector Lu, bad news. Fang Yinyun has arrived." Fang Yinyun. What does she want? At her name, Lu Wenquan's brow furrowed. Fang Yinyun was Shanghai's most celebrated socialite, a woman whose influence and renown rivaled those of many powerful men. Yet he had no personal connection with her. So why had she come? The constable replied, "It appears she's here for Yi Yunfei." For Yi Yunfei. A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Wenquan's face. He glanced back at Yi Yunfei, wondering, could there truly be a link between them? After a moment's thought, he said, "Let's go see her." And with that, he strode off to meet Fang Yinyun in the reception room. "Miss Fang, what brings you to our police station?" Lu Wenquan asked directly upon seeing her. Fang Yinyun wasted no words. "Chief Inspector Lu, I hear you've arrested Yi Yunfei. Is that true?" Lu Wenquan's eyes flickered. She really had come for that young man. He nodded. "Indeed. Is there an issue?" Fang Yinyun replied, "May I ask what crime Yi Yunfei is accused of?" Yi Yunfei instigated a mass brawl and killed or wounded dozens. The incident caused grave public outrage. As Chief Inspector of Jiabei, I could not stand idly by, so I detained him. "Tell me, Miss Fang, do you know Yi Yunfei personally?" "To be candid," she said, "he is a friend of mine. I hope you'll grant me the courtesy of releasing him. Here, 10,000 yuan, as a token of goodwill." She placed the money before Lu Wenquan, who studied her intently, his gaze unreadable. Fang Yinyun had gone to such lengths, offering 10,000 yuan to secure Yi Yunfei's release. Lu Wenquan pondered their connection. What bond could compel Shanghai's foremost socialite to intervene in person? As Shanghai's most renowned socialite, Fang Yinyun maintained close ties with many of the city's most powerful figures. Though a woman, her societal stature and influence far surpassed those of countless men. Her favor was not one he could afford to ignore. Moreover, she had offered 10,000 yuan, added to the 10,000 Yi Yunfei himself had given him earlier, that made 20,000 in all. 20,000 yuan to free a single man. That was no trivial sum. Though he'd initially refused to release Yi Yunfei, Fang Yinyun's intervention left him no choice but to yield. With quiet resolve, he said, "Miss Fang, you flatter me. Since you've come in person, I shall honor your request and release Yi Yunfei." "Then many thanks, Chief Inspector Lu." Lu Wenqiang waved to his subordinates, "Bring Yi Yunfei out." "Yes, sir." His men departed, and moments later Yi Yunfei appeared. Fang Yinyun stepped forward at once, her voice tender. "Yi Yunfei, are you unharmed?" Yi Yunfei had expected someone to rescue him, but assumed it would be Ding Li and the others. That Fang Yinyun had come instead astonished him. He smiled. "I'm fine, thank you, Yinyun." "Don't thank me," she replied, "or I'll truly be cross." Ever since that night, she had silently claimed him as her own. In her heart, he was already her man. Upon hearing of his arrest, she'd rushed here without hesitation. No matter what, Yi Yunfei must remain unscathed. He nodded. Fang Yinyun was not only beautiful but perceptive and poised, a woman of refined maturity, requiring no excessive explanation. Nearby, Lu Wenqiang interjected. "Yi Yunfei, I hadn't realized you were acquainted with Miss Fang. Earlier events were clearly a misunderstanding. You're now free to go. But I trust you'll avoid further trouble. Otherwise my position will become exceedingly difficult." Yi Yunfei cast a cool, dismissive glance at Lu Wenqiang and said, "My answer remains unchanged. I harm no one who leaves me be, but should anyone provoke me, I shall strike back, without mercy. Until we meet again." With that he walked out of the police station, only to find Ding Li and Chang Gue rushing toward him from ahead. "Brother Fei, how did you get out?" "I gathered some money and was just about to pay your bail." Ding Li stared in disbelief at Yi Yunfei's safe emergence. He'd exhausted every avenue, scouring the docks for funds, finally scraping together several thousand yuan to secure Yi Yunfei's release. Yet here he stood already freed. Yi Yunfei said, "Someone paid my bail ahead of time." Only then did Ding Li notice Fang Yinyun standing nearby, and his eyes widened. "Miss Fang, isn't she Shanghai's most famed socialite?" Yi Yunfei replied, "She's a friend of mine." Ding Li was stunned, his gaze darting repeatedly between Yi Yunfei and Fang Yinyun, baffled as to how such a friendship could exist. Fang Yinyun was the idol of countless men across Shanghai, radiant, sensual, magnetic. That Yi Yunfei counted her among his friends left him utterly astounded. Fang Yinyun then said, "All right, Yunfei, you're safe now, and I'm relieved. You two catch up, I'll take my leave." As she prepared to depart, Yi Yunfei added, "Yinyun, go ahead. I'll visit you soon." She smiled faintly. "Good, I'll wait for you." She was mature, composed, fully aware that men have their own paths to walk. Her role was simply to stand steadfastly behind Yi Yunfei, offering silent support. Once she'd gone, Ding Li blurted out, "Brother Fei, how did you become friends with Miss Fang? She's a Shanghai legend, the city's top socialite, beautiful, captivating. Countless tycoons and dignitaries long to befriend her, yet none succeed. And yet your bond with her is so close. I'm dying to know how it happened." Yi Yunfei clapped Ding Li on the shoulder and said, "You've heard the saying, curiosity killed the cat. Too much curiosity leads only to trouble. Best not to ask." Ding Li nodded. "Fair enough. If you're safe, nothing else matters." Yi Yunfei asked, "What's the situation at the docks now?" "After you were taken, I had the bodies removed. Everything's been restored. No further complications." Yi Yunfei nodded, then said, "Let's go to the docks. I have an important announcement to make." At Songjiangkou Pier, Yi Yunfei conducted a thorough inspection of the dock, confirming that everything was in order before he called over Ding Li, A Tai, and Chen San. Ding Li said, "Brother Fei, you just mentioned an important matter to announce. I wonder what it is." Yi Yunfei replied, "How many people do we have at the dock now?" Ding Li responded, "There are quite a few laborers working at the dock, more than a dozen, but only about 10 are our true brothers. The rest are just temporary workers and cannot be considered as truly belonging to us." Yi Yunfei nodded and asked, "Can these 10 or so brothers be trusted?" Ding Li nodded, saying, "These 10 brothers have all been meticulously vetted by me. Some were my friends from before, while others are poor residents of the slums who came to follow us when they heard we had established a dock. I know them well, so I can guarantee they can be trusted." Hearing this, Yi Yunfei nodded in approval. He said, "Go and call them all over." "All right," Ding Li replied, and then went to fetch them. Before long, he had gathered all 10 or so of them. "Call him Brother Fei," Ding Li instructed the group below. "Brother Fei," they all shouted in unison, their eyes filled with admiration as they looked at Yi Yunfei. Yi Yunfei had once been an ordinary person living in the slums, but now he had become the boss of a dock. Not only did Yi Yunfei provide them with jobs, but he also offered them excellent salaries, so they were all willing to follow him. However, since arriving at the dock, they had rarely seen Yi Yunfei. Now that they finally saw him, they were all quite excited. Yi Yunfei looked at the group below and nodded. The 10 people Ding Li found were quite impressive. They were strong, sharp-eyed, and young, clearly capable individuals. Of course, he couldn't be absolutely certain of their loyalty. However, as long as a majority of them were genuinely following him, that would suffice. As for the rest, traitors would be dealt with directly, and those who didn't want to stay could leave. It was of no concern to him. What he wanted were elites, not numbers. Yi Yunfei fixed his gaze on the 10 individuals below and said, "Brothers, I, Yi Yunfei, do not enjoy idle chatter. As long as you truly wish to follow me, I can guarantee a good life for you and your families. As long as I, Yi Yunfei, have food to eat, you will not be treated poorly." Hearing this, the group nodded with determination. We are willing to follow Brother Fei, facing any hardship without hesitation. Whatever Brother Fei asks us to do, we will do it. Even if Brother Fei asked us to die, we would not hesitate. Brother Fei has provided us with money and allowed us to live like human beings, so we must dedicate our lives to him. The 10 individuals spoke with unwavering conviction. Most of them were poor and had previously struggled to afford a meal. Since coming to the dock, the money Yunfei provided them was far more than what they earned as laborers. They were honest people, whoever treated them well they would follow. Thus they naturally felt absolute loyalty to Yunfei, who provided them with food. Yunfei nodded and said, "Good, I believe in your loyalty, and I hope you won't let me down." "Yes, sir." The 10 or so individuals responded respectfully and then left the room. After they departed, Ding Li asked, "Brother Fei, what was the important matter you wanted to discuss? I still don't quite understand." Yunfei replied solemnly, "The important matter I mentioned is about the Red Dragon Gang. We killed Liang Kuan and injured or killed dozens from the Red Dragon Gang, and previously I also took 100,000 from Chen Biao. Now we have completely torn our relationship with the Red Dragon Gang. Chen Biao, suffering such pressure, will certainly retaliate." Hearing this, Ding Li's expression grew serious. He too realized that the Red Dragon Gang would seek revenge. After all, they had suffered a significant loss this time. Especially since Yunfei had taken Chen Biao's money, deceived him, and killed Chen Biao's trusted aide Liang Kuan. Chen Biao was a ruthless person and would never let this go. Ding Li asked, "So Brother Fei, what should we do?" Yunfei coldly replied, "It's simple. Exterminate the Red Dragon Gang. We need to grow, and the Red Dragon Gang is our biggest obstacle. Since we've already torn our relationship with the Red Dragon Gang, we should go all out and eliminate them, seizing their territory for ourselves. Only then can we truly establish ourselves in Zhabai. Otherwise, we will always be like rootless grass, easily eliminated once targeted. By destroying the Red Dragon Gang and taking their territory, we will truly stand tall." Ding Li, Chang Gui, A Tai, and Chun Sen stared in disbelief at Yunfei's words. Although they had previously clashed with the Red Dragon Gang and killed some of their members, they had never considered fully exterminating them. This was because the Red Dragon Gang was immensely powerful in the Zhabai district. They were one of the 4 major gangs in Zhabai and had always bullied and oppressed them. While they had thought of resisting, they simply lacked the courage and strength to do so. Moreover, there were other smaller gangs in Zhabai, but none dared to confront the Red Dragon Gang. This was due to the vast difference in strength between the two sides. Now that Yunfei spoke of exterminating the Red Dragon Gang, they were all shocked and even felt a bit of fear. "Are you afraid?" Yunfei scanned Ding Li, Chang Gui, and the others. "Not afraid." Ding Li gritted his teeth and said, "The emperor takes turns to rule, and this year it's my family's turn. The Red Dragon Gang has been arrogant in Zhabai for so many years, it's time for a change in leadership. Let's fight them. If we defeat them, we'll become the bosses of Zhabai. Exactly, we've been bullied by the Red Dragon Gang for too long. Now it's time for them to pay us back. It's either they die or we do." A Tai and Chun Sen added, "We will follow Brother Fei's lead. Whatever Brother Fei tells us to do, we will do it." All of them respected Yunfei and followed his commands. Yunfei nodded and said, "Good, then gather some more people in the coming days. Additionally, train our brothers to learn some skills, especially techniques for killing. This way in a fight we will have the advantage and our casualties will be significantly reduced." Although firearms had been introduced in this era, ordinary gangs still had no access to such weapons. Moreover, once gunfire erupted, the police would surely intervene, which would complicate matters. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, even the top gangs would choose to use cold weapons rather than direct gunfire. Of course, if pushed to the limit, a gunfight was not out of the question. However, for now they had no guns and could only use cold weapons like machetes. Thus, training in combat techniques was indeed necessary. Ding Li replied, "Understood, Brother Fei. I'll inform them immediately and intensify their training, so they become stronger, ready for future use." Yunfei nodded, then exchanged a few brief words before dismissing Ding Li and Chang Gui to prepare. After Ding Li and the others departed, Yunfei narrowed his eyes, gazing into the distance. The Shiliupu Wharf was now firmly under his control, but that alone was insufficient. To found a faction and expand his power, he must relentlessly absorb rivals and grow ever stronger. His next target, the Qilong Gang. The Qilong Gang was one of the 4 dominant factions in Zhabai district, formidable in strength with extensive territories and numerous enterprises. Only by subsuming it could Yunfei truly entrench himself in Zhabai. At present his force remained but a fragile sapling. Yet once the Qilong Gang fell, and its domains and assets were absorbed, that sapling would finally take root and flourish. Ding! A notification chimed. "Master has recruited 10 disciples. Congratulations. You have received 1 Supreme Tang Saber, 3 Type 24 pistols, and 1 hand grenade." Just as Yunfei contemplated his next move, the system's voice rang out unexpectedly. Another reward from the system. Yunfei felt a flicker of delight. Recruiting 10 disciples had triggered another bounty, a Supreme Tang Saber, a hand grenade, and 3 Type 24 pistols. All were eminently practical. He would keep the grenade and the tang saber for himself. The 3 pistols, however, he would entrust to Ding Lichang-Gue and Can Dao-chun for self-defense. After all, the Qilong gang surely loathed them with murderous intent, bent on eliminating them by any means. Though Yi Yunfei feared little for himself, the safety of his men demanded careful consideration. Those 3 pistols would at least afford them some measure of protection. All in all, a welcome development. With that, Yi Yunfei left the wharf. Meanwhile, within the Qilong gang's territory inside a dimly lit room, Chun Biao listened to his subordinate's report, fury blazing in his eyes. Liang Kuan had led men to the wharf to claim Sanjiankou, but Yi Yunfei refused to yield it. Instead, he killed Liang Kuan and crippled nearly every gang member sent with him. Yi Yunfei, you wretched upstart. How dare you deceive me? If I don't kill you, I am no longer Chun Biao. Chun Biao snarled. He'd offered Yi Yunfei 10,000 silver dollars to join the Qilong gang, his sole aim being control of Sanjiankou Wharf. Yi Yunfei accepted the money, yet surrendered neither the wharf nor his loyalty. He had duped Chun Biao outright, treating him as a fool to be mocked and misled. Yi Yunfei, you dare toy with me. If I don't slay you, may I never bear the name Chun. Wait, within 3 days your life ends. Chun Biao roared. He needed 3 days to prepare, and on the 3rd day, he would bury Yi Yunfei. At that very moment, just back in his room, Yi Yunfei's eyelid twitched violently. Damn, it's someone cursing me behind my back. What a lowlife. Shaking his head, Yi Yunfei drew the tang saber granted by the system. Exquisitely sharp, and forged from an unknown, impossibly resilient alloy. He swung it in a single fluid arc, cleaving a massive boulder beside the door cleanly in 2, a testament to its razor-edged lethality. Its cutting power spoke for itself. Henceforth, this tang saber would be his weapon. After a night's rest. Bam bam bam. At first light the next morning, a sharp rapping echoed at his door. Yi Yunfei opened it to find Xiaoya standing there. Xiaoya, 18 or 19, was his neighbor and childhood companion. In leaner times, she had cared for him tirelessly. Now blossoming into graceful beauty, she asked, Brother Yi, is something wrong? Do you need anything? She said, Brother Yi, do you have money? Could you lend me some? He replied, What's it for? I have a little. I can give you what you need. She answered, It might be quite a bit, 3,000 silver dollars. Do you have that much, Brother Yi? So much. Yi Yunfei was startled. $3,000 was no trivial sum. An ordinary laborer earned barely $2 or $3 a day. This sum could sustain a family for over a year. Why would Xiaoya need such a staggering amount? He asked gently, Xiaoya, what's this for? She rushed on, voice trembling. My grandmother fell gravely ill. When I took her to the hospital, the doctors said treatment wouldn't begin until payment was made. The fee, nearly $3,000. You know I have nothing, Brother Yi. I thought perhaps you might help. If not, I'll ask elsewhere. Yi Yunfei nodded. I have 1,000. Take it to the hospital now for immediate care. I'll deliver the rest before nightfall. He handed her the $1,000 note. Lately, between bribes and wharf operations, his funds had dwindled. He held only this. He'd give it to her first, then raise the remainder. Eyes glistening, Xiaoya whispered, Brother Yi, thank you. I'll repay you truly. Yi Yunfei smiled softly. Don't speak so formally. You've helped me more than I can count. Hurry, get her treated. I'll bring the rest tonight. All right. She nodded and hurried away. Once she'd gone, Yi Yunfei headed straight for Sanjiankou Wharf. Brother Fei, what brings you here? Ding Li greeted him curiously on the wharf. Yi Yunfei asked, Is there spare capital left at the wharf? Ding Li frowned. We're barely sustaining operations. We inherited the wharf recently. The previous owners fled with all the funds. Right now, cash covers only wages and basic expenses. I checked today. We have barely a few $100s left. Need money, Brother Fei. Hundreds weren't enough, not even close. Thousands would be required. Yet, draining the wharf's reserves would cripple daily operations. Then there remains only one path to raise funds. Yi Yunfei murmured, eyes narrowing. He turned to Ding Li. Ali, does Xiaobai have a casino? Gambling was the swiftest wellspring of wealth. First extract capital from the casino, then move forward. Yes, Xiaobai has a massive casino packed with patrons. Brother Fei, are you planning to go there? Yi Yunfei said, Let's go take a look. Ding Li replied, Sure, I've always wanted to check out that casino, but I didn't have the money before, so I was too afraid to enter. Now that I finally have a bit of money, even if I don't play, it's good to just go in and look around. Yi Yunfei nodded. Then there's no need to say more, let's go now. All right. Soon after, Ding Li took Yi Yunfei to the casino. The Tianhong Casino, a well-known casino in the Xiaobai district. It is said that there are millions of funds circulating in this casino every night. Anyone with a bit of money in the Xiaobai district, or even all of Shanghai, would come to play at Tianhong Casino. There is no prohibition on casinos in Shanghai, as long as one has the capability, they can open a casino. Furthermore, the casino industry is extremely profitable, which is why there are many casinos in Shanghai. However, opening a casino is not as easy as it sounds. Due to the potential for high profits, many gangs are envious and want to open their own casinos. But those who are truly capable of running one are none other than the top gangs. Moreover, the environment inside the casino is very chaotic, filled with all kinds of people. Without a certain level of strength, one cannot keep those people in check. The Tianhong Casino is a well-known establishment in the Xiaobei district and has a considerable reputation throughout Shanghai. At this moment, Yi Yunfei and Ding Li were already seated inside the casino. He casually found a blackjack table and sat down. Blackjack, or 21, is a common game in casinos. As long as the total value of the cards does not exceed 21, the closer to 21 the better. If it exceeds 21, the game is over. Because it is simple yet thrilling, this game is the most popular in casinos. In his previous life, Yi Yunfei often played at various casinos and was quite skilled. Thus, he is very familiar with gambling. After sitting down, he immediately began to play. This time, he brought a capital of 1,000 yuan and planned to see how much he could win with it tonight. Then the game officially began. Due to his experience from his past life, he was very skilled at blackjack and rarely lost. Of course, occasionally his luck might be poor and he could lose a hand or two, but in about 90% of the situations he would win. In less than an hour, he had already won 20,000 yuan. From 1,000 to 20,000, that's a 20-fold increase. Ding Li was astonished and exclaimed, "Brother Fei, you're amazing. In less than an hour, you won 20,000 yuan. When did you become so good at playing cards? I had no idea before." Both he and Yi Yunfei grew up in the slums and were relatively well acquainted. Yi Yunfei seemed to have never played cards before. How did he suddenly become so skilled? Yi Yunfei replied, "Maybe it's just luck." Ding Li said, "I don't believe it. It's one thing to have good luck once or twice, but you've won continuously for over 10 hands. This is clearly unusual. You must have secretly practiced your card skills." Yi Yunfei laughed. "It's not difficult, you can learn it easily. If you want to play, you can sit down and join in." "No way. I don't have much money right now. If I lose, I would feel heartbroken. I'll wait until I have more money to play." Yi Yunfei nodded and didn't say much more, preparing to continue playing. Ding Li asked, "Brother Fei, how much are you planning to win before you leave? You won't just keep playing indefinitely, will you?" Yi Yunfei said, "My luck is strong now, so of course I want to play. Not playing would be a pity." Ding Li nodded in agreement. Yi Yunfei continued playing. He played for most of the day. With his exceptional skills, he almost always won, hardly ever losing. Over the course of the day, he won over 100,000 and his chips kept increasing. Moreover, Yi Yunfei showed no signs of wanting to stop. Since he was here, he might as well win more. Money is exceedingly important in Shanghai. He needs money to establish a gang and develop influence. So he aimed to win more. Meanwhile, while Yi Yunfei was playing cards on the second floor of the casino in a private room, a young man said to a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit, "Master Qin, there's a kid downstairs who has already won over 100,000 in our casino in just a short time and hasn't stopped yet. From the looks of that kid, it seems like he intends to keep winning. If this continues, our casino might suffer some losses." The young man was a dealer at the casino, while the man in the Zhongshan suit was the casino owner Qin Tian. Qin Tian frowned slightly upon hearing this, took a puff of his cigarette, and said, "Winning continuously for a whole morning and gaining over 100,000. Is that kid cheating?" The young man shook his head, saying, "It doesn't seem like it. Our people have been watching him closely and haven't found any signs of cheating. It looks like he just has good luck, his hands are hot, and he keeps winning." Qin Tian said coldly, "So it seems he's a skilled player. Do you know him? Is he a notable figure in Shanghai?" The young man shook his head. "I don't recognize him. He has never come here before. From his attire, he looks like an ordinary person without any background." Qin Tian coldly remarked, "Could it be that he's pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, specifically here to take our money? Taking money from me is not that simple. Let's go down and take a look." After saying that, Qin Tian stood up and walked downstairs. In the casino, winning and losing money is quite normal. Generally speaking, if someone wins a little, no one will care or pay attention. But if someone wins too much, it's a different story. If a person keeps winning in a casino, it's a significant loss for the casino. In such cases, the casino will take action. If they discover cheating, they will directly deal with the person. If it's just good luck, they would find a way to let him continue winning. After all, casinos are in the business of making money. They cannot allow someone to keep winning in their establishment. This is a rule in nearly all casinos. At this moment, Yi Yunfei was still playing blackjack downstairs and his chips were continuously increasing. He now had around 150,000. 150,000 is already quite a significant amount. With this money, he can do many things. Yi Yunfei planned to play a couple more hands and then leave. Just then a voice came from behind him. "Kid winning so much money, feeling good." This voice came right next to Yi Yunfei's ear. He turned around and saw a man in a Zhongshan suit standing behind him, followed by several thugs. Yi Yunfei asked, "Who are you?" Ding Li beside him said, "He is Qin Tian, the owner of Tianhong Casino." Ding Li tensed slightly upon seeing Qin Tian's arrival. In Xiaobei district, Qin Tian was a formidable figure, owner of several casinos and nightclubs. No ordinary person could operate casinos or nightclubs in Xiaobei. Qin Tian was indeed a man of influence. Yi Yunfei fixed his gaze on him and said, "Mr. Qin, what brings you here? Do you have business with me?" "I hear you won over 100,000 yuan at our casino in just half a day," Qin Tian said. Yi Yunfei idly tapped his chips and replied, "That's correct, over 100,000. Is there an issue? Winning that much in half a day, you don't think it's excessive? This is a casino, not a cash dispenser. Sometimes one must know limits, overstep them, and misfortune will follow." Qin Tian's voice turned icy, laced with quiet menace. Yi Yunfei said, "Mr. Qin, a casino exists precisely for winning money. If not to win, then should I deliberately lose? As for my winnings, those 16,000 yuan were earned fairly without sleight of hand or deceit. Every coin was won legitimately. What grievance could there be? Or does your casino permit only losses and forbid any victory? Of course one may win, but is it appropriate for a newcomer to walk away with such a sum on his very first day? Have you mistaken my casino for your personal treasury?" Yi Yunfei replied, "By your tone, Mr. Qin, you're unable to bear the loss. I can certainly afford it. Even double that sum wouldn't trouble me. Yet you, a young man with no backing, carrying 16,000 yuan into the streets, beware being murdered and dismembered. This warning is for your own safety." Yi Yunfei rose calmly and said, "I appreciate your concern, but it's unnecessary. If I won this much I've already insured, I'll carry it out intact. Let's call it a day for now. We'll resume another time, Mr. Qin. Goodbye." With that, Yi Yunfei turned to leave. "Stop." But after only 2 steps, Qin Tian barked sharply. Yi Yunfei turned back and asked, "Anything else, Mr. Qin?" "You may leave, but only if you leave the money behind." Yi Yunfei's eyes narrowed. "So you intend to seize it by force?" Qin Tian lit a cigarette and stared at Yi Yunfei. "Young man, I'll spare you the pretense. You've won 16,000 yuan total at our casino. I'll give you 1,000 as a token fee. The remaining 15,000 stays with me. Then you may go." He dismissed this youth utterly, seeing instantly he had no connections. A nobody dared not walk away with 16,000 from his domain. It was absurd. Such a sum would never leave his premises in another's hands. Yi Yunfei said, 1,000 yuan. You treat me like a beggar. I won every cent. I'll take every cent. Not a single coin remains here." Qin Tian sneered. "So you'd rather spit on courtesy? Let's see. Can you truly carry that money out of here today?" With a flick of his wrist, Qin Tian signaled, and a dozen enforcers surged forward, cleavers drawn, encircling Yi Yunfei. Yi Yunfei's gaze sharpened. "You mean to use violence? 15,000 stays. Then you may crawl out, or die trying." Dingli flared up. Pointing at Qin Tian, he shouted, "Old scoundrel, you've lost all decency. My brother Yi won fair and square, and now you'd rob him outright. Have you no humanity left? You're supposed to be a pillar of Shanghai, yet stoop to this." He'd heard of Qin Tian long ago, once even admired him, aspiring to emulate his power and stature. He never imagined Qin Tian would descend to such shameless thievery, demanding back money won within his own casino. Qin Tian's voice turned glacial. "Brat, shut your mouth. Do you think you hold standing here? This is my domain. I do as I please. Drop the money, then get out." "Understood." Yi Yunfei replied. "Not a single coin leaves my possession. Touch what's mine, and you die." Qin Tian roared, "Foolish boy, seize him. Chop off his hand first." His men lunged forward, blades raised. Bang! Before the first enforcer closed in, a gunshot cracked through the air. A bullet hole bloomed in his forehead. Yi Yunfei had fired and killed him. Silence froze the room. A public execution by gunfire. Gun in hand, Yi Yunfei blew gently across the barrel. "I said every coin I earn stays with me. Try to take it, and you die." "A rusty pistol to frighten me. Do you think I was born trembling?" Qin Tian snarled. "Attack! Cut him down." Unfazed, he ordered again, his pride refusing submission. Bang! Yi Yunfei squeezed the trigger. Another bullet shattered Qin Tian's thigh. A scream tore from his throat. "Order your men to stand still, or the next shot takes your head." Yi Yunfei's voice was low, but saturated with lethal intent. His muzzle remained locked on Qin Tian's temple. Qin Tian's face drained of color. He hadn't believed the boy would truly fire. So young yet so ruthless. "A misunderstanding. This is purely a misunderstanding," he stammered. Wounded, he was afraid. Yi Yunfei said, "A misunderstanding. Very well. I'll offer you one chance. Hand over the deed to this casino. Transfer it to my name. And today ends here." "What? You want my casino?" Qin Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. Yi Yunfei replied, "Any issue? You tried to extort my winnings. I asked for one casino in return. Hardly unreasonable reciprocity. Produce the deed within 3 minutes, or my next bullet pierces your skull." Qin Tian's expression twisted with fury and disbelief. He couldn't fathom this youth's audacity to demand his empire. Bang! As he hesitated, Yi Yunfei fired again, shattering his other leg. "You have 2 minutes." Yi Yunfei said. "Go, fetch the deed." Qin Tian snapped. One henchman rushed off and returned swiftly with the document. Yi Yunfei accepted the deed, nodding with quiet satisfaction. "Excellent. From now on, this casino is mine. You may leave." Yi Yunfei added, "You may go." Qin Tian clenched his teeth, but under that black, unblinking muzzle, he turned and walked away. He would not tolerate this humiliation. A nameless boy, armed with a single gun, dared seize his domain. He was as good as dead. Within 24 hours, Qin Tian would reclaim both the casino and the boy's life. He would gather his men immediately. As a local boss in Jiabei, he commanded loyal followers, enough to hunt down and execute this insolent upstart without delay. Wait. But just as he reached the doorway, Yi Yunfei's voice halted him. What now? Qin Tian whirled, glaring back. Yi Yunfei said, apologies, I've changed my mind. You won't be leaving. You will die. A gunshot rang out. The bullet struck Qin Tian squarely in the head. Qin Tian collapsed, dead. Silence fell over the crowd. Qin Tian, a prominent figure in Jiabei district who ran a gambling den, lay dead. After slaying Qin Tian, Yi Yunfei addressed the onlookers, gentlemen, my apologies, but as of today this gambling den belongs to the Longmen sect. All expenses incurred tonight are on me. We warmly welcome you all to return and enjoy yourselves at our establishment. However, we must now attend to certain urgent matters. Please depart promptly. Once again, my sincerest apologies. Yi Yunfei spoke with remarkable courtesy. Having witnessed Qin Tian's violence, the crowd was already paralyzed with terror. Upon hearing his words, they fled en masse. Soon only Yi Yunfei and Ding Li remained inside the gambling den. Qin Tian's underlings had scattered the moment their master fell. Like monkeys abandoning a fallen tree, they saw no reason to linger, and certainly none to court death. Ding Li exclaimed in awe, Brother Fei, you've just slain Qin Tian and seized his gambling den. This is astonishingly bold. He had initially assumed Yi Yunfei had merely come to gamble, for profit, not to seize the entire operation outright. Yi Yunfei replied, I hadn't intended to claim this den, but Qin Tian provoked me relentlessly, even demanding the money I'd won. His treachery left me no choice. Besides, our nascent organization urgently requires a steady source of revenue. This gambling den is among the most lucrative enterprises in Shanghai, and acquiring it will accelerate our growth. Ding Li nodded. Indeed, it's a high-margin industry. The house almost always wins decisively. Even a modest den yields tens of thousands daily, far surpassing dockside earnings. Qin Tian's establishment is no small venture for Jiabei district. Its income must be substantial. Yi Yunfei affirmed, I'm well aware. We're critically short of funds. A single dock cannot sustain our ambitions. This den is a timely boon. With it, our ascent will quicken. Ding Li nodded, gazing at Yi Yunfei with profound admiration. Brother Fei grows ever more formidable. In half a day, he seized an entire gambling den, something they'd never dared imagine possible. And Qin Tian, perhaps even in death, he could not fathom how a single moment of greed cost him both life and empire. By the way, Brother Fei, what exactly is this Longmen you mentioned? I've never heard of it. It occurred to Ding Li then. He recalled Yi Yunfei's earlier reference to Longmen. Yet no such faction existed in Jiabei district. Yi Yunfei replied, Longmen is the name I've chosen for our organization. Now that we command a loyal cadre, we require an identity of our own. What do you think of Longmen? Excellent. It sounds imposing, powerful, and resonant. Yi Yunfei nodded. From this day forward, our brotherhood shall be known as Longmen. First go to the docks and summon our brothers. Though we've seized this den, Qin Tian held influence in Jiabei. His allies may not accept defeat so easily. Post guards here immediately. This is now Longmen territory. No outsider shall trespass. Any who dare will be eliminated without mercy. Understood. Ding Li departed at once to assemble reinforcements. Yi Yunfei surveyed the opulent gambling den before him. His gaze gleamed with quiet satisfaction. To rise in Shanghai, control of a gambling den is indispensable, yet acquiring one is arduous given that all such establishments are tightly held by entrenched powers. To secure one so effortlessly today was an unexpected stroke of fortune, a significant gain, and one he found deeply gratifying. Within minutes, Ding Li returned with over 20 men, sufficient for now to hold the den. To guard against contingencies, Yi Yunfei summoned Ding Li, Chang Gui, and Chun Dao, the three blades, and handed each a firearm. Keep these close. They may prove vital. The three stared in astonishment. Firearms were exceedingly rare in Shanghai, possessed only by major syndicates. That Yi Yunfei had equipped each of them with one was staggering. Brother Fei, where did these come from? Such weapons are nearly impossible to acquire. Yi Yunfei waved the question aside. That's immaterial. Keep them for defense, and if anyone dares challenge us, eliminate them without hesitation. Our sole objective is absolute protection of this den. No one, under any circumstance, shall wrest it from us. Understood. Ding Li, Chang Gui, and Chun Dao declared in unison, Brother Fei, rest assured. We'll die before yielding an inch. So long as we draw breath, this den remains ours. Satisfied by their vow, Yi Yunfei nodded and departed, to deliver funds to Xiaoya at the hospital. Xiaoya's mother remained hospitalized, her condition uncertain. Xiaoya, his childhood neighbor and lifelong friend, and her mother had always treated him like family. In leaner times when poverty left him starving, they routinely invited him to share their meals. Without their kindness, mother and daughter alike, he might well have perished. Gratitude demanded reciprocity. Yi Yunfei cherished them both deeply. At the hospital, he found Xiaoya waiting. He offered her 5,000 yuan. She gasped, "Big brother Yi, 2,000 is more than enough. I couldn't possibly spend this much." She had never held such a sum. Yi Yunfei insisted, "Take it. Use the remainder to buy nourishing food for yourself and Annie. Your health needs restoring. Look how slender you've become." Xiaoyu was undeniably beautiful. Large luminous eyes, flawless skin, and elegant statuesque limbs. Yet prolonged malnutrition had left her frail and delicate. Tears welled in her eyes as she whispered, "Big brother Yi, I'm truly grateful. Without your help, mother might not have survived. I thank you on her behalf." And with that she sank to her knees before him. Yi Yunfei swiftly raised her. "Xiaoyu, why this? You and Auntie supported me through my darkest days. This is merely repayment, nothing more. Besides, didn't Auntie once joke about betrothing you to me? Then you're already my wife, and she my mother. Her illness demands my intervention without question." Xiaoyu blushed fiercely. "Big brother Yi, I'm just an ordinary girl. How could I ever be worthy of you?" She lowered her gaze. Though unaware of recent developments, she knew he now commanded vast sums and controlled the dock. Yi Yunfei was no longer the man she remembered. Handsome, capable, transformed. She felt suddenly unworthy of his presence. Yi Yunfei smiled gently. "Who says so? Your beauty more than suffices, even for me. By the way, Xiaoyu, you must be exhausted. Let me take you home to rest. A good night's sleep will restore your strength." But mother's still in her room. "No concern. I'll hire a nurse to watch over her. It's settled." He promptly arranged for a professional caregiver to attend Xiaoyu's mother. "Now, you may rest easy." Xiaoyu nodded. "Very well, night falls early. Let's go." After a brief hesitation, she acquiesced, quietly, trustingly, following Yi Yunfei out the door. Because Yi Yunfei and Xiaoyu are neighbors, their homes are adjacent. After reaching the door, Yi Yunfei patted his pocket and suddenly said, "Oh no, it seems I've lost my keys." "Lost your keys?" Hearing Yi Yunfei's words, Xiaoyu was taken aback and asked, "How could they be lost? Where did you lose them?" Yi Yunfei replied, "I don't know. They were here during the day, but how could they be gone at night?" "What? What should we do? How about we go back and look for them? Maybe we can find them on the way." "It's too late now. It's completely dark outside. How can we search for them at night? Let's forget it. They'll have someone change the lock tomorrow. Then that's the only option. Otherwise you can sleep at my place tonight and make do for the night." "Is that really okay? Besides, it's inappropriate for a man and a woman to be together like this." "There's no other way. You've lost your keys and have nowhere to sleep. I can't let you sleep on the street. Just stay at my place for the night, and we'll sort things out tomorrow." "Fine then, thank you, Xiaoyu." Xiaoya's face flushed as she replied, "It's no trouble, let's go." Then Xiaoyu took Yi Yunfei to her home. Her place was simple, just a bed, a chair, and a stove with barely any extra space. Seeing that there was only one bed in the room, Yi Yunfei was secretly pleased. He said, "Xiaoyu, there's only one bed. How about I sleep on the floor, and you take the bed?" "That won't do. It's winter and very cold. You can't sleep on the floor, you should take the bed while I sleep on the floor." "No way. You said it's very cold, and you're not well. What if you get sick sleeping on the floor?" "Forget it, I'll just find a random place outside to sleep." "Don't. It's so late. Where will you find a place? How about we both sleep in the bed and just make do for the night?" As she said this, Xiaoya's face turned very red. She was a young lady and had never slept with a man before. Yi Yunfei gazed at Xiaoya's pretty little face and said, "All right, it seems we have no other choice. Xiaoyu, let's sleep together." Then the two of them got into bed. Lying together under the same blanket, at first Yi Yunfei didn't do anything. However, after a while his hands began to wander and gently touched Xiaoya's body. Xiaoyu shivered slightly, seemingly aware of what was about to happen, and made no resistance, allowing Yi Yunfei to make his moves. Then everything unfolded naturally. The next morning after waking up, Yi Yunfei kissed Xiaoyu on the forehead and said, "Xiaoyu, you're amazing. Big brother, Yi, I'm now your woman, right?" Xiaoyu nestled in Yi Yunfei's arms, blushed, and asked. Yi Yunfei replied, "Of course we slept together, so you must be my woman now." "What? You're not happy about it?" Xiaoyu responded, "No, of course I'm happy, it just feels a bit surreal, like a dream." She never expected that she would sleep with Yi Yunfei so ambiguously last night. However, having grown up together, their bond was deep, and being together now felt only natural. She felt very happy that Yi Yunfei had made her a true woman. "Xiaoyu, from now on I will take care of you and your mother. No one will bully you again." Yi Yunfei gently stroked Xiaoya's head and said. Xiaoyu nodded. Big brother Yi, you're so nice." Yi Yunfei laughed. "Now that you know I'm nice, how do you plan to repay me?" "Huh?" Xiaoyu was taken aback, not understanding Yi Yunfei's meaning. Yi Yunfei then pulled her into his arms and kissed her again. They were entangled until noon, when Xiaoyu finally went to the hospital. Meanwhile, Yi Yunfei was preparing to check on the casino. The dock area had basically calmed down, and nothing significant was likely to happen in the short term. On the contrary, the casino was now more important. The casino had just been taken over and was still under Qin Tian's control. Although Qin Tian was dead, it was hard to guarantee that none of his subordinates would stir up trouble. Even though Ding Li was watching the casino, Yi Yunfei still felt a bit uneasy and decided to go take a look. He took a rickshaw to the casino. Upon entering the casino, Yunfei saw that everything inside was quite normal. Many people were gambling, and there were numerous onlookers both at the entrance and inside. It was quite lively. "Brother Fei, you're here." Ding Li walked over and said. "How is it?" "No issues," Yunfei asked. "Everything's fine. No one has come to stir trouble or take revenge. It feels like this casino is officially under our control now," Ding Li replied. "We can't let our guard down. The casino is not like the dock, it's a lucrative piece of meat. Many people will have their eyes on it. With Qin Tian dead, someone will definitely try to make a move on the casino. We can't relax our vigilance at all, or this hard-won prize might just slip away from us." "I understand. I'll stay in the casino all the time. Even if I have to sleep, I'll sleep here and won't leave," Ding Li nodded. Yunfei nodded and added, "By the way, we're a bit short on manpower now. We need to recruit some more people. See if there are any trustworthy individuals to bring into our longmen." Previously, he only had the Songjiang Kadak, and having 20 or 30 people was sufficient. But now with the addition of a casino, the manpower was insufficient. Both the dock and the casino need to be guarded, otherwise in the chaotic environment of Shanghai, it could easily be taken over. Currently, longmen was just a small force, far from being comparable to those giant powers, and even some medium-sized forces could outmatch them. To protect the dock and the casino, more recruits were essential. People are key to development. "I understand. I'll start recruiting right away and find some trustworthy brothers to bring in. However, recruiting people might require quite a bit of money. Didn't I win over 100,000 yesterday? I'll give you 100,000, and you can also use 20% of the income from the casino to recruit more people. Let's focus on getting more people first." Ding Li immediately replied, "All right, I'll handle it right away. With money, recruiting people shouldn't be difficult." At that moment, Ding Li recalled another critical matter. Yunfei asked, "What is it?" "Speak." "It concerns the Qilong gang," Ding Li replied. "That old fox Chun Biao has been up to something strange these past few days. He's been contacting numerous people and even purchasing firearms. Brother Fei, do you think that old man intends to move against us?" Chun Biao. Yunfei's pupils contracted sharply. He had nearly forgotten about that wretched dog. The Qilong gang was his arch-rival. Last time, Yunfei had swindled the old man out of a fortune and slaughtered his men. The old man must be seething with rage. Recruiting fighters and buying guns at this juncture left no room for doubt. He was preparing to strike. Yunfei asked, "How many men has he recruited? How many firearms has he acquired?" "A great many. I don't know the exact number. But I've heard he's poured nearly all his funds into recruitment and arms purchases, as if determined to fight to the death. It seems he's resolved to go all out against us." Upon hearing this, Ding Li immediately responded, "Then what do we do? If he spent so heavily on manpower and firepower, he'll be no easy opponent." Yunfei paused and thought before replying, "We cannot let him strike first. Should he truly amass a large force armed with firearms, a direct confrontation may well end in our defeat. He possesses both numbers and weapons. Our ranks are fewer, and our arsenal pales in comparison. Allowing him the initiative would place us at a grave disadvantage. Therefore, we must seize the initiative ourselves." Ding Li asked, "Brother Fei, you mean we launch a preemptive strike, denying him any chance to act?" "Precisely." Yunfei continued, "He hasn't yet fully assembled his forces or stockpiled his arms. Otherwise, that old man would have struck already. Now, while he remains unprepared, we strike first, annihilate him utterly, ensuring he never gets the chance to raise a hand against us." Ding Li nodded. "That is indeed the best course. When shall we act?" Yunfei glanced at the clock. It was 4 in the afternoon. After a moment's reflection, he said, "At 2 or 3 o'clock tonight. Under cover of darkness, while they're all asleep, we eliminate them without mercy. Go now and gather every available man. Bring as many as possible. Then, under the shroud of night, infiltrate the Qilong gang's territory and slaughter every one of his underlings. Leave none alive. An assault by day would cause too much commotion, drawing the attention of the patrol bureau. Moreover, a heated clash in broad daylight might well end in our defeat at the hands of the Qilong gang. After all, the Qilong gang had flourished for decades. Not a colossal syndicate perhaps, but still a formidable presence in Jiabei. Whereas our own ranks were slender, and our entire armory consisted of only 3 pistols. A direct confrontation would almost certainly spell our ruin. Hence a covert night raid, striking deep in the hush of midnight, would eradicate them entirely once and for all. Ding Li had endured years of humiliation at the Qilong gang's hands, nursing a simmering fury within. Upon hearing Yunfei's words, he declared without hesitation, "Understood. I'll crush the Qilong gang tonight and send every last one of them straight to the Underworld. Also claim their territory," Yunfei added. "Once the Qilong gang is eradicated, absorb all their holdings. That land will become Longman's future assets." "Understood," Ding Li replied. Beneath the Qilong gang lie 4 streets, each paying protection fees, as well as a nightclub. Once they're gone, I'll assume full control of all of it. Yunfei nodded. Ding Li looked at him and asked, "Brother Fei, won't you join us? This is a monumental operation. You leading us would ensure greater success." "You'll lead the raid tonight. I have a more urgent matter to attend to." "What matter?" Ding Li asked curiously. What could possibly outweigh such a pivotal operation? Yi Yunfei replied. No need to ask. Focus solely on fulfilling your duty. Very well. Ding Li nodded and departed. Yi Yunfei gazed ahead resolute. Tonight's operation was decisive. Its outcome would determine Longman's fate. Eradicating the Qilong gang would cement Longman's foothold in Jiabei. Yet failure would likely result in the newly founded Longmen being wiped out before it even took root. He trusted Ding Li to handle the Qilong gang's foot soldiers. First, the hour was late. Their enforcers would surely be fast asleep. Striking unseen would guarantee their swift subjugation. Second, Ding Li and Chang Gui had grown formidable through relentless combat, battle-hardened and fiercely capable. They'd face no serious peril. As for himself, he would personally hunt down Qin Biao. In truth, the Qilong gang's linchpin was its leader Qin Biao. Should Qin Biao fall, the gang would collapse like a felled tree. Thus, a dual-pronged assault. Ding Li would decimate the rank-and-file, while Yi Yunfei eliminated the head. Striking simultaneously, the Qilong gang stood doomed. Thereafter, Yi Yunfei set out to locate Qin Biao's residence, preparing for the night's execution. Nightfall descended. Deep into the night, within a small attic in Jiabei district, Qin Biao sat upon a sofa alongside Sun Qingwen, the Qilong gang's second-in-command and deputy leader. Within the Qilong gang, two figures held paramount importance. First, the leader Qin Biao, second, the deputy leader Sun Qingwen. Moreover, Sun Qingwen served as the gang's foremost enforcer, formidable and ruthless. Qin Biao puffed on a cigar and asked, Qingwen, have you secured the men and firearms I tasked you with finding? Rest assured, Chief, Sun Qingwen replied. All arrangements are complete. 100 elite fighters, 15 firearms. They'll arrive at Qilong gang headquarters by tomorrow morning. Every man is battle-tested, every firearm top grade. Excellent work, Qin Biao declared. Once the men and arms arrive tomorrow, take them immediately to Shiliupu Wharf and slaughter Yi Yunfei, Ding Li, and their rabble. Leave not a single survivor. Seize Shiliupu Wharf for us. Sun Qingwen affirmed. Understood. I'll move at dawn. A motley crew like theirs. Dispatching them will be effortless. Less than an hour and the battle will be over. Qin Biao nodded. Everything rests in your hands. He drew deeply on his cigar and snarled. Yi Yunfei, Ding Li, you'll soon be feeding the fish in Huangpu River. Feeding the fish in Huangpu River. You're hardly worthy of the task. Before the final word left Qin Biao's lips, a familiar voice cut through the silence. Who's there? Qin Biao cried out in shock. Beside him, Sun Qingwen instantly tensed. Both scanned the shadows around them. Bang! A window shattered, and a black-clad figure leapt inside. It was Yi Yunfei. Qin Biao stared in stunned fury. Wretch, daring to break into my home in the dead of night. You have no fear of heaven or earth. Qingwen, kill him now. He's Yi Yunfei. Don't let him escape. Hearing that the man before him was Yi Yunfei, Sun Qingwen lunged forward in a single bound, driving his fist toward Yi Yunfei's skull. Bang! Before he could close the distance, Yi Yunfei drew his pistol and fired. A single bullet ended Sun Qingwen's life. Shaking his head, Yi Yunfei muttered, What arrow is this? Still relying on fists. Foolish dog. This is the age of firearms. Yet he still resorted to bare-fisted blows, an act of sheer folly. Though Yi Yunfei conceded that fists at times held undeniable efficacy, capable even of saving one's life. Yet in this era, nothing surpassed the pistol in raw lethality. When a single bullet could settle the matter, why resort to needless complication? The moment Sun Qingwen fell dead, Qin Biao panicked. Yi Yunfei still held a gun, and he stood no chance. He turned to flee. Bang! After 2 strides, another bullet struck him down. Qin Biao, patriarch of the Qilong gang, was dead. Having slain him, Yi Yunfei torched the entire pavilion before vanishing into the night. Flames consumed all, utterly irrevocably, as if nothing had ever transpired. And as Yi Yunfei acted, so too did Ding Li, Chang Gui, Can Dao Chun, and Atai, striking simultaneously. Together, the 3 men led 40 to 50 fighters into the Qilong gang's territory. The gang controlled 4 streets, extorting protection fees from each. Yet it was deep night. The streets held only a handful of Qilong gang members, while the majority gathered inside a dance hall. This dance hall, their largest establishment in Jiabei district, served as both their stronghold and their communal heart. In ordinary hours, every Qilong gang member could be found within its walls. Inside, some 30 to 40 gangsters were assembled. Altogether, the Qilong gang numbered no more than 60 or 70 souls. 80 to 90% of them congregated in the dance hall. The rest were scattered across the district. Though late, the hall remained crowded. Brothers, advance. Tonight we eradicate the Qilong gang. Every last one of them. Kill on sight. 100 silver dollars for each Qilong gang man you slay. Ding Li roared from the entrance, and with that his 50 fighters surged inside. What followed was a brutal, chaotic melee. Though numerous, the Qilong gang members inside were utterly unprepared. No one dared storm the hall at such an hour. Many were intoxicated, incapacitated, and utterly defenseless. While Ding Li's force, 50 strong, stormed in like wolves, cleavers drawn, fury blazing. They slashed without mercy. Of the dozens inside, only a few raised feeble resistance. Most fell beneath a single decisive stroke. Ding Li charged ahead, cleaver in hand, cutting down all who crossed his path, solo or in pairs, with the relentless ferocity of a slaughterer incarnate. More than 10 men perished by his own blade alone. The tide turned decisively. Within an hour the battle ended entirely. Every Qilong gang member inside the dance hall lay dead, annihilated to the last soul. The entire venue now belonged to Ding Li and his men. Chang Gui strode forward, cleaver in hand. Brotherly, every Qilong gang man is dead. Not a single breath remains, not one. This dance hall is ours. Ding Li lit a cigarette, surveyed the blood-soaked hall, then ordered, cast every corpse into the Huangpu River. Then scour this place clean. Every trace of blood must vanish. Understood. Chang Gui nodded. Also, tomorrow the dance hall reopens. Broadcast the news across Xiaobei. The Menghai Dance Hall is now under the jurisdiction of the Longmen Society. For the next 3 days, all patrons receive a 50% discount. Anyone who supports us during these 3 days shall forever be counted among Longmen's sworn brothers. Ding Li added. He had once sold pears, had run small enterprises, and understood well how ownership changes shattered business continuity, especially in the first few days when patronage would plummet catastrophically. Only by weathering those critical days could operations return to normal. Thus, extraordinary incentives were essential. Chang Gui replied, Understood, brotherly. I'll spread the word immediately. Go ahead. Ding Li waved him off, and Chang Gui departed. After Chang Gui left, Ding Li smoked another cigarette, then gazed into the ink-black sky. I wonder how Fij fares. He murmured softly. Though he knew not Yi Yunfei's precise objective that night, he suspected. Chun Biao, the Qilong gang's patriarch, was unquestionably their linchpin. And since Chun Biao had been absent from the dance hall that evening, Yi Yunfei had almost certainly gone after him. Chun Biao was the soul of the Qilong gang, their true keystone. So long as he lived, the gang could never be deemed truly destroyed. Yi Yunfei surely grasped this truth, and thus had pursued Chun Biao alone. That wily old fox won't be easy to subdue. And rumor has it Sun Chunwen, the Qilong gang's vice-patriarch, is rarely parted from him. If Fij confronts them, danger looms. Can he overcome them? Ding Li whispered to himself. Yet deep within he trusted Yi Yunfei implicitly. After weeks of close association, he sensed a profound transformation. This was no longer the man he once knew. This Yi Yunfei was peerless, unmatched in power and resolve. He would succeed. With that, Ding Li dismissed further speculation, ordering the hall cleansed and every corpse cast into the Huangpu River. To all outward appearances, the night passed in utter stillness. Just another ordinary night, unmarked by incident. Yet imperceptibly the balance of power across Xiaobei had shifted. At dawn, a rumor erupted across the district like wildfire. The Qilong gang had fallen. The Menghai Dance Hall had changed hands. And at the patriarch's residence, a pavilion where Chun Biao dwelled, fire rage consuming him utterly. The Qilong gang, dominant in Xiaobei for decades, one of the 4 great syndicates, had vanished in a single night. Inside the Xiaobei police station, Detective Chief Lu Wenqiang stared at the newspaper, his hands trembling. Detective Chief Lu Wenqiang of the Xiaobei police station stared at the newspaper, his hands trembled. Unconscionable, utterly brazen. In one night, assassinating the Qilong gang's patriarch, annihilating the entire syndicate, slaughtering dozens of its members, erasing the Qilong gang from Xiaobei. It is monstrous beyond measure. Who dares such a thing? Who possesses both the audacity and the power to obliterate the Qilong gang in a single night? Lu Wenqiang thundered in fury. As Xiaobei's chief detective, nearly every local syndicate operated under his watchful eye. Ordinarily, any inter-gang conflict, or one syndicate's attempt to absorb another, required prior notification and his explicit approval. Only then could hostilities commence, for though unofficial, he remained Xiaobei's de facto authority. Even the most powerful syndicate leaders paid him deference, who defying him would render them unviable in Xiaobei. Thus both Underworld and law enforcement respected his dominion. Yet tonight someone had struck without warning, wiping out the Qilong gang entirely. Lu Wenqiang had received not a whisper beforehand. As one of Xiaobei's 4 great syndicates, the Qilong gang had long paid him tribute. Chun Biao, its patriarch, had enjoyed a cordial rapport with him, now slain without cause or explanation. Rage seethed within him. Immediately investigate. Who killed Chun Biao? Who eradicated the Qilong gang? Find them, and I'll ensure they regret ever drawing breath. Lu Wenqiang commanded his subordinates. Yes, sir. One officer saluted and departed to begin the inquiry. Lu Wenqiang glared out the window, voice low and venomous. Let me discover who dared this, and your fate will be sealed. At dawn, Yi Yunfei arrived at the Menghai Dance Hall. Upon entering, he glanced around. The entire venue was immaculate, clearly having undergone a thorough cleaning. Moreover, every staff member inside the dance hall had been replaced by men from the Longmen Syndicate. Evidently, the Menghai Dance Hall was now fully under Longmen's control. It appears Ding Li has completed his task, Yi Yunfei remarked with a faint smile. Though he trusted Ding Li's capabilities, the Qilong gang was no minor faction, well-organized and numerically formidable. Still, unforeseen complications could not be ruled out. Fortunately, the outcome had been favorable. "Brother Fei, you're here." Ding Li emerged from within, his face lit with a warm grin. Yi Yunfei's gaze fell upon Ding Li's arm, wrapped in a bandage. Frowning, he asked, "You're injured?" Ding Li replied, "Nothing serious. Just a shallow cut from a cleaver, nothing more than a surface wound." Yi Yunfei said, "See to it properly. Don't let it become infected." Ding Li chuckled, "Understood. I'll take care of it." Yi Yunfei then asked, "What about the Qilong gang members? Have they all been dealt with?" Ding Li replied, "All accounted for. Most are likely resting at the bottom of the Huangpu River by now, probably half digested by the fish." Yi Yunfei nodded appreciatively. "Well done. It seems killing has become second nature to you." Ding Li laughed softly. "Brother Fei, truthfully, before this I'd rarely even slaughtered a chicken. To me, taking a life was once an act steeped in dread. But now, it's effortless, simpler than slaughtering poultry. A single stroke across the throat, and the man falls without resistance. A chicken, however, thrashes wildly, might even wound you in its panic. I've even grown fond of the sensation." As he spoke those words, excitement gleamed in Ding Li's eyes. Yi Yunfei nodded calmly. "Killing is permissible, so long as you keep yourself unharmed." Ding Li grinned sheepishly. "Don't worry, I won't." Thereafter, Yi Yunfei strolled casually through the dance hall, inspecting the premises. After a brief tour, he observed, "With this venue included, we now control 3 establishments." Ding Li affirmed, "Correct. We hold 1 wharf, 1 casino, and now this dance hall. That makes 3 in total. Brother Fei, it feels like a dream. 3 venues place us among the most influential syndicates in Jiabei District. Most gangs consider themselves fortunate to operate even a single establishment. To command 3 at once. That's extraordinary. Syndicate revenue came primarily from protection fees, and more lucratively from their own venues. Ordinarily, a modest gang would boast only 1 venue, possessing 2 or 3 already marked them as formidable. Now Longmen controlled a wharf, a casino, and a dance hall. 3 highly profitable enterprises, each brimming with steady income. Consequently, their power and financial capacity had both surged far beyond what they'd previously commanded. Yi Yunfei smiled faintly. "It's premature to celebrate. We've only just begun. This is merely Jiabei. Before long, the name Longmen will echo across all of Shanghai. 3 venues. Merely the beginning. We'll amass 3,300, 3,000. His words rang with unshakable conviction. Ding Li's eyes shimmered with fervent anticipation. Had he heard such claims before, he would have dismissed them as idle fantasy. But now he believed utterly, because his leader was Yi Yunfei. In his eyes, there was nothing Yi Yunfei could not accomplish. "Let's go. Show me the office of the Menghai Dance Hall." After a short exchange, Yi Yunfei decided to inspect the manager's office, curious to see how opulent Chun Biao's former domain truly was. Right away, Ding Li led him there. Indeed, Chun Biao's office was extravagant, not only spacious, but lavishly appointed with rosewood desks and chairs throughout. To Yi Yunfei's mild surprise, the office even contained an attached suite, complete with a bed. An office with a private bedroom left little to the imagination. That old fox certainly knew how to live in luxury, Yi Yunfei murmured. Several bottles of red wine stood on display, so seizing the moment, he and Ding Li uncorked and shared them. "Brotherly Brother Fei, something's happening outside." Chang Gui suddenly entered, announcing urgently. Ding Li asked, "What is it?" Chang Gui replied, "A group has gathered at the entrance. No ordinary men, judging by their bearing. They appear to be high-ranking figures." Ding Li frowned. Could they be Chun Biao's remnants seeking vengeance? "Let's go down and see." Yi Yunfei added, "We'll accompany you. I'd like to meet these guests myself." They descended together, and upon entering the main hall, Yi Yunfei saw dozens, perhaps over 100 people already assembled in the center. 3 men stood at the fore, one in a Zhongshan suit, another in a Western business suit, and the third an elderly man. Their subordinates had placed 3 ornate chairs before them. They sat with unmistakable authority. Each exuded a distinct, commanding presence. Clearly no common figures. "It's them, those 3. Ding Li's expression hardened instantly, his gaze tinged with deep-seated reverence. Yi Yunfei asked, "Who are they?" Though unfamiliar with the trio, their demeanor signaled anything but goodwill. Ding Li explained, "Brother Fei, you may not know. Jiabei teams with countless small gangs, yet 4 dominate the district entirely. These 4 great syndicates effectively partition Jiabei among themselves. Lesser factions bow to their rule and pay monthly tributes. The Qilong gang is one of them. The other 3 are the Zhongyi Tang Ming Min and Tanxiang Hui. These 3 gentlemen before us are respectively the leaders of Zhongyi Tang Ming Min and Tanxiang Hui." As Ding Li introduced them, his face paled. Their names were legendary in Jiabei, virtually omnipotent. 4 ordinary citizens, even glimpsing one of them was near impossible. Yet today, all 3 had appeared together. Having listened intently, Yi Yunfei gave a slow, thoughtful nod. He stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and addressed them. "Honorable masters, it's an honor. May I ask what brings you and your entourage to my dance hall?" Zhou Zhaozhong, leader of Zhongyi Tang, sat furthest left, a man in his 40s clad in a Zhongshan suit. His eyes locked onto Yi Yunfei. "Your dance hall, If I'm not mistaken, this establishment belonged to the Qilong gang. When exactly did it become yours? Yunfei said the Qilong gang is no more, gone as of today. This nightclub now has a new master me. Any objections? Zhao Zhong replied coldly, boy, you've grown utterly lawless. Without our consent, you brazenly stormed the Qilong gang, slew Chen Biao, and seized his nightclub. You truly hold none of us in the slightest regard. Yunfei pulled over a chair from beside him and sat down heavily. He lit a cigarette and fixed his gaze upon Zhao Zhong. Mr. Zhao, if I may ask, my dismantling of the Qilong gang, my slaying of Chen Biao, and my seizure of this nightclub are matters strictly between me and them. What bearing do they have on you? Yet today the three of you arrive with such a large entourage, clearly here to pass judgment. Pray, what is the cause? Zhao Zhong sneered. Yunfei, don't think we're unaware. For the past month you've been aggressively expanding your influence across Jiabei district, recruiting followers left and right. First you purchased a wharf, then you seized Qin Tian's casino, and now you dare annihilate the Qilong gang. Do you even realize you've shattered long-standing rules? Yunfei inhaled deeply on his cigarette and exhaled slowly. Enlighten me. What rules have I broken? Zhao Zhong replied, for the past decade Jiabei district has been jointly governed by our four great gangs. Each gang commands its own territory and sphere of influence. No one dares overstep boundaries or recklessly disrupt this equilibrium. All other factions must submit to the four great gangs and pay tribute accordingly. This order has held firm for over 10 years. And yet within days of your arrival you seize territory, expand power, and even obliterate the Qilong gang. You've gravely violated protocol and directly challenged our authority and standing. Zhao Zhong's face darkened, his voice grave and unyielding. The four great gangs had dominated Jiabei for decades. Every business, every enterprise fell under their collective dominion. No one dared defy them. Now a newly emerged upstart not only seized territory, he eradicated the Qilong gang, shattering the delicate balance among the four great gangs. How could they possibly stand idle? After listening to Zhao Zhong, Yunfei nodded. I see. So this is why you're here today, correct? My assent threatens your interests. My destruction of the Qilong gang has unsettled you. So the three of you have come together united in confrontation. Zhao Zhong affirmed, indeed. Rules cannot be broken. Should you merely extort petty protection fees from a few shopkeepers, we'd hardly trouble ourselves. But you gather legions, seize turf, dismantle gangs, acting with reckless abandon. That we cannot ignore. You've gone too far, do you understand? Yunfei let out a cold laugh. You claim I've broken rules. But whose rules? Where do they originate? These so-called rules were forged by you alone. Why should I abide by them? I owe you nothing. Not a single coin, not a shred of loyalty. Why must I obey your dictates? Zhao Zhong retorted, you reside in Jiabei. Your Longmen gang also rises here. Therefore you must conform to our rules. If you fail to grasp, even that you've no place remaining in Jiabei. Yunfei narrowed his eyes, studying the three men before him. He understood now these three elders had come solely to condemn him. His annihilation of the Qilong gang had struck at their vested interests, so the leaders of the three great gangs had united to confront him. Yunfei studied the trio for a moment, then declared the Qilong gang is gone. Chen Biao is dead. His territory is mine. The deed is done. Now, what precisely do you three intend to do? Speak plainly. Zhao Zhong, Guodeming, and Shi Kaiwen exchanged glances before Zhao Zhong rose. Since the Qilong gang is already dismantled and Chen Biao slain, the matter is settled. We shall demand no blood price from you. However, you must cede all territory formerly held by Chen Biao to us. This nightclub too must be handed over to our three gangs collectively. Furthermore, you shall pay each of us 50,000 yuan monthly. Accept these terms, and the matter ends. You may continue operating freely in Jiabei unmolested. Having spoken, Zhao Zhong turned his gaze squarely upon Yunfei. Before Yunfei could respond, Ding Li erupted in fury. How audacious you three are. We brothers shed blood and risked death to crush the Qilong gang. Yet you contributed nothing, and now you demand their territory and nightclub. On what grounds? And you demand 50,000 yuan per month from our Longmen gang. Who exactly do you think you are, and why on earth should we pay you a single cent? Ding Li's temper was notoriously volatile. He spoke without filter. Though he harbored some wariness of their power, the mere suggestion of extortion and the demand for the nightclub ignited his rage instantly. That nightclub had been won with his life on the line. Even against overwhelming odds, he would never surrender it. Zhao Zhong fixed Yunfei with a frigid stare. Little runt, you dare speak to me thus? Do you doubt I'll have you lying dead in the gutter before sunset? Ding Li roared back, try me. I fear you not. Come near, and I'll meet you blade. Let's see who kills whom. Ding Li had faced mortal peril countless times, and death held no terror for him. Unafraid of death, he feared nothing. Thus, even confronting a figure like Zhao Zhong, he stood unflinching. Better mutual annihilation than submission. A flash of lethal intent flickered in Zhao Zhong's eyes as he stared at Ding Li, a mere brat daring such insolence. Under ordinary circumstances, he'd have ordered his men to dismember Ding Li on the spot. But today he had come to negotiate with Yunfei. Impulse had to be restrained. Zhao Zhong turned to Ding Li. You're but a dog, a stray mutt with no right to utter a word in this assembly. I am addressing Yi Yunfei. Will you accept our terms? Yi Yunfei drew another slow drag from his cigarette and said coolly, you expect me to hand over every inch of the Qilong gang's territory to your 3 gangs, to surrender this nightclub, and to pay each of you 50,000 yuan monthly. You dream in vain. Not 1 inch of my territory will be yielded, not a single cent of my money surrendered. Not a thought, not a whisper, of such demands will ever be entertained. Yi Yunfei's words were absolute, decisive, and radiated unassailable authority. Zhao Zhong, Guodeming, and Shi Kaiwen stood frozen, stunned by his sheer audacity. Zhao Zhong rose to his feet, voice glacial. Yi Yunfei, do you comprehend the consequences of refusing us? Have you weighed the cost? Yi Yunfei rose as well, eyes sharp and unwavering. Whatever your 3 gangs choose to do, I, Yi Yunfei, shall meet it heathen. But consider carefully, opposing me invites ruin. Should you move against me, you must be prepared to pay with your lives. Now you may leave. Yi Yunfei dismissed them outright. Zhang Zhong and the other 2 glared at Yi Yunfei with seething hostility. Very well, very well, very well. Boy, we'll remember your words today, don't regret them. Instantly the 3 turned and strode away. No sooner had they departed than Ding Li barked fiercely, Brother Fei, those old bastards are utterly inhuman, imposing such outrageous terms on us, as if demanding we become their dogs. They call themselves titans of the underworld, yet behave like beasts. Yi Yunfei remained calm and composed, speaking coolly, it's entirely expected. We annihilated the Qilong gang, and our recent expansion has been meteoric, already disrupting the balance among these 3 families. These 3 families control virtually every business in Xiaobei district. Naturally, they won't tolerate outsiders carving up their territory. Issuing warnings and imposing constraints upon us is only natural. Such resistance will inevitably arise if we continue to grow. We need not dwell on it. Ding Li nodded, then added, judging by their demeanor today, they clearly intend to move against us. What shall we do? Yi Yunfei replied, there's nothing to fear. When soldiers come, generals meet them. When floods rise, earth dams them. We proceed as planned. If they strike, we erase them. You must continue recruiting, urgently. We require manpower now more than ever. Bring in more loyal fighters, expand our strength, and fortify every inch of our controlled territory. Not a single inch of our domain shall be surrendered. Understood. Ding Li nodded solemnly. At that moment, Zhang Zhong, Guodeming, and Shi Kaiwen, enraged, stormed out of the cabaret. Yi Yunfei is insufferably arrogant, daring to defy all 3 of us face to face. Such a man must not be allowed to live. He will surely become a grave threat in the future. Zhang Zhong spoke. Guodeming added, I sense it too. Yi Yunfei is unlike any other. His ambitions likely extend far beyond the Qilong gang. Perhaps he aims to swallow all of Xiaobei whole. He cannot be permitted to remain. He endangers all 3 of us. Shi Kaiwen cut in bluntly, then eliminate him at the first opportunity. Right now he's still weak, a fledgling upstart who's barely digested the Qilong gang's territory. He remains incomparably inferior to our 3 families. Crushing him would be effortless. Agreed. All 3 voiced their assent. Zhang Zhong then declared, since we're united in this decision, let each of us return and prepare, then act without delay. The sooner the better. Delay invites complications. Better to settle this swiftly and reclaim our peace. Understood. Agreed. Both affirmed, ready to depart, when suddenly a voice rang out from behind. Who exactly are you 3 planning to eliminate? They whirled around to see a middle-aged man in his 40s standing there, clad in a gray mandarin jacket and wearing a hat radiating formidable presence. Uncle Xiang. Their faces paled in shock. The man was none other than Uncle Xiang. In Shanghai, everyone knew him solely by that honorific. No one knew his true name. Nearly all referred to him as Uncle Xiang, because he served as steward to Feng Jingyao and was likewise the 2nd most powerful figure in the entire Feng commercial guild. In Shanghai, no one dared offend Uncle Xiang. For all understood, he spoke not for himself, but for Feng Jingyao. His word was law. As minor overlords of Xiaobei district, Zhang Zhong and his 2 companions certainly knew Uncle Xiang, but besides such a legendary figure, they were mere ants. Uncle Xiang, what an unexpected honor. How did you come to Xiaobei? Had we known, we'd have prepared a banquet in your honor. Zhang Zhong bowed deeply. Uncle Xiang replied, I've just learned you 3 intend to move against Yi Yunfei. Let me warn you plainly. Abandon that notion immediately. Should you lay a hand on him, your corpses will float in the Huangpu River by tomorrow morning. Stunned, Zhang Zhong stammered, Uncle Xiang, is Yi Yunfei connected to you, or to Mr. Feng? Uncle Xiang's gaze turned icy. What isn't yours to ask? Don't ask. Consider this your sole warning. Now go. Their faces darkened, they fled without hesitation. They couldn't fathom why Uncle Xiang had intervened, but having spoken his decree brooked no defiance. Even 10 lifetimes' courage wouldn't dare defy it. Uncle Xiang let out a cold, mirthless laugh, then strode toward the cabaret. Inside, Yi Yunfei and Ding Li were preparing to leave when Yi Yunfei noticed a man approaching from ahead. Uncle Xiang. Ding Li recognized him instantly and gasped, "Brother Fei, it's Uncle Xiang of the Feng Commercial Guild. Feng Jingyao's right hand, the most formidable figure in all of Shanghai. What brings him here? Could he be here to cause trouble for us?" Ding Li stood frozen in disbelief. Uncle Xiang belonged to Feng Jingyao, the apex of Shanghai's power structure. Yi Yunfei said calmly, "He's unlikely to be here for conflict. Then what could he possibly want? We've never even met." Ding Li frowned in confusion. Just then Uncle Xiang arrived and swept his gaze over Yi Yunfei. "Mr. Yi, how fortuitous to meet again." Ding Li's eyes widened. Uncle Xiang addressed Yi Yunfei as Mr. Yi. Yi Yunfei replied, "It's been too long, Uncle Xiang. You remain as vigorous and distinguished as ever." Uncle Xiang smiled faintly. "I'm growing old. No match for young men like you." Yi Yunfei said, "You flatter me, Uncle Xiang. Please come in." And with that he led Uncle Xiang into the cabaret. Once inside, Uncle Xiang glanced around thoughtfully. Impressive. This cabaret, though situated in Jiabei, boasts fine ambience and surely thrives. Remarkable. In less than half a month you've secured such a venue. Indeed, Mr. Feng judged wisely. You possess extraordinary capability. Yi Yunfei said, "I acted purely out of necessity, for self-preservation. If I don't kill others, they will kill me. There is no choice." Uncle Xiang nodded. Shanghai is precisely thus. Survival demands either your death or theirs. To survive and seize your own territory, that alone marks you as exceptional. When Mr. Feng and I began our ascent, our trials dwarfed yours. Persevere, and success will inevitably follow. Yi Yunfei countered, "Not so. Most perish along the way, feeding fish in the Huangpu River before ever tasting victory. Only a rare few break through. You and Mr. Feng belong to that elite minority, having climbed atop countless fallen bodies." At Yi Yunfei's words, a flicker of astonishment crossed Uncle Xiang's eyes. Such insight, so sharp, so unclouded, was rare in one so young. Xiang said, "Mr. Yi, you truly surprise me. I have seen many young people, but few possess such insight as you do. Just from what Mr. Yi said today, I can sense that in the future Shanghai Bund, there will certainly be a place for Mr. Yi." Yi Yunfei smiled faintly and said, "All right, Uncle Xiang, there's no need to flatter me. You came to see me, it must be for more than just a casual visit." Xiang replied, "Of course I am here on behalf of Mr. Feng, who wishes to see you." Yi Yunfei furrowed his brows and asked, "Mr. Feng wants to see me. Is there something he needs?" He and Feng Jingyao only knew each other in passing, and to someone as influential as Feng Jingyao, he might just be an insignificant ant. "I don't know what Mr. Feng wants to see you about," Xiang replied, "but he values you highly, so he must have something to discuss. In that case, let's go. It's a good opportunity to meet Mr. Feng." They then got into the car and headed to Feng's residence. In the car, Xiang said, "By the way, Mr. Yi, those three pests from Jiabei seem to want to cause you trouble. I've already warned them, so they shouldn't act recklessly anymore." "Are you talking about Zhang Zhong, Guodeming, and Shi Kaiwan?" Yi Yunfei asked with a frown. Xiang confirmed, "Yes, those three. Since Uncle Xiang has intervened, thank you. He'll treat you to a meal another day." Those three old fellows must have been scared off by Xiang's warning. Xiang was indeed helping him out. The reason he saved Feng Chunchen and allied himself with Feng Jingyao was for a time like this. Now that it was indeed useful, it was a good thing. As for Zhang Zhong and the others, he would deal with them later. Xiang said, "No need to be polite. If you need anything in the future, just tell me. I have some influence in the Shanghai Bund, and many things can be handled without Mr. Feng's involvement." "Understood." Yi Yunfei nodded. After a moment, the two arrived at Feng's residence. Feng's residence, as the home of Feng Jingyao, was quite imposing and spacious. Inside the Feng residence, Feng Chunchen asked, "Dad, is Yunfei not here yet? It's been so long, why hasn't he arrived?" Today, Feng Chunchen wore a particularly beautiful dress, her hair tied in two ponytails, looking very eye-catching, clearly having dressed up for the occasion. The reason for her dressing up was simple: Yi Yunfei was coming. Feng Jingyao sighed and said, "Chunchen, you are a young lady. Why are you so shameless, constantly asking about a man? You are my daughter. Even if you really like that boy, at least show a bit of restraint and don't be so proactive, or you'll lose your dignity." Feng Chunchen pouted and replied, "Yunfei is the one who saved my life. What's wrong with me being proactive towards him? Didn't you say before to be grateful?" Feng Jingyao helplessly said, "To be grateful is not the same as throwing yourself at him. I really don't know what to do with you." As a top figure in the Shanghai Bund, Feng Jingyao felt utterly helpless facing Feng Chunchen. "Mr. Feng, Yi Yunfei and Uncle Xiang have arrived." At that moment, a servant's voice came from outside. They finally made it. Upon hearing Yi Yunfei had arrived, Feng Chunchen dashed out. Feng Jingyao sighed helplessly. Girls grow up too fast. Outside on the lawn, Feng Chunchen looked at Yi Yunfei and said, "Yunfei, you're here. Yes, it's been a few days since we last met, Miss Feng, and you look more beautiful than ever." Feng Chunchen blushed and said, "Are you serious or just teasing me?" "Of course it's true. Just ask anyone in the Shanghai Bund who wouldn't admit that Miss Feng is a great beauty. I would never lie." Upon hearing this, Feng Chunchen looked delighted and satisfied. Just then, Feng Jingyao came out of the villa. "Yunfei, please have a seat." Feng Jingyao gestured for Yi Yunfei to sit down. After sitting, Yi Yunfei asked Mr. Feng, is there something you wanted to discuss today? I heard you've been doing well in Jiabei, having set up a nightclub, a dock, and a casino. Young people really are capable. It's only been about half a month since we last met, and you've already gained so much territory. It's indeed impressive. No wonder you declined my invitation to join the Feng family business. It seems you want to establish your own power. Yi Yunfei replied, I'm just dabbling in Jiabei, nowhere near the scale of Mr. Feng's business. Besides, I'm still young and want to do my own thing. Feng Jingyao said, I understand. When I was young, I thought the same way. Working for others is never as good as being your own boss. As long as you have the ability to develop, that's a good thing. If you ever need anything from the Feng family business, feel free to ask, and I will do my best to help. Yi Yunfei replied, thank you, Mr. Feng. I will naturally reach out when I need assistance. Good. Feng Jingyao nodded. By the way, Mr. Feng, you must have something specific in mind to have called me here. Please feel free to speak your mind. Yi Yunfei took a sip of tea and began to speak. Feng Jingyao said, indeed, there is something. Yunfei, do you remember the incident last time when Qinshun was kidnapped at the train station? Of course I remember. I happened to be there and saved Miss Feng. What happened? In the past few days, I've been investigating who wanted to kidnap Qinshun. After my investigation, I found out that the kidnapper is a man named Jin Dazhong. You should have heard of him. Jin Dazhong, the owner of the Lidu Theater. Yi Yunfei asked. That's right. He was the one who hired someone to kidnap Qinshun at the train station. Thankfully, you saved her, otherwise the consequences would have been dire. Yi Yunfei nodded. Jin Dazhong, nicknamed Jin Fatty, is the owner of the Lidu Theater. He is a prominent figure in the Shanghai Bund, considered one of the top bosses, commanding numerous subordinates and running the largest theater in the Bund. The Lidu Theater, located in the heart of the Shanghai Bund, is the largest theater in the area and enjoys booming business. Jin Dazhong controls the Lidu Theater and makes a fortune with hundreds of hired thugs under his command. He is a well-known figure. Few dare to oppose him in the Shanghai Bund. After understanding all this, Yi Yunfei asked, what does Mr. Feng plan to do? Jin Dazhong kidnapped Qinshun to use her as leverage against me. I cannot let him off the hook. I called you here to propose a partnership to eliminate Jin Dazhong. A partnership with me? Yi Yunfei looked at Feng Jingyao in surprise and said, Mr. Feng, are you joking? You have countless elite subordinates. You could easily send a few to deal with Jin Dazhong without needing my help. Although Jin Dazhong is a top figure with Feng Jingyao strength, he could definitely handle him. There was no need for a partnership. He wondered why Feng Jingyao suddenly proposed a partnership. It felt somewhat illogical. Feng Jingyao said, Jin Dazhong is also a prominent figure in the Shanghai Bund. Everyone knows there are conflicts between us. If Jin Dazhong were to die now, everyone would know it was my doing. Currently, I am campaigning for a position in the municipal council. I cannot afford to have any negative news, so I want to cooperate with you to eliminate Jin Dazhong. Of course, after we succeed, you will not suffer losses. All of Jin Dazhong's territory will belong to you. What do you say? Feng Jingyao finished speaking and looked at Yi Yunfei. After hearing Feng Jingyao's words, Yi Yunfei understood at once. As a towering figure of Shanghai, Feng Jingyao had long been seeking to legitimize the Feng Commercial Guild. His candidacy for the Chinese directorship of the Municipal Council was precisely intended to transform the Feng Commercial Guild into a respectable enterprise. Should Jin Dazhong be killed now, it would severely tarnish Feng Jingyao's reputation, dooming his candidacy outright. Such a setback would shatter his long-held ambition to cleanse the guild's image entirely. This too explained why Feng Jingyao had sought him out. Reflecting on this, Yi Yunfei's mind raced with calculations. Should he ally with Feng Jingyao to eliminate Jin Dazhong? Feng Jingyao had just declared that upon Jin Dazhong's removal, all his territories would fall exclusively to Yi Yunfei. As one of Shanghai's most formidable underworld lords, Jin Dazhong controlled vast territories and possessed immense wealth. Absorbing his domain would multiply Yi Yunfei's power exponentially. He would no longer merely secure a foothold in Jiabei district. He would command influence across all of Shanghai. This deal was undeniably worthwhile. At that moment, Yi Yunfei had already made up his mind. Yet he did not accept immediately. Instead, he tapped lightly on the tabletop and said, Mr. Feng, your proposal intrigues me deeply, but as you know, I am still in the early stages of building my strength. My forces are few, my armaments non-existent. To confront Jin Dazhong Heaton would place me at a grave disadvantage. However, should you provide me with adequate support, men and weapons, I would be willing to take on Jin Dazhong. Feng Jingyao replied, that is no issue. I will assign you 20 men and 10 firearms. How does that sound? With my men added to yours, defeating Jin Dazhong should pose no difficulty. Yi Yunfei slammed his palm on the table. Agreed. Once you deliver the men and firearms, I will move against Jin Dazhong. Excellent. Feng Jingyao nodded with a smile. Mr. Yi, I truly saw your potential from the start. You are a man destined for great deeds. Should this succeed, your name will echo throughout all of Shanghai. I care little for fame, Yi Yunfei replied. What interests me is Jin Dazhong's territory. When might I expect the men and firearms? Immediately, Feng Jingyao assured him. I shall send Xiang to deliver them to you shortly. That suits me perfectly. Yi Yunfei confirmed. When do you intend to strike? Feng Jingyao asked. After a brief pause, Yunfei answered, I need time to prepare. I will act within 3 days. Very well. I shall await your success. Feng Jingyao chuckled warmly. They exchanged a few more pleasantries before Yunfei took his leave. Emerging from the Feng residence, a sharp glint flickered in Yunfei's eyes. This alliance with Feng Jingyao against Jin Dazhong represented a pivotal opportunity. As Feng Jingyao had said, eliminating Jin Dazhong and seizing his domain would finally anchor Yunfei's authority across Shanghai. Moreover, Feng Jingyao would owe him a profound debt, one that could prove invaluable in future endeavors, ensuring his unwavering support whenever called upon. A venture yielding multiple advantages, yet risk and reward walked hand in hand. Eliminating Jin Dazhong was perilous. He was a seasoned overlord commanding legions of loyal followers. Thorough reconnaissance would be essential before striking. With these thoughts in mind, Yunfei resolved to return and gather intelligence on Jin Dazhong, while also recruiting new allies. Yunfei. Just then Feng Chunshin dashed out from the villa. Chunshin, what brings you here? Are you free today? Would you accompany me to a film? It's been ages since I last watched one. Of course. I'd be delighted. What would you like to see? Oh, I'm not sure. Let's decide once we arrive. Feng Chunshan exclaimed joyfully. And so the two headed to the cinema. Cinemas already existed during the Republican era, though films were scarce, most imported from abroad. All screenings were in stark black and white, offering limited visual appeal, yet some possessed exceptional artistic merit. Yunfei selected a finely crafted romantic film. Surprisingly, the theater was well attended. During the screening, Yunfei gently took Feng Chunshin's hand, and she did not withdraw, only blushing softly. Her hand felt smooth, pale, and delicate beneath his touch. Had the theater not been crowded, he might have ventured further. By the time the film ended, it was already 6 or 7 in the evening. They grabbed a casual meal outside, by then nearly 10 o'clock. A day spent together had deepened their bond markedly. All the way home, Yunfei held her hand while she nestled affectionately against his arm. Night had fully fallen, a cool breeze stirred the air. Glancing at his watch, Yunfei said, It's growing late, Chunshin. I'll escort you home. 10 o'clock is hardly late. Let's stay out a little longer. I haven't felt this happy since returning to Shanghai. Yunfei smiled. Very well, let's stroll along the Huangpu River. I've lived in Shanghai for so long, yet never truly taken it in. Wonderful. Feng Chunshin agreed instantly. And so they went to the Huangpu River, the most iconic landmark of Shanghai. Yet in Republican times, its reputation had been far less illustrious. For countless victims were dumped directly into its waters after execution. So many legend claimed that corpses outnumbered fish swimming beneath the surface. During fierce clashes between rival syndicates, bodies tossed into the river sometimes stained its currents crimson. Thus, even among Shanghainese, the Huangpu evoked quiet dread. Yet such horrors occurred only rarely. Most of the time, the river was breathtakingly serene, free of neon glare and urban clamor, hushed and still. Moonlight cascaded from above, shimmering across the water's surface with an ethereal, singular beauty. Hand in hand, Yunfei and Feng Chunshin strolled quietly along its banks. In that moment, Yunfei felt his heart grow still. For the first time since arriving in Shanghai, amidst ceaseless violence and turmoil, he tasted true tranquility. Halfway along, Feng Chunshin suddenly halted. Turning to face him, her gaze locked onto his. Yunfei, I love you. What? Yunfei froze, stunned that Feng Chunshin had confessed so abruptly. He was utterly taken aback. Do you love me? She stared at him unflinchingly. Of course I do, I adore you. You're handsome, charismatic, magnetic. Any man would be captivated by you. Feng Chunshin declared. Then, let's be together. Tonight she was unusually bold. Even Yunfei, who prided himself on composure, felt his resolve waver. How could any man resist such a stunning woman's confession? He moistened his lips. Chunshin, surely you mean this sincerely, not a passing impulse. Absolutely, she affirmed, clear-eyed and resolute. I love you, and I wish to be with you. Her conviction was unwavering, her words direct and certain. Yunfei nodded. Then yes, we'll be together. Without hesitation. A prize offered freely, he would never let it slip away. And indeed, a woman like Feng Chunshin was simply irresistible. Wonderful. She embraced him tightly, whispering near his ear, I won't go home tonight. Let's go to your place. Upon hearing Feng Chunshin's words, Yunfei's eyes instantly widened. Her statement was an unmistakable, unabashed hint. Without hesitation, he replied, Very well. Let us leave at once. A feast laid before one's lips must be savored and devoured wholeheartedly. He promptly escorted Feng Chunshin to his residence. Once inside the house, Yunfei swept her up in his arms and carried her straight to the bed. Feng Chunshin's cheeks flushed crimson like ripe apples. Lying beside him, she whispered softly, Yunfei, could you please be gentle? It's my first time. Yunfei chuckled darkly. That depends entirely on your performance. Without another word, he pressed himself upon her. Indeed, a maiden's touch was unlike any other. Through Feng Chunshin, Yunfei experienced a pleasure more profound than ever before. In that instant, he felt as though his very soul were soaring beyond the heavens, a sensation indescribable in mere words. At dawn the next day, Feng Chunshin awoke, blushing fiercely, clinging to Yi Yunfei like a shy woodland sprite. Yi Yunfei, unable to restrain himself, engaged her again and again, until at last he withdrew, spent and sated. When he later escorted her back to the Feng residence, she limped awkwardly, her gait unnaturally stiff. Feng Jingyao watched his daughter with puzzled concern. What happened? Why do you walk so strangely? She stammered, face burning. I slipped and fell while walking, then fled swiftly into the house. Feng Jingyao's expression turned deeply unsettled. Though he knew nothing of what had transpired, an ominous premonition stirred uneasily within him. After seeing Feng Chunshin off, Yi Yunfei returned to the Menghai dance hall. The moment he stepped inside, he saw Ding Li reprimanding several underlings. You wretches! How dare you pilfer the hall's operating funds? You've grown far too reckless, too eager to court death. Take them outside at once and sever one hand each. Let this be their lesson. With a curt wave, Ding Li ordered the 3 men dragged away for punishment. They trembled violently in terror. Wait! At that moment, Yi Yunfei stepped forward, frowning. What's going on, Ali? Why cut off their hands? Feed you're here. You don't know? Their audacity is unforgivable. Each stole 1,000 yuan from the hall's revenue. Their gall is staggering. I've been occupied lately, so I entrusted them with overseeing the hall. Yet they betrayed that trust, stealing from the very place they were meant to guard. Such brazen treachery demands discipline. I'll teach them a lasting lesson. Having heard Ding Li's account, Yi Yunfei fixed his gaze upon the 3 men and asked, why did you take the hall's operating funds? Was there hardship at home? Fij, our families faced sudden emergencies. We needed money, so we took some from the hall. Rest assured we'll repay every cent. Nonsense. Ding Li sneered coldly. I know your family's inside and out. No crisis exists. You stole the money to gamble, then lied about family need. Your stubborn denial only deepens your folly. Enough. Silence. Yi Yunfei raised a hand, cutting off further argument. His eyes locked onto the 3 men. Whether your motives were desperation or vice, I speak only one truth. This is your first and final warning. I spare you now, but should you ever again lay hands on our earnings, I won't merely sever limbs. I will end your lives. Do you understand? They bowed their heads frantically. Yes, Fij, we understand. We've learned our lesson. Never again. Not a single yuan will we touch. Yi Yunfei nodded. Go. They vanished without delay. Once they'd gone, Ding Li frowned in confusion. Fij, why let them off so easily? Their crime was grave. If no lesson is taught now, what stops them from repeating it? Yi Yunfei sank into a chair and lit a cigarette. Discipline must wait. This is no time for crippling our own men. When manpower is scarce, every pair of hands counts. Ding Li nodded slowly. That's true. But Fij, if I may ask, what pressing matter demands so many hands? For now things seem quiet enough. Yi Yunfei exhaled smoke. Quiet. Far from it. A critical operation looms, one requiring every available man. Ding Li leaned in curiously. What operation? To destroy Jin Dazhong and seize the Lido Grand Theater. Jin Dazhong. The fat Jin. Ding Li's eyes widened in shock. Fij, you mean to seize his territory? Yi Yunfei nodded. Precisely. That's why I need every able-bodied man intact. None can afford injury now. Ding Li grasped his logic, but the sheer audacity of targeting Jin Dazhong still stunned him. Fij, Jin Dazhong is one of Shanghai's most feared gang lords, ruthless, vast, and influence commanding legions. Why strike him now? He won't fall easily. Ding Li voiced his concern plainly. Yi Yunfei replied, we've already secured our foothold in Jiabei district. Crushing minor gangs holds no thrill. If we act, let it be decisive and monumental. You yourself said Jin Dazhong commands wide territory and formidable power. Toppling him would catapult the Longmen society to unprecedented strength. This is our greatest opportunity, yet also our gravest risk. One misstep, and we vanish without trace. Yi Yunfei glanced sharply at Ding Li. Are you afraid? Never. Ding Li declared instantly. Whatever you command, I obey, without fear. Even death holds no terror. In 18 years I'll rise again as a hero. Yi Yunfei rose and clapped Ding Li firmly on the shoulder. That's the spirit. Now, compile precise figures, total Longmen members, exact number of firearms. I want full clarity on our strength. Also gather exhaustive intelligence on Jin Dazhong and report both sets of data to me. To defeat him, we must first know ourselves and know him. Ding Li had been recruiting relentlessly, but even he lacked precise counts of current personnel and arms. As for Jin Dazhong, he remained almost entirely unknown. First ascertain all facts, then decide how and when to strike. Only through absolute knowledge of self and foe can victory be swift, certain, and absolute. Understood. I'll begin immediately. Ding Li nodded and strode out to investigate both the Longmen and Jin Dazhong. Yi Yunfei waited in silence. It took nearly half a day before Ding Li returned, this time holding a sheet of paper inscribed with figures. Fij, the investigation is complete. Ding Li entered and reported. Speak. The Longmen currently numbers 72 men and possesses 16 firearms. Yi Yunfei asked, and Jin Dazhong. At the name Ding Li's expression hardened. Feej, perhaps we should reconsider. Forget it. Why? Yi Yunfei asked. Ding Li said, I just had someone investigate Jin Dazhong's background. I was shocked by what I found. Do you know how many people Jin Dazhong has under him? Over 200. Not only does he have over 200 subordinates, but he also has at least 30 or 40 guns. This Jin Dazhong has been operating on the Shanghai Bund for so many years, his resources are indeed substantial. Compared to him, we are still far behind. If we really go against him, there will definitely be trouble. So, I feel that perhaps we should let it go for now and wait until we develop for a while before dealing with Jin Dazhong. You're scared by just 200 people. It's just 200, not 2,000. What's there to be afraid of? Yi Yunfei replied coldly. Jin Dazhong has 200 men, which he had already anticipated. Even the so-called bosses in Jiabei district have around 100 subordinates each. Having 200 men is quite normal for Jin Dazhong. Moreover, Yi Yunfei speculated that these 200 might only be the ones Ding Li discovered. There could be more that were not uncovered. A top-tier gang leader like him would definitely hide his true strength. The actual number of his subordinates must exceed 200. Ding Li said, but we only have 70 people. Compared to Jin Dazhong, we are far behind. His firepower will also far exceed ours, creating a significant power disparity between us. If it comes to blows, we might be in great danger. Yi Yunfei said, indeed there will be danger, but have you considered that with danger comes reward? The greater the risk, the greater the return. If we can eliminate Jin Dazhong this time, we will be able to establish ourselves firmly on the Shanghai Bund, no longer needing to hide in Jiabei. Ollie, your goal shouldn't be just to be a small-time gangster in Jiabei, right? The vast skies of the Shanghai Bund are waiting for us to explore. Hearing Yi Yunfei's words, Ding Li's eyes gradually became excited. He said, Brother Fei, you're right. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. All right, I will follow you. Whatever you ask me to do, I will do it. Yi Yunfei said, very well. From now on, gather all our funds, recruit people, and buy guns. Within one day, recruit as many people as possible to join our longmen. Furthermore, anyone who joins longmen now will receive a settling-in fee of 100 silver dollars. Tell them that as long as they can get through this situation with longmen, they will be brothers in life and death. Ding Li nodded and said, all right, I understand. However, if we recruit people with money, those we attract may not all be genuinely loyal to us. There might be some with ulterior motives. The time is too short to distinguish loyalty from treachery. No need to distinguish loyalty from treachery. At this moment, even if we attract some cannon fodder with money, we need enough manpower. Even if they have ulterior motives, at least they can take bullets for us as cannon fodder. So go ahead and recruit. Accept everyone who comes. After the battle with Jin Dazhong, we will naturally know who is loyal and who is just here to mix in. Hearing Yi Yunfei say this, Ding Li understood and nodded. All right, I will go recruit people right away. Just then Chang Gui suddenly walked in looking a bit flustered. He said, Brother Fei, brotherly Jin Dazhong is here. Jin Dazhong. Upon hearing this name, Ding Li immediately became tense. They had just been discussing how to deal with Jin Dazhong, and now he had actually come. What a coincidence. Just as we were about to deal with him, he shows up. He must have received news that we were going to take action against him, so he came to cause us trouble early. If this fat man Jin knew we were going to act against him, he would definitely eliminate us. He is notorious for being ruthless on the Shanghai Bund. Ding Li said in fear. Yi Yunfei's expression also became serious. He truly did not expect Jin Dazhong to arrive at this moment. He had never come into contact with this person before, and he had never disclosed to outsiders that they were planning to deal with Jin Dazhong. The news should not have reached Jin Dazhong's ears. After thinking for a moment, Yi Yunfei said, don't panic. Invite him in and see what he wants first. Until I give the order, no one is allowed to act. Since Jin Dazhong dares to come, he must have come prepared, so we cannot act impulsively. Understood, both Chang Gui and Ding Li replied. Then Yi Yunfei also went out to meet him. A short, stout man dressed in a suit resembling a potato walked in. This fat man was truly unattractive, both clumsy and overweight. However, he was the owner of the renowned Lido Theater on the Shanghai Bund, Jin Dazhong. Yi Yunfei cupped his hands towards Jin Dazhong and said, welcome to my Menghai Song and Dance Hall boss Jin. Jin Dazhong stared at Yi Yunfei and said, you are Yi Yunfei? Yi Yunfei nodded. Yes, I didn't know boss Jin came to my Menghai Song and Dance Hall for something. Jin Dazhong squinted his eyes and looked at Yi Yunfei for a few moments before saying, Yi Yunfei, I am here today to discuss something with you. First, have these idle people around you leave. Yi Yunfei frowned slightly and then waved his hand, causing all the longmen members nearby to basically retreat. However, Yi Yunfei stood beside him and did not move. He can leave too, Jin Dazhong pointed at Ding Li. Yi Yunfei said, Ali is my brother, he doesn't need to leave. You can speak directly. Jin Dazhong said, all right then, I will speak directly. Previously, I sent someone to the train station to kidnap Feng Jinjiu's daughter Feng Chunshin. It was about to succeed, but it was disrupted by someone, causing Feng Chunshin to escape. That person who ruined my plan is you, isn't it? After Jin Dazhong finished speaking, he coldly stared at Yi Yunfei. Yi Yunfei's gaze also turned somewhat icy. Since Jin Dazhong knew about this matter and came directly to confront him, it was highly likely he was here to seek retribution. He didn't want to beat around the bush and said directly, "Indeed, I saved Feng Qinshan. However, at that time, I didn't know she was Feng Jinjiu's daughter, nor did I know who wanted to kidnap her. I only saw a girl in danger being kidnapped, and out of a sense of justice, I saved her." Jin Dazhong clapped his hands and said, "What a hero saving a damsel in distress, a sense of justice. But kid, do you know that because of your interference, you directly ruined my major plan? You have put me in an extremely dangerous situation and caused years of effort to go to waste. You meddled in my affairs and the consequences are severe. Do you know what kind of ending you will face for doing this?" At this moment, Jin Dazhong's words were filled with threats and killing intent. Yi Yunfei's expression remained calm. "I've already handled the matter. If you want something, just say it plainly. You didn't come today merely to exchange threats, did you?" Though Jin Dazhong wielded considerable influence, Yi Yunfei no longer feared him. If he allied with Feng Jingyao, dealing with Jin Dazhong would be no great difficulty. Still, since Jin Dazhong had come to him of his own accord, Yi Yunfei preferred to avoid a direct confrontation for now. Jin plainly came prepared, so it was wiser to talk first. Jin Dazhong toyed with a jade thumb ring between his fingers, stroking it lightly. "Yi Yunfei, you ruined my grand plan. I should have killed you, yet I can offer you a chance to live, if you want it." Yi Yunfei asked evenly, "What sort of chance to live do you mean, Boss Jin? Explain it." Jin Dazhong replied, "The reason I abducted Feng Jinjiu's daughter was to strike at that old bastard Feng. If you can help me get rid of Feng Jingyao, then everything that happened before will be forgiven and forgotten. Furthermore, I can give you a sum of money. I know you are only just building your power and are in dire need of funds. Help me settle Feng Jingyao, and he'll give you the money. Also, you've already met Feng Qinshan. She's a fine girl. I can give Feng Qinshan to you as well." Jin Dazhong finished and swept a gaze over Yi Yunfei. "What do you say?" Yi Yunfei was taken aback. Jin Dazhong had come to ask him to eliminate Feng Jingyao. Earlier, Feng Jingyao had come to him with the same request to remove Jin Dazhong. Both men had approached him asking him to do away with the other. It was an intriguing turn of events. Yi Yunfei stared at Jin Dazhong. "Boss Jin, you have many men. If you want Feng Jingyao gone, you have the manpower. Why come to me?" Jin Dazhong said, "The reason is simple. First, you spoiled my plan. Second, you are an unfamiliar face. My men are all known to that old Feng. If I sent them in, they would be cut down before they reached him. But you are a stranger, and because you once saved Feng Qinshan, Feng Jingyao is unlikely to suspect you. You only need to get close and put a bullet in his head, then the job is done. Once Feng Jingyao is dead, you'll have money and women aplenty. How about that proposal? Not bad, is it?" Yi Yunfei smiled wryly. "By your account, I do seem the perfect choice." Jin Dazhong asked, "So you agree?" Yi Yunfei replied, "I can help you kill Feng Jingyao, but you'll have to give me something first." Jin Dazhong asked, "What do you want? Say it." Yi Yunfei answered, "Give me 100,000 silver dollars up front and 20 guns. With those I'll do it." "No problem." Hearing Yi Yunfei's demands, Jin Dazhong agreed, without hesitation. "I can have those delivered to you this afternoon. When will you go after Feng Jingyao?" The items Yi Yunfei requested were costly, but compared to eliminating Feng Jingyao, they were a small price to pay. If they could rid themselves of that old man and make him pay the expense would be justified. Yi Yunfei considered a moment and said, "Then 2 days from now." Jin Dazhong's eyes gleamed. 2 days from now, I'll expect good news. They'll send the money and arms this afternoon. Goodbye for now. With that, he left. As soon as Jin Dazhong departed, Ding Li blurted out, "Brother Fei, why did you agree to help him against Feng Jingyao? Weren't you just saying you wanted to get rid of Jin Dazhong?" Yi Yunfei sneered. "Agreeing doesn't mean he'll do his bidding. First take his guns and his money, then we cut him down. Isn't that far better? We currently lack guns and funds. With 100,000 silver dollars and 20 guns, our strength will grow considerably." Ding Li's eyes brightened. "Brilliant, Brother Fei. Take his money and arms, then use them against him." If Jin Dazhong knew, he'd be livid. "You're too clever, Brother Fei." Yi Yunfei waved his hand. "Enough flattery. Hurry and recruit men. When Jin Dazhong's money and guns arrive this afternoon, arm the brothers. In 2 days we make our move against him." "Understood." Ding Li nodded and turned to his tasks. Yi Yunfei sat back in his chair, lit a cigarette, and let out a cold chuckle. In truth, he cared little for the feud between Jin Dazhong and Feng Jingyao and had no desire to meddle. Yet now that both sides sought him out, it was an opportunity. He could extract funds and weapons from either side and use them to expand his own power. When two clams struggle, the fisherman profits, an old maxim passed down through generations. Applied here, it could not be more apt. Of course, in the end, he would have to choose a side, lest he offend both great men at once. That choice required no deliberation. Feng Jingyao. Apart from the fact that Feng Qinshan had become his woman, Feng Jinjiu's forces far outmatched Jin Dazhong's. If he were to align himself, he would side with the stronger party. Thus Feng Jingyao was the clear choice. Jin Dazhong's visit was merely a gesture of warming ties. Very well. Now we wait for 2 days. That afternoon, Jin Dazhong had the money and guns delivered. Ding Li used the funds to continue recruiting. The batch of guns was distributed to Longman's most trusted brothers. Because the firearms were limited, only a few received them. The rest had to make do with machetes. Over the next 2 days, Ding Li busied himself recruiting and preparing. Yi Yunfei kept a constant watch on Feng's trading house and on Jin Dazhong's movements. This planned strike differed from their prior skirmishes. They were about to move against a gang with formidable influence across the entire Shanghai Dan. Jin Dazhong was no empty suit. He was a genuinely powerful boss. Otherwise, he could not have risen so prominently amid the rival forces gathered on the Shanghai Dan. Those whose names rang out across the Shanghai Dan were not to be underestimated. They had to proceed with caution. A mistake could leave them without burial. Yet the 2 days remained relatively quiet. Neither Feng's trading house nor Jin Dazhong made any obvious moves, though both sides sent men to ask when Yi would act. Yi Yunfei gave the same answer each time. 2 days. Time passed swiftly. On the morning of the appointed day, Yi Yunfei rose and went straight to find Ding Li. When they found Ding Li, he was counting heads at the dock. He summoned Ding Li to his office and asked, "How is everything going?" "Brother Fei, over the past 2 days I've followed your instructions, recruiting men and acquiring firearms. However, time has been extremely tight. I've managed to gather only a few dozen recruits and secured barely a dozen guns." Yi Yunfei nodded and asked, "So how many men and how many guns do we have in total now?" "Counting our original brothers plus those recruited recently, our force numbers approximately 130 people. Additionally, Feng Jingyao dispatched 20 men, but I excluded them from my count as they remain loyal to Feng Jingyao alone and bear no allegiance to us. If we include those 20, our strength swells to 150 men." Yi Yunfei nodded thoughtfully. This was already a formidable number. Jin Dazhong's forces at most numbered just over 200. The gap between them and Yi Yunfei's current strength amounted to merely a few dozen men. With precise coordination and the advantage of surprise, the odds of success were exceptionally high. "And firearms? How many do we have now?" Yi Yunfei asked again. "Most of our guns were seized during the purge of Chun Biao. Others came as gifts from Jin Dazhong and Feng Jingyao. Very few were purchased outright. All told, we possess 30 to 40 firearms, more than sufficient for our needs." "Excellent," Yi Yunfei affirmed. 150 men, 30 to 40 guns. This force is more than adequate. "Then let's move forward." Ding Li looked at Yi Yunfei. "Brother Fei, how shall we proceed? Do you have a detailed plan, or are we to storm Lido Grand Theater directly with our men?" Yi Yunfei replied, "To capture a bandit first, seize its leader. To dismantle Jin Dazhong's empire, we must eliminate him first. And since Lido Grand Theater serves as Jin Dazhong's stronghold and his personal residence, we strike there without hesitation. Once Lido falls, his remaining territories will crumble effortlessly, inevitably falling under the banner of Long Men." Ding Li nodded. "Understood. I've gathered some intelligence on Lido as Jin Dazhong's core domain, and his residence. It teems with guards. Even under ordinary circumstances, nearly 170 to 180 enforcers patrol its halls, sometimes exceeding 200. And these figures reflect normal operations. Lately, Jin Dazhong seems to sense danger. He has reinforced Lido significantly. Today, its garrison likely approaches 200 men. Moreover, rumors speak of elite troops among his ranks. Formidable adversaries indeed." Yi Yunfei responded, "The arrow is drawn, retreat is impossible. Regardless of how many men guard Lido today, we strike. I'll enter Lido first to meet Jin Dazhong, buying time and holding him in place. 10 minutes after I step inside, you lead our forces straight into Lido. Eliminate every one of Jin Dazhong's men without exception. End the battle swiftly to prevent reinforcements from arriving." As head of a powerful Shanghai syndicate, Jin Dazhong commanded alliances with numerous influential figures across the underworld. Those allies were themselves seasoned titans of the Jianghu. Should he summon aid, complications would escalate rapidly. Thus, speed and decisiveness were paramount. Ding Li nodded. "Understood. Let's go." Yi Yunfei strode out of the dock toward Lido Grand Theater ahead of schedule. Meanwhile, Ding Li departed shortly after, with Chang Guo and Dao Chun and others in tow. Within moments, Yi Yunfei arrived at Lido Grand Theater. As one of Shanghai's most prestigious theaters, it stood bustling at its entrance, crowds flowing in and out ceaselessly. Patrons were uniformly affluent or aristocratic, evidence of Lido's unparalleled commercial success. "Who are you?" Two enforcers approached as Yi Yunfei lingered near the entrance. "I am Yi Yunfei," he replied calmly. "Here to see your boss Jin Dazhong. Relay my name. He'll grant me entry immediately." "Fine, you wait here." Yi Yunfei lit a cigarette at the threshold, his gaze sweeping across the grand facade of Lido. Should Lido fall today, it would become his own, a cornerstone asset. With Lido and Jin Dazhong's former domains, he would finally entrench himself as a dominant force across all of Shanghai. This battle carried immense weight. Victory was non-negotiable. Yi Yunfei glanced ahead. Ding Li and his Longmen fighters were already concealed around the perimeter. The moment he stepped inside, 10 minutes later, Ding Li and Chang Guo would unleash their assault. Then the tide of war would turn, and triumph would belong to the stronger side. Moments later, an enforcer emerged. "Our boss is waiting for you inside." Yi Yunfei entered Jin Dazhong's office, only to find besides Jin Dazhong himself another man present. A mountainous figure, Immensely broad, towering at least 2 meters tall, his body a mass of dense bulging flesh like a living colossus. An aura of raw, overwhelming power rolled off him instantly. A master martialist. Yi Yunfei appraised the man with a swift, measured glance. Mr. Yi, what brings you here today? I thought you were set to confront Feng Jingyao. Jin Dazhong sat relaxed in his chair, a cigar smoldering between his fingers, his eyes fixed steadily on Yi Yunfei. Yi Yunfei replied, there's still ample time before confronting Feng Jingyao. My visit concerns matters requiring urgent discussion. What matter might that be? Jin Dazhong asked. Yi Yunfei glanced at the massive man beside him. May I ask, who is this gentleman? Jin Dazhong smiled. A newly retained master, engaged solely to safeguard my life. Shanghai grows increasingly volatile. That old fox Feng Jingyao appears to have deduced I orchestrated the abduction of his daughter at the railway station, and may well retaliate. For precautionary reasons, I secured professional protection. His prowess is extraordinary. He cultivates an invincible iron body art, rendering him nearly impervious to blades, bullets, fire, and water. With him at my side, my safety is assured. Hearing this, Yi Yunfei remarked, indeed, I had no idea such a master served Eugene Boss. Your security, it seems, is truly unassailable. Precisely, Jin Dazhong affirmed. Even Shanghai's deadliest assassin could not lay a finger upon me while he stands guard. Enough of this digression. You said you wished to discuss something. Speak plainly, then depart for Feng Jingyao. So long as Feng Jingyao draws breath, I shall know no peace. Yi Yunfei checked his wristwatch. Timing was optimal. Calmly he declared, my request is simple. I ask that you cede Lido Grand Theater to me, Jin Boss. What? Upon hearing Yi Yunfei's words, Jin Dazhong froze instantly. He stared at Yi Yunfei and demanded, Mr. Yi, did you just say you want me to hand over the Lido to you? What exactly do you mean by that? Yi Yunfei replied calmly, precisely as it sounds. I am deeply intrigued by the Lido, and I respectfully ask you, Mr. Jin, depart with it. And what is your verdict, Mr. Jin? Jin Dazhong sneered coldly. Yi Yunfei, are you mocking me? The Lido is the fruit of decades of relentless toil and sacrifice. I built it from nothing. You expect me to surrender it on a whim? Just who do you think I am? Moreover, who the hell are you, and why on earth should I give the Lido to you? Yi Yunfei spoke with quiet detachment. I am no one of consequence, merely an insignificant ant. Yet this particular ant has set its sights upon your Lido. Should you refuse to yield it willingly, I shall have no choice but to claim it, by my own means. Bang! No sooner had Yi Yunfei finished speaking than Jin Dazhong slammed his palm onto the table with a thunderous crash. Yi Yunfei, you've come here to pick a fight. I've ruled Shanghai's underworld for years, and not a soul has dared threaten me to my face. If you covet my Lido, you'd better weigh your own worth first. Yi Yunfei sat relaxed, legs crossed, utterly unruffled. Mr. Jin, I nearly forgot to mention one thing. Before you sought me out, Feng Jingyao of the Feng Trading House approached me first. He proposed we join forces to eliminate you, and once you were gone, all your establishments would fall to me. I accepted his offer. Though you arrived later, Feng Jingyao secured my allegiance first. Jin Dazhong erupted in blind fury. So you've conspired with Feng Jingyao against me. Brat, you never intended to oppose him at all. You're merely his tool to crush me. Yi Yunfei nodded. You're absolutely right. Had you surrendered the Lido just now, I might have reconsidered. Alas, you've disappointed me. Then I shall take both the Lido and your life. Boom, boom, boom. As Yi Yunfei spoke, a deafening rumble shook the building below, followed swiftly by the sharp cacophony of violent combat. What's happening? At the sudden commotion, Jin Dazhong's face paled. One of his men burst into the room. Boss, disaster. A gang has stormed the Lido and attacked our people without warning. They're heavily armed and vastly outnumber us. We were caught completely off guard, and fierce fighting has already broken out. Jin Dazhong whirled toward Yi Yunfei, eyes blazing. You little bastard. This is your doing. Yi Yunfei nodded. Indeed, they are my men from the Long Men. As I said, I intend to seize the Lido my way. Looks like you're courting death. Jin Dazhong barked at his subordinate. Go. Tell every man downstairs, kill anyone who dares breach the Lido. 1,000 silver dollars to each man who holds the line. Yes, sir. The underling rushed off immediately to relay the order. Once the man departed, Jin Dazhong fixed Yi Yunfei with a venomous glare. Never imagined a lowly thug from Jiabei would dare shit upon my head. I truly underestimated you, Yi Yunfei. You've got guts, but challenging me, Jin Dazhong, demands far more than mere bravado. Ah-san, kill him. At Jin Dazhong's command, the hulking, broad-shouldered man beside him lunged at Yi Yunfei with terrifying force, his massive frame shaking the floor with each stride. His fist hurtled straight for Yi Yunfei's skull. Let's see just how strong you really are. Yi Yunfei met the blow head-on, fist crashing into fist with bone-jarring impact. To be sure, the man possessed prodigious strength. Even Yi Yunfei felt the shockwave of raw power. Yet after his systematic physical transformation, his might now far surpassed that of any ordinary mortal. Hardly pausing, Yi Yunfei channeled his full strength into a second devastating punch. Ruer. The giant roared, his fist descending like a boulder. Crack! Yunfei shattered the man's forearm with a single strike, then swept his legs out from under him, sending the mountain of flesh crashing to the floor. The corpulent body tumbled violently across the floor, still rolling, when Yunfei snatched up a nearby chair and brought it down, hard, upon the man's skull. Crack! The chair exploded into splinters, blood gushed from the man's shattered head. After repeated brutal assaults, he was utterly incapacitated. Die! Yunfei drew his pistol and emptied the chamber into the fallen giant's torso, ending his life instantly. The man was undeniably formidable, but fate had pitted him against Yunfei. His doom was sealed from the outset. Having slain the giant, Yunfei turned his pistol toward Jin Dazhong. Jin Dazhong could scarcely believe it. The elite enforcer he'd painstakingly recruited was gone in an instant. Frantically, he yanked a pistol from his desk drawer, aiming to execute Yunfei on the spot. Yet Yunfei moved faster, immeasurably faster. Before Jin Dazhong's weapon even cleared the drawer, the cold barrel was already pressed hard against his temple. Die! Yunfei pulled the trigger. The bullet pierced Jin Dazhong's skull. Jin Dazhong fell dead. Yunfei severed his head with a single stroke, then strode resolutely toward the Lido's Grand Hall. Ding Li and his men were still locked in bloody combat with Jin Dazhong's forces. He needed to assess the situation. Reaching the first floor, he saw Longmen fighters clashing ferociously with Jin Dazhong's men across the entire lobby. Everywhere echoed the shrieks of blades and the staccato bark of gunfire. The Lido had become a slaughterhouse, drenched in blood and chaos. Altogether, 300 or 400 men fought in a maelstrom of violence. With such overwhelming numbers locked in close quarters melee, neither side held clear advantage. Only carnage reigned. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, Yunfei fired 3 shots into the air, then raised Jin Dazhong's severed head aloft and thundered, "Cease all hostilities, now? Men of Jin Dazhong, hear this. Your master is dead. Lay down your weapons, and your lives will be spared. Resist further, and you declare war upon the Longmen. Then every last soul here shall perish. I grant you 30 seconds. Surrender, or be exterminated without mercy." Yunfei's voice rolled like thunder, reverberating through every corridor. Jin Dazhong's men stared stunned at their master's severed head. Their leader gone, decapitated. A few had still harbored desperate resolve to die for Jin Dazhong if need be. But seeing his head severed extinguished their will to fight. With their master dead, what purpose remained in battle? And facing the Longmen's terrifying might, resistance meant certain annihilation. 80 to 90% of Jin Dazhong's men dropped their weapons. A dozen or so remained defiant, glaring at Yunfei with murderous hatred. Bang, bang, bang. Yunfei wasted no words. At the sight of those 12 men standing firm, eyes burning with defiance, he opened fire without hesitation. 3 swift shots felled them all. Silence descended upon the Lido. Absolute, suffocating total. Inside the Lido Grand Theater, silence instantly fell. Ding Li strode forward, drenched in blood, his eyes wide as he stared at Jin Dazhong's severed head in Yunfei's hand. "Brother Fei, you killed Jin Dazhong." Yunfei nodded. "Yes, I had to. Otherwise this battle would not have ended so swiftly. Are you all right?" "Unharmed." Ding Li stood once more, soaked in blood. Indeed, every time Yunfei saw him after combat, he was drenched in crimson. Of course, not all of it was his own, much belonged to his fallen foes. Still, Ding Li was undoubtedly wounded, always charging first into the fray, a vanguard without peer. Though he wielded blade and fury with unmatched ferocity, injury was inevitable. Ding Li said, "I'm fine, don't worry, Brother Fei. Just superficial cuts." Yunfei nodded. "Clear the battlefield immediately. The commotion here has been immense. Police inspectors may arrive at any moment. Within 1 hour, restore the Lido to pristine order. Close for today, and reopen tomorrow." "Understood." Ding Li nodded. Having previously managed a cabaret, he knew precisely how to proceed. "By the way, Brother Fei, what shall we do with Jin Dazhong's remaining men?" He added, "After the carnage, roughly dozens of Jin Dazhong's underlings still stand, disarmed, and now under our control. Shall we release them all?" Yunfei fixed his gaze upon those surrendered men ahead. His eyes flashed with cold, unyielding ruthlessness. "Kill them all. Not one shall live. Dump their bodies into the Huangpu River." "All of them?" Ding Li's eyes widened in shock. These men had already laid down their weapons. Yunfei spoke icily, "Root out the weeds, or they'll sprout anew with spring's breeze. Jin Dazhong is no ordinary gang lord. He commands fiercely loyal lieutenants. Release these men and vengeance will surely follow. I seek no complications, so end it cleanly. Eradicate them utterly." In this era, assassinations were rampant. Even one survivor nursing hatred could slip a bullet into his back from the shadows, a risk too grave to ignore. Thus extermination was the only prudent course. Ding Li nodded. "Understood, I'll handle it." And with that he departed, dispatching the captives and restoring order throughout the Lido. Yunfei discarded Jin Dazhong's head and strode out of the Lido. Turning back, he gazed upon the theater, the third most prestigious performance hall on the Shanghai Bund. From this day forth the Lido Grand Theater belonged to him. With the Lido and Jin Dazhong's former territories across Shanghai, I have finally secured my footing on the Bund. Yet this is merely the beginning. The Longmen Society shall rise to become the preeminent syndicate of the Shanghai Bund. To act is to dominate, to reign supreme. Yi Yunfei lit a cigarette, his eyes gleaming with fierce resolve. Jin Dazhong, though renowned among Shanghai's underworld, was far from its strongest master. Thus his annihilation marked only the opening chapter, not the conclusion. The campaign would continue. As Yi Yunfei paused to rest, a graceful figure approached from afar, Feng Qinshan. Beside her walked another young woman, exquisitely beautiful, radiant with serene elegance. She appeared to be about 20, her delicate oval face framed by long flowing tresses, her bearing poised and refined like a university student, innocent, pure, and breathtakingly lovely. Qinshan, what brings you here? Yi Yunfei asked, surprised to see her. Oh, Yunfei, what are you doing here? Feng Qinshan blinked in astonishment. Yi Yunfei replied, I came to attend to some business. And you? My best friend and I came to watch a play at the Lido. They've staged several outstanding performances lately. We both adore theater, so we decided to come together. To watch a play at the Lido Theater. Yi Yunfei shook his head wryly. Feng Qinshan truly had no sense of peril. Only recently Jin Dazhong himself had abducted her at the railway station. Yet here she was again, stepping willingly into his domain. Had Jin Dazhong still drawn breath, he'd have seized her again, using her as leverage against her father Feng Jingyao. Indeed, Feng Jingyao had shielded her so completely that she remained blissfully unaware of the world's treacherous depths. By the way, let me introduce you. This is my dearest friend Liang Siki. Feng Qinshan gestured warmly toward the long-haired, stunning young woman beside her. Yi Yunfei smiled. Miss Liang, it's an honor. I'm Yi Yunfei. Liang Siki gazed directly at him. This youth possessed striking handsomeness, sunlit charisma, and an unmistakable magnetic aura. Pleased to meet you. I'm Liang Siki. She extended her hand. Their fingers met briefly. Her skin was smooth, her touch gentle and warm. Yi Yunfei withdrew his hand and said, If I'm not mistaken, Miss Liang, you're a student. Liang Siki looked up startled. How did you know? Your presence exudes the quiet grace of scholarly refinement, an aura rare in these turbulent times. Only students carry such an air. Moreover, your attire and demeanor align perfectly with those of a student. Thus my deduction was clear. You're quite right, Liang Siki nodded. I am indeed a student, currently enrolled at Yenqing University in Beiping. I've returned home for the holiday break, accompanying Qinshan. Yi Yunfei smiled faintly. Yes, students embodied innocence, purity, and unspoiled charm. Suddenly Feng Qinshan noticed the bloodstains on Yi Yunfei's clothes. Yunfei, whose blood is this? Are you injured? Yi Yunfei glanced down. Blood from the earlier slaughter still clung to his garments, forgotten in the aftermath. I slipped and scraped my arm while walking. Nothing serious. Feng Qinshan relaxed slightly. Since you're here, why don't we all go inside and watch the play? It's said to be exceptional. Yi Yunfei replied, Unfortunately, the Lido is closed today. No performances will be held. Ding Li and his men were still cleansing the theater's grim aftermath, allowing Feng Qinshan and Liang Siki inside, which surely horrified them. So entry was out of the question. Feng Qinshan sighed, disappointed. Closed. How unfortunate. I'd been looking forward to it. Yi Yunfei paused thoughtfully. Then allow me to escort you to a cinema instead. I'll treat you both to a film. Though theater is unavailable, cinema remains an option. Feng Qinshan hesitated, but Liang Siki chimed in eagerly, Wonderful. I haven't seen a film in ages. Let's go. Which film would you choose for us, Mr. Yi? He smiled. When escorting two such exquisite ladies, only a love story will suffice. Liang Siki said, Romance films are wonderful. I enjoy them too. I've heard there's a recent foreign romance film titled Romeo and Juliet. It's said to be exceptionally moving. Let's go watch it. Yi Yunfei nodded. All right, let's go with that film. Then he turned to Feng Qinshan beside him and asked, Qinshan, what do you think? Feng Qinshan replied, I'm fine with either choice. Romeo and Juliet enjoys great renown overseas. It would be worthwhile to see. Seeing that both had agreed, Yi Yunfei led them to the cinema. After purchasing tickets, the three entered the theater. The theater was fairly crowded. Yi Yunfei selected 3 adjacent seats at random and settled in to watch the film, a nostalgic old-world European romance that held little appeal for him. Yet his attention remained fixed, not on the screen, but on Liang Siki. She and Feng Qinshan embodied 2 entirely different archetypes. Feng Qinshan was comparatively outgoing, whereas Liang Siki possessed a gentle, reserved beauty, her long hair flowing softly, her presence quietly magnetic. Moreover, her air of pure, unassuming grace lent her an undeniable charm. Halfway through the film, Feng Qinshan excused herself to the restroom, and Liang Siki promptly took the seat beside Yi Yunfei. Originally, Feng Qinshan had sat between them. Now Liang Siki occupied that very seat. Mr. Yi, are you Qinshan's boyfriend? Liang Siki asked. Yi Yunfei replied, Yes, I am Qinshan's boyfriend. She smiled warmly. Qinshan is truly fortunate to have found someone as handsome and capable as you. Why can't I find a partner of such caliber? A subtle ripple stirred within Yi Yunfei's thoughts. Was Liang Siki hinting at something? Could this seemingly demure and tender woman in fact conceal a more daring, passionate nature? He responded, Miss Liang is so beautiful. Surely countless suitors pursue you, many undoubtedly outstanding. Liang Siki sighed. Indeed, many men have pursued me, but most are either grotesquely unattractive heirs to wealth or utterly unremarkable ordinary men. Neither holds any interest for me. What I seek is someone truly exceptional, intelligent enough to share my interests and presentable enough in appearance. I even wagered with Chunshan on who'd find a boyfriend first. Never imagined she'd win and land someone as extraordinary as you. I confess, I'm genuinely envious. Yi Yunfei said, if Miss Liang is open to it, I'd be happy to introduce you to a gentleman, someone no less impressive than Chinchin's boyfriend. Oh, really? Then tell me, who exactly do you have in mind? Her large luminous eyes gazed at him with quiet curiosity. He shares my surname and bears quite a resemblance to me. Yi Yunfei replied with a faint smile. Liang Siki stared at him in astonishment. You don't mean yourself? Just as Yi Yunfei opened his mouth to reply, Feng Qinshan returned. What are you two discussing so animatedly? She asked, smiling. You seem utterly absorbed. Liang Siki's cheeks flushed faintly. We were just talking about this film. Its cinematography is exquisite, and its portrayal of love profoundly moving. Truly a masterpiece. Yi Yunfei nodded. Indeed, it is a fine film. Feng Qinshan added, it really is quite good. Let's continue watching. They resumed the film, but Liang Siki's gaze drifted toward Yi Yunfei again and again, pondering his earlier words with quiet intensity. When the film ended, it was already afternoon. Yi Yunfei first escorted Feng Qinshan and Liang Siki home separately, then headed to Lido. By the time he arrived, Lido had been completely transformed. Dingli had scrubbed it spotless. The floor bore not a single trace of blood. Even the previously vandalized fixtures had been fully restored. To revive Lido to such pristine condition, exceeding its former state, in just one afternoon spoke volumes about Ding Li's efficiency. Ding Li approached his arm wrapped in bandages. Brother Fei, what do you think? I had the place cleaned top to bottom, inside and out, 4 or 5 times over. Not a single hair remains. Yi Yunfei nodded. Excellent, truly immaculate. We can reopen tomorrow. Ding Li declared, rest assured, Brother Fei. I've prepared everything. Lido reopens normally tomorrow. From now on it belongs to Longmen. Lido ranks among Shanghai's most profitable theaters. I believe our acquisition will yield immense returns. Once he hadn't even possessed the privilege to enter such an elite venue. Each day he could only watch from afar as dignitaries and aristocrats passed through its doors filled with longing. Now Lido was his own. His elation was immeasurable. Yi Yunfei lit a cigarette, drew 2 slow puffs, and said, from now on managing Lido falls entirely to you. It's yours to command. Run it well. Lido is now Longmen's most vital stronghold. Build upon it, generate wealth for Longmen, and expand our influence steadily. Ding Li bowed his head solemnly. Brother Fei, you have my word, Longmen shall become Shanghai's most formidable brotherhood. Yi Yunfei nodded, then added, also, don't neglect Jin Dazhong's other territories. Lido was merely his largest establishment. He controlled several others, smaller, less lucrative, yet still rich spoils. Now that Jin Dazhong is dead, we must seize them before rivals do. Not an inch of Jin Dazhong's domain shall slip from our grasp. Shanghai is a merciless jungle, especially for brotherhoods. Territory equals wealth equals power. Thus rival factions fought fiercely for control, sometimes waging bloody wars over mere minor venues. Jin Dazhong had governed multiple establishments. With his death, opportunists would inevitably covet them. We cannot allow others to reap what we've sown. Ding Li affirmed, understood, Brother Fei. I've already dispatched Chang Gue Knifechin and Ah Tai to secure Jin Dazhong's other venues. They'll be ours by tonight without issue. Yi Yunfei nodded. Focus on healing. Inform me immediately if anything arises. I have other matters to attend to. I'll take my leave now. Ding Li nodded in silence. Yi Yunfei departed Lido and made his way toward the Feng residence to meet Feng Jingyao and discuss a matter of utmost importance. The eradication of Jin Dazhong was not the product of a lone design. It was Feng Jingyao who proposed it. He merely acted as the executor. Now Jin Dazhong is dead and Li Du has been wiped out. He must go to Feng Jingyao and demand his due. He could not have done him a favor for nothing. Meanwhile, at the Feng family villa, Feng Jingyao sat in his chair with a cigar between his lips, his gaze drifting to the window, as if weighing matters. At that moment, Xiang entered and reported that this morning Yi Yunfei had led men to Li Du. Feng Jinjiao's pupils narrowed slightly. What is the situation? Xiang answered, according to our informants, in less than half a day Yi Yunfei captured Li Du and killed Jin Dazhong. Now Li Du is entirely his territory. Feng Jinjiao's brow twitched. So swift. In half a day he took Li Du and slew Jin Dazhong. Jin Dazhong was a leading figure on Shanghai Tan with hundreds of lieutenants. Was he really cut down by some fledgling upstart? Xiang said, there can be no mistake, many witnessed it, and it seems he even severed Jin Dazhong's head. Li Du is now filled entirely with his men. Feng fell silent, saying nothing. Yet his expression grew more profound. Although he had sent Yi Yunfei to deal with Jin Dazhong, he had never been wholly certain Yi could prevail. Jin Dazhong had dominated Shanghai Tan for decades and commanded a cadre of fiercely loyal men. Even confronting him would ordinarily demand considerable effort. He had not foreseen that in half a day Yi Yunfei would annihilate Jin Dazhong. It took him by surprise. Finally Feng said, "This young man is no ordinary one." Xiang agreed indeed. No one on Shanghai Tan would have imagined Jin Dazhong dying at the hands of such an obscure youth. Even Jin Dazhong himself probably never imagined it. Feng pondered. "Xiang, I asked you earlier to investigate Yi Yunfei's background. What did you find?" Xiang replied, "After your instruction, I set men to the task, and by all accounts Yi Yunfei has no notable background or connections. He was just an ordinary pauper in the Jiabei slums, a fruit vendor at the train station who could scarcely afford a meal and was often bullied by local ruffians. Only within the past month did he change, suddenly seizing territory and expanding his influence in rapid succession. It is very strange. Moreover, he formed a gang called Longmen. Longmen now numbers over 100 men and runs several operations." After Xiang finished, Feng Jingyao said, "To rise on Shanghai Tan within a month. This young man is perplexing and hard to fathom. Xiang, tell me, might Yi Yunfei become our enemy in the future?" Xiang hesitated momentarily at a loss for how to reply. After a pause he said, "From my observation, Yi Yunfei is ambitiously driven and likely aims very high. His sights may not be limited to Jiabei, but to the whole of Shanghai Tan. However, he has a good relationship with the young miss. He once saved her, and she seems taken with him. With that connection, perhaps he will not become our enemy." Qinshan. Hearing Xiang's words, Feng Jingyao frowned. Yi Yunfei and Qinshan's relationship was indeed cordial, yet from Feng's observations, Yi did not appear to be the sort of man who could be bound by a woman. Moreover, even if their rapport is firm now, what of the future? Feng said the best course with a man like Yi Yunfei is to bind him to our side forever. Otherwise, this boy will remain an unstable element and might one day become a threat to us. Xiang said, "You mean to recruit him? But you already tried once before to have him join the Feng Shanghai, and he refused." Feng replied calmly. "He refused then because our offer was not generous enough and I had not yet grasped his true value. I sought to recruit him out of gratitude because he saved Qinshan. But now the situation is different. I value his ability with his talents. If he joined the Feng Shanghai, it would be a tremendous asset to us. Therefore, inviting him now would serve our interests. We must present an offer so high he cannot refuse. Youth are still driven by desire. Give them what they want, and I believe he will come to the Feng Shanghai." Xiang nodded. It was true. Young men are often unstable in temperament, and each has his predilections. Some favor women, others crave money, others power and status. Once one discerns what he desires, drawing him in becomes far easier. Feng Jingyao was shrewd. Courting a fledgling upstart would be simple for him. Master Yi Yunfei has arrived. While Feng and Xiang conversed, a servant entered and announced the visitor. "Yi Yunfei is here. Speak of the devil." Feng Jingyao, somewhat surprised, said, "Let him in." Moments later, Yi Yunfei entered Feng's study. "Yunfei, you're here." Seeing him, Feng rose at once with a beaming smile. Please sit, please sit." He invited Yi to take a seat with genial courtesy. "Xiang, have the servants pour Yunfei some tea." Xiang nodded. Once they were seated, Feng spoke. "Yunfei, I heard you accomplished a great deed today. In less than a morning you took Li Du and killed Jin Dazhong. True?" Yi Yunfei replied, "Mr. Feng, your information travels fast. Yes, Jin Dazhong is dead, and I have taken Li Du. This cooperation between us may be said to have concluded successfully." Feng Jingyao expressed admiration. "Well done, Yunfei. To seize Li Du and eliminate Jin Dazhong in half a day. Scarcely anyone on Shanghai Tan could do that. You have truly surprised me. It seems my choice was correct. Sending you after Jin Dazhong was the right decision." Yi took a sip of tea and smiled faintly. "Mr. Feng, you flatter me. You too deserve credit. Without the men and guns you provided, taking Jin Dazhong would not have been so facile. This is the result of our cooperation." Feng waved his hand. "The men and weapons I supplied are but a trifle. Even without them you would have defeated Jin Dazhong. I am well aware of that, so there is no need for modesty, Yunfei." Yi Yunfei said, "Very well, I will set aside modesty. To speak plainly, I have come to collect what is owed to me." "Collect a debt? What debt?" Feng Jingyao asked, puzzled upon hearing Yi Yunfei's words. Yi Yunfei lit a cigarette, drew 2 slow puffs, and said, "Mr. Feng, our move against Jin Dazhong was a decision we reached together. At the time you said Jin Dazhong had kidnapped Feng Qinshan and threatened your Feng Shanghai. As long as I helped you eliminate Jin Dazhong, you would hand his territory over to me. But later I thought about it and realized, Mr. Feng, that sounded like empty talk. Once I removed Jin Dazhong, his turf would naturally fall to me. There would be no need for you to give it to me. So the pie you painted for me seemed rather unnecessary. Now that I've helped you rid yourself of such a calamity, shouldn't I receive some recompense?" Feng Jingyao smiled. "Yunfei, it seems you think I duped you, and that is why you come to collect a debt." Yi Yunfei shot back, isn't that so, Mr. Feng? A towering figure on Shanghai 10 would hardly bully a mere ant like me, would he? Feng Jingyao replied, you are too modest, you are no longer an ant. In Xiaobei you already run several operations, and now you have taken Jin Dazhong's turf and seized Lidu. Even if you cannot rival the absolute top echelon of Shanghai, 10 you have risen to the middle, perhaps even the upper middle ranks. And your longmen counts over 100 men, hardly a petty gang. Yi Yunfei said, Mr. Feng, I know my own strength, you need not flatter me. I came today chiefly to collect a debt. May I ask whether you are willing to repay a portion of that debt? Feng Jingyao chuckled, then tell me, what do you want? Yi Yunfei considered for a moment. I lack many things, but what I need most are men, money, and guns. I wonder if you would be willing to support me in any of those. Feng Jingyao narrowed his eyes, studied Yi Yunfei for a few beats, then said, Yunfei, I can provide you with those 3 things. I can offer 100,000 taels, 100 men, and another 100 firearms. How does that sound? Hearing those words, Yi Yunfei started. He stared at Feng Jingyao and asked, is that for real, Mr. Feng? Feng Jingyao generosity surprised him. He had only mentioned the request as a trial. If Feng granted it, all the better, if not he would lose little. But Feng's blunt agreement and the largesse he promised genuinely astonished him. If granted, it would be a windfall, if denied, no great loss. Yet Feng Jingyao answered without hesitation and offered not a paltry sum. The revelation left Yi Yunfei somewhat taken aback. Feng Jingyao said, of course it's real. What I say always stands. I can give you these things, but I have a small condition. Yi Yunfei asked, what condition? Speak, Mr. Feng. Feng answered, my condition is simple. I want you to join my Feng Shanghai. If you join Feng Shanghai, I will not only provide what I mentioned, but I will double it. How about that? Feng Jingyao watched Yi Yunfei expectantly. The material offerings mattered little. The true prize was gaining Yi Yunfei's allegiance. Any sacrifice to win Yi Yunfei over would be worth it. After Feng Jingyao finished speaking, Yi Yunfei fell silent. He suspected Feng would not be so magnanimous without motive. If Feng wanted him in the Feng Shanghai, those gifts were nothing but bait. Yi Yunfei inhaled and said lightly, Mr. Feng, you have asked me this before. I already gave you my answer. Feng Jingyao countered, what was before is past, now the situation is different. The reason you declined before was that my offer was insufficient. Now if you join Feng Shanghai, I can give you everything you desire. Moreover, you know I am about to become the Hua Dong of Shanghai Tan. Once that happens, the status and influence of Feng Shanghai will soar. Joining will serve your own advancement as well. Feng Jingyao asked, Yunfei, what do you think? Yi Yunfei replied, I appreciate your consideration, Mr. Feng, but I have no interest in joining Feng Shanghai at present. Feng Shanghai is powerful and formidable, but it may not suit me. Perhaps in the future I might consider joining, but certainly not now. Yi Yunfei spoke plainly. He intended to build his own power. Joining Feng Shanghai would reduce him to a subordinate of Feng Jingyao, which was unacceptable. Besides, though Feng Jingyao appeared affable, he was not a man Yi wished to be closely tied to. He preferred distance from such a figure. For now he lacked sufficient strength and still needed Feng Jinjiao's assistance in certain quarters. Once he became strong enough, he would not deal with Feng at all. There was another variable, Feng Qinshan. He had a relationship with her, and that fact had to be weighed in his decision. Hearing so blunt a refusal, Feng Jingyao fixed Yi Yunfei with a stare. So you mean to say that no matter what terms I offer, you will not join Feng Shanghai? Yi Yunfei nodded. For now, yes. Feng Jinjiao's expression cooled. Look across all of Shanghai Tan. No one has ever dared refuse me. You have refused me twice already. You should know that if you were someone else, you might already be dead. Feng said, his words laced with obvious anger. Yi Yunfei replied calmly, Mr. Feng is a man of consequence. I am but a small ant. I believe you will not trouble yourself over this mere ant. Of course, if you feel I have challenged your authority and decide to move against me, I can only grit my teeth and accept whatever comes. He treated everyone the same, whether Feng Jingyao or any other. No one could force him into actions he did not wish to take. If Feng Jingyao imagined he could compel him by force to join Feng Shanghai, he was mistaken. He might be an ant now, but this ant could still bite an elephant to death. Feng Jinjiao's face darkened. Yi Yunfei had refused him twice. Such insolence wounded his pride. As one of Shanghai Tan's foremost figures, he was unaccustomed to being denied face. Thus Yi Yunfei had truly provoked him. A thought flashed through his mind: eliminate Yi Yunfei and be done with it. Although Yi Yunfei has already made a name for himself in his eyes, he is still just a small character. Even that so-called long man is nothing to him. Therefore, if he wanted to take action, he was absolutely confident he could eliminate Yi Yunfei. Feng Jingyao stared at Yi Yunfei for a long while without speaking. Yi Yunfei also sensed the fleeting murderous intent in Feng Jinjiao's eyes. It was evident that Feng Jingyao seemed genuinely intent on killing him. However, Yi Yunfei was completely unfazed. If Feng Jingyao dared to act against him, it would ultimately be Feng Jingyao himself who would regret it. The two fell silent. Dad Yunfei, what are you two talking about? Just as the atmosphere became somewhat tense, Feng Qinshan suddenly walked over and spoke. Upon seeing Feng Qinshan, the hostility on Feng Jinjiu's face vanished instantly. He smiled and said, "Qinshan, what brings you here?" Feng Qinshan replied, "I heard Yunfei came to our house, so I came to take a look." Feng Jingyao said, "Yunfei and I are discussing something, Qinshan. Why don't you go play by yourself for a while, and after we're done talking, he'll come find you." Feng Qinshan said, "What are you two discussing that I can't listen to? Just chat, I can listen and it's fine." Feng Jingyao was about to say something, but at that moment Yunfei stood up and said, "Actually, there's nothing much to talk about. Mr. Feng, I cannot agree to what you proposed, I apologize. However, you did promise me 10,000 ocean and 100 guns along with 100 people, those should still count, right?" Although the conversation with Feng Jingyao did not go very well, he still needed to claim what was his. Feng Jingyao also stood up and said, "Yunfei, those things you want are nothing to me. I can give them all to you. However, I still hope you will seriously consider the matter I proposed. After all, you are a fine young man, and I do not wish for any unpleasantness to arise between us over such matters. Moreover, there is also Qinshan's face to consider, so I hope you will think it over carefully." Yunfei replied, "I understand, I will consider it seriously. Please have those items sent to Li Du this afternoon. I must take my leave now." After saying that, he turned to leave. Feng Jingyao furrowed his brow, staring at Yunfei's back, without saying a word. Feng Qinshan beside him said, "Dad, what did you talk about with Yunfei? Why do you both seem unhappy?" Feng Jingyao said, "It's nothing. I just wanted him to join our Feng family business, but he refused." Feng Qinshan asked, "Why do you want him to join the Feng family business? Whether he joins or not seems irrelevant. Your Feng family business has so many people, losing one more Yunfei won't matter." Feng Jingyao replied, "You are just a child and do not understand adult matters, so do not ask." Feng Qinshan said, "I don't care what you want to do, but Dad, I must make it clear, do not have any ideas about Yunfei. He is my lifesaver, and if you do anything to him, I will ignore you for life." After saying that, Feng Qinshan also turned and left. Feng Jingyao sighed helplessly. Earlier he did indeed harbor a trace of murderous intent towards Yunfei, but now hearing Feng Qinshan say that, he could only give a wry smile. What could he do when his precious daughter said that? "Forget it, I won't think about this kid for now. We'll see about it later," Feng Jingyao concluded. At this moment Yunfei had already left the Feng residence. His visit to see Feng Jingyao was solely to claim what was owed to him. Now that he had received the items, it was indeed a worthwhile trip. As for Feng Jinjiu's threats and attitude, he did not care. Firstly, with Feng Qinshan around, if Feng Jingyao wanted to act, he had to consider his precious daughter. Secondly, Feng Jingyao is a smart man who understands the consequences of taking action. Although he is not very strong yet, and cannot contend with the Feng family business, if Feng Jingyao does not eliminate him in one go, the Feng family business may face a catastrophic disaster in the future. Feng Jingyao would not act against him simply because of his refusal. Perhaps earlier he was just a bit angry due to Yunfei's 2 consecutive rejections. After returning to Li Du after waiting for about an hour, Feng Jinjiu's side sent over the people money and guns. 100 people, 100 guns, and 100,000 ocean. Ding Li was stunned upon seeing the money and guns, saying, "Fij, where did all this money and guns come from? Did you strike it rich?" Yunfei replied, "I helped Feng Jingyao eliminate his rival Jin Dazhou. This is his reward for my efforts." Ding Li said, "I see. We really struck it rich this time. Not to mention the 100,000 ocean, these 100 guns, and 100 people will significantly enhance our combat strength. Originally, after taking over Li Du, we were somewhat short-handed. Now with these 100 people and 100 guns, we are more than sufficient. They currently have several establishments, with 3 in the Jiabei district and 5 or 6 from the newly occupied Jin Dazhong's turf, adding up to more than 10 establishments, all of which require manpower to defend, otherwise they risk being taken over. The previous personnel simply weren't enough. Now with an additional 100 people and 100 guns, not only is it enough to defend those territories, but it's also more than enough. Longman's combat strength has also been elevated several levels." Yunfei said, "While people and guns are important, do not celebrate too soon. You need to train those 100 people sent by Feng Jingyao, while ensuring they are absolutely loyal to us. After all, they are Feng Jinjiu's people and may not truly wish to stay with Longman. Train them, while keep those who are loyal, and let those who are not leave. Longman does not need a bunch of miscellaneous people." Ding Li nodded, "I understand. I will take care of this matter right away." Yunfei nodded. "By the way, Fij, Miss Liang Siki is here to see you. She is currently waiting in your office." At that moment Ding Li added, "Liang Siki, what brings her here?" Yunfei was a bit surprised. Liang Siki is Feng Qinshan's close friend, and the 3 of them watched a movie together yesterday. Liang Siki had shown some flirtation towards him. Today her visit was quite interesting. Yunfei couldn't help but smile knowingly, thinking, "Liang Siki, are you coming to me voluntarily?" He headed directly to the office on the 2nd floor. Upon entering, Yunfei saw Liang Siki sitting on the sofa. Dressed in a blue-fitted cheongsam, her proud figure was fully revealed, with flowing, elegant long hair, a delicate face exuding grace and elegance. She was exceptionally beautiful. A look of admiration flashed across Yunfei's eyes. This Liang Siki was truly a natural beauty of the highest caliber. "Mr. Yi, you're back. Liang Siki rose as Yi Yunfei entered. Yi Yunfei smiled him back. Please sit, Miss Liang, I'll pour you some water. After pouring Liang Siki a glass of water, Yi Yunfei said, I wonder why you came to see me today, Miss Liang. Is there something you need? Liang Siki fixed him with a delicate gaze and said, Mister, Yi, have you forgotten? What you promised me yesterday is still undone, which is why I came to find you. Yi Yunfei replied, What promise? Please be straightforward, Miss Liang. Liang Siki said, Yesterday at the cinema you promised to help me find a boyfriend, and that he should also have the surname Yi and look very much like you. I meant to ask more then, but because Chunshin arrived I did not. Today, Mister Yi, will you tell me who the boyfriend you promised to find is? Having asked the question, Liang Siki stared straight at Yi Yunfei. Yi Yunfei laughed softly. So this is what you meant. Given your conditions across all of Shanghai, it seems there is only one man who could fit the role of your boyfriend. This man indeed bears the name Yi and truly resembles me. Who is he? Liang Siki asked directly. Of course it is I myself. Yi Yunfei drew on his cigarette and laughed. Tell me throughout Shanghai who else both bears the name Yi and looks like me. None but me. Miss Liang is clever, you could not have missed that. Liang Siki exclaimed in surprise. So Mister, you really meant yourself. I thought you might introduce me to a brother or someone else. But you are Chinchin's boyfriend, and now you present yourself to me. Do you also intend to become my boyfriend? Liang Siki's refined eyes flickered. Yi Yunfei smiled. The most important thing between lovers is mutual affinity, nothing else matters. Your coming to see me today suggests you might feel at least a little for me. To be candid, I am fond of a woman like you. Beautiful, pure, and utterly charming. If you feel even a little for me, there is no harm in us seeing where it leads. Of course, if I have misread your meaning, forgive my presumption. Perhaps I am merely indulging in self-deception. Yi Yunfei said, staring straight into her eyes. With an ingenuous girl, bluntness often proves more effective than any other tactic. Indeed, the moment Liang Siki said she had come today, Yi Yunfei estimated an 80 to 90% chance that she harbored feelings for him. Otherwise, she would not have come alone behind Feng Qinchin's back. They were adults and understood one another tacitly. After hearing Yi Yunfei's words, Liang Siki said, Mister, I did not expect you to be so direct. I admit I admire you and am a little fond of you. You are nothing like the other men I have met. But you are Chinchin's boyfriend. If Chunshan were to find out, I would not know how to face her. After all, Chunshan and I are best friends. As Liang Siki finished speaking, Yi Yunfei crossed the room, wrapped his arms around her, and said, There is nothing that cannot be faced. Chinchin will not find out. And even if she did know, it would not matter. Chinchan is a sensible woman. If she discovers this, she might even be pleased. Is it not a rather amusing thing for two close friends to fancy the same man? Hearing this, Liang Siki widened her eyes. Really, Chinchin truly will not be angry or blame me. Yi Yunfei nodded emphatically. It is true. I know Chinchin. She will not be angry. And if she dares be angry, I will give her 2 slaps on the bottom, and she will soon quiet down. At those words, Liang Siki's face flushed crimson. She punched his chest with a tiny fist and teased, You are a scoundrel to say such things. Yi Yunfei laughed heartily, drew her into his arms, and kissed her. Liang Siki did not resist as she let him kiss her. She even rose slightly onto her tiptoes to meet him, yielding to the moment. For a time, the office was filled with passion. After a while, Liang Siki's cheeks were flushed. She looked at Yi Yunfei and said, That was my first kiss. You're so wicked. Yi Yunfei chuckled. Is that so? Then I have gained a treasure. Having taken your first kiss, I must repay you properly. Liang Siki asked, How will you repay me? Of course with my body, what else? Yi Yunfei said, then lifted Liang Siki into his arms. Liang Siki cried out, This is the office, don't be reckless. What if someone sees us? Yi Yunfei smiled. In my office no one enters without my permission. Besides, there is a secret in this office. What secret? Liang Siki asked curiously as Yi Yunfei carried her to the door of the office suite. The door concealed a hidden entrance. To the uninitiated, the suite would seem ordinary. Only those who knew could tell that the office was actually a suite with a small bedroom inside. In fact, the room had once been Jin Dazhong's office, and Yi Yunfei had discovered the concealed bedroom by chance. Today that secret proved perfectly convenient. Liang Siki stared in astonishment at the bedroom and said, Your office contains a hidden bedroom. I have never seen anything like it. Yi Yunfei said, This hidden bedroom was prepared especially for you. Come inside. With that, he carried Liang Siki into the room, laid her gently on the bed, and closed the door. What followed unfolded naturally, exquisite and pleasurable. Afterwards, Yi Yunfei lay on the bed with Liang Siki in his arms and lit a cigarette. He could not deny that the girl's skin was exquisite and her body delightful. Liang Siki, cheeks still flushed, whispered, Yunfei, if we do this, will Chunshin truly not blame me? I feel a little afraid. Though she had just tasted bliss, her thoughts were filled with Feng Qinchin. She and Qinchan were close friends, and yet now she had slept with Qinchin's boyfriend. What would happen if they were discovered? Yi Yunfei said, Do not worry. Qinchin will not know. And with me here, even if she finds out, it will be manageable. You must trust my ability. Liang Siki obediently nodded. All right, I trust you. Knock, knock, knock. As they spoke, a sudden sound of knocking came from outside. Then Ding Li's voice called, Fij, Miss Feng is here to see you. She is right outside the door. What? Chunxun is here. Hearing Ding Li at the door, Yunfei started wondering why Chunxun had come at this hour. Lying beside him, Liang Siki grew flustered and whispered, Yunfei, what are we going to do? Chunxun's here. If she finds out the two of us were together, she'll hate me forever. What should we do? Clearly Liang Siki was extremely anxious. Stealing a best friend's boyfriend was hardly a trivial matter. She could already imagine Chunxun's fury. Yunfei gently patted her back and said, don't be afraid. Stay here till step out and take a look. Besides, this is a hidden bedroom. As long as you keep quiet, Chunxun won't know. But before Liang Siki could say more, Yunfei gave her a reassuring look, pulled on his clothes and left. Liang Siki stared at his departing figure, her eyes full of worry. Her mind raced with worst-case scenarios. What if Feng Chunxun discovered their affair? She felt as if she had been caught in the act. Yunfei left the office and opened the door. As soon as it swung wide, Feng Chunxun stood framed in the doorway. She asked, Yunfei, why haven't you opened the door for so long? What were you doing in there? Yunfei replied, I was dealing with an important company matter. It took some time. What's the matter, Chunxun? Why did you come by? Feng Chunxun said, this morning you seem to have had a disagreement with my father. I came to ask what happened. What did my father say to you? You looked so upset. Yunfei breathed a sigh of relief. He had feared Chunxun had discovered him and Liang Siki. Instead, she was asking about his quarrel with Feng Jingyao. Come, Chunxun, sit. After guiding her to a seat, Yunfei said, Chunxun, your father and I did have a disagreement, but you don't need to worry. It's nothing grave. We'll handle it. Moreover, even if there is tension between us, it won't affect you. Both your father and I wish for your well-being. Do you understand? Feng Chunxun replied, but if you two argue, it'll feel terrible. I don't want you to have conflicts with each other. Then I'll speak to my father and ask him to apologize so you two can make up, she offered. Yunfei could only shake his head in helplessness. Feng Chunxun was maddeningly ingenuous to think Feng Jingyao would apologize. A man like him would never admit fault, let alone offer an apology to a junior. It was simply naive. Yunfei said, Chunxun, you needn't concern yourself with my matter with your father. We'll sort it out, it's nothing serious. All right then. Feng Chunxun nodded, sat close, and hugged Yunfei. I've been missing you these past days. But you've been so busy it feels like you have no time for me. Yunfei replied, I've been a bit swamped these days. Once this period passes, I'll be free and I'll take you out. Good, she said. Feng Chunxun, all smiles, kissed Yunfei on the cheek and added, do you have time today? Can we go to your place? Her flushed face made the suggestion unmistakable. Yunfei licked his lips. Though Feng Chunxun was exceedingly tempting, he had just been intimate not long ago and was frankly spent. His energy was limited. Besides, someone was still waiting inside. Yunfei said, not today, Chunxun. I have some matters to finish. Once I'm done, I'll come see you. Feng Chunxun sounded a little disappointed, but nodded. All right, go ahead. Work is important. Suddenly a dull thud came from nearby, as if something had fallen to the floor. What was that? Feng Chunxun flinched. The sound seemed to have come from the next room, very close and unmistakable. Yunfei frowned. What was Liang Siki doing in there? He said, it's nothing. The office isn't very soundproof. Probably someone next door. Feng Chunxun nodded, I see. It sounded quite loud though. Yunfei smiled, no worries. They'll have someone renovate and improve the soundproofing another day. Feng Chunxun nestled into Yunfei's arms, savoring the sweetness. A moment later, the office door opened and Ding Li came in. Brother Fei, Miss Liang's bag was left downstairs. I brought it up for her. Saying that, Ding Li placed a woman's handbag on the table. Yunfei's face immediately darkened. Ding Li must have intended to cause trouble. With Chunxun present, handing her Liang Siki's bag in plain sight was effectively announcing that Liang Siki had been in Yunfei's office. He glared at Ding Li and snapped, Ollie, can't you see him talking with Miss Feng? Get out. Ding Li turned to leave. Oh, wait. Feng Chunxun called him back. Ollie, why is Liang Siki's bag here? Has she come to Lidu? Yunfei desperately tried to signal Ding Li to keep quiet, but Ding Li seemed oblivious to his glance and said plainly, yes, Miss Liang just came to see Fei. He received her in the office. She should still be in the office then. Where did she go? Hearing this, Feng Chunxun's expression shifted and she stared at Yunfei. Yunfei, Liang Siki came to see you? Still in your office. Where is she? Yunfei hesitated, unsure how to answer. At last he said, Miss Liang did come by earlier, but she has already left. Feng Chunxun asked, what did she come for? You and she only met yesterday, didn't you? She looked at Yunfei with suspicion. Yunfei replied, Miss Liang said she wanted to come to Lidu to see a show and asked if I had tickets. It so happened the tickets were sold out today, so I told her to come back tomorrow. That's all it was. Feng Chunxun said, to see a show. Siki could have just asked me. I can get tickets. Why would she come straight to you? Yunfei shrugged. I don't know what Miss Liang was thinking. In any case, she's gone now. If you want more details, you can ask her yourself. All right. Feng Chunxun nodded. He'll ask her another day. If she still wants to see the show, we'll come with her. Save 2 tickets for us, will you? Yunfei nodded. No problem. When you plan to come, call me in advance, and he'll hold the tickets. Okay, I'll go now. You should get back to work, Yunfei. Feng Qinshan rose to leave. Just then a sound came from inside the wall, and a hidden door opened. Liang Siki stepped out from within the office. The moment Liang Siki emerged, the entire office was filled with shock. Yi Yunfei and Feng Qinshan both fixed their gazes on Liang Siki. Feng Qinshan asked in astonishment, Siki, how could you come out from here? Is there a hidden door in this office? Yi Yunfei felt bewildered upon seeing Liang Siki. He had just managed to convince Feng Qinshan to leave, yet unexpectedly Liang Siki had walked out on her own. Wasn't this just asking for trouble? The moment these two women met, Yi Yunfei felt like disaster was imminent. Liang Siki approached and said, Qinshan, I'm sorry, I've been here all along. I heard everything you and Yi Yunfei said just now. Feng Qinshan frowned, staring at Liang Siki. Siki, what on earth is going on? Why did you come out from here? Liang Siki replied, Yi Yunfei said you had already left, but I haven't gone anywhere. I've been inside the whole time. Moreover, I came specifically to find Yi Yunfei today. Ever since I saw him yesterday, I've felt he is quite remarkable. You kept asking me what kind of boyfriend I wanted, and now I can tell you that the type I want is someone like Yi Yunfei. He is capable, mature, and handsome. He is simply my ideal boyfriend. That's why I couldn't help but come to find him today. I just didn't expect you to be here too, and since I was worried you might be upset, I stayed inside and didn't come out. Liang Siki decided to lay everything bare. She was not someone who could keep secrets, and given the situation, she felt somewhat guilty towards Feng Qinshan, so she simply stepped out. She looked at Feng Qinshan and said, Qinshan, since things are already like this, I've told you everything. No matter how you treat me, I will have no complaints. After hearing Liang Siki's words, Feng Qinshan stared at her for a moment and said, silly girl, if you like Yi Yunfei, why didn't you tell me sooner? We've always been the best of friends. If you like him, you should have told me. Liang Siki replied, but he is your boyfriend. How could I have the courage to tell you that I like him? Although he is my boyfriend, you are still my best friend. Our relationship shouldn't change because of a man. Moreover, it's quite normal for men to have multiple partners, especially someone as exceptional as Yi Yunfei. It's only natural for others to like him. In fact, after being with him, I anticipated such things. He certainly wouldn't have only one woman by his side. What I didn't expect was that you would like him too. Liang Siki widened her eyes and looked at Feng Qinshan, so you won't blame me? Of course not, Feng Qinshan replied. I told you our relationship won't change because of a man. If you like him, then continue to like him. Ooh, I won't mind. You will always be my best friend. Hearing Feng Qinshan say this, Liang Siki felt relieved. She embraced Feng Qinshan and said, Qinshan, thank you. It's so good to have a friend like you. Silly girl, we will always be the best of friends. That will never change. The two friends opened their hearts to each other, bringing their relationship even closer. While the two were chatting, Yi Yunfei quietly slipped away. He didn't want to get involved in such complicated matters between women. Let Feng Qinshan and Liang Siki handle it themselves. For him, as long as nothing major happened with these two women, everything else was irrelevant. If both were truly angry, he could always find a way to appease them later. After leaving Lidu, Yi Yunfei visited the Songjianku Pier, the casino, and the dance hall. These three venues were all in Jiabei, and were the first three places he acquired, serving as his initial capital. Now, after seizing Lidu and other territories from Jindazhong, these three venues seemed a bit small, yet they still played an important role. He would continue to develop in Shanghai Beach, and he would never abandon these three venues in Jiabei. In case anything happened in the future, he could always return to Jiabei and rebuild. Of course, at present, everything was going smoothly, and the probability of any issues arising was almost non-existent. The dance hall, pier, and casino were all developing quite well. Ding Li had assigned reliable people to guard the three venues, which was quite satisfactory. After the inspection, he went straight back to his house to sleep. He was exhausted from the past few days and decided to rest well for a while. In the following days, he was mainly dealing with the residual matters after absorbing Jindazhong's forces. For instance, counting the funds from Jindazhong's venues, controlling the territories, and handling the aftermath of the casualties among the Longmin brothers. He had mostly dealt with these matters over the past few days. 3 days later, Yi Yunfei met Ding Li at Lidu. How is it? Have you taken care of what I entrusted to you? Yi Yunfei asked. Ding Li replied, Brother Fei, all of Jindazhong's venues have been occupied and the funds have been counted. Additionally, all the casualties among the Longmin brothers have been dealt with. Also, I have counted the 100 men sent by Feng Jingyao. Some disloyal ones have been sent away, leaving behind dozens who are absolutely loyal to our Longmen. Now, how many people do we have in Longmen, how many guns, and how many venues? Yi Yunfei asked. Ding Li replied, our Longmen's numbers have greatly increased compared to before. We have around 240 brothers, over 100 guns, and more than 10 venues. Most importantly, the money. I can't believe it, our total funds in Longmen have already reached nearly 800,000 taels. Brother Fei, we are now also wealthy. Ding Li said excitedly. He could hardly imagine that Longmen's total assets were approaching 800,000 taels. Of course, most of this was obtained after absorbing Jindazhong's territory. But the money was genuine. 800,000 taels was undoubtedly a huge sum. Yi Yunfei smiled and said, not bad. It seems we can indeed be considered tycoons now. Ding Li, holding a glass of red wine, chuckled. Brother Fei, I truly didn't expect that in less than 3 months since selling pears at the Jiabei train station, we would go from having nothing to now having over 10 venues, more than 200 brothers, and 80,000 taels. It's like a dream. Is this real? Am I really not dreaming? Yunfei said while smoking. All these achievements are nothing if our career has only just begun. I said I want Longmen to become the strongest gang in Shanghai Beach. Although Longmen is developing well now, we are still quite far from being the strongest in Shanghai Beach. So we must continue. Ding Li nodded earnestly and said, I understand, Brother Fei. You can rest assured that I will follow you and make Longmen famous in Shanghai Beach. I will make sure everyone in Shanghai Beach knows the name Longmen. Yunfei nodded with a smile. Ding, task completion detected, 200 subordinates recruited. Congratulations, host, you have received a system reward. At that moment a voice came through. System rewards. Yunfei was somewhat surprised that at this moment the system reward had unexpectedly arrived. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 20 Bergman submachine guns, 10,000 bullets, 10 grenades, and a bulletproof car. This reward seems rather generous. There are submachine guns, grenades, and even a bulletproof car. Previously he had obtained quite a few guns, but the vast majority were ordinary rifles which could only fire 1 bullet at a time and had average lethality. The Bergman submachine gun, however, was a weapon from the Republic of China era with exceptionally powerful lethality. A single magazine could take down a group of enemies. This was far more useful than a rifle. If he equipped these 20 Bergman submachine guns to his subordinates, their combat effectiveness would surely increase exponentially. He could keep the grenades and the bulletproof car for himself. Subsequently, Yunfei called Ding Li over. Brother Fei, what's up? Ding Li looked at Yunfei with curiosity. Yunfei said, I have 20 submachine guns here. Equip these 20 submachine guns to the 20 most elite members of Longmen and form a small team. This small team must possess the strongest combat and offensive capabilities. Saying this, Yunfei placed the 20 submachine guns that the system had just given him onto the ground. Ding Li looked at the submachine guns on the ground, his eyes nearly popping out. 20 submachine guns, Brother Fei, where did you get so many submachine guns? This kind of thing is hard to come by even for someone like Feng Jingyao, a big shot in Shanghai, who I suspect only the warlords could obtain such submachine guns. Ding Li said in shock. While it was true that some powerful gangs in Shanghai had guns, the vast majority were still rifles, and some big shots used handguns. Submachine guns like this were only found in the military. Ordinary gangs simply could not acquire them. According to Ding Li's knowledge, even the Feng clan's Feng's Commercial Association, Huang Jinrong's Rong Society, and Du Yusheng's Hung Society, which were top-tier gangs, might have submachine guns, but the numbers would not be too many. Yet Yunfei had somehow obtained 20 submachine guns. It was simply unbelievable. Yunfei said, I have my own channels. Equip these 20 submachine guns and the 10,000 bullets to the 20 most elite members of Longmen. Let these 20 form a small team to carry out some special tasks. This small team will be the strongest fighting force in Longmen. I want them to become a steel blade that tears apart anyone who opposes Longmen. Ding Li nodded, saying, I understand, Brother Fei, I will arrange it immediately. With these 20 submachine guns, this Longmen small team will certainly be very powerful. Yunfei nodded. Afterwards, Ding Li took the guns to equip the members of Longmen. Yunfei spent the morning at Lidu mainly to observe how the renowned Lidu was performing in business. Although he had heard for a long time that Lidu was one of the best theaters in Shanghai, he had never seen it in person. Everything was just hearsay. After observing for a whole morning, Yunfei discovered that the rumors were indeed true. From opening until noon, Lidu was bustling with people almost at full capacity. Moreover, this was only in the morning. One must know that theaters like Lidu did their best business at night. In short, Lidu's business was indeed thriving. Relying on Lidu, he probably could earn a significant amount of money. Additionally, there was one thing that made him quite happy, which was that from the office in Lidu, he could see the Huangpu River. With a glance, the surging Huangpu River before him made him feel very refreshed. Now he was gradually achieving his goals. Click. At that moment, a person pushed the door and entered. It was Changgue. Brother Fei, there's something down below that might require your presence. Changgue said. Yunfei asked, what is it? Changgue replied, the people from the constabulary have come saying they want to investigate Lidu. Constabulary. Yunfei frowned and said, what do the constabulary want? It seems we've been operating Lidu legally all along. Changgue said, the person coming is the deputy detective of the Hua district, Zhu Runjiu, nicknamed Lao Jiu. This Lao Jiu has a high position in the constabulary, second only to the chief detective, and he had a good relationship with the previous owner of Lidu, Jin Dazhong. I suspect that his visit may have something to do with Jin Dazhong. Since the constabulary is an official organization, it would be troublesome if anything went wrong. That's why I came to report to you. Hearing what Changgue said, Yunfei nodded. Zhu Runjiu indeed had a good relationship with Jin Dazhong. Strictly speaking, Zhu Runjiu was Jin Dazhong's superior. Jin Dazhong was able to develop to this point precisely because he had Zhu Runjiu as a backing in the constabulary. Now that Jin Dazhong had been eliminated by him, Lidu had also been taken over. Zhu Runji's arrival was most likely to cause trouble. Thinking of this, Yunfei said, I understand. Let's go down and take a look. He then went to the Lidu Hall. In the hall there were a dozen constables standing, and in the middle was Zhu Runjiu. Zhu Runjiu was a bald man tall with a cigarette in his mouth, exuding a strong aura. Uncle Jiu, welcome to my Lidu as a guest. As the guest arrived, Yunfei cupped his hands toward Zhu Runjiu. Zhu Runjiu scanned Yunfei from top to bottom, and then said, You are the Yunfei, who has recently risen in Shanghai, right? Yunfei nodded and said, That's me. I wonder what advice Uncle Jiu has for me. Zhu Runjiu took a puff of smoke and said, Yunfei, do you know whose territory Lidu is? Yunfei replied, Of course I know, it belongs to Jin Dazhong. However, Jin Dazhong is dead now and Lidu is mine, it belongs to my longmen now. Zhu Runjiu narrowed his eyes and stared at Yunfei, saying, You took advantage of my absence to eliminate Jin Dazhong and seize Lidu. Young man, you are quite impressive. In just a few days Lidu has changed owners. Yunfei said nonchalantly, Isn't that how Shanghai is? The capable ones eat meat, the incapable ones eat shit, and the utterly incapable ones can only enter the Huangpu River to feed the fish. If I remember correctly, Lidu was also seized by Jin Dazhong from someone else. Now that it has come to me, it can be considered a cycle of karma, and there shouldn't be any problem, right? Does Uncle Jiu have any objections to me taking over Lidu? Zhu Runjiu coldly replied, Everyone in Shanghai knows that Lidu is under my protection. Jin Dazhong was my man. You eliminated Jin Dazhong and seized Lidu. Isn't that slapping me, Lao Jiu, in front of everyone in Shanghai? Zhu Runjiu drew on his cigarette, narrowing his eyes as he swept them over Yunfei. A faint chill surfaced in his gaze. How do you intend to resolve this matter? Should you not give me an explanation? Yunfei remained composed. Uncle Jiu, I have heard something of your relationship with Jin Dazhong, but that is not my concern. Jin Dazhong rode roughshod over me and even sought my life. I killed him and seized his territory only to protect myself. If Uncle Jiu intends to make trouble for me over this, I am afraid I cannot accept it. As an officer of the patrol office, Uncle Jiu should be fair and just. Lidu is now under my management, I operate it legally with nothing unlawful. It seems you have no right to do anything to Lidu, do you? Zhu Runjiu replied coldly. You know I am of the patrol office. Whether Lidu has broken the law or violated regulations is entirely for me to decide. If I say it is illegal, then it is illegal. You have no room to quarrel, understand? Yunfei fixed his gaze on Zhu Runjiu. So you intend to pin a charge on my Lidu? There is a saying, to fabricate a crime is to find words to fit it. You are the patrol office's deputy chief detective. If you want to force a charge on Lidu, it would be easy for you. But I will not accept it. I, Yunfei, have been on Shanghai Tan for some time now. I am no longer someone anyone can bully. So please consider carefully before you make a decision, Uncle Jiu. Yunfei's voice had grown steadily colder. Old Jiu had clearly come looking for trouble. If that was his intention, there was no need to be overly polite. He did not yet have a secure foundation and did not wish to make enemies of Shanghai Tan's upper echelon, particularly as Old Jiu held the rank of deputy chief detective. Offending him would be troublesome. Thus he had kept a courteous demeanor. But Zhu Runjiu pressed forward step by step. If pushed too far, eliminating Old Jiu outright was not beyond consideration. He neither courted trouble nor feared it. If anyone dared move against him, let them try. Zhu Runjiu heard the ill intent in Yunfei's words and said, Yunfei, I did not come here today to cause trouble. I came for an explanation. You killed men under my command and seized their territory. At least give me an explanation, otherwise how am I to survive in Shanghai Tan in the future? Yunfei said, Very well. Uncle Jiu, tell me what you want. Speak plainly, and I will hear you out. Zhu Runjiu said, It is simple. While Jin Dazhong was alive, 50% of Lida's monthly income was handed to me. Jin Dazhong is dead, and you have taken his place. What is done, and I do not wish to waste words. You will do as Jin Dazhong did, remit 50% of Lida's future profits to me. All previous matters will be settled. You may continue to operate Lidu, and I will not trouble you further provided you pay me on time. 50% of Lida's earnings. Yunfei's eyes chilled. The old man's appetite was indeed vast. Lidu was one of the most profitable theaters on Shanghai Tan, bringing in at least hundreds of thousands each month. To demand half of Lida's proceeds was nothing short of extortion. Yunfei said, Uncle Jiu, asking for half the profits seems excessive. I have only just taken Lidu and you already demand half the business. How is that any different from trampling me underfoot? If I hand you half of Lida's earnings, what was the point of all my effort to seize Lidu? Would it not have been easier to stay at my Rebirth Wharf and earn my keep? Zhu Runjiu said, Jin Dazhong paid half before. I collect from you what I collected from him. Where is the problem in that? Besides, the bosses of the establishments on Shanghai Tan give tribute to Old Jiu. Asking for half of yours is not too much. Yunfei replied coldly. I am not Jin Dazhong, nor am I one of your subordinates. Jin Dazhong could give you half, I will not. Uncle Jiu, since you have come today, I will be frank. If you want a sideline income, I can provide it. From now on, I will give you a fixed 20,000 silver dollars each month as a token of my regard. But if you want half of Lida's profits, that is impossible. Old Gio was after all a man of the patrol office, certain arrangements would still have to be made. However, if the old man kept demanding like a roaring lion, he should not expect to be treated with boundless courtesy. He had already done all he could, now it was up to the old man to show some sense. Zhu Runjiu heard Yunfei's words, and his face darkened. 20,000 silver dollars, boy. Are you sending off a beggar? Do you think old Gio lacks such a sum? Since matters have come to this, let me tell you plainly, without old Gio's support, your Lidu could not stay open in Shanghai Tan for a single day. I can have your Lidu shut down at any moment, and there are many gang bosses outside watching Lida's every move. There are plenty who would gladly offer me half their proceeds in order to gain Lidu. Giving you half is me showing you face. Do not be ungrateful. Yunfei replied coldly. Then I will tell you plainly as well, old Gio calling you Uncle Gio is also showing you face. Do not push people too far. I have just taken root at Lidu and do not wish for trouble, but if you intend to ride me and humiliate me, I will not be courteous. One more thing, while you wear that uniform you may act with impunity, but strip away that skin and I will no longer acknowledge your pretensions. You had best sleep with your eyes open at night, lest someone blow your brains out. When Yunfei spoke those words, everyone in the hall fell silent. To say such things was tantamount to confronting old Gio directly. Few on Shanghai Tan would dare speak to him in that manner. Zhu Runjiu was momentarily stunned, then he nodded. Good, very good. In all my years in Shanghai Tan, this is the first time anyone has humiliated me to my face. Yunfei, just you wait. With that he turned and left his squad of patrolmen trailing behind him. Yunfei inhaled a long drag of his cigarette and stared at Zhu Runjiu's retreating back. A thread of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Today he and Zhu Runjiu had fully severed their accord. If so, there would be no courtesy for the old man. Find a time to deal with him. After all, no one could block his steps on Shanghai Tan. Whoever crossed him would end up dead. What of the patrol office's deputy chief detective? Offend him, and he too would be subject to death. As Yunfei pondered, a group of people suddenly rushed into the entrance of Lidu. This time, however, it was Ding Li who arrived, accompanied by over 20 men, each brandishing a submachine gun as they stormed inside. Where's Lao Jiao? That wretched dog. Where's he gone? I'll kill him. Ding Li bellowed upon bursting in. Yunfei sat calmly in his chair smoking and replied, Lao Jiao just left. Ali, what brings you here? Ding Li said, Brother Fei, I was just equipping my men with the submachine guns you gave me when word reached me that Lao Jiao had brought thugs to cause trouble at Lido. I rushed over immediately. That old fool actually dared bring men to Lido, truly asking for death. Did he harass you? I'll end him. Yunfei replied. He demanded half of Lido's monthly revenue. I refused. Ding Li flared up instantly. What grand delusion is he nursing? Half our monthly revenue. Why doesn't he just rob us outright? Half of Lido's monthly revenue amounts to hundreds of thousands. Does he truly imagine we'll hand over that sum freely? Has his brain been kicked by a mule? Yunfei spoke coolly. He's deputy chief inspector of the detective bureau. It's common for certain gangs to pay him tribute. But expecting me to submit like Jin Dazhong, handing over hundreds of thousands every month, is utterly out of the question. I'm no Jin Dazhong. If he thinks I'm his personal ATM, he's gravely overestimated himself. Ding Li asked, so Brother Fei, what happened in the end? Did that old man simply walk away? Yunfei replied, Lido is our territory. He wouldn't dare act recklessly here. Yet this confrontation has shattered all pretense between us. Given his temperament, retaliation is inevitable. Therefore, alert our brothers over the coming days. Stay vigilant against any move Lao Jiao might make. Ding Li nodded. Understood, Brother Fei. I'll ensure they remain cautious. Or better yet, I'll take these men now and eliminate Lao Jiao outright. See these 20 brothers behind me, all armed with the submachine guns you gave me, every single one. These 20 men are formidable. Firepower alone makes them overwhelming. Taking down Lao Jiao would be effortless. Yunfei cast a glance toward the 20 men standing behind Ding Li. They were all tall and powerfully built, imposing figures, broad-shouldered and muscular. Each gripped a submachine gun. Their collective presence exuded raw authority and fierce resolve. So this is your Longmen Special Squad? Yunfei asked. Ding Li replied, yes. I selected these 20 from among Longmen's disciples, the strongest, most battle-hardened fighters, each possessing exceptional martial skill and absolute loyalty to Longmen. That's why I entrusted them with those 20 submachine guns. Their martial prowess combined with such firepower yields explosive combat effectiveness. I believe they're fully capable of taking on any mid-tier gang across Shanghai. Yunfei nodded. He had observed them closely. Indeed, they were exceptional. Martial skill fused with modern firearms conferred extraordinary battlefield dominance. These 20 constituted Longmen's most potent strike force to date. Brother Fei, let me lead them and eradicate Lao Jiao. That old wretch dared storm Lido to provoke us. We mustn't indulge him. I'll deal with him myself. Ding Li declared, voice brimming with fury. Yunfei shot Ding Li a sharp glance. Lao Jiao is currently within the detective bureau. Do you truly intend to storm in and assassinate him there? That would be suicide. As underworld figures, we must never openly defy the detective bureau. No matter how powerful we grow, such defiance guarantees annihilation. Eliminating Lao Jiao offers countless avenues. There's no need for heated confrontation. Choose the right moment and remove him discreetly. Yi Yunfei noted how Ding Li's audacity had grown steadily, daring even to contemplate a daylight assault on the detective bureau itself. Perhaps only a handful in all of Shanghai possessed such brazen courage. Yet this was precisely what he needed, a subordinate unafraid to strike decisively. Shanghai demanded ruthless frontline warriors, not timid lambs. Ding Li embodied exactly that. Ding Li nodded. Understood. I'll follow your lead, Brother Fei. Good. You may go. Leave me to reflect for a while. Yi Yunfei replied. He now needed to devise a strategy to deal with that contemptible Lao Jiao. Meanwhile, having departed Lido, Lao Jiao had already returned to the detective bureau. The moment he stepped inside, he snarled, Yi Yunfei. That cursed cur dares oppose me. I'll ensure he dies without burial. Today at Lido, he'd intended merely to chastise Yi Yunfei, to compel him into obedient submission and regular tribute payments. After all, Jin Dazhong had faithfully paid him each month without fail. Yi Yunfei, a mere upstart, ought to have knelt humbly before him. Instead, he'd publicly defied him in front of witnesses, humiliating him utterly. After decades navigating Shanghai's underworld, every gang lord, even the most formidable, granted him deference. Now an insignificant upstart had spat directly upon his face. Lao Jiao burned with rage. Summon Han Shun, the leader of the Sihai gang. Lao Jiao ordered a nearby constable. Yes, sir. The junior officer hurried off to fetch him. Lao Jiao's expression darkened. As deputy chief inspector, he maintained deep ties with numerous Shanghai gang lords. Indeed, several operated under his direct control. In Republican-era Shanghai, black and white were eternally entwined, never truly separable. Figures like Feng Jingyao could seamlessly transform into corporate magnates commanding Shanghai's entire commercial sphere. Likewise, Lao Jiao, though holding official rank, was effectively the overlord of multiple gangs. Yet while he collected protection fees, he never appeared publicly. He delegated authority to trusted lieutenants who managed operations on his behalf, while he remained safely ensconced in the shadows collecting profits. He controlled dozens of gangs, large and small, their leaders obeying his every command. The Sihai gang was among them, a renowned and formidable organization in Shanghai ranking mid to high tier, stronger even than Jin Dazhong Syndicate. The Sihai gang commanded over a dozen establishments, casinos, brothels, dance halls, and wharves, commanding vast territorial influence. Its leader Han Shun had long served under Lao Jiao's patronage. The Sihai gang's rise owed everything to Lao Jiao's backing. Thus, though Han Shun bore the title of leader, real authority rested solely with Lao Jiao. Hence, Lao Jiao dispatched his men to summon Han Shun. Within moments, Han Shun arrived at the detective bureau. Han Shun was a towering, powerfully built, middle-aged man, likely in his late 30s or early 40s. A long, jagged scar ran across his face, a grim memento from a brutal life-or-death brawl. As the head of the Sihai gang, Han Shun had clawed his way up from the very bottom. Under his leadership, the gang had expanded to control over a dozen establishments and commanded a force of 300 to 400 members. His rise was inseparable not only from the covert support of Lao Jiao, but also from his own fearless, no-holds-barred fighting spirit. Han Shun himself often charged into street wars wielding a cleaver. Even now, as the gang's supreme leader, he almost always led from the front whenever violence erupted, cleaver in hand, swinging wide and fierce, cutting down foes until bodies and horses tumbled in chaos. Thus, his personal martial prowess was formidable. Across the underworld, many feared him and bestowed upon him the chilling moniker Han the Madman. Han Shun, you're here. Lao Jiao greeted him as he entered, offering a cigarette. Sit down. Han Shun lit the cigarette and asked, Uncle Jiao, what brings you to summon me today? Lao Jiao exhaled slowly, then fell silent for a moment before asking Han Shun, have you heard about what's happened lately in Lido? Han Shun nodded. Yes, Jin Dazhong was killed and Lido seized. Is that why you called me? Lao Jiao nodded. Precisely. You know well, Jin Dazhong was under my protection and Lido had always been my territory. Now Jin Dazhong is dead and my turf has been stolen. What do you think we should do? Han Shun paused, then asked quietly, Uncle Jiao, what is your plan? Lao Jiao replied, today I went to Lido and met the young man who killed Jin Dazhong. I offered him terms, pay me monthly tribute just as Jin Dazhong did, and the matter would be closed. But that boy proved obstinate, utterly dismissive of my words. He defied me, openly humiliating me before witnesses. In all of Shanghai, he is the only one who has dared confront me face-to-face. Right now, eyes across the city are watching. If he remains alive, my authority and my face will vanish from Shanghai's underworld. I understand, Han Shun said, nodding. You want me to eliminate Yi Yunfei? Lao Jiao declared, within 3 days, wipe him out. Take back Lido. That lucrative establishment must never fall into another's hands. Also, I hear this boy controls several other establishments in Jiabei. Take them all. In short, erase both him and his so-called Longmen gang from Shanghai forever. Understood. I'll act immediately. Lao Jiao rose and clapped Han Shun firmly on the shoulder. Han Shun, You've stood by me for many years. Once this is done, Lido, and every establishment that boy controlled, I gift them all to you. Then your Sihai gang will command all across Shanghai, even ascend among the city's top-tier brotherhoods. This is your moment." At those words, a sharp, calculating light flashed in Han Chen's eyes. "Uncle Jiao, rest assured, I will see this through to completion." Yi Yunfei and Longmen, merely an upstart faction, barely worthy of the Sihai gang's notice. Within 3 days he will cease to exist. His ultimate ambition was clear: to elevate the Sihai gang to legendary status in Shanghai, to stand shoulder to shoulder with the most elite syndicates. Yet at present the Sihai gang remained only a mid to upper tier organization, still far from the pinnacle. But if they seized Lido, absorbed Longman's holdings, and secured Lao Jiao's full backing, the Sihai gang might truly rise among Shanghai's foremost powers. And so Han Chun burned with fierce anticipation. Lao Jia nodded. "Go, and I await your success. Should you need anything, tell me. I will back you without reserve." "Understood." Han Chun bowed once, then turned and strode out. After he left, Lao Jiao's voice hardened into icy menace. "Yi Yunfei, if you had obeyed me like a loyal dog, I might have tossed you a bone or two. But since you chose defiance, you shall vanish from Shanghai. My rule is simple: obey and live. Resist and die." Those who had crossed him before now fed the fish in the Huangpu River. Inside Lido, Yi Yunfei leaned against the window, a cigarette between his fingers, gazing out at the shimmering Huangpu River. Now that Longmen had seized Lido, it had, at last, gained a foothold in Shanghai. Yet Yi Yunfei knew this was only the beginning. Shanghai's underworld was a labyrinth of rival factions, homegrown syndicates, foreign cartels, and shadowy interests, all vying for dominance. His dream of ruling Shanghai still lay far ahead. "Brother Fei, there's a Miss Fong waiting outside." Chang Gui's voice broke his reverie at the door. "Miss Fong?" "Fong Yinyun." Yi Yunfei frowned in surprise. Among Shanghai's Fong surnames, only she came to mind. What brought her here? Yet recalling her voluptuous figure and magnetic allure, he felt a genuine, stirring longing for her. "Show her in." Moments later, Fong Yinyun entered the office, clad in a pale blue embroidered Cheongsam high heels, clicking softly, her face delicately powdered, long hair elegantly coiled, graceful, enchanting, and irresistibly alluring. "Yinyun, what brings you here? Please sit." Yi Yunfei gestured her to a chair and poured her a glass of water. She smiled. "It's been too long. I simply wanted to see you again. I heard you took Lido, seized Jin Dazhong's territory. Congratulations, Yunfei." He grinned. "I had no choice. Jin Dazhong tried to kill me first, so I ended him and claimed his ground. Besides, such a prime location wasted on that bloated fool. Better that I run it and turn a profit. Whatever the reason, you're no longer the man you once were. I remember when we first met, you were just an ordinary man from Xiaobei. Now you're master of Lido. Truly, 3 days apart, and one must look anew." It had been barely 2 or 3 months since their first meeting. Yet in that brief span, Yi Yunfei had risen from Xiaobei's obscurity to command the heart of Shanghai. Yi Yunfei rose and seated himself beside her. "Yinyun, though I've changed, what lies between us remains unshaken, unwavering. Come, I'll take you somewhere special." She tilted her head, curious. "Where?" "Follow me, and you'll see." He led her to a concealed doorway, then gently pushed it open. Before her stood a hidden bedroom, elegant and intimate. "There's a hidden bedroom here," she breathed, astonished. Yi Yunfei chuckled. "Impressive, isn't it? This room was designed for you." "For me, eh?" Her expression flickered with confusion, then softened into knowing warmth. A faint blush rose to her cheeks. "It's been a while, and you've grown bolder, haven't you?" He laughed low and deep. "Bold? This is merely the beginning. I can grow far bolder." And with that, he swept her into his arms and carried her across the threshold. After a passionate moment, Yi Yunfei lit a cigarette. He glanced at Fong Yinyun beside him, feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort. Although Fong Yinyun was already in her 30s, it was precisely because of her maturity that she excelled in many ways compared to Feng Chunchen and Liang Siki. In short, she was undoubtedly a remarkable woman, one of a kind. Leaning against Yi Yunfei's shoulder, Fong Yinyun said, "Yunfei, there are some things I want to discuss with you." Yi Yunfei replied, "Go ahead, Yinyun. There's nothing we can't talk about between us." Fong Yinyun continued, "Yi Yunfei, in just 2 months you've developed to this extent. While it's impressive, your rise has inadvertently affected the interests of many in Shanghai. The emergence of a new gang will inevitably impact many old ones. They won't sit idly by while a new gang grows. Now you're already a prominent figure in Shanghai, so it's likely that some people will have their eyes on you. You must protect your safety, do you understand?" Fong Yinyun looked at Yi Yunfei with concern. Having spent many years in Shanghai, she had developed a deep understanding of the place. Shanghai is like the 18th level of hell. To carve out a career, here one must fight with all their might. Yi Yunfei's rise was too rapid. Within 2 months, he had moved from the Xiaobei district to the core of Shanghai. This would definitely offend some big figures, and in Shanghai's rules, once you provoke the interests of those big shots, their common method is to make that person disappear. In the past, countless people had inexplicably died in the Huangpu River. It was precisely because she understood this that Fang Yinyun felt so worried about Yi Yunfei now. Hearing Fang Yanyun's words, Yi Yunfei smiled. Yinyun, I understand your concerns. You're worried that my rise will touch the interests of those big shots in Shanghai, which could lead them to kill me, right? Fang Yinyun nodded. Indeed, although you seem to be thriving now, your situation is also very perilous. I'm truly worried. What if something happens to you? I've seen too many people die inexplicably in Shanghai. Yi Yunfei gently patted Fang Yanyun's smooth shoulder and said with a smile, Yinyun, don't worry. People die every moment in Shanghai, but Yi Yunfei will never be one of those who dies without reason in the Huangpu River. I may not be formidable now, but I am certainly not the ant that could be trampled upon in the Zhabei district anymore. Even if those so-called big shots want to kill me, it won't be that easy. Yi Yunfei's words were filled with absolute confidence. Now in Shanghai, anyone who wanted to kill him would need to consider if they had the ability to do so. Fang Yinyun nodded. I believe in you, but protecting your safety is the most important thing. I know I won't run into trouble. Besides, with such a beautiful woman like you by my side, I wouldn't dare to get into trouble. As he spoke, Yi Yunfei kissed Fang Yinyun on the cheek. Her face instantly flushed. Although she was in her 30s in front of Yi Yunfei, she felt like a little girl forever. Seeing Fang Yanyun's alluring appearance, Yi Yunfei felt a surge of heat and pressed down on her again. After a long while, Yi Yunfei escorted Fang Yinyun home. Just as they returned to Lidu, Ding Li entered with a serious expression. Bro, something has happened. Ding Li said, I just received information that some unfamiliar faces have appeared near Lidu, and after my investigation, it seems they are from the Sihai gang. Moreover, it's not just Lidu. There are also Sihai gang members appearing near several of our venues in the Zhabei district. It seems they come with ill intentions. The Sihai gang. Is that the one with a considerable reputation in Shanghai and known for their ruthlessness? Ding Li confirmed, yes, that's the Sihai gang. They are one of the more well-known gangs in Shanghai with about 300 to 400 members, a strong force with over 10 venues, and they are quite fierce. The territories of the Sihai gang were all seized by their leader Han Shun with real weapons and brutality. This gang acts with a ruthless style, killing without hesitation, which makes many gangs in Shanghai wary of them. Aside from a few top-tier gangs, the Sihai gang can be considered one of the frontline gangs. Ding Li explained the situation of the Sihai gang to Yi Yunfei. After listening, Yi Yunfei extinguished his cigarette and asked, why are the Sihai gang members appearing in Lidu and near our venues? Do you know the reason? Ding Li replied, as far as I know, this may have something to do with Laojiao. Right now, nearly every gang in Shanghai has a backer, especially those that have developed. Their backing is quite solid. The Sihai gang is backed by Laojiao. Their leader Han Shun has been associated with Laojiao for a long time. After Laojiao became the deputy chief of the police station, Han Shun established the Sihai gang and developed it to become a dominant force in Shanghai. So I suspect that Laojiao issued some command to the Sihai gang, which is why they have set their sights on us. After hearing Ding Li's explanation, Yi Yunfei sneered, so it's Laojiao. There's no doubt he has found the Sihai gang to deal with us. After our last confrontation, he's out for revenge and wants to reclaim Lidu. With such a big piece of meat, he surely wouldn't want us to have it. Ding Li's expression turned grave. What should we do? The Sihai gang is not weak. They have 300 to 400 people, and that's just the visible numbers. If we add the hidden members, there could be around 500, and they are armed, making them difficult to handle. Yi Yunfei lit another cigarette and took a puff, saying, what's there to fear? When soldiers come, we block them. When water comes, we dam it. If they want to make a move, let them come. The Sihai gang wants to annihilate my long man. It won't be that simple. When the time comes for a fight, it'll depend on who has the stronger fist. Who annihilates whom is yet to be seen. Right now, our long man is no longer a soft persimmon for others to squeeze. Anyone wanting to lay hands on us must pay the price of death. Yi Yunfei was not overly concerned about the Sihai gang. As Fang Yinyun said, for long men to develop, it would inevitably touch the interests of those big gangs, and attacks would come sooner or later. Thus, he had long been prepared. The Sihai gang was merely the first to jump out. Moreover, this could be an opportunity. If he could eliminate the Sihai gang, Longman's territory and power would surely surge. Risk and reward have always coexisted. The Sihai gang seeks to annihilate the Longman syndicate. Yet the Longman syndicate in turn could just as easily obliterate the Sihai gang. Should it absorb the Sihai gang's territories and establishments, the Longman syndicate would undoubtedly ascend to a new echelon of power. Considering the extent of territory held by the Sihai gang. Once the Sihai gang is eradicated and its domains absorbed, the Longman syndicate will not only secure its foothold in Shanghai, but likely rank among the top few syndicates across the entire city. Thus, this is peril, but also opportunity. After hearing Yi Yunfei's words, Ding Li nodded thoughtfully. Having followed Yi Yunfei for so long, he could intuitively grasp his intentions. Ding Li said, Brother Fei, this may be an extremely dangerous undertaking. If we succeed, the Longman syndicate will become legendary across Shanghai, rising instantly to the pinnacle among all local syndicates. But should we fail, we shall vanish entirely. Yi Yunfei replied calmly, therefore success is our only option. We cannot afford failure. For now, reinforce our manpower immediately. Assign trusted men to guard Lido and are several establishments in Jiabei. Report any unusual movement by the Sihai gang to me without delay. Understood. I'll act at once. Dingli nodded. Yunfei continued, also intensify recruitment. Spend generously to bring in capable individuals, or even masters of martial prowess, to join the Longmen Syndicate. This is precisely the moment when talent is most urgently needed. Spare no expense. Recruit as many as possible, the more the better. Dingli replied, understood. I'll see to it immediately. Very well, go ahead. Yunfei nodded, and Dingli departed. Once alone, Yunfei settled into his chair and gazed out the window. The Huangpu River flowed serenely, its waters clear and tranquil. Yet before long its entire length would run crimson, with blood transformed into a river of slaughter. He wondered only whose blood would stain those waters, the Longmen Syndicates or the Sihai gangs. A sharp rap broke the silence. Someone was knocking at the door again. Brother Fei, Miss Feng has arrived, announced Chang Gui from outside. Qinshan. Why had Feng Qinshan come at this hour? Please show her in, Yunfei said. Moments later Feng Qinshan entered, and without hesitation rushed into his arms. Yunfei, why haven't you visited me lately? I've been searching for you everywhere. Yunfei embraced her gently and kissed her cheek. I've been overwhelmed with company affairs recently. Haven't had the chance to see you. I'm truly sorry. Once this hectic stretch passes, I'll devote myself entirely to you. Feng Qinshan smiled. That sounds lovely, but honestly you seem perpetually occupied. Every time I see you, you're buried in work. Yunfei chuckled. Even amid the busiest days, I'd carve out time for you. You're the cherished daughter of the Feng family, Shanghai's most radiant blossom. How dare I neglect you? Feng Qinshan pouted. You're just flattering me. Let's see how long that lasts. Yunfei laughed. As long as you wish it, I'll keep flattering you forever. He lifted her chin tenderly and kissed her again. Her response was ardent and wholehearted. After a quiet, intimate pause, Yunfei asked softly, Qinshan, what brings you here today? Is there something you need? Feng Qinshan replied, I wanted to see you myself, but knowing how busy you are, I almost didn't come. Then father summoned me and asked me to seek you out. Your father? A flicker of surprise crossed Yunfei's eyes. What does he want with me? Ever since he had declined Feng Jingyao's invitation to join the Feng commercial alliance at the Feng residence, their relationship had grown increasingly strained. Though not yet ruptured, a palpable rift had formed between them. Now Feng Jingyao sending Qinshan to summon him. What could he possibly intend? Feng Qinshan said, father says he wishes to speak with you. Please go see him. Yunfei frowned. Do you know what it's about? She shook her head. No. I asked, but he refused to tell me. He simply insisted you meet him. Yunfei's mind raced. After their last confrontation, Feng Jingyao harbored deep resentment toward him. Could this be a trap, an opportunity to eliminate him? Though outwardly benevolent, Feng Jingyao was ruthless beneath the surface. To have ascended to Shanghai's highest seat of power, he could not possibly be gentle or forgiving. Countless souls had already perished by his hand. No deed, however dark, lay beyond his reach. Yet after a brief pause, Yunfei shook his head. With Qinshan standing between them, Feng Jingyao would not dare strike. Qinshan was Feng Jingyao's treasured daughter, his most precious person in the world, and Feng Jingyao was fully aware of her bond with Yunfei. To kill him would mean losing Qinshan forever, and if he truly meant harm, he would never have sent her to deliver the summons. He could easily have dispatched another. Sending Qinshan instead suggested conciliation, not confrontation. In that instant, Yunfei grasped Feng Jingyao's underlying intent. Noticing Yunfei's hesitation, Feng Qinshan asked Yunfei, will you go see my father? He's waiting for you. Yunfei smiled. Of course I'll go. How could I refuse the summons of such a towering figure in Shanghai? Still, I have one question. Would you answer it? Feng Qinshan replied, ask away. What is it? Yunfei said, if your father were to move against me, what would you do? Impossible. Feng Qinshan responded instantly, how could father ever act against you? He knows you saved my life. He would never do such a thing. Yunfei pressed gently, what if he did? Just suppose. Feng Qinshan declared resolutely, then I would sever ties with him, leaving him without a daughter for the rest of his life. Yunfei burst into laughter. Qinshan, you truly move me. Rest assured your father won't act against me. I was merely testing the waters. Feng Qinshan nodded. Then side by side Yunfei and Feng Qinshan set off to meet Feng Jingyao. Meanwhile, within the Feng residence, Feng Jingyao and Xiang sat together in the study, engaged in quiet conversation. Xiang, this young man Yunfei has risen remarkably. Some of my closest associates have already heard his name. When they speak of him, they express genuine astonishment at the sheer speed of his ascent. What are your thoughts? Feng Jingyao's circle comprised only the most formidable figures in Shanghai. That they all knew Yunfei's name spoke volumes about his burgeoning prominence across the city. Xiang replied, indeed, Mr. Feng. Yunfei's reputation has grown immense. Since his defeat of Jin Dazhong and seizure of Lido, his Longmen Syndicate has become the most formidable syndicate in all of Shanghai. Even some long-established figures have begun paying attention to Yunfei. Feng Jingyao said, his rising prominence is extraordinary, but whether he can withstand the consequences such fame brings remains uncertain. I recall that several promising young men who recently emerged in Shanghai have all vanished. Vanished, meaning they were killed. It was merely a euphemism. In Shanghai, the adage holds true: the highest branch draws the first bullet. Fame is no guarantee of safety. It makes one a target for countless adversaries. Unless one possesses overwhelming strength capable of repelling every threat, the likely outcome is not just death, but utter erasure with no grave to mark one's passing. Wenqiang said, indeed. According to our intelligence, Lao Jiao has already set his sights on that young man. Our informants report that Lao Jiao has secretly mobilized Han Chen's forces from the Sihai gang preparing to strike at Yunfei's Longmen Association. Lao Jiao is no easy opponent. His status and influence render him untouchable by most in Shanghai. Now that he has marked Yunfei, the young man is surely about to face grave hardship. That is precisely why I summoned him today, Feng Jingyao remarked coolly. Wenqiang replied, does Master Feng intend to lend Yunfei some assistance? Feng Jingyao said, whether I aid him depends entirely on his attitude. I still wish to make one final effort with this young man. Moreover, given Xiao Chen's goodwill, I cannot simply abandon him to his fate. Let us observe his demeanor today. Wenqiang frowned. Master Feng has already extended 2 invitations to him. Both declined. If you extend a third, might it not diminish your stature? After all, you have never pursued any single individual twice before, let alone 3 times. As Shanghai's undisputed overlord, Feng Jingyao had only ever needed to summon someone once, and they would appear without hesitation. Yet Yunfei had already refused him twice. Should Feng Jingyao issue a 3rd invitation, and should Yunfei refuse again, it would be the 3rd time. 3 refusals are beyond tolerance. For a figure of Feng Jingyao's magnitude, such repetition would indeed be deeply undignified. Feng Jingyao waved his hand dismissively. This time I shall not invite him to join me. I merely wish to clarify certain matters with him. I have come to understand this young man well enough. He will align with no faction. Invitations are futile. Only alternative methods remain. Wenqiang nodded, half comprehending. Master Feng Yunfei and Miss Feng have arrived. At that moment, a servant entered. Let them in, Feng Jingyao instructed. Yes, sir, the servant replied, and withdrew. Moments later, Yunfei and Feng Qinshan entered. Father, I've brought Yunfei. Whatever happens today, please speak openly. No more stiff exchanges or bitter partings like last time. Qinshan added, recalling vividly how their previous meeting had ended in mutual resentment. She hoped fervently that history would not repeat itself. Feng Jingyao smiled. Very well, I understand. You may go enjoy yourself, Yunfei, and I have matters to discuss. Qinshan nodded and left the study. Once she was gone, Feng Jingyao turned to Yunfei. Come, Yunfei, please sit. He gestured to Wenqiang, who poured tea for Yunfei. After he sat and the tea was served, Feng Jingyao observed, Yunfei, it's been only a few days, but your aura of killing intent feels sharper than before. Yunfei had always carried that lethal aura. Feng Jingyao had sensed it in each prior encounter. Yet this time it was markedly stronger. Yunfei sipped his tea, then lit a cigarette before replying, there's no choice. Survival in Shanghai demands bloodshed. If I don't kill others, they'll kill me. So I fight relentlessly, and such intensity naturally leaves its mark. He looked directly at Feng Jingyao and added, surely Master Feng, your own killing intent was even fiercer in your youth. Though Feng Jingyao now appeared refined and composed, Yunfei knew full well that the elder had once been ruthlessly merciless. Only such ferocity could have secured his position as Shanghai's supreme overlord. Feng Jingyao chuckled. Our youth differed from yours. Back then Shanghai was chaotic, but the number of gangs was far fewer. At most there were barely 100. Today, likely over 1,000. Yunfei said, whether 100 or 1,000, Master Feng's rise above them all proves your unmatched acumen and resolve. I am still walking the path you once forged. Feng Jingyao laughed heartily, then waved his hand. The past is past, no need to dwell. Yunfei, we are now familiar enough that formalities are unnecessary. Today I invited you here for 2 specific matters. Yunfei nodded. Please speak. I am listening attentively. Feng Jingyao said, first, though I twice invited you to join my phone group, and you declined both times, I admit my disappointment. Yet everyone follows their own path, and I shall not compel you. However, I require you to accept one condition. Yunfei asked, what condition? Feng Jingyao's expression hardened. Under no circumstances, now or ever, shall you oppose the phone group in any affair concerning Shanghai. Can you abide by this? As he spoke, Feng Jingyao's gaze locked unflinchingly onto Yunfei. Given the young man's meteoric ascent, his future dominance in Shanghai seemed inevitable. Thus, if he could not be recruited, he must at least never become an adversary. That was Feng Jingyao's true objective. Yunfei drew a slow breath of smoke, then replied calmly, Master Feng jests. Your phone group stands among Shanghai's most formidable powers. My Longmen Association has only just been founded. How could I possibly oppose you? I possess neither the strength nor the intention. Feng Jingyao narrowed his eyes. For now, perhaps not. But the future is unwritten. I judge people accurately. Shanghai's landscape will inevitably bear your name. and so I must secure clarity now. So tell me, will you accept this demand? Yunfei offered a faint, enigmatic smile. What changes if I agree, and what if I refuse? Feng Jingyao replied, agree and the Feng Group and Longmen Association become allies. Should Longmen face peril, we will extend measured support. Refuse, and the implications need no elaboration. Feng Jingyao left the rest unsaid, but his meaning hung unmistakably in the air. Feng Jingyao would never allow a faction that threatened him to grow strong. Yunfei could refuse to join Fengshi Shanghui. Even so, Feng might tolerate Longmen's expansion. However, neither Yunfei nor Longmen could ever be permitted to become a rival to Fengshi Shanghui. If a real threat were nurtured into being, Feng Jingyao would not stand for it. After speaking, he fixed his gaze on Yunfei, waiting for a reply. Yunfei's expression remained calm. He was no fool. At this moment, there was no conflict or entanglement of interests between him and Feng Jingyao, so there was no reason to oppose Fengshi Shanghui. As for the future, that would be settled later. On the bond of Shanghai, there are no eternal friends and no eternal enemies, only unchanging interests. With that in mind, Yunfei said, Mr. Feng, there is no dispute of interest between me and Fengshi Shanghui. Why would I oppose Fengshi Shanghui? Besides, given my relationship with Qinshan and the fact that you are her father, I would not make an enemy of Fengshi Shanghui on that account alone. Hearing Yunfei's words, Feng Jingyao nodded and said, very well, that answer is sufficient. From now on, if your Longmen encounters any trouble on the bond, come to me. Where I can help, I will do my utmost. Feng Jingyao painted a grand picture for Yunfei. You knew, of course, that Feng was offering hollow promises, spoken so magnanimously. Now the old man would likely shrink back when trouble truly came. It did not matter much. He had no intention of developing by leaning on Feng Jingyao. Moreover, becoming too tightly bound to Fengshi Shanghong would not be wise. This arrangement was just right. And since Feng Jingyao had shown goodwill, you would not refuse. Yunfei said, then thank you, Mr. Feng. When my Longmen operates on the bund, I hope you will assist us. No need to mention it. Feng Jingyao smiled and nodded. Yunfei asked, Mr. Feng, you mentioned two matters. Only the first has been said. What is the second? Feng Jingyao said, the second matter is a warning. When you took Li Du and killed Jin Dazhong, you offended Zhu Runjiu of the patrol office. Jin Dazhong and Li Du can both be considered Zhu Runjiu's turf. Zhu may move against you, be careful. Upon hearing this, Yunfei said, so that is the matter. Very well, I understand. I will be cautious. But Mr. Feng, since you mention it, it reminds me that when we eliminated Jin Dazhong and took Li Du, it was a joint effort between our two houses. Now that Zhu Runjiu seeks revenge, should you not lend some support as well? It cannot be only me facing Zhu's wrath alone. At those words, Feng Jingyao realized Yunfei was clearly angling to extract something from him. He regretted having disclosed that intelligence to the youngster. But the words were already spoken, and having just painted such a rosy picture for Yi, it would be hard to offer no assistance at all. With that thought, Feng Jingyao said, you are not wrong. Jin Dazhong and Li Du were taken by our two houses together. Indeed, you should not face Zhu Runjiu alone. However, I am at a critical stage campaigning for Huadong, so I cannot act directly. I can offer you some assistance to deal with Zhu Runjiu. At that, Yunfei's heart leapt. That was exactly what he had hoped for. It was unthinkable for Feng Jingyao to intervene in person. The old fox would never show his face. A little assistance was more than welcome. Yunfei asked, what exactly do you intend to provide, Mr. Feng? Feng Jingyao considered and said, very well, I will give you 50 guns and 50 men to support you. How about that? Is it acceptable? Yunfei nodded. That will do. Thank you, Mr. Feng. 50 men and 50 guns were not a vast force, but they would suffice. Every small gain counts. With those 50 men and 50 rifles, he would feel far more confident facing Lao Jiao and the Sihai gang. It seems you two had a good talk. The atmosphere is very amicable, Feng Chunshin said as she approached. She could see that the conversation between Yi and her father had gone well. Both looked relaxed. Feng Jingyao said, what are you talking about, child? There is no deep enmity between Yi and me. What could not be discussed? Besides, though there is an age gap between Yi and me, our conversation is pleasant. It feels like a cross-generational friendship. I have not chatted so much with someone young for a long time. Feng Chunshin exclaimed with delight, really? That is wonderful. If you two can get along, I need not worry. Her greatest fear had been a rupture between Yunfei and Feng Jingyao. Oh, she would have been at a loss. The cordiality between them now made her very happy. All right, Chunshin, Mr. Feng, I have matters to attend to. I'll take my leave and call again another day. Seeing the time, Yunfei rose to depart. Feng Jingyao nodded. Go on, or I will have the men and the guns sent to you at once. Yunfei nodded and said to Feng Chunshin, I'm a bit busy these days. I'll come see you when I'm done. Feng Chunshin replied, I know. Go. When you are free, we will talk. Yunfei nodded and left. After Yunfei had gone, Feng Jingyao glanced at Feng Chunshin and said, Chunshin, a man like Yunfei is not easy to control, and as far as I know, there is likely more than one woman around him. Are you sure you want to choose him as your boyfriend? Feng Chunshin's gaze was resolute. Once I choose a man, I will never change. Besides, for an outstanding man to have several women around him does not seem like a great matter. Take you, father. When you were young, didn't you have many women around you? Mother hardly complained, she added. Feng Jingyao, exasperated, replied, why bring me into this? I am talking about Yi Yunfei. I fear you will suffer with him, and his situation is precarious now. No one knows how far he will go. Perhaps tomorrow he could end up a corpse. Feng Qinshan said, I told you once I choose him, I will never change. Whatever happens, I will face it together with him. Feng Jingyao sighed. Very well. A grown woman cannot be restrained. Your matters are your own, to decide as you will. Only this, if he dares to mistreat you, tell your father, and I will set things right. Feng Qinshan retorted, I would never tell you. I rather like it when he teases me. Feng Jingyao didn't know what to do with his precious daughter. Now she had completely sided with Yi Yunfei. At this moment, it was already evening. After a long day, Yi Yunfei went straight to bed. Upon arriving at Lidu, he saw Ding Li gathering people at the entrance. At least 300 individuals had gathered there, most of them wielding guns. What's going on? Yi Yunfei frowned and asked. Ding Li replied, Brother Fei, you're here. I was just about to look for you to report in. The people from the Shanghai gang attacked our 3 venues in Xiaobei this morning. They injured our people and occupied all 3 places. I was just planning to take the brothers over to reclaim the venues. Yi Yunfei frowned upon hearing this and said, have they already made a move? Didn't I tell you to send more people to keep an eye on Xiaobei? How did they manage to take the venues directly? Ding Li replied, Brother Fei, our manpower is limited, and right now Lidu is the priority. That's why I've concentrated about 70% of our people around Lidu. We only left a few dozen people at the venues in Xiaobei, while the Shanghai gang sent 100 to 200 people to each of the 3 venues, smashing them all and occupying our territory. These scoundrels are sneaky and shameless. I need to go reclaim those venues right away. Yi Yunfei's brows were tightly furrowed after hearing Ding Li's words. It was logical for the Shanghai gang to take action. However, the fact that they targeted the 3 venues in Xiaobei first puzzled Yi Yunfei. If they were to make a move, it should have been against Lidu first. After all, Lidu alone was worth more than the total of the other 7 or 8 venues combined. Taking over 3 venues in Xiaobei would have no significant impact on Longmen. This matter surely wasn't as simple as it seemed. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Yunfei said, don't go to Xiaobei. Let Knife Chin take a few brothers to Xiaobei and reclaim those 3 venues. You and everyone else stay in Lidu. Ding Li was confused and said, Brother Fei, if Knife Chun takes some people there, they probably won't be able to reclaim the venues. I heard that the Shanghai gang sent 100 to 200 people to Xiaobei this morning. Yi Yunfei coldly replied, their goal is definitely not just the 3 venues in Xiaobei, but Lidu itself. If you take everyone to Xiaobei and leave Lidu unprotected once the Shanghai gang attacks Lidu, do you think it can hold up? Upon hearing Yi Yunfei's words, Ding Li was startled and said, Brother Fei, are you suggesting that the Shanghai gang is trying to create a diversion, pretending to attack the venues in Xiaobei while their real target is Lidu? Yi Yunfei coldly remarked, the Shanghai gang has been operating in Shanghai for so many years, they aren't fools. If they decide to strike, it will be a decisive blow. What use is it to occupy a few small venues in Xiaobei? It doesn't hurt us at all. To destroy us, the most important target is Lidu. As long as they reclaim Lidu, even if we Longmen survive, we will have no strength left to resist. They can easily deal with us. Using the venues in Xiaobei as bait to lure our people away, and once we are distracted, they will seize Lidu in one fell swoop, and everything will fall into place. Yi Yunfei analyzed the situation. Although he couldn't be certain that the Shanghai gang had such a plan, it seemed highly probable. Otherwise, the Shanghai gang wouldn't need to expend such great effort to attack those 3 small venues in Xiaobei. Ding Li slapped his forehead and exclaimed, I'm so stupid. How did I not think of this? Those bastards from the Shanghai gang almost fooled me. If I had taken everyone away, both Lidu and Brother Fei would have been in danger. What should we do now? Yi Yunfei sneered and said, since the Shanghai gang has already made a move, they definitely want to wipe out Longmen directly, so they will absolutely target Lidu today. I suspect that the Shanghai gang's people are currently hiding around Lidu. Once you leave with the men, they will immediately rush in and take Lidu. So we might as well set a trap for them, allowing the Shanghai gang to suffer a total defeat in Lidu. Ding Li, hearing this, was puzzled and said, Brother Fei, what do you mean by setting a trap? I don't quite understand. There are quite a few people in the Shanghai gang, estimated to be around 400 to 500. It won't be easy to eliminate them all. Yi Yunfei thought for a moment and asked, how many people do you have right now? Over 300 plus the 50 sent by Feng Jingyao yesterday, a total of about 350. Good, you should take over 300 people away immediately, but don't go too far, hide around Lidu. I suspect that once you leave, the Shanghai gang will rush into Lidu to attack. Once they enter Lidu, immediately seal off the entrances and surround Lidu from the outside using submachine guns to fire at them. Use up all the 10,000 bullets I gave you earlier. After one round of shooting, charge in and kill all those who are still alive inside. Ding Li, upon hearing this, slapped his thigh and said, awesome. Lock them all inside Lidu and solve them with guns. Even if we are outnumbered, we can still take them down. Even if we don't kill them all, we can at least take out more than half of their forces. Yunfei nodded and said, also I have 10 grenades here. When they rush into Lidu, first throw the grenades and treat them to a hot pot, and then open fire. These 10 grenades were given to him by the system earlier and had never been used. Now they were just in time for use. After saying this, Yunfei handed the 10 grenades to Ding Li. Ding Li said, I understand. Today I will ensure that the Shanghai gang scum all die inside Lidu, making sure all the gangs on Shanghai Bund see the consequences of opposing longmen. Yunfei looked at Ding Li seriously and said, this battle is crucial. Success is the only option and failure is not allowed. If we fail, longmen will be doomed forever. Ding Li firmly replied, Brother Fei, don't worry. If we can't eliminate the Shanghai gang today, they'll bring my head to see you. He turned and left with his 300 brothers. Yunfei stared at Ding Li's departing figure, a look of grave concern crossing his face. The outcome hinged on this battle. Afterward, he also left the spot, but he did not leave Lidu. Instead, he found a place opposite Lidu to sit down. Now he was just waiting for the battle to begin. Meanwhile, at a tavern near Lido. The tavern was immense, yet teeming with people, a dense black mass of at least 400 or 500 men, all disciples of the Shanghai gang. Inside a private chamber on the 3rd floor sat a middle-aged man with a long scar running across his face, sipping wine. He was Han Chen, the Shanghai gang's chieftain. At that moment, a man clad in black entered and reported, Chief Ding Li has led the Longmen faction out of Lido and is heading for Zhubei. They're likely aiming to seize several of Longmen's smaller establishments there. The black-robed man was Wang Mingyun, deputy chieftain of the Shanghai gang, and second only to Han Chen himself within the organization. Han Chen nodded faintly. It appears our plan has borne fruit. Lure their forces away by striking minor Longmen holdings first, drawing their entire contingent to Zhubei, then strike Lido directly. Once Lido falls into our hands, Longmen will be all but finished. Your strategy, feinting east while striking west, luring the tiger from its mountain, is truly masterful, Chief. Those two youths, Yunfei and Ding Li, are dancing precisely to our tune. Their entire force has already marched to Zhubei. Lido stands utterly vacant. A simple, decisive assault will secure it for us. Still, do not grow overconfident. Longmen's rapid rise proves they possess real strength. You will personally lead our full force into Lido, raze it to the ground, and slaughter every Longmen member found. Leave none alive. Understood. Lido is now an empty shell. I'll take it with ease. Wait for my triumphant report, Chief. One more thing. If Yunfei is captured, do not kill him. Bring him to me alive. I must present him before Ninth Uncle. Ninth Uncle insists Yunfei must die by his own hand alone. Fuming with hatred, the elder had expressly commanded Wang Mingyun to deliver Yunfei alive, to face justice at his own hands. Thus, should Yunfei be apprehended, he would be handed over without delay. Understood, replied Wang Mingyun. Watch closely. I shall seize Lido and drag that boy before you within 2 hours. I'll make him kneel and beg Ninth Uncle's forgiveness. Han Chen nodded. Go, but stay vigilant. Yes, sir. With a sharp command, Wang Mingyun led the entire Shanghai gang toward Lido. Nearly the entire Shanghai gang was assembled here. To eliminate Yunfei, Han Chen had mobilized every available man, over 400 strong. Dozens of firearms accompanied them, a total commitment. Their objective was unequivocal: reclaim Lido, annihilate Longmen, and erase it from Shanghai's underworld forever. As Han Chen raised his cup, he murmured, Yunfei, you lowborn fruit peddler, why pit yourself against Ninth Uncle? In Shanghai, defiance of him guarantees ruin. Once I crush you, Lido, and all your territory shall be mine. Consider this gift graciously accepted. After today, the Shanghai gang shall rank among Shanghai's foremost factions. He drained his wine in one swallow, eyes gleaming with fierce ambition. His Shanghai gang had flourished for over a decade, yet in Shanghai it remained merely upper mid-tier, dwarfed by the city's true titans. But if Longmen fell and Lido seized, the Shanghai gang's power would surge, propelling it decisively into Shanghai's elite echelon. This was the perfect opportunity. Today he had prepared meticulously, deceiving Longmen into dispatching all its forces to Zhubei, leaving Lido completely undefended. Victory would be effortless. Upon success, the Shanghai gang would rise, irrevocably. Rising, Han Chen fixed his gaze upon Lido beyond the window, awaiting the outcome. By then, Deputy Chieftain Wang Mingyun had already led 400 or 500 Shanghai gang members to Lido's gates. Brothers, glory awaits. Storm Lido and exterminate every Longmen man. A bounty of 50 silver dollars for each Longmen head. Advance. With a thunderous shout, Wang Mingyun charged forward, rifle in hand, followed instantly by the full Shanghai host surging into Lido. Yet the moment they breached its threshold, something felt profoundly wrong. Lido stood eerily vacant, not a soul in sight. What is this? Not a single person. Wang Mingyun frowned deeply. Though he knew Longmen's main force had departed for Zhubei, Lido was their flagship stronghold. Surely they'd leave at least a skeleton guard. Yet the place was barren, utterly stripped of life. Something was deeply amiss. Then, click, 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 a sudden rhythmic sound echoed from outside. A subordinate rushed in breathless. "Chief, disaster. Someone sealed Lido's entrance from the outside." "What?" Shocked Wang Mingyun sprinted to the gate, only to find it bolted shut from beyond. Beyond the walls, shadowy figures loomed in great numbers. "Ambush. They've set a trap," Wang Mingyun realized, shouting, "Fall back, now." But as he turned to retreat, several round smoking objects arced through the air and landed inside. "What are those?" Wang Mingyun froze, staring at the black smoking projectiles. "Grenades. They're grenades." A cry rang out, and panic erupted. Men scattered wildly, but it was already too late. 10 grenades struck the crowded floor. With no time to disperse, they detonated instantly, amidst the throng. Boom, boom, boom. 10 deafening blasts shook Lido to its foundations. Screams tore through the air as dozens of Shanghai gang members were torn apart, or maimed, by the blasts. At that very instant, Ding Li and his men surged from all sides, encircling Lido. "Open fire. No one escapes." "Shoot!" Ding Li roared. Dozens of submachine guns, rifles, and pistols erupted in unison, sending a hailstorm of bullets crashing into Lido's interior. Inside, the Shanghai gang's 400 or 500 men, already reeling from the grenade blasts, had lost dozens dead and scores stunned, ears ringing, minds dazed. Many had been blinded by shrapnel. Then came the bullets, raining in with terrifying speed. The Shanghai men had no time to react, cut down where they stood. In moments, Lido became a cacophony of agony and despair. First they were blasted by grenades, then swept by submachine gun fire. All of them were trapped inside the sealed space of the Lido Theater with nowhere to hide. Dozens of submachine guns and tens of thousands of rounds, like rain, raked the interior of Lido with dense bursts. Inside, nothing but screams. Although many stood outside and could not see, in the wails that spilled out were enough to reveal the carnage unfolding within Lido. The barrage continued for nearly 2 or 3 minutes. Almost every bullet had been spent. Seeing the ammunition running low, Ding Li drew a machete and barked, "Brothers, charge. Kill every one of the Shanghai gang. Leave not a single soul." He led the way into Lido. Behind him, more than 300 longmen brothers, each brandishing a machete, surged in. As soon as they entered, they beheld the unspeakable carnage inside. After the relentless grenades and submachine gun volleys, the 400 to 500 Shanghai men inside had been shattered, half wounded, the rest stunned. One by one, they were pale and trembling. The sight was pitiful. Seeing this, Ding Li rejoiced. Kill. The Shanghai had once outnumbered longmen, but after the grenades and withering fire that trapped them, those with him now outnumbered the Shanghai. Moreover, after that fierce onslaught, the Shanghai men were dazed and their morale badly shaken. Now was the perfect moment to press the attack. With a fierce shout, he lunged forward with his machete. The longmen men followed. On the Shanghai side, after 2 rounds of grenade and submachine gun slaughter, casualties were grievous. Yet Shanghai was still a prominent gang in Shanghai, and their deputy leader Wang Mingyun was a hard man. Gritting his teeth, he roared, "Damn them! How dare they ambush us? Brothers, fight to the death! No mercy!" Having said that, he charged with his blade. The other Shanghai men followed Wang Mingyun, and the two sides clashed fiercely. In an instant, the entire Lido became a battlefield. Yunfei stood not far off, smoking, watching the scene inside with clear-eyed attention. He had seen everything that had just transpired. Everything was unfolding according to his plan. The two sides were surely embroiled inside Lido, yet he felt no concern. Under ordinary circumstances, the Shanghai, who outnumbered longmen, might not have been so easily defeated. But now the grenades and gunfire had wiped out at least a third of their forces. The remaining Shanghai men, however formidable, could not stand against longmen. The outcome was inevitable. Now all that remained was to watch the Shanghai be annihilated. "Brother Fei, there's a situation," a longman disciple reported to Yunfei. Yunfei took a drag and asked, "What is it?" The disciple said, "We found the Shanghai gang leader Han Chun in a nearby restaurant. He seems to be watching the battle." Yunfei's eyes brightened. "Oh, is that so? What a coincidence." Seeing this scene, Han Chun can't be in a good mood. A faint smile curved his lips. Although he had not seen Han Chun watching the Shanghai men being trapped and slaughtered, made it easy to imagine the leader's feelings. The young disciple asked, "Han Chun is still in that restaurant. Shall we take action?" Yunfei thought for a moment and replied, "No. Take me to the restaurant. I want to pay this Shanghai leader a visit." "Yes." The disciple nodded and led Yunfei to Han Chun. The fighting inside Lido continued. Around the theater, a large crowd had gathered, stunned at the brawl. Shanghai was notoriously chaotic. Brawls broke out from time to time. Deaths were no longer extraordinary, and people were accustomed to it. But a melee of several hundred people was rare. It was plain this was a clash between two formidable gangs fighting for territory. Which gang would prevail remained unknown. Near Lido, inside a restaurant, Han Chun's face was ashen. "Damn it, that brat Yunfei duped me. His men never went to Xiaobei. They were all lying near Lido waiting to ambush us. Now Wang Mingyun has led the Shanghai into Lido, and they're trapped. It's likely a disaster," Han Chun said harshly. He had seen what happened the moment Wang Mingyun entered Lido. Ding Li's longmen men had surrounded them. Then grenades and submachine gun fire were unleashed into Li Du against the Sihai disciples. Though he could not see inside, Han Shun was certain the Sihai had suffered grievous casualties. With Ding Li leading so many into the fray, Wang Mingyun and his men were likely doomed. Han Shen's expression darkened. He had been outmaneuvered by Yi Yunfei, a defeat that might mean the annihilation of the Sihai. Yi Yunfei, you are cunning, using the mantis to catch the cicada while the Oriole waits behind. I underestimated you, Han Shen growled. Thud thud thud. At that moment, a bloodied disciple rushed in and cried to Han Shun, "Boss, it's bad." The deputy leader and the others were ambushed by hundreds of long men inside Li Du. All our brothers have suffered heavy casualties. They cannot hold out much longer. The deputy sent me to risk breaking out and deliver this message. What should we do now? Hearing this, Han Shen's heart went cold. Although he had suspected Wang Mingyun and the others might be wiped out inside Li Du, he had still clung to a sliver of hope that some Sihai men might break out alive. But now the report confirmed there was no escape. The Sihai inside were fully encircled and destined to die within. Han Shen asked, "How many remain inside? How is Wang Mingyun?" The disciple replied, "Fewer than 100 brothers are still alive. The deputy is wounded, slashed several times, and looks near death." Han Shun collapsed to the floor. Nearly 500 had gone into in less than an hour, fewer than 100 lived. The Sihai gang was finished. His decades of toil were about to be consumed by flame. The disciple pleaded, "Boss, what do we do now? How can we save the deputy and the others?" Han Shen shook his head. "They cannot be saved. All our manpower was sent to attack Li Du today. Now everyone is trapped inside Li Du. There is no one else to reinforce them. Wang Mingyun and the others must rely on themselves. I am powerless." To seize Li Du, he had already deployed every single one of his men. All members of the Sihai gang were now inside Li Du. Where then could he possibly summon reinforcements from? It was impossible. In an instant, silence fell over the wine house. The Sihai gang's leader graces our Li Du, yet skulks about in hiding like a thief. Such conduct hardly befits your station. At that moment, a voice rang out from beyond the private chamber's door. A young man strode in. "Yi Yunfei. Who are you?" Han Shen stared intently at the youth before him. Having never laid eyes on Yi Yunfei before, he did not recognize him. Yi Yunfei replied, "You launch a full-scale assault on Li Du with the Sihai gang, yet don't even know who I am. Han Shen, your intelligence work leaves much to be desired." "You are Yi Yunfei." Han Shen's pupils contracted sharply. "I am indeed Yi Yunfei," Yi Yunfei said calmly. "I hear you plan to capture me and hand me over to Old Nine. Well, I've come to you willingly. Are you pleased?" Yi Yunfei, Han Shen said coldly, "My entire Sihai gang is now imprisoned within Li Du. What has become of them?" Yi Yunfei settled himself onto a chair and spoke with quiet disdain. "You ought to know precisely what has become of them. Once inside Li Du, none leave alive. My Li Du is not so easily breached." Han Shun roared in fury, "You slaughtered every last member of the Sihai gang." Yi Yunfei replied coolly, "If not slaughter, should I have escorted them out with tea and courtesies?" "Enough, Han Shun. I've no patience for further banter. I came today solely to see you and to send you into the next life. Upon your death, your Sihai gang's territories will fall into my hands." Han Shen drew a cleaver and sneered, "If you wish to claim the Sihai gang's territory, first prove you possess the strength to do so. Even if every one of my men perished, I remain." Yi Yunfei regarded him with undisguised contempt. You are beneath my notice. Your presence or absence changes nothing. Die." Enraged, Han Shun swung his cleaver in a furious arc toward Yi Yunfei. Yi Yunfei stepped forward, seized the blade barehanded, then drove a fist into Han Shen's chest. The blow sent Han Shun hurtling several meters through the air before he crashed heavily onto the floor. As he struggled to rise, Yi Yunfei drew a pistol and leveled it at Han Shen's head. Farewell. A bullet pierced Han Shen's skull. He died instantly. Yi Yunfei blew gently across the barrel. In this era, when a firearm could resolve matters cleanly, fists were best reserved for ceremony. Of course, his own martial prowess remained formidable. He held absolute confidence in that. Yet why exert oneself needlessly? One bullet sufficed. Time was better spent elsewhere. After dispatching Han Shen, Yi Yunfei turned to Chang Gui, behind him dragged Han Shen's corpse to the entrance of the detective bureau. "Oh." Chang Gui's eyes widened in disbelief. "Brother Fei, if we dump the body right at the detective bureau's gate, won't that be brazen beyond measure? That is the detective bureau. Aren't we openly provoking them? Leaving a corpse at their threshold is no different than defecating atop their heads. Brother Fei's audacity knows no bounds." Yi Yunfei's voice turned glacial. "Precisely. I want Old Nine to witness firsthand the fate awaiting those who oppose me. Since he dared send Han Shen to kill me, let him personally retrieve Han Shen's remains. Go. Place the body at the detective bureau's entrance. No more discussion." Chang Gui nodded. "Understood, Brother Fei. I'll see to it immediately." With that, he dragged Han Shen's corpse away. Yi Yunfei's gaze hardened. Until recently, he had harbored cautious respect for Old Nine, the deputy chief inspector of the detective bureau. To survive in Shanghai, one avoided antagonizing the detective bureau at all costs. Yet Old Nine had provoked him repeatedly. Until now, all pretense had shattered. There was no longer any point in diplomacy. By casting Han Chen's corpse before Old Nine's very door, Yunfei delivered a stark message. This was the price of enmity with the Longmen Syndicate. After a moment's reflection, Yunfei lifted his gaze toward Lido. The battle inside Lido should be over by now, he murmured softly. The fighting had raged within Lido for hours. It felt inevitable that it must now conclude. He descended the stairs and walked toward Lido. Just as he reached its front gate, the massive doors slowly swung open. Ding Li emerged, a cigarette dangling from his lips, a blood-slicked sword gripped in his hand, its edge warped and nicked from relentless use. Multiple wounds streaked Ding Li's body, yet he bore them as if numb. His face even curved into a faint, unsettling smile. At that moment, he resembled less a man than a demon risen from the 18 levels of hell. Brother Fei, you've arrived just in time. It's done. Come inside and see for yourself, Ding Li said. Yunfei nodded and stepped into Lido. A thick, acrid wave of blood stench struck him the moment he crossed the threshold. Inside, corpses carpeted the floor, hundreds of them sprawled across Lido's expanse. Even Yunfei found the sight unsettling. Did every Shanghai gang member perish? He asked. Ding Li replied, every last one, no survivors. My men confirmed it thoroughly, 508 elite Shanghai gang warriors, all accounted for here. And our own casualties? Yunfei asked. The battle ended only moments ago. I haven't tallied them yet. I'll report the numbers to you once I do. Yunfei clapped Ding Li on the shoulder. Well done. You should rest and tend your wounds, but not yet. More urgent tasks await. Ding Li grinned. Brother Fei, don't worry. I've only surface wounds. No healing required. Just tell me what needs doing. Yunfei commanded the Shanghai gang controls over a dozen establishments across Shanghai. Dispatch men immediately. Seize them all. These venues overflow with wealth, and countless rival gangs eye them hungrily. We expended great effort to annihilate the Shanghai gang and slay Han Chen. We'll not let others reap the spoils. Once secured, lead your men to rest. And tell them upon completion of this operation, each shall receive 500 silver dollars, and 3 days leave to celebrate as they please. Understood, Brother Fei. I'll mobilize at once. After shedding so much blood here, many brothers are still riding high. Now is the perfect moment to strike, seize territory, and claim dominion. I'm off. With that, Ding Li departed with over 100 men. Yunfei watched his retreating figure. Admiration flickered briefly in his eyes. Ding Li was truly a tiger among generals, fearless in assault, invincible in charge. Only time would tell whether loyalty would hold or fracture when tested by power. I recall the Ding Li on television. He underwent great changes in later episodes and even betrayed Su Wenqiang. I wonder how he is in reality. He was not particularly worried. First, he needed a fierce man like Ding Li to help expand his territory. Second, even if Ding Li were to betray him later, he was supremely confident he could deal with him. So he remained unconcerned. Moreover, from the present circumstances, Ding Li showed no sign of betrayal. That matter could be postponed. Ding Li left with part of the men. Chang Gui, Kandao Chun, and Atai remained at Lidu. Yunfei summoned the three and said, You three find people to clean up Lidu. Throw all the corpses into the Huangpu River and completely refurbish the whole place. Close for 3 days, I reopen after 3 days, Yunfei added. After the recent fighting, especially the barrage of grenades and bullets, Lidu lay in ruins, almost a wasteland. It would certainly require a complete renovation. Reopen only after the work is done. Chang Gui nodded. Understood. I will find people to clean and renovate at once. Yunfei nodded and continued, besides, the vast majority of the Shanghai gang are dead. The Shanghai gang exists in name only. Ali has already led men to seize their venues. You should also send people to Xiaobei district to reclaim our 3 venues. Those 3 venues are the foundation of how we made our fortune. We cannot lose them. If anything happens in future, we will have to fall back to Xiaobei. Although his territory had become very large, after extinguishing the Shanghai gang, he probably had over a dozen venues under his command. But the venues in Xiaobei district were where he rose. No matter what, those could not be surrendered. Hearing Yunfei, Chang Gui, Kandao Chun, and Atai all nodded. Understood, Brother Fei. Well, immediately find people to retake the venues. Yunfei nodded. The 3 then went about their tasks. Chang Gui took men to handle the corpses in Lidu, while Atai and Kandao Chun went to Xiaobei to recover the venues. Yunfei sat in his office on the 2nd floor of Lidu contemplating the next moves. Having absorbed the Shanghai gang's power, he was now undeniably a leading figure on the Shanghai Tan. With the Shanghai gang's territory, Jin Dazhong's former ground, and his own venues in Xiaobei combined, he now had over 20 establishments under his control. Moreover, his territory had nearly doubled. If the whole Shanghai Tan were divided into 10 parts, he now held at least one of them. A 10th may seem modest, but Shanghai Tan brimmed with countless gangs. Only a few superlative syndicates could claim a full 10th. To command even a 20th of the territory marked a formidable mid-to-upper tier gang. To occupy a 10th placed one among the topmost factions. After swallowing the Shanghai gang, he had firmly planted his feet on Shanghai Tan. Yet mere foothold was not enough. His aim was to become the strongest on Shanghai Tan. He also had to remember that Shanghai 10 was not only home to Chinese gangs. Many foreign powers held influence as well. For example, the French, British, Japanese, and German concessions. Those concessions were dominated by foreign forces and occupied large swathes of ground. Thus, the situation on Shanghai 10 was intricate. It was far more than a mere tangle of a few gangs. If his memory served, it was nearing the 24th year of the Republic. Only a year or two remained before the famed Songhu battle would break out. After the Songhu battle, the island nation would begin massive assaults against the Republic. He had to prepare in advance, otherwise he might be wiped out in that conflict. For the next 2 or 3 days, Yunfei spent his time overseeing the renovation of Lidu and the takeover of the Sihai Gang's venues. The Sihai Gang's territory was widespread across Huangpu and Luan districts. In those districts, many streets had been occupied by the Sihai Gang. Their sphere of influence lay mainly there. Thus, Longmen principally took over venues in those 2 districts. 2 days later, Ding Li came to report to Yunfei. He wore a suit and tie, looking every inch the successful man. Yunfei smoked as he glanced over Ding Li and said, "Not bad. You're wearing a suit now, you actually look the part." Ding Li chuckled. "I see all the successful people on Shanghai Tan wear suits and ties. Now that I have some small success, I figured I'd imitate them. So, Brother Fei, how about this suit? It cost several $100 silver." Yunfei smiled. "The fabric is indeed fine, but the suit is clearly off the rack and a bit ill-fitting. When you have time, have one tailored. It will look far better." "Is that so? Very well. I'll have one custom-made later. The things rich people wear are truly good. They make you feel lighter all over," Ding Li said with a grin. Yunfei returned to business, back to the matter at hand. "How has the Sihai Gang situation been resolved?" Ding Li replied, "The Sihai Gang's territory and venues have all been taken over. Their former ground now falls under Longmen's management, and I've ordered Longmen brothers to guard those places." Yunfei asked, "How many venues did the Sihai Gang have in total?" At the question of venues, Ding Li grew excited. They were formidable. 12 venues in all, even more than Jindaozhou. Though none as famous as Lidu, they were all solid. Located in the bustling districts of Huangpu and Luan, their incomes were considerable. 8 in Huangpu and 4 in Luan. "I've made a list. Brother Fei, take a look." Saying that, Ding Li produced a sheet of paper and handed it to Yunfei. Yunfei glanced at it. It showed a map of Shanghai Tan with 12 marked locations. Those should correspond to the Sihai Gang's 12 venues. From the map, the 12 sites were indeed well placed, centered in Huangpu and Luan. The returns would certainly be handsome. "Good. Post people to secure these 12 venues and do not let other gangs seize them. These 12 venues are like treasure basins, bringing Longmen a steady stream of wealth," Yunfei said. Ding Li chuckled. "Rest assured, Brother Fei. These 12 venues are now firmly under Longmen's control. No one can take them. Moreover, there are few who would dare to seize Longmen's venues on Shanghai 10 now. Now that we have annihilated the Sihai Bang, word has spread. All of Shanghai 10 knows of Longmen. Even Jindaozhou and the entire Sihai Bang were wiped out by Longmen. Who would dare seize our turf now? Anyone who tries is courting death." Ding Li wore a face of unshakable confidence. He had cause to be so. Longmen as it stands is not something most would dare provoke. Yunfei patted his shoulder and reminded him that although their strength was considerable, such a swift rise breeds envy. Small factions might not oppose them, but if powerful forces set their sights on Longmen, it would become troublesome. No matter what station they now occupy, they must never grow arrogant. Once pride sets in, annihilation may await Longmen. You are after me, the second in command of Longmen, so I hope you truly understand our present predicament." Ding Li nodded. "Brother Fei, I understand. I have been arrogant. Rest assured, I will steady myself and safeguard the foundation we have built." Yunfei smiled and nodded. He then asked how many people they currently had, prompting Ding Li to hesitate. Ding Li reflected and said that after swallowing the Sihai Bang and taking their territory, their numbers had increased greatly, but they had been so occupied with the annexation that no one had yet tallied the head count. Furthermore, with Longmen's fame on the rise, more people sought to join. Lately many had come to inquire whether they could become members. "Brother Fei, I was about to ask you whether we should accept those who wish to join or turn them away." Yunfei settled into his chair, took a drag of his cigarette, and said that of course they should accept them. They were short of men. But 2 things must be clarified. First, investigate their motives thoroughly. Are they sincere in joining Longmen, or are they spies from rival gangs? If sincere, accept them without exception. If they are spies, execute them. Second, make it clear that anyone who enters Longmen must never betray the group. Betrayers will be killed without mercy. Make Longmen's rules plain to every new recruit. Yunfei explained the situation to Ding Li. After hearing him out, Ding Li agreed. "I understand, Brother Fei. I will have my men investigate each newcomer's background before admitting them." Yunfei nodded. Ding Li asked if there was anything else, and if not, he would go handle these affairs. Yunfei considered and asked whether there had been any movement from Laojiu recently. Han Chun and the Sihai Bang had been Laojiu's men and territory. Now that both had been wiped out, Laojiu should not remain without reaction. Ding Li shook his head. No, he had not observed anything unusual. That old man had been holed up in the patrol house and had not left his door. Who knew what he was scheming? Yunfei instructed him to watch Lao Jiu closely. He was not the sort to be easily victimized. He might well be nursing some sinister plan. Report any movement to me at once. Ding Li acknowledged and took his leave. Yunfei nodded as the man departed. After Ding Li left, Yunfei tapped his fingers lightly on the table. He had tasked Ding Li to shadow Lao Jiu not only to forestall any action, but because he himself intended to move against the man. Jin Dazhong and Han Shun had been Lao Jiu's closest lieutenants. Now both lay dead. Next it would be Lao Jiu's turn. Their break with him had long since been irreparable, so there was no need for further hesitation. Killing Lao Jiu would settle everything. Previously he had been cautious. Lao Jiu was the deputy chief inspector of the patrol house, and slaying him might invite a cascade of troubles. But now his own power had grown. Even the patrol house would think twice before moving against him. Moreover, he need not strike in the open. There were countless ways to put that old man to death. At that moment in the patrol house, the deputy chief inspector sat smoking in his office, eyes fixed on a photograph of Yunfei. 3 days before, Yunfei had destroyed the Sihai Bang, killed Han Shun, and left Han Chen's corpse at the patrol house door. It was a deliberate act of provocation. He had made an example to send a message, to make Lao Jiu see the corpse, and it signaled that Yunfei had openly decided to make an enemy of him. Otherwise, Yunfei would never have dared such boldness to slay Han Shun and then abandon the body at the patrol house doorstep. The deputy chief inspector smoked as a calculating light flickered in his eyes. He weighed whether to confront Yunfei, heat and fighting to the death, or whether to flee Shanghai Tan and avoid the feud. In their previous clashes, he had suffered crushing defeats at Yunfei's hands. His two pillars, Jin Dazhong and Han Shun, had been slain. Coupled with the loss of vast swathes of turf, he had grown wary of Yunfei's strength. This upstart who had just risen was not to be underestimated. Yet the deputy chief inspector had rooted himself in Shanghai Tan for so many years that the thought of running was hard to accept. With a sudden motion, he crushed out his cigarette. He declared sharply that he would risk everything. If need be, it would be mutual destruction. I will see whether you truly possess 3 heads and 6 arms, he vowed, and thus decided to fight Yunfei to the end. Meanwhile, in the Fengshe Chamber of Commerce, Feng Jingyao had also received the news that Yunfei had eliminated Han Shun and absorbed the Sihai Bang. He said in a low voice that the young man was more savage than he had imagined. The Sihai Bang had been a mid-upper echelon gang on Shanghai Tan, and yet Yunfei had obliterated them. After absorbing the Sihai Bang, Long Men probably now ranked among the foremost gangs on Shanghai Tan. Xiang remarked that Yunfei was indeed ruthless. He had heard that every member of the Sihai Bang had been slaughtered with no survivors. After killing Han Shun, Yi had even left the corpse at the door of the patrol house. Having been in Shanghai Tan for so many years, Xiang said, he had never seen such brazen arrogance. Feng Jingyao observed that it seemed Yunfei was prepared to tear open his feud with Lao Jiu and meet him head-on. This young man's courage was indeed remarkable. Lao Jiu had long been established in Shanghai Tan. To be undone by a youth would be a regret that might last a lifetime. Xiang feared that Lao Jiu might not even be afforded the chance to regret it. From my observation of Yunfei, he appears urbane, yet strikes with rare cruelty. Those who once opposed him had all been slain. If Lao Jiu truly falls to Yunfei, then likely only a path to death remains. Feng Jingyao smiled and said, this is also good. Old Jiu, that old dog, has gone crazy in Shanghai for so many years, not knowing how many people he has offended. Previously, everyone hesitated to deal with him due to his position as the deputy chief inspector of the police station, but now he has offended a nameless kid, which will likely lead to his demise. This is the outcome he deserves. There are countless people in Shanghai who want to see him dead. His result is well deserved. Old Jiu can be described as a stirrer of trouble in Shanghai. He is everywhere. No matter what happens, he always intervenes to profit from it. Many people in Shanghai loathe Old Jiu. However, because of his status, no one dares to offend him. Now with Yunfei's appearance, Old Jiu has received a harsh lesson. Don't think that no one in Shanghai dares to take you down. It's just that people have refrained from acting against you because of the skin you wear. Once you strip that skin away, no one will care about your so-called status. In short, Old Jiu has hit a solid wall this time. He probably never anticipated being cornered by a kid he had never even heard of before. Old Jiu's ending is certainly a good thing, but this Yunfei might be getting a bit out of control, Xiang said solemnly. Yunfei has already successively swallowed up the territories of Jin Dazhong and the Sihai gang. His current power is already ranked among the top in Shanghai. If he eliminates Old Jiu and absorbs all the territories under Old Jiu's command, he might very well stand on equal footing with the top gangs in Shanghai. For us in the Feng family business, it's unclear whether this is a good or bad thing. Hearing Xiang's words, Feng Jingyao frowned and said, Yunfei's rise is unstoppable. All the gangs in Shanghai are keeping a close eye on him. When it comes to Yunfei's Dragon Gate, there are only 2 choices: either befriend him or oppose him. Choosing correctly or incorrectly is just a matter of thought. I already mentioned during my meeting with Yunfei that as long as he doesn't become our enemy, we in the Feng family will be his allies. From the current situation, this choice seems incredibly correct. I have a hunch that turning against Yunfei is undoubtedly a bad choice. In this situation, we just need to observe the changes and see if others will take any action. Awakens nodded, saying, Mr. Feng is right. Looking at the current situation, everyone who has opposed Yunfei has already met their demise. Indeed, opposing him will cause trouble. However, I feel that the old bosses in Shanghai won't just sit back and allow Yunfei's Dragon Gate to grow. Yunfei has already impacted their interests, and they won't just let it slide. I suspect they will take some action against Yunfei, Feng Jingyao said lightly. Then we will just wait and see whether those old fellows will kill Yunfei, or if Yunfei will take them down. In any case, our Feng family business will remain uninvolved and won't be affected. Whoever wins or loses does not harm us, and we might even gain some benefits from it. Awakens nodded in agreement with Feng Jingyou's words. After spending a day at the Lido, Yunfei returned home to Xiaobei that evening. As soon as he entered the house, a figure rushed up from behind and hugged him tightly. Yunfei turned around to see a pure and beautiful face. Xiaoya, it's quite late, and you suddenly hug me like this, you gave me a scare. Yunfei said with a smile. Xiaoya replied, you haven't been back here for several days, have you been busy lately? Yes, I've indeed been a bit busy lately. Come in, Xiaoya, Yunfei said, taking her hand and leading her into the house, closing the door behind them. After taking off his coat, Yunfei lit a cigarette and said, there are many matters to handle outside lately, and I haven't had time to return to Xiaobei. How have you been these past few days, Xiaoya? Xiaoya nodded and said, I'm doing well, just missing you a bit. Hearing this, Yunfei smiled slightly, walked over, sat beside Xiaoya, placed his hand on her leg, and said, it's my fault for being too busy and not having time to see you these days. They'll try to come back every 2 or 3 days from now on. Xiaoya said, no need, no need. I know you've been busy lately, a man should be a bit busy to achieve something. You're doing much better now than before. I remember back at the train station we were often bullied, but now no one dares to bully us anymore, it's great. Yes, that's how Shanghai is. If you want not to be bullied, you can only become stronger. Strength is necessary for a better life. Xiaoya, don't worry, no one will bully you anymore in the future. Xiaoya nodded obediently and leaned on Yunfei's shoulder, asking, brother Yi, will you stay here tonight? Of course, since I've returned, I will definitely sleep here. Where else would I go? Yunfei replied. Xiaoya smiled and said, that's wonderful. Ooh, I can see brother Yi all night. If I stay, you might suffer for it. Yunfei teased, lifting Xiaoya's chin. Xiaoya blushed and said, I'm willing. Yunfei embraced Xiaoya and kissed her, and she responded passionately. After a night together in the morning, Xiaoya snuggled in Yunfei's arms and said, brother Yi, I want to find a new job. Sure, what do you want to do? I will support you, Yunfei replied. Xiaoya said, I want to open a small restaurant. I'm quite good at cooking, and if I open a restaurant, many people will come to eat my food. I want to earn more money so I can take better care of my mom. She's been sick lately and needs money. Yunfei said, no problem, but opening a restaurant is too simple. If you're going to open one, just go for a full-fledged restaurant. With your skills, opening a Chinese restaurant will be no problem. Xiaoya replied, I don't have enough money to open a restaurant. It costs a lot to open one. I've saved some money, just enough to open a small restaurant. They'll start with that and see if it makes money. If it does, I can expand later. If it doesn't make money, then forget it. Yunfei smiled and said, you don't have to worry about the money, I'll invest in you. Just open the restaurant, and any losses will be on me. Xiaoya looked at Yunfei in astonishment and said, brother Yi, you're so good to me. You paid for my mom's treatment before, and now you're investing in my restaurant. I don't know how to repay you. Yunfei caressed Xiaoya's delicate face and said with a smile, if you want to repay me, sure. Come on, let's do it again, and consider it your repayment to me. Upon hearing this, Xiaoya's face instantly turned red. Yunfei then moved in directly. After finishing with Xiaoya, Yunfei went to Lido. At present, Lido has basically become his stronghold. Lido is the largest establishment in Longmen, and it has offices with bedrooms allowing both work and rest. Therefore, if there are no other matters, he usually stays at Lido. Lido has reopened now. After renovations, Lido is back in business. The current decoration style of Lido is quite to his liking. It looks much brighter than before, and the space is also more spacious. It truly lifts one's spirits. Just as he lit a cigarette in the office, Dingli arrived. Brother Fei, I have come to report the situation, Dingli said after entering. Yunfei took a drag from his cigarette and asked, what's the situation? Dingli replied, didn't you ask me to investigate how many establishments and how many people we have after swallowing the Sihai gang? I have finished the investigation. Oh, go ahead, Yunfei said. Dingli continued, currently we in Longmen have a total of 26 establishments covering almost all industries, including casinos, brothels, dance halls, docks, and tea houses. As for the number of people after swallowing the Sihai gang, many have come to join us in Longmen. I have filtered some in and eliminated others. Now we have approximately 800 people in total. 800 people. Hearing this number, Yunfei was somewhat surprised, saying there are already so many. Dingli replied, yes, more than 800, and that's after I filtered some out. If I hadn't eliminated anyone, it would probably exceed 1,000. Brother Fei, we now have over 800 people, which can be considered a large gang. In the entire Shanghai Bund, there are only about 10 gangs with more than 800 members. We are indeed thriving now. Yunfei said lightly. 800 people is indeed not a small number, but it's not that many either. From what I know, some top gangs in the Shanghai Bund have over 10,000 members. Ding Li nodded and said indeed those super gangs in the Shanghai Bund have over 10,000 members, but they are only a very small number. There are no more than 3 gangs that have over 10,000 members combined. Having over 1,000 members is already considered a large gang, and with our current 800 members we are close to that, which is sufficient to be classified as a large gang. We may be slightly inferior to those super gangs, but compared to some medium-sized and upper medium-sized gangs we are much stronger. A gang with 500 members can be considered a medium-sized gang. If it has between 500 to 800 members, it can be classified as an upper medium-sized gang. Having over 800 or rather 1,000 or more qualifies as an absolute large gang. The current Longmen can definitely be considered a large gang. Of course, among large gangs it might rank towards the bottom, but it can still definitely be regarded as a large gang. Suddenly becoming the second in command of a large gang, Ding Li felt quite excited. This has been his long-cherished dream. His dream was originally to join a small gang to make a living, and if he had the opportunity to be a small boss, which would be very glorious in the Shanghai Bund. Now all of a sudden he has more than 800 younger brothers and is the second in command of a large gang. It feels like a dream. Of course, he also knows that all of this is because of Yunfei. Without Yunfei, he would still be selling pears at the train station in Jiabei district. Yunfei took a drag from his cigarette and said lightly, I don't care about gang rankings or anything. What I care about is the tangible strength of the gang. We in Longmen aim to become the strongest gang in the entire Shanghai Bund. Let's talk about it when we become the strongest. Ding Li nodded. All right, with our current momentum, becoming the strongest in the Shanghai Bund is just a matter of time. Yunfei nodded lightly. By the way, Brother Fei, there's another thing. Ding Li added. Speak. I have my eye on a woman, but I'm not sure if she's suitable, so I want you to help me take a look. Ding Li said somewhat shyly. You have your eye on a woman. Hearing Ding Li's words, Yunfei looked at him in surprise, saying, have you found a girlfriend? Ding Li scratched his head and said, not exactly a girlfriend, just someone I like a bit. However, I'm still not sure about her, so I want you to help me assess if we are a good match. Yunfei smiled and said, sure, since she's someone you like, let me see. Where is she? Ding Li replied, she should be working right now. I'll bring her to see you when I have time next. All right. Yunfei nodded. Just then Chang Gui suddenly burst and looking panicked. Brother Fei, brotherly, something has happened. Chang Gui said. Ding Li asked, what happened? Why are you so flustered? Chang Gui replied, old Gio is here. Old Gio. Ding Li was startled and immediately said, what does that old thing want? Does he want to die? Knowing we are looking for him, he still dares to come here. He must be tired of living. Chang Gui said, I don't know, but he's already here. He's downstairs now. Ding Li pulled out his gun and said sternly, I'll go take care of that old dog. Wait a minute. At that moment, Yunfei spoke up to stop Ding Li. Ding Li said, Brother Fei, that old dog has come here today to cause trouble. I'm going to kill him. I want to see how many lives he has to dare cause trouble in our Lidu. What's the rush? Chang Gui, how many people did he come with? Chang Gui replied, just him alone. Yunfei nodded and said, let's go down and see what this old thing wants. Then Yunfei went to the Lidu lobby with Ding Li and Chang Gui following closely behind him. Upon reaching the lobby, old Gio was indeed standing in the center of the Lidu lobby. He was dressed in a long gown, wearing a black hat with a cigarette hanging from his mouth, standing with his hands behind his back, looking quite imposing. Yunfei walked over, squinting at old Gio, and said, Uncle Gio, what brings you here to my Lidu? Old Gio smiled and said, what's with that question? I came to Lidu to have fun. What else could it be? I've heard that the girls at Lidu are all very charming and can wring water out of themselves, so I came to see for myself. It's true, there are indeed beautiful women with long legs. No wonder Lidu's business is so good, it has its reasons. Yunfei replied, if Uncle Gio is here to have fun, then enjoy yourself. We in Lidu welcome all guests from the Shanghai Bund. If you need anything, Uncle Gio, just let me know. After saying this, Yunfei turned to leave. Old Gio said, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Ooh, I haven't finished speaking yet. Oh, is that so? Then Uncle Gio, please continue on listening. Yunfei said. Old Gio narrowed his eyes and looked at Yunfei, saying, I want you to accompany me to have some fun. Oh. Upon hearing Lao Gio's words, Yunfei squinted slightly, staring at Lao Gio, and said, Uncle Gio said to let me play with you, but I don't know what that means. If one didn't know better, they might think that Lao Gio was a pervert who liked men. Ding Li also said, Lao Gio, do you have some special kink? I tell you, our Lidu is a legitimate establishment, not a place for you to misbehave. Lao Gio replied, I, Lao Gio, am the deputy chief inspector of the police station. Now that I'm here in Lidu to have fun, shouldn't you, the boss of Lidu, accompany me? Hearing this, Yunfei nodded and said, what you said makes sense. All right, tell me, what do you want to play? I will accompany you. Lao Gio took out a revolver from his pocket. Upon seeing the gun, Ding Li immediately became tense and also drew his weapon. Lao Gio glanced at Ding Li and sneered, Ali, your courage is truly small. I merely took out a gun, wanting to let Yunfei play with me. Why are you in such a hurry? Look how calm your boss Yunfei is. You should learn from him. Ding Li coldly retorted, old man, what's so fun about a gun? Do you want to eat a bullet? Lao Jiu laughed heartily. You are right, I really do want to eat a bullet. I came to Lidu today to play with you guys for my life. This revolver can hold 6 bullets, I only loaded 1. Yunfei and I will take turns firing. If anyone gets shot, it means they are out of luck and deserve to die. So Yunfei, do you dare to play with me? Upon hearing this, everyone around was shocked. Lao Jiu actually came to gamble with his life. This way of gambling with bullets was something they had heard of before, and some casinos even made money this way. However, no one had ever seen it. Now Lao Jiu wanted to gamble with Yunfei using a revolver. If luck was not on their side, one could truly die. Ding Li was shocked upon hearing Lao Jiu's words. This old man actually wanted to gamble with Brother Fei's life. He said, old dog, what gives you the right for Brother Fei to play with you? Just because you want to gamble with your life doesn't mean Brother Fei has to accompany you. You think too highly of yourself. Your life is worth only a few dollars. Brother Fei's life is worth thousands, even tens of thousands of times more than yours. You are not worthy to gamble with Brother Fei. Lao Jiu's gaze flashed with coldness as he said, whether to gamble or not is naturally up to you to decide. I cannot force you. However, I have heard that Yunfei, who has recently risen in Shanghai, not only has strong abilities, but also great courage. If he dares not gamble with me, it would not reflect well on his reputation. Ding Li responded, stop using provocations. Brother Fei's reputation is earned. It is not something that can be gambled away. If you want to gamble with your life, go find some dogs by the Huangpu River. Our Brother Fei has no time to play with you. You little brat, you are asking for death. Ding Li's continuous insults had angered Lao Jiu. He was also a big shot on the Shanghai bond, and now being humiliated by a small punk was simply a slap in the face. If it weren't for the fact that this was Lidu Yunfei's territory, he would have wanted to act. Ding Li noticed the murderous intent in Lao Jiu's eyes and disdainfully said, what's wrong, old man? Want to make a move? Go ahead, let's see if Grandpa Ding is afraid of you. Enough. Seeing the two on edge, Yunfei spoke up. Ali, Uncle Jiu is the deputy chief inspector of the police station. How can you talk to him like this? What if you anger Uncle Jiu and he brings the police to cause trouble for us in Lidu every day? Ding Li lowered his head and said, I'm sorry, Brother Fei, I was wrong. Yunfei fixed his gaze on Lao Jiu and said, Uncle Jiu, you want to gamble with my life? Fine, I will accompany you in this gamble. Upon hearing Yunfei's words, Ding Li was shocked and immediately said, Brother Fei, don't gamble with him. This old man has ill intentions, and gambling with your life is too dangerous. To gamble with a revolver is entirely a matter of luck. If luck is not on your side, one could indeed be shot dead. Yunfei had no need to take such risks. Yunfei replied calmly, since Uncle Jiu has come all the way to Lidu to play with me, if I do not accompany him, wouldn't that be too disappointing? Moreover, I, Yunfei, am now somewhat famous on the Shanghai bond. If people find out that I dare not gamble with Uncle Jiu, it would be a laughingstock. My reputation is not important, but the reputation of long men cannot be influenced in any way. Ding Li nodded and said, I understand. Let me gamble with this old man. Brother Fei, you don't need to get involved, or I will take his bet just the same. Yunfei replied, no way. Uncle Jiu specifically asked for me. If you take my place, it will only make others laugh at me. Everyone will think I am afraid of death. I'll do it myself, you don't have to worry about it. After saying that, Yunfei walked up to Lao Jiu and said, come on, Uncle Jiu, since you want to gamble, I will accompany you. After speaking, the two approached a very large table. Lao Jiu placed the revolver on the table and then loaded 1 bullet into it. He squinted at Yunfei and said, kid, you have some guts. I thought you wouldn't dare to gamble with me. Since you dare to gamble, let's see whose life is harder between the two of us. Yunfei said lightly, you want to gamble, I will naturally accompany you, but I need to check the gun. Is that all right? Lao Jiu was also fond of playing tricks. Checking the gun first is a must. If there was a trick in the gun, it would not be luck, but a direct path to death. Lao Jiu said, feel free to check. Yunfei handed the revolver to Ding Li and said, Ali, check it out. Ding Li nodded, took the revolver, inspected it for a while, and then said, Brother Fei, the gun is fine. But do you really want to gamble? I feel it's better not to take the risk. There's nothing to gamble with this old dog. His life is not worth much at all. Yunfei replied, no need to say more. I have already agreed. Are you trying to make me lose face in front of everyone? It's settled. Ding Li, helpless, could only nod. The revolver was placed back on the table. At this moment, many people who were playing in Lidu also gathered around to join the excitement. This way of gambling with one's life was quite rare, but it must be said it was also thrilling. If someone had bad luck, they could really end up with a bullet to the head. So they wanted to see who would be shot dead. After preparing, Lao Jiu said, Yunfei, will you start first, or shall I? Yunfei replied, I am the host, you are the guest. Let me go first. After saying that, he picked up the revolver and pointed it at his temple, pulling the trigger. Click. He pulled the trigger, yet nothing happened. It was a blank round. After firing 1 bullet, Yunfei placed the revolver on the table and said to Lao Jiu, Uncle Jiu, your turn. Lao Jio's expression darkened as he picked up the pistol and aimed it at Yi Yunfei's head. Click. Another blank round. 2 consecutive blanks. That meant 4 chances remained. With 4 rounds left, whoever drew ill fortune would die. Lao Jio sneered coldly. It seems my luck holds. Yi Yunfei, it's your turn again. Yi Yunfei nodded, picked up the revolver once more, and pointed it at his own temple. He gently squeezed the trigger. Everyone held their breath, eyes locked in tense anticipation. Each subsequent shot carried mortal stakes, growing ever more thrilling, ever more harrowing. Yi Yunfei pressed the trigger. Click. A crisp hollow snap echoed. No bullet emerged. Another blank. Yi Yunfei shrugged lightly. My luck remains unbroken, Uncle Jio. Your turn once more. Lao Jio's face tightened with grim unease. Yi Yunfei had fired 2 blanks in succession. Now only 3 rounds remained, and Lao Jio faced a 1 in 3 chance of death. Even Lao Jio faltered. Such odds were perilously low. A single misstep would mean instant annihilation. His gaze fixed upon the revolver resting on the table. He nearly surrendered. Yet all around him, dozens watched. Men who knew his name, men who respected his standing in Shanghai. To withdraw now would be to forfeit all dignity. At last, Lao Jio seized the revolver once more and pressed its barrel against his own temple. Click. As before, empty. No bullet discharged. Lao Jio exhaled deeply, set the gun down, lit a cigarette, and fixed Yi Yunfei with a chilling smile. My luck has never failed me. Today you will die here. Yi Yunfei remained calm. Not necessarily. 1 round remains, and perhaps that blank is mine. They had already fired 4 blanks. Only 2 shots remained, and among them one would surely fire true. A 50-50 chance. Either shot could end a life, any moment without warning. And since Yi Yunfei would shoot first, his odds of survival were inherently slimmer. Lao Jio sneered. Yi Yunfei, your streak of rotten luck ends now. The next shot will kill you without fail. I'll watch your skull shatter beneath the bullet. And when it happens, blood and brains will spray in a crimson arc. A sight worth savoring. Yi Yunfei replied coolly. Is that so? Then keep your eyes wide open, watch closely. Will I fall to this next shot, or not? With that, he lifted the revolver slowly. Brother Fei, enough. Stop this. Ding Li, watching from the side, grew frantic. This is too dangerous. The odds are far too high. There's no need to risk your life against this old man. Let it end here. A 50-50 chance truly was terrifying. If Yi Yunfei fell, what then? His mind reeled with panic. Yi Yunfei replied calmly, what is there to fear? I've always had extraordinary luck, and this shot will not claim me. But, Ding Li tried to speak again, only to meet Yi Yunfei's unwavering gaze, silencing him instantly. Yi Yunfei raised the revolver once more and aimed it at his temple. In that moment, the entire Lido Club fell utterly silent. One could hear every heartbeat, every shallow breath. Only 2 shots remained, and one of them would fire true. Either Yi Yunfei would die, or Lao Jio. All hinged upon this single shot. Lao Jio glared at Yi Yunfei with venomous certainty. He believed without doubt that this bullet would end the young man's life. Before the rapt eyes of the crowd, Yi Yunfei pulled the trigger. Click. Another sharp, empty report. A blank round, no bullet discharged. Stunned silence gripped the room. Against 50-50 odds, Yi Yunfei had evaded death. His fortune seemed almost supernatural. Beside him, Ding Li released a long, trembling sigh. His terror had been absolute. Had Yi Yunfei fallen, he would have been utterly lost. Yi Yunfei smiled faintly as he set the revolver down. Today fortune favors me, Uncle Jio. You've lost. Lao Jio slammed his palm onto the table, roaring, impossible. Utterly impossible. A 50-50 chance, and yet this youth had slipped through fate's jaws. Now his own death was inevitable. The revolver held only 1 bullet, and only 1 chance remained. There was no path to survival. Yi Yunfei tossed the revolver onto the table before Lao Jio. Uncle Jio, your turn. 1 final chance. Take it. See if you can seize it. Lao Jio's face turned ashen, his whole body trembled. He stared at the revolver, his lips parched, his throat dry. To pull the trigger now was certain death. He gazed at the weapon for what felt like an eternity, unable to lift it. Yi Yunfei lit another cigarette, smoke curling from his lips as he said coolly, what's wrong, Uncle Jio? Losing your nerve. Yet it was you who proposed this game of life and death. Now it's your turn. Why hesitate to pick up the gun? Ding Li added, Uncle Jio, you were bold enough moments ago. What's changed? Your face is pale as death. This isn't the man we know. Pick up the gun, fire. Everyone is waiting to see the finale. At Ding Li's and Yi Yunfei's words, Lao Jio fixed them both with a venomous glare. Yi Yunfei, Ding Li, you dogs. I've met ill fortune today. I yield to you both. But mark my words, you will regret this day. Ding Li scoffed. You're staring into the abyss and still playing tough. 1 bullet remains. The next shot will pulp your skull. Revenge. Will you seek it from the underworld itself? Fire already, don't delay. Guests are waiting for the climax. Tonight you've staged a magnificent spectacle at our Lido Club, and I thank you. Word of this will bring us greater renown and greater business. Yi Yunfei stood motionless, smoke drifting from his lips, his gaze locked on Lao Jio, cold, unblinking. waiting to see whether the man would dare pull the trigger on his own execution. Surrounded by countless watching eyes, Lao Jiao finally lifted the revolver and pressed it to his temple. His face was bone white, his limbs shook uncontrollably. He felt as though he might void himself. The barrel rested against his skull, but still he could not pull the trigger. Tears and snot streamed down his face. Though a titan of Shanghai's underworld, even he crumbled before the specter of death. Yi Yunfei, growing impatient, rose to his feet. "Uncle Jiao, what is this hesitation? Afraid to pull the trigger? Or shall I assist you?" Upon hearing Yi Yunfei's words, Lao Jiao's eyes darted back and forth several times. Then, gritting his teeth, he snarled, "Fine, I'll pull the trigger." He aimed the gun at his own temple and slowly tightened his finger on the trigger. Yet just as he was about to fire, he abruptly swung the barrel around, pointing it instead at Yi Yunfei standing before him. "Die, you little bastard." He locked his sights on Yi Yunfei and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Everyone froze in shock, expecting Lao Jiao's imminent death, only to witness him pivot and open fire on Yi Yunfei instead. The old man intended to use his final bullet to kill Yi Yunfei, but the instant Lao Jiao squeezed the trigger, Yi Yunfei moved like lightning, drawing a pistol from within his coat and firing in the same breath. Bang! A single round pierced straight through Lao Jiao's skull. He hadn't even managed to fire his own shot before collapsing backward, eyes wide open. He had not anticipated Yi Yunfei would shoot first, sealing his fate in that split second. Lao Jiao was dead. The lightning-swift exchange left countless onlookers stunned into silence. Only after Lao Jiao crumpled did the crowd grasp the reality that he had been killed. Ding Li rushed forward at once. "Brother Fei, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Yi Yunfei replied coolly. Ding Li pressed on, "How did you know Lao Jiao would aim his last bullet at you and fire before he could?" "Brother Fei, you're truly extraordinary." Just moments earlier, when Lao Jiao had suddenly pivoted the gun toward Yi Yunfei, even Ding Li had been paralyzed with disbelief. Yet Yi Yunfei appeared to have foreseen it and ended Lao Jiao before he could act. "Because I know Lao Jiao," Yi Yunfei said calmly. "This treacherous dog has coveted my life for years, and when facing certain death, he dragged me down with him. The moment I sensed he had only one bullet left, I knew he'd turn on me, so I ended him first." Facing a wily old fox like Lao Jiao, Yi Yunfei naturally prepared accordingly. Otherwise he might well have fallen victim to betrayal. Countless souls across Shanghai had already perished in Lao Jiao's shadow. Thus, against such an adversary, vigilance was non-negotiable. And events unfolded precisely as he'd foreseen. Lao Jiao aimed his final round at him, and Yi Yunfei struck first, ending him decisively. "Brother Fei, you're absolutely astonishing. I'm in awe." Ding Li exclaimed, his admiration unreserved. Under those circumstances, even if someone else had reacted in time, few could have drawn and fired so swiftly. "You're truly unmatched." Yi Yunfei's reflexes and marksmanship left Ding Li utterly spellbound. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Yi Yunfei ordered, "Enough talk. Dispose of Lao Jiao's body. Dump it into the Huangpu River. Also dispatch men immediately to seize control of all Lao Jiao's establishments and territories. He held considerable assets. Every last one must be secured, none can be lost." Ding Li nodded and hurried off to execute the orders. Yi Yunfei gazed silently at Lao Jiao's corpse for a moment, then let out a cold, mirthless laugh. The old man had clearly come prepared for mutual destruction, but killing him would not be so easy. Moreover, Lao Jiao's death would send tremors across Shanghai. Instability for now was inevitable. Yet Yi Yunfei felt no apprehension. Longmen had already taken root firmly in Shanghai, and no storm, however fierce, could shake his resolve or undermine his command. As Yi Yunfei had predicted, news of Lao Jiao's death spread like wildfire across Shanghai. Every major faction and syndicate, upon hearing the report, reacted with profound shock. Lao Jiao was unquestionably a titan of Shanghai, not merely a gang lord, but also deputy chief inspector of the municipal police. That official title alone rendered him untouchable. Though he had made many enemies across Shanghai, even provoking top-tier syndicate leaders, none dared move against him. His authority and status shielded him completely. Now slain by Yi Yunfei's hand, his death sent shockwaves rippling through the entire underworld. Feng family villa. Feng Jingyao learned of Lao Jiao's assassination through external channels, and the cigar clenched between his fingers slipped from his grasp and fell to the floor. A grave expression hardened his gaze. Yi Yunfei dares this much, to kill Lao Jiao in broad daylight. He's recklessly impetuous. Feng Jingyao spoke aloud. Xiang added, "Rumor has it Lao Jiao went to the Lido to cause trouble today and wagered his life against Yi Yunfei's. In the end, Yi Yunfei shot him dead with a single round." Lao Jiao's death has unsettled many high-ranking figures across Shanghai. I've heard that heads of several major syndicates now hold deep grievances against Yi Yunfei. Killing Lao Jiao may prove an unwise decision, one likely to draw immense peril upon Yi Yunfei. As Deputy Chief Inspector, Lao Jiao served not only as a gang leader, but as a linchpin of equilibrium among all factions. Whenever disputes flared, he mediated, preserving fragile balance. Though he'd earned many enemies, no one dared touch him, for sound reason. Now Yi Yunfei has eliminated him outright, inevitably provoking fury among those very powers. The proverb holds true: the tallest nail draws the hardest hammer. Yi Yunfei's ascent has been meteoric. Until recently, Longmen was but a minor syndicate, ignored by most. Even after crushing Jin Dazhong and absorbing the Sihai gang, observers remained detached, offering muted criticism, if any. But now, by killing Lao Jiao, Yi Yunfei has churned the waters of the underworld. Lao Jiao maintained close ties with top-tier syndicates and wielded unique institutional authority. To kill him is to strike directly at their vested interests. In Shanghai, any threat to their interests will never go unanswered. Feng Jingyao spoke with solemn gravity. And indeed, that was the truth. Lao Jiao's web of connections was vast and intricate, his position uniquely sensitive. Most syndicates in Shanghai were entangled with him through overlapping interests. Yi Yunfei's execution of Lao Jiao had thus grievously infringed upon numerous powerful interests, placing him squarely in peril. Xiang added, indeed, he acted rashly. I've also heard that immediately after killing Lao Jiao, he dispatched Ding Li to seize every establishment and territory under Lao Jiao's control. Lao Jiao commanded numerous lucrative venues and domains. If Longmen absorbs them all, its power will surge exponentially, perhaps even rivaling Shanghai's elite syndicates in strength. Such an uncontrollable force will never be tolerated. Though Yi Yunfei appears triumphant now, his position is in truth extremely precarious. Killing Lao Jiao may well brand him the prime target of every major player. Feng Jingyao shook his head with a sigh. Young men remain too impulsive. Lao Jiao, a vile insect, could simply have been left to fester. He'd annoy you, yes, but also others. There was no need to exterminate him. Now things have grown exceedingly difficult. Xiang said, shall we warn Yi Yunfei to be cautious lately, lest those people move against him? Those individuals are no trifling adversaries. If they truly strike, Yi Yunfei will struggle to survive their onslaught, perhaps even perish. Feng Jingyao paused in thought, then replied, for now let us withhold the warning. This young man's recklessness demands a lesson. If left unchecked, disaster is inevitable. Moreover, even if we did warn him, his temperament makes it unlikely he'd heed it. I've come to know this youth well. His gaze burns with unquenchable ambition. His aim extends far beyond Old Nine. He may well seek dominion over all of Shanghai. Should that indeed be his goal, then Old Nine is merely the first stepping stone. Even the old guard will soon find themselves his rivals. Whether we warn him or not changes nothing. He had met Yi Yunfei several times, and thus gained a firm understanding of him. Yi Yunfei was peerlessly domineering, fiercely assertive. Twice Feng Jingyao had invited Yi Yunfei to join the Feng clan trading consortium. Both offers were declined. That alone revealed the vastness of Yi Yunfei's designs. His ascent from Jiabei district to Lido was no mere bid for foothold in Shanghai. It signaled an intent to reshape the city's entire power structure. Perhaps even to become the supreme overlord of every gang in Shanghai. So be it. He would let Yi Yunfei proceed and watch closely how far he dared rise. After hearing Feng Jingyao's words, Xiang nodded. Understood, Mr. Feng, but what of Miss Feng? He left the rest unsaid. Feng Qinshan and Yi Yunfei were clearly entwined. Should anything befall Yi Yunfei, explaining it to Feng Qinshan would prove difficult. Feng Jingyao replied, I'll speak with Qinshan myself. For now she must refrain from meeting Yi Yunfei until this storm passes. And if Yi Yunfei cannot weather even this trial, he lacks the stature to wed Qinshan, or to claim the title of my son-in-law. Xiang bowed his head in acknowledgement. Lido. Yi Yunfei stood by the window in a tailored suit, gazing across the Huangpu River as it flowed silently into the distance. The river's surface appeared tranquil, yet beneath currents roiled violently. So too was Shanghai, outwardly calm, yet poised on the razor's edge of peril. Yi Yunfei knew full well that killing Old Nine would unleash chaos. As Deputy Chief Inspector of the Municipal Police, Old Nine maintained ties with nearly every gang in Shanghai. His death would send shockwaves across the underworld, stirring countless factions, many of whom would now fix their hostile gaze upon Yi Yunfei. Yet Yi Yunfei feared none of it. Indeed, that was precisely the effect he sought. Lately he had kept a low profile. Save for seizing Lido, he had lain dormant. But Old Nine had repeatedly provoked him, striding brazenly into danger. Such vermin deserved no mercy, only annihilation. And through Old Nine's death, he would declare to Shanghai's elite, Yi Yunfei had risen. He was no longer the petty thug of Jiabei with 2 or 3 shabby dens. Now any who dared covet him, even men like Old Nine, would meet certain death. Brother Fei. Ding Li entered and said, the task you assign me is complete. Yi Yunfei replied, speak. Over the past few days I uncovered that Old Nine secretly controlled some 10 gangs, nominally their overlord. Their sizes varied, from large bands of 200 or 300 down to small cells of mere dozens. I've dismantled them all. Most pledged allegiance to our Longmen sect upon Old Nine's demise. A handful sought vengeance. I silenced them, casting their bodies into the Huangpu River. Their territories and establishments have likewise been reclaimed. Altogether, we've absorbed 20 to 30 venues and districts. With these acquisitions, Longmen's influence has nearly doubled. Ding Li spoke with mounting excitement. Though nominally Deputy Chief Inspector, Old Nine was in truth one of Shanghai's most powerful gang lords. To obliterate him and seize his entire domain was a staggering triumph. At the sight of the wealth, the land, the venues, the sheer scale left Ding Li breathless. He had never in his life witnessed such riches or territory, and now all of it belonged to him. Yi Yunfei lit a cigarette, drew 2 slow puffs, and remained silent. This outcome had long been anticipated. After decades entrenched in Shanghai, Old Nine's holdings were neither surprising nor extraordinary. They fell precisely within Yi Yunfei's calculations. Ding Li, watching Yi Yunfei chain smoke, without speaking, asked in confusion, "Brother Fei, why do you seem so grim? We've slain Old Nine and seized his empire. Surely that's cause for celebration." Yi Yunfei replied, "Tall trees catch the fiercest wind. Longmen has grown too swiftly. Previously our skirmishes were trivial, ignored by all. But now, having killed Old Nine and swallowed his domain, we've encroached upon powerful interests. The coming days will bring unrest, and Longmen will face its gravest trial yet. This period may well prove our most perilous." Ding Li retorted, "Brother Fei, we have men and guns. What is there to fear? Let any dare threaten us, we'll cut them down. Even Shanghai's elder lords mean nothing. Should they raise arms against Longmen, we'll fight them to the bitter end. Mutual annihilation. We'll see who outlives whom." A murderous aura clung to Ding Li, thick with bloodlust. Yi Yunfei fixed his gaze upon him and said, "Ali, you've taken many lives recently, haven't you?" "Indeed," Ding Li admitted. "From Jiabei Station Toledo, then onto Old Nine's territories. I've slain at least 100 men along the way. In every clash, whether gunfire or blade, he led from the front, personally engaging in every assault. Thus the tally of those who died by his hand was incalculable." Yi Yunfei rose, approached Ding Li, and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Ali, you've borne tremendous hardship these past days. Longmen's expansion to this scale rests largely upon your shoulders. You deserve my deepest gratitude." Ding Li scratched his head, grinning bashfully. "Brother Fei, why such formality? From a humble pear seller at Jiabei Station, I've become a name known across Shanghai, all because of your patronage. Without you, I'd still be hawking fruit on the platform. You will always be my elder brother, my lord. Whatever you command, I obey. Kill if you say kill, die if you say die. I shall never hesitate." Ding Li's words were not just empty talk, they were his heartfelt thoughts. Previously, when selling pears at the Jiabei train station, he was bullied by everyone, especially the members of the Qilong gang, who would come every day to collect protection fees and smash his stall. He had no idea how much humiliation he had endured. However, everything changed once he followed Yi Yunfei. From selling pears, he had suddenly risen to become a big brother. The Qilong gang was annihilated by him, and the Li Du was conquered. Even Lao Jiao died before him. Those who once bullied him had all turned into corpses. Those lofty figures no longer seemed significant. Yi Yunfei had transformed his life and changed everything. Thus in Ding Li's heart, no one could compare to Yi Yunfei. If Yi Yunfei told him to die, he would do so without hesitation. This sense of reverence was definitely not just mere words. Hearing Ding Li's words, Yi Yunfei said, "I know our relationship needs no elaboration. You've indeed worked hard lately. Take some time to rest. There may be tough battles ahead." Ding Li replied, "Brother Fei, don't worry. I can handle it. Just call me whenever you need me." Yi Yunfei nodded, and then Ding Li left. After Ding Li left, Yi Yunfei called Chang Gui over. "Brother Fei, what's up? Do you need something from me?" Chang Gui asked. Yi Yunfei inquired Chang Gui, "How much money do we have on the books now?" Chang Gui replied, "After taking over Lao Jiao's territories, we should have over 1 million now." "Good. Take out 200,000 and send it to Captain Ma of the patrol room as a token of our goodwill from Longmen." Chang Gui, puzzled, asked, "Brother Fei, why give Captain Ma 200,000? We haven't offended him, and he hasn't asked us for money either. Haven't we offended him by killing one of the deputy captains of the patrol room?" Although there were conflicts between Lao Jiao and Captain Ma, Lao Jiao was still the deputy captain of the patrol room and nominally under Captain Ma's command. "If we kill Lao Jiao without any gesture, can you be sure he won't come looking for trouble with us at Li Du from time to time? We still need to smooth relations with the patrol room. Go handle it." After hearing Yi Yunfei's words, Chang Gui nodded, "Understood, Brother Fei. He'll take care of it right away." After he left, Yi Yunfei lit a cigarette and gazed out the window. In the underworld, it's not always about violence. There's also the matter of human relationships. He couldn't kill everyone on the Shanghai Bond. Some needed to be eliminated, some needed to be won over, and some needed to be subdued. Therefore, spending a little money to smooth relations with the patrol room was quite worthwhile. If something can be resolved with money, it's a small matter. He had to arrange everything meticulously, only then could Longmen continue to thrive. With everything arranged, Yi Yunfei felt quite pleased. He planned to go out for a stroll when a subordinate approached him, saying, "Brother Fei, Miss Fang Yenyun is here." Yenyun. Yi Yunfei's eyes lit up. He hadn't seen Fang Yenyun in a long time and genuinely missed this charming woman. A moment later, Fang Yenyun entered the office, wearing a tight red qipao and high heels with a perfect face and an air of nobility and coldness. Very impressive. Upon entering, Yi Yunfei directly pulled Fang Yenyun into an embrace and said, "Yenyun, what brings you here?" Although she was 30 in front of Yi Yunfei, she felt like a young girl. Blushing from Yi Yunfei's embrace, she replied, I was passing by Li Du and thought I would check if you were here. In fact, she hadn't just been passing by, she had been hearing various news about Yi Yunfei for the past few days, but had not seen him. This made her feel empty inside, even though she continuously reminded herself not to seek out Yi Yunfei, as it would not be good. She was a socialite of the Shanghai Bund, and Yi Yunfei was now a young talent with considerable fame on the Bund. If she took the initiative to seek out Yi Yunfei, it would not reflect well on his reputation. Yet she couldn't help but visit Li Du today. Yi Yunfei held Fang Yinyun and said, Yinyun, you're just in time, I was planning to find you. Fang Yinyun asked, what do you want to see me for? Yi Yunfei chuckled, what else could it be? Of course it's to express our feelings. I've missed you so much these past few days. Saying that, he picked up Fang Yinyun and directly brought her to the hidden bedroom. Once Fang Yinyun was placed on the bed, she said, Yunfei, it's daytime. Yi Yunfei disregarded this and immediately shut the door before pouncing on her. After a passionate encounter, Yi Yunfei lay contentedly on the bed, a cigarette in his mouth, taking a few deep drags. It felt so good. After such an encounter, one cigarette was better than being a living deity. This saying, passed down from ancestors, was simply profound. Beside him lay Fang Yinyun, a woman, and a cigarette ascending to immortality after death. Fang Yinyun looked at Yi Yunfei with mock anger and said, Yunfei, you really are bad. I clearly came to discuss something with you, and you just brought me to bed. Seriously. Yi Yunfei laughed heartily. Yinyun, you look so beautiful today, which man could possibly resist? Besides, discussing matters doesn't interfere with what we just did. Now that we've finished, we can talk. What do you want to discuss with me? Go ahead. Fang Yinyun replied, you have a way with words. I recently heard some news and wanted to come tell you. Yi Yunfei asked, what news? Fang Yinyun said, several big figures from the Shanghai Bund met last night, and I heard they were discussing you. I suspect they are planning how to deal with you. I don't know what the outcome of their discussion was, but I felt this news might be useful to you, so I came to tell you. Yi Yunfei, upon hearing this, replied indifferently, the big bosses you're talking about from the Shanghai Bund are indeed the most powerful ones, right? Fang Yinyun nodded, yes, those few. Nearly all the gang's territories and powers on the Shanghai Bund are under their control. For decades, they have firmly held over 60 to 70% of the power on the Bund. If anything happens on the Bund, these few will communicate with each other. Now that they have met again to discuss you, it must be due to your recent rise. It's not a good thing for them to meet together, so you need to be careful. Yi Yunfei wrapped his arm around Fang Yinyun's shoulders and smiled, I understand. It seems I've threatened their interests, which is why they are banding together to figure out how to deal with me. By the way, did Feng Jingyao meet with them as well? He probably has a clear understanding of the thoughts of those bosses in Shanghai. Because he killed Lao Jiao and seized his territory, he has touched the interests of those bosses, which is why they are meeting to discuss how to deal with him. He had already anticipated the meeting of those bosses, but what intrigued him was whether Feng Jingyao was also meeting with them. Feng Jingyao is also one of the top figures in all of Shanghai. Generally speaking, he would participate in any significant event happening in Shanghai. He has a very close relationship with those bosses. The question is whether Feng Jingyao attended the gathering of those bosses this time. Fang Yinyun shook her head and said Feng Jingyao did not attend. He has been staying at home recently and has not engaged in any outside affairs. Moreover, this is a crucial moment for him to be elected as the head of the Huadong, so he probably wouldn't involve himself in these matters of the underworld. Yi Yunfei nodded. If Feng Jingyao didn't attend, that was good. If he had, then he would have to consider cutting ties with Feng Jingyao. Fang Yinyun hugged Yi Yunfei and said, Yunfei, given the current situation, I am really worried. Many people in Shanghai are watching you and your situation is quite unfavorable. I fear something might happen to you. Yi Yunfei patted Fang Yinyun's jade back and smiled, don't worry, I have seen all sorts of storms since I walked from the Jiabei district. There's nothing to fear. When soldiers come, I shall meet them. When water comes, I shall block it. Whatever tricks they have, I will take them on. Rest assured, no one can harm me. Fang Yinyun nodded. After chatting with Fang Yinyun for a while, Yi Yunfei felt invigorated and embraced her for another round before letting her leave. After she left, Yi Yunfei felt a sense of refreshment and an indescribable comfort in his body. This appropriate exercise can indeed improve one's physical condition and mood, especially with a woman like Fang Yinyun, who is very mature and knowledgeable. Not long after Fang Yinyun left, Chang Gui returned. Yi Yunfei lit a cigarette and looked at Chang Gui, saying, how did it go with what I asked you to do? I had you take 200,000 to find Captain Ma of the police station as a bit of a facilitation fee. It's essential to maintain a good relationship with the police in Shanghai, especially before we fully establish ourselves. If the police keep causing trouble, it can be very annoying. Besides, since he killed Lao Jiao, giving Captain Ma some money also serves to show our attitude. Understanding the ways of the world is necessary. However, Chang Gui said, Brother Fei, I did as you instructed and brought 200,000 to meet Captain Ma, but he refused to take our money and told me to bring it back. Refused. Yi Yunfei's pupils narrowed as he asked, did he say why? Chang Gui replied, Captain Ma said he is a police officer and cannot accept money from gangs, so he had me take it back. Upon hearing this, Yi Yunfei's expression turned cold. Police officer. That was simply absurd. How could anyone in the police not have connections to gangs? Whether it was Lao Jiao or Ma Tiankuei, they all had substantial gang support behind them. In fact, their positions as captain and deputy captain were secured due to gang support. Ma Tiankuei's connections are even stronger than Lao Jiao's, and the amount of dirty money he collects each month is incalculable. Now he claims to be a police officer and refuses money. It's simply nonsense. The only reason he could be refusing is that he doesn't want to accept money from Yunfei. Yunfei took a drag from his cigarette, lightly tapped the table with his fingers, and said it seems that Captain Ma is not on our side. His refusal to accept money is clear. He does not want to associate with us. Captain Ma Tiankuei simply does not wish to befriend him. Yunfei speculated that this was likely related to the recent meeting of several bosses in Shanghai. Ma Tiankuei has close ties with those bosses. If they intend to deal with him, Ma Tiankuei would naturally not accept his things at this time. Old thing giving face and not taking it back, Yunfei said coldly. Refusing money is indeed quite a slap in the face. Chang Gui asked, what should we do, Brother Fei? Should we directly deal with Ma Tiankuei? If he refuses our gifts, could he be thinking of opposing us? Why are you acting like Ollie now with your head full of killing? Yunfei shot him a glance. We just killed the deputy captain of the police. If we were to kill the captain, now how do you think our position in Shanghai would be? The police have support from above. If you kill 2 captains in succession, it's as if you no longer want to mix in Shanghai. Moreover, although Ma Tiankuei said he wouldn't accept our money, he hasn't caused us any trouble yet. Perhaps he wants to stay out of this matter. In such a case, he poses no threat to us. So even if someone must die, we need to clarify the situation first. We cannot just go around killing indiscriminately, otherwise our Dragon Gate will only head towards destruction. After Yunfei finished speaking, Chang Gui rubbed the back of his head and said, I understand now, Brother Fei. I was reckless. I will listen to you and definitely not act impulsively in the future. Yunfei nodded. You go now. Oh, I want to be alone for a while. Chang Gui then turned to leave. After he left, Yunfei smoked a cigarette, pondering over the upcoming matters. Ma Tiankuei's refusal to accept his money indicates that those bosses in Shanghai might indeed want to deal with him, which is why Ma Tiankuei is staying out of it. Otherwise, 200,000 is not a small sum. Given the greed of these people, it's impossible for them to refuse it. It seems the situation is still somewhat complicated. Perhaps real trouble is just around the corner. Yunfei said lightly. At that moment, a younger brother came in and said, Brother Fei, Uncle Xiang from the Feng's Chamber of Commerce is here. Uncle Xiang, why is he here at this time? Yunfei frowned. Ask him to come in, he said. Moments later, Uncle Xiang entered the office. Uncle Xiang, your visit is an honor. Please take a seat. Yunfei said. Uncle Xiang replied, no need to stand on ceremony. Yunfei, Mr. Feng wants to see you. Oh, I wonder what Mr. Feng wants to see me for. Yunfei asked curiously. Uncle Xiang said, Mr. Feng just asked me to find you. He didn't elaborate, but judging by his expression, it must be something significant. If it were an ordinary matter, Mr. Feng could have sent anyone. There was no need for me to come in person. That made sense. Yunfei nodded. Xiang is the second-in-command at the Feng's Chamber of Commerce next to Feng Jingyao. Generally, when Feng Jingyao sends him over, it's usually for significant matters. Since that's the case, let's go meet Mr. Feng. All right, Yunfei said. The two of them headed towards the Feng family's villa. In no time, Yunfei arrived at the villa gate. Yunfei, why are you here? As soon as he got out of the car, he spotted Feng Qinshan. Feng Qinshan was sitting on a bench on the lawn outside the villa, dressed in a long skirt, looking very beautiful. Yunfei smiled and said, Qinshan, it's been a while since I last saw you. How have you been? I haven't seen you for a few days, and seeing you today is quite stunning. Feng Qinshan replied, I'm doing well, but I've been stuck at home feeling bored. Is that so? Then why didn't you come find me to hang out? I wanted to come find you, but my dad said that you've been busy lately and told me not to disturb you. He said to wait until you're free to come find you. I thought so too. You've had a lot going on recently, and if I went over I would definitely disturb you, so I didn't come to find you. Yunfei cursed Feng Jingyao inwardly. That old man must have seen that recently he was targeted by several bosses in Shanghai Bund, fearing that Feng Qinshan being too close to him might bring danger, which is why he didn't let her come find him. The old man was concerned about his precious daughter's safety. However, it was understandable since Feng Qinshan is Feng Jinjiao's only daughter, and it is only natural to worry about her. Feng Qinshan said, Yunfei, you must have a lot going on lately. Have you resolved everything? Yes, I've indeed had quite a bit on my plate lately. You should listen to your dad and stay home for now. Once I'm done with this busy period, I'll take you out to have some fun. Feng Qinshan responded, all right, let me know when you're done. I'm so bored at home alone that I feel like I'm going to suffocate. She was quite understanding, knowing not to disturb Yunfei while he was busy. Yunfei nodded with a smile. Mr. Feng is waiting for you inside. Shall we head in? At this moment, Uncle Xiang, who was standing nearby, said. Yunfei nodded and said to Feng Qinshan, Qinshan, you can play by yourself for now. I'm going to see your dad. Feng Qinshan replied, you go ahead. Yunfei nodded, then followed Uncle Xiang to meet Feng Jingyao. Upon entering Feng Jinjiao's office, Feng Jingyao stood up and said, Yunfei, you're here. Please have a seat. Yi Yunfei sat on the sofa, lit a cigarette, and said, Mr. Feng, I wonder why you've called me here this time. Feng Jingyao had his servant pour water for Yi Yunfei. Before he spoke, I called you here for two matters. First, you should be more cautious in the near future. Unless there is something special, try not to go out. Yi Yunfei took a puff of smoke and said, why? From Mr. Feng's tone, it seems that going out might bring danger. I won't explain the reasons for now, but you should listen to me. I'm doing this for your own good. Yi Yunfei calmly said, I've heard that several gang leaders in Shanghai Bund have recently gathered together and seem to be plotting against me. Is it related to that? Upon hearing Yi Yunfei's words, Feng Jinjiao's eyes flashed with surprise. He said, you actually know about this. Very few people are aware of their meeting. How did you find out? Yi Yunfei replied, I not only know about their meeting, but I also know that Mr. Feng did not attend it. It seems that Mr. Feng is quite considerate towards me. As for how I found out, you needn't concern yourself with that. I have my own channels to learn of these matters. Feng Jingyao squinted his eyes and said, your information sources indeed surprise me. You even know about their matters. However, I didn't attend their gathering not just because of you. I'm currently in a crucial competition for the Huadong position and prefer not to get involved in gang affairs for now. That's why I declined their invitation. Yi Yunfei stared at Feng Jingyao and said, even if Mr. Feng didn't attend, you should still know their discussion results, right? I'm quite curious about what they discussed during their meeting. Are they planning to eliminate me and make me disappear from Shanghai Bund, or do they have other intentions? Yi Yunfei was certain that Feng Jingyao knew those gang leaders and that their relationship was quite close. The top gang leaders in Shanghai Bund are very familiar with one another. Even if Feng Jingyao did not attend their meeting, he would inevitably know the results of their discussions. Feng Jingyao replied calmly, I'm sorry, but I truly cannot share that result with you. There are rules in the Underworld. I want to help them deal with you, but I also can't disclose their matters to you. I can only remind you to be cautious. It's best not to stir up any major troubles recently, or you will find yourself in a lot of trouble. Yi Yunfei narrowed his eyes and said, from this perspective, it seems they have not yet determined whether to take action against me, right? If those people intended to act against him, they would have done so long ago and wouldn't have waited until now. Now, seeing that they have yet to take action and Feng Jingyao merely reminded him to stay home and be cautious, it indicates that those people are likely preparing to take measures against him but have not yet finalized their decision. This is the most plausible scenario. Feng Jingyao said, you're a smart person, so I won't elaborate. Just understand it yourself. Yi Yunfei nodded. Since Feng Jingyao said this, it should be close to his speculation. But it didn't matter. Regardless of whether those people take action against him, his ultimate target remains them. Therefore, even if they do not act, Yi Yunfei will eventually take action against them. It's just a matter of time. Yi Yunfei said, let's put this aside for now. Didn't Mr. Feng just mention there's another matter? I wonder what that is. Feng Jingyao said, the second matter is that our Feng family business intends to start a water supply company, and I would like to invite your long men to participate. What do you think? A water supply company? Yi Yunfei asked curiously why. Feng Jingyao explained, the reason is simple. Currently, the people in Shanghai Bund rely on wells for water, which is very inconvenient. If I set up a water supply company, it will allow everyone in Shanghai Bund to have access to tap water, making life much more convenient for everyone. This is a good thing that benefits the common people. Shouldn't I do something for the people? Yi Yunfei smiled and said, indeed it is a good deed, but I suppose Mr. Feng is not just doing this for the people of Shanghai Bund, right? I've heard that Mr. Feng is campaigning for the Huadong position and needs the support of the people as well as a good reputation. So starting this water supply company should also be paving the way for your campaign, right? Feng Jingyao squinted his eyes and said, Yunfei, you are indeed very clever. I won't hide it from you. This is indeed one of the reasons. However, starting a water supply company is also genuinely doing something for the people. It's a win-win situation, isn't it? Yi Yunfei nodded and said, it is indeed a good thing, but this seems to have nothing to do with me. Why do you want to involve me? Starting a water supply company shouldn't be difficult for Mr. Feng, and there's no need for me to participate. Yi Yunfei looked at Feng Jingyao curiously. The Feng family business could handle the water supply company, so why did they need to involve him? What scheme is this old man up to? Yi Yunfei was quite familiar with Feng Jingyao. Feng Jingyao was a cunning and shrewd man. He always had a purpose in whatever he did. He would not engage in anything without a motive. So since he was involved in the establishment of the water supply company, there must be a purpose behind it. However, what Feng Jinjiao's purpose was remained unknown. Feng Jingyao smiled and said, of course, I hope to collaborate with you on this project, which is quite beneficial for one's reputation. In this way, it would have a positive impact on both your longmen and my Feng family business, wouldn't it? Do you not want to do good with me? Yi Yunfei took a puff of his cigarette, glanced at Feng Jingyao, and said, Mr. Feng, to speak frankly, I am indeed interested in the establishment of the water supply company, but I need to know your true intentions. Mr. Feng, there is no need to beat around the bush. We both understand the situation. You just tell me directly why you want me to join in the establishment of the water supply company. Feng Jingyao stared at Yi Yunfei for a moment, and then said, all right, since you are so straightforward, I will not be wishy-washy. I truly need your assistance to accomplish this. Water may seem ordinary, but it involves a great deal of interests. Almost everywhere on the Shanghai Bund there exist water bullies who are the ones controlling the water supply. For instance, if you want to draw water from a well, there will be a water bully in charge of that well, and only after you pay can you draw water. There are many water bullies on the Shanghai Bund. Although they do not constitute major gangs, they exist in every area, and their numbers are quite substantial. To establish a water supply company, there will inevitably be conflicts with these water bullies. Once the water supply company is formed, it will mean cutting off their livelihood, so they will not let it go easily. We must first deal with them before proceeding with the establishment of the water supply company, otherwise, even if we succeed, we will face endless troubles. Feng Jingyao spoke several sentences, his brows tightly knitted, clearly indicating that these water bullies had brought him considerable trouble. To him, large gangs were not frightening. Even the top gangs on the Shanghai Bund were nothing to be concerned about. However, these small thugs were difficult to deal with. Their numbers were too large, like cockroaches scattered throughout the Shanghai Bund. It was impossible to wipe them all out. Moreover, these people could never be completely exterminated. Wherever there was water, they would be present. If you killed one, another would immediately pop up. It was endless. Now was a crucial time for him to run for the Huadong position, and things couldn't get out of hand, which was why he sought Yi Yunfei's help. After listening to Feng Jinjiao's words, Yi Yunfei understood. He had indeed encountered these water bullies before. They existed in the urban villages of their Jiabei district. Almost everyone was drawing water from the wells, and each time they did, they had to pay $1, otherwise they would not be allowed to drink. He had seen these people before. They were mostly made up of small-time thugs and ruffians, not much of a threat. However, as Feng Jingyao said, their numbers were indeed very large. They were present in every area, some in groups of 3 to 5, others in groups of 10 or more. Altogether on the Shanghai Bund, there must be several thousand. After figuring all this out, Yi Yunfei looked up at Feng Jingyao and said, "So Mr. Feng hopes that I can handle these water bullies." Feng Jingyao replied, "Indeed, these thugs are like cockroaches, disgusting and troublesome. If you can find a way to deal with them, the water supply company will succeed." Yi Yunfei pondered for a moment and said, "All right, I can agree to help you deal with these water bullies, but after the water supply company is established, I want 50% of the shares." What does Mr. Feng think? He could facilitate the matter, but he also needed to secure his due benefits. Once the water supply company was established, it would certainly be a lucrative business. Since it was a collaboration, they should clarify the shareholding arrangement first. Feng Jinjiao's pupils constricted, and he said 50%. Yunfei, you are asking for a lion's share. The Feng family business will cover the costs, and you just need to deal with some small thugs, yet you want 50% of the water supply company. Isn't that a bit too much? His initial plan was to offer Yi Yunfei about 10%, at most 20% of the shares, which would have been reasonable. He never expected Yi Yunfei to directly demand 50%. That was indeed a lion's share. Yi Yunfei, while smoking, said, "Since it is a partnership, it should be mutually beneficial. Mr. Feng provides the funds, I provide the effort, and we each take 50%. There should be no problem with that. As long as Mr. Feng agrees, I will immediately take care of this matter. What do you think, Mr. Feng?" Feng Jinjiao's eyes darted around. 50% made his heart bleed, but considering the water supply company and his upcoming Huadong election, he gritted his teeth and nodded. "All right, Yunfei, I agree. The water supply company will have 50% shares owned by my Feng family business and your longman, with profits split equally. Is that acceptable?" Yi Yunfei smiled and said, "Mr. Feng is indeed magnanimous. Let's settle this, and I will handle the water bully issue. However, we need to sign a contract for such a significant matter." Feng Jingyao replied, "You are quite cautious. Rest assured, I will not deceive you. If you want a contract, then let's sign one. Xiang, go prepare the contract." Feng Jingyao instructed Xiang to prepare the contract. Shortly after, Xiang brought the contract over. Yi Yunfei checked the contract and, confirming there were no issues, signed it. Once everything was in order, Feng Jingyao fixed his gaze on Yi Yunfei and said, "Yunfei, the contract has been signed. Now it's time to take action. To be frank, there is less than a week until my Huadong election day. This water supply company is crucial for my election, so I hope you can resolve this quickly. If I become the Huadong, it will also benefit your longman's future development on the Shanghai Bund. As I mentioned before, my Feng family business will be your longman's ally in the future. This is not merely talk. You should understand." Yi Yunfei nodded and said, "I understand, Mr. Feng. Rest assured, since I have promised, I will definitely get it done. I will take care of this, and I will inform Mr. Feng once I have news." Feng Jingyao nodded. "All right, then I will trouble you. Go ahead." After Yi Yunfei left, Xiang spoke up, "Mr. Feng, can Yi Yunfei handle those water bullies? Although Yi Yunfei has considerable power, now those water bullies are not easy to deal with. They are ruthless and unscrupulous. Even some of the top gangs on the Shanghai Bund have no way to deal with them. Furthermore, if those water bullies unite, their numbers could reach several thousand. Even Yi Yunfei's longmen would likely struggle to cope. This is not an easy task. I worry that Yi Yunfei may not be able to accomplish it." Feng Jingyao said, "Of course this matter is not easy. Those water bullies hide in the shadows, and even my Feng family business finds it challenging to deal with them. That is why I entrusted this matter to Yi Yunfei. The young man is passionate and determined. If someone else were to handle the water bully issue, it could be quite troublesome and complex. However, given to Yunfei, there is at least a 70% chance of success. I have some faith in this young man. Xiang nodded and said, then we will see if he can handle those water bullies. After leaving Feng Jingyao, Yunfei returned to Lidu. The main reasons he agreed to deal with the water bullies were twofold. The first is profit. The water supply industry is indeed a very lucrative business, especially for a newly opened water company, which can be said to be a highly profitable industry. With a 50% stake, he would definitely make a substantial profit. Moreover, this is indeed a good deed. If he can resolve the water bully issue and establish the water company, Longmin would not only gain more fame on the Shanghai Bund, but also improve its reputation. Any gang, after reaching its peak, begins to prepare for one thing: to legitimize its operations. Gangs ultimately deal in black money, and they cannot continue down that path forever. Thus, some of the top gangs on the Shanghai Bund have started to gradually clean up their operations. For example, Feng Jinjiao's Feng family business and several other large gangs. Feng Jingyao has always wanted to become a legitimate businessman on the Shanghai Bund, and this is the reason. Yunfei, of course, does not care much about the legitimacy of the gangs. A gang is a gang as long as its power is strong enough to ensure that no one can threaten it. There is no need to legitimize. When a gang becomes strong to an unimaginable extent, it transforms into another title warlord. In the famous Northeast, there was a man named Zhang Dashuai who initially was merely a bandit leader. However, as the gang grew larger, he ultimately dominated the entire Northeast. That is the true pinnacle of a gang. Yunfei's thoughts are quite similar. He intends to let Longmin continue developing until it becomes the #1 gang on the Shanghai Bund. As for resolving the water bullies and establishing the water company, besides making money, it could also earn him a good reputation. Coupled with the fact that it is indeed a good deed, he may as well do it. Go and call a leave for me. In Lidu, Yunfei said to a Longmin disciple. Yes. The disciple turned and left. Before long, Dingli entered. Brother Fei, you called for me. Dingli said. Yunfei replied. Ali, there is something we need to do now. Dingli asked, what is it, Brother Fei? Just tell me, and I will handle it. Yunfei said, are you aware of the water bullies on the Shanghai Bund? Water bullies? Dingli was taken aback, then said, of course I know. Not only do I know, but I have also seen many water bullies. They are almost everywhere on the Shanghai Bund, especially in poorer areas where water bullies abound. When I was in Jiabei, I was bullied by water bullies who I had to pay to draw water. If I didn't pay, I couldn't even get a drink. I went a whole year without a bath. Those thugs are truly despicable. Brother Fei, why are you suddenly bringing them up? Yunfei pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and replied, I plan to resolve the issue of the water bullies on the Shanghai Bund. What? Solve the water bullies? Hearing Yunfei's words, Ding Li was startled and said, Brother Fei, why would you want to address the water bullies all of a sudden? Although those thugs are indeed despicable, it seems that our Longmin does not have any conflicts with the water bullies at the moment. Yunfei said, I partnered with Feng Jingyao to open a water company intending for everyone on the Shanghai Bund to have access to tap water in the future and no longer suffer from the bullying of water bullies. Once the water company opens, it will cut off the water bullies' lifeline. They will definitely not let it go easily and will surely cause trouble. Therefore, we need to resolve them in advance so that the water company can operate normally. We can profit while the common people of the Shanghai Bund can drink safe and convenient water, killing two birds with one stone. After hearing Yunfei's explanation, Ding Li nodded in understanding, saying, I see now, Brother Fei. However, these water bullies may be hard to deal with. There are many water bullies on the Shanghai Bund scattered everywhere. If you randomly catch and kill a few, it won't make much of a difference. Unless you kill them all, but that's impossible. There are several thousand water bullies in total, and it's impossible to kill them all. To completely resolve them is truly difficult. Most of the water bullies are just thugs. Thugs like these are prevalent on the Shanghai Bund. Killing a few won't matter, killing too many won't change anything. Because if you kill one, another water bully will immediately emerge. Unless you kill them all. But with several thousand water bullies, how could that be feasible? Previously, the Shanghai Bund government had also taken action against those water bullies, killing and capturing a group. But it was of no use, more water bullies emerged afterward. They couldn't solve the problem at all. Yunfei said, this time I intend to resolve the issue of the water bullies from the root, to ensure that there are no water bullies on the Shanghai Bund in the future. Ding Li looked at Yunfei curiously and asked, so Brother Fei, how do you plan to resolve it? The solution is quite simple. Although the water bullies on the Shanghai Bund are numerous, as far as I know, among these water bullies there are a few gangs with considerable power that have developed into gangs with over 100 members. They control about 60 to 70% of the water sources on the Shanghai Bund, right? Ding Li nodded. Indeed, there are a few larger water bully gangs that have gained a foothold, probably around 6 or 7. Each water bully gang has about 100 members, which can be considered a certain level of power. Yunfei said, very well, arrange a meeting with the leaders of these biggest water bully gangs. I want to meet them. Ding Li thought for a moment and already understood Yunfei's intention. Yunfei wanted to capture the leaders of the largest water bully gangs first and then punish all the water bullies on the Shanghai bund. This method is indeed effective, but he feels that the leaders of the Shui Ba gang might not necessarily fall for Yi Yunfei's scheme. The Shui Ba gang is somewhat different from other gangs. These guys rely on water for their livelihood. Water is the source of their wealth. For them, water is far more important than life itself. It would be harder than ascending to the heavens to make them relinquish their water-related profits. Thinking of this, Ding Li said, Fij, he'll notify them right away. However, as far as I know, these people don't even care about some top gangs on the bund. I'm afraid they won't listen to you, so you'd better be mentally prepared in advance. Yi Yunfei nodded, saying, I understand. Just go ahead and call them over. You can leave the rest to me. If they don't listen, I naturally have ways to make them comply. Ding Li nodded, and then went to gather people. Yi Yunfei waited at the Li Du for their arrival. About half a day later, Ding Li returned. So did you notify them? Yi Yunfei asked. Ding Li replied, yes, they received the message. I told them to meet at Li Du at 8 o'clock in the evening. I notified a total of 8 leaders from the Shui Ba gang. These 8 control a large number of wells on the bund, earning a considerable income each month. Furthermore, each of them has a gang of their own, making them the strongest among all the Shui Ba. Yi Yunfei nodded and said those 8 will come tonight, right? Ding Li replied they said they would come, they should follow through. However, judging by their demeanor, they don't seem like the type to easily compromise. When I notified them, they didn't ask me specifically what it was about, but from their expressions and demeanor, I vaguely sensed that they must know some inside information. I estimate it won't be easy to convince them. Yi Yunfei nodded and said as long as they show up, that's all that matters. They'll take care of the rest. Gather 100 Longmen disciples and hide them around Li Du to prevent any unexpected incidents. Ding Li nodded, understood, Fij. Then Yi Yunfei quietly waited for 8 o'clock in the evening to arrive. As the clock struck 8, the sky gradually darkened and the Li Du became lively. Li Du had always been a hotspot for nightlife, featuring beautiful women dancing above and various entertainment facilities below, along with designated areas for gambling. One could say that whatever you wanted to enjoy could be found in Li Du. This is also why Li Du is renowned on the bund. After taking over Li Du, Yi Yunfei further expanded it, adding more entertainment facilities. Therefore, Lida's business is now even better than it was during Jin Dazhong's time. Every night it is packed with people bustling with activity. Yi Yunfei specifically reserved a large private room waiting for the arrival of those 8. At this moment, he looked through the window and saw some people outside Li Du. Among them were 8 individuals sitting in rickshaws arriving at the entrance. These 8 were accompanied by several subordinates, clearly figures of authority. Fij, they have arrived. Ding Li walked in and said. Yi Yunfei asked, have our people been arranged? Ding Li nodded, everything is set. They are positioned around Li Du, and as soon as you give the command, they'll rush in. However, Fij, I feel that these 8 should also be prepared. Although each of them only brought 3 or 4 subordinates, visibly, I suspect they secretly gathered some men to come to Li Du. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so at ease entering Li Du. Yi Yunfei replied calmly, it's normal for them to bring people. After all, Li Du is our territory, and they wouldn't come unprepared. But it doesn't matter. Their preparations don't affect us. If negotiations fail, I wouldn't take their small crew seriously. All right, go ahead and invite them in. Ding Li nodded, understood. Then he brought the 8 leaders into the private room. Yi Yunfei had prepared a table of dishes and wine. Once everyone gathered, he scanned the 8 individuals with his gaze. Though they looked different, they shared a common trait, a murderous aura. The 8 of them exuded a murderous presence, which is a common atmosphere among many gangs on the bund, as most of them rose from the bottom and achieved their current status after killing countless people. Especially these Shui Ba, who relied entirely on their fists and killings for their reputation. Without a certain level of intimidation, no one would listen to them. It is only natural for them to have such a murderous intent. Yi Yunfei stood up, raised his glass, and said, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my Li Du. On behalf of Longmen, I toast to everyone. As he spoke, Yi Yunfei downed the wine in his glass. The 8 did not drink, but instead fixed their gazes on Yi Yunfei. A strong man on the left said, Boss Yi, we have all heard of your reputation. Recently, you have been quite formidable on the bund, continuously taking down and annexing several larger gangs, even seizing Li Du. However, we don't understand why you called us here today. What does it mean? It seems we have no connection with Longmen or you. After the strong man finished speaking, Yi Yunfei replied calmly, what Boss Chen said is correct. We indeed had no connection before, but that was in the past. From now on, we will have connections. I have a business proposal and would like to collaborate with a few bosses. I wonder how you feel about it. The strong man asked, what business? I want to start a water supply company to provide tap water to every place on the bund. I have heard that you several bosses control about 60 to 70% of the water sources on the bund, so I would like to discuss with you about relinquishing some of those water sources, such as wells, pools, and water houses. I wonder if you gentlemen are willing to do so. After finishing, Yi Yunfei lit a cigarette, staring at the 8 individuals before him. Bang! However, just as he finished speaking, a fat man sitting in front slammed his hand on the table and shouted, Yi Yunfei, what the hell are you joking about? You want to seize the water sources from us, who our brothers rely on this for a living, and it has been so for decades. Now you want us to give up our water sources for you. On what grounds? Are we supposed to go drink the northwest wind? This fat man named Lu Gui is one of the most dominant leaders among the Shui Ba gangs. Yi Yunfei glanced coolly at Lu Gui and said, Senior brother Lu, it's true you've profited from water for decades, but times have changed. Your era of monopolizing water is over. Once the municipal water company is established, no one will come to you for water, and you'll earn not a single cent. I'm here today to negotiate, not to beg. Whether you agree or not, the water company will be built. If you wish to avoid starvation on the Shanghai waterfront, cooperation is your wisest choice. Cooperation yields mutual victory. Refusal leaves only one outcome. Yi Yunfei's voice remained calm, yet beneath its stillness simmered an unmistakable undercurrent of threat. The burly man growled, Yi Yunfei, this is outright intimidation. What do you intend if we refuse? Will you slaughter us all? Wiping out every water baron may be beyond my reach. Yi Yunfei replied coolly, but eliminating a few ringleaders. That lies well within my capability. Bang! Lu Gui slammed his fist onto the table, furious. Yi Yunfei, you're insufferably arrogant. Don't think we're ignorant. You've already conspired with old Feng Jingyao to crush us. Let me make this clear. We're no street corner thugs to be bullied at will. We've weathered every storm Shanghai has thrown at us. You think threats will break our will? You're dreaming. I tell you plainly, I'll never relinquish control of my water sources. And your dream of building a water company, abandon it. So long as men like us stand, your company will never rise. Bang! Lu Gui had barely finished speaking when Yi Yunfei drew a pistol from his coat and fired point blank. A single bullet struck true. Lu Gui collapsed lifeless. Stunned silence gripped the room. None had expected Yi Yunfei to act so swiftly, so lethally. In one sharp motion, all 7 men leapt to their feet, hands diving for their weapons. Yi Yunfei, you've gone too far. To kill Lu Gui before our very eyes. He was our brother. You're declaring open war. Fine. Let it be total annihilation. Don't mistake our restraint for fear. Exactly. You think this display will cow us into submission. You underestimate us gravely. We all hold guns. Let's see who falls first in a straight fight. Total annihilation it is. 7 of us, 7 guns. You. 1 man, 1 weapon. Who fears whom? All 7 locked fierce, unblinking stares upon Yi Yunfei, fingers hovering over triggers. Yi Yunfei remained seated, calmly blowing across the barrel of his pistol. No need for such agitation. I killed Lu Gui simply because he was tiresome. And his death benefits you too. The burly man frowned. What do you mean? Yi Yunfei rose slowly. You control water solely for profit. So let me offer this: support the water company's establishment, and each of you shall receive 1% equity in the company upon completion. Bear in mind, the company will manage all water supply across Shanghai. Even 1% represents a staggering sum, far exceeding what you extract through coercion and extortion today. That is my offer. Take it, or leave it. Yi Yunfei swept his gaze across the 7 men. At the mention of equity, their brows tightened in silent calculation. They hadn't anticipated equity, only profit. And if shares truly promised wealth, endorsing the water company suddenly seemed less a surrender, more a shrewd recalibration. They exchanged glances, weighing options in silence. One man finally spoke. How do we know your promise holds weight? And is 1% truly sufficient? We are Shanghai's most powerful water barons. Each commands vast territory and influence. I repeat, the company governs all Shanghai water. 1% is immense. It dwarfs your current earnings, guaranteed. Comply fully. Step aside from the water trade and endorse the company, and your equity is secured by binding contract. Should you decline, I won't force your hand, but what follows remains uncertain. Let me state this plainly: in Shanghai, whatever Yi Yunfei resolves to accomplish will be accomplished. Any who obstruct me walk only one path, to their graves. Choose wisely: partnership or peril. His gaze hardened, cold, unyielding, as it traversed the 7 faces before him. His terms were absolute: alliance meant shared triumph, defiance meant certain death. After a heavy silence, the burly man spoke. Very well, Yi Yunfei. If your word is true, I accept. Grant me 1% equity, and I withdraw entirely from the water trade, forever. Yi Yunfei nodded, then turned to the other 6. And you? Cooperation or resistance? With Lu Gui's corpse still warm, resistance seemed unthinkable. Yi Yunfei's menace was unequivocal. Defiance now would invite swift, fatal consequences, and Lu Gui's execution had seared that truth into their minds. Moreover, this confrontation occurred on Longmen territory. Fighting here would leave them at grave disadvantage. And 1% equity, not an unworthy bargain. After further deliberation, all 6 nodded in unison, agreeing to align with Longmen and abandon the water trade entirely. Excellent. Satisfied, Yi Yunfei inclined his head. Once contracts are signed, you're free to depart. There is one further matter I'd like you to consider. The burly man asked. What matter? I know your origins. Humble beginnings clawing upward from Shanghai's lowest rungs. The water trade was merely survival, a path carved through necessity. Should you wish, you may join Longmen. We welcome all who possess ambition and integrity. Within Longmen, all are brothers. bound by loyalty, supported by unity. Think it over, all 7 of you. Yi Yunfei's gaze lingered, calm, expectant. Today's summons served dual purposes, securing the water company and expanding Longman's ranks. Consider this: these water barons number in the thousands across Shanghai. Individually, they are minor figures, but united under Longman, they become an unstoppable force. Their integration would multiply Longman's strength, swelling its numbers, amplifying its power, and reshaping the balance of Shanghai forever. Of course, among these water tyrants there may be some who are not good people, and there will never be absolute loyalty. However, if we can recruit 2/3 of them, or even half, it would be a good thing. Therefore, at this moment, he fixed his gaze on the 7 individuals before him, uncertain of what choices they would make. Among the 7, the strong man, named Lu Baiwei, was considered a leading figure. After Yi Yunfei finished speaking, he looked at Yi Yunfei and said, "Yi Yunfei, are you trying to recruit us?" "I'm merely making a suggestion. You've all been on the Shanghai Bund for so many years, yet you've always remained at the bottom. Even if you have some followers, it is impossible to grow and develop, and you might lose your lives at any moment. You should be aware of the current strength of our longmen. Although we are not the top tier, we certainly have a place on the Shanghai Bund. If you are willing to join us, we can develop together, and the future is limitless. Of course, if you are unwilling to join, that's fine too. You can make your own choice." Upon hearing Yi Yunfei's words, Lu Baiwei and the other 6 exchanged glances. Finally, Lu Baiwei said, "If we are willing to join Longman, what benefits will we have?" Yi Yunfei replied, "As I said, once you join Longman, we will all be brothers, earning money together and sharing hardships together. What I have will not be less for you. Moreover, after you join Longman, those people who originally belonged to you can still be led by you." After Yi Yunfei finished speaking, Lu Baiwei pondered for a moment and finally said, "All right, boss, Yi, since you think so highly of me, I will lead my brothers to join Longman. I have many subordinates, and they will all belong to you at Longman." Yi Yunfei nodded and said, "Good, I will have Dingli come to find you shortly to arrange the specifics of joining Longman." "All right." Lu Baiwei nodded. Yi Yunfei then turned to the other 6 and asked, "What about you 6? Are you planning to join Longman, or are you ready to leave?" The 6 exchanged glances, and finally 4 of them stepped forward. "We are also willing to join Longman," the 4 said in unison. Yi Yunfei nodded. As for the remaining 2, they said they needed to think about it before deciding whether to join. Yi Yunfei did not press the issue. These water tyrants who can join Longman will be welcomed, but those who do not want to join will not be forced. Such matters are entirely voluntary, otherwise, even if they join, they may not be united in heart and could cause trouble in the future. Thus, Yi Yunfei let the 2 leave. Now, only 5 people remained in the private room. These 5 had all decided to join Longman. Yi Yunfei said to the 5, "I welcome you to join Longman, but I must clarify one thing in advance. Once you join Longman, you will be members of Longman, and you must adhere to Longman's rules. And one extremely important point, once you join Longman, betrayal is absolutely not allowed. Anyone who dares to betray Longman will face dire consequences." As Yi Yunfei spoke, a hint of coldness flashed in his gaze. Some things must be made clear in advance, otherwise these people who have long roamed the rivers and lakes might think they can come and go as they please. It was essential to inform them in advance that if they violated Longman's rules in the future, they would have to pay the price. After Yi Yunfei finished speaking, Lu Baiwei said, "Rest assured, we understand the rules. Since we have joined Longman, we will naturally abide by the rules and will not betray you. No matter where we are, those who betray will not end well. We understand this." Yi Yunfei nodded and said, "Good, then I will have Dingli come and discuss the specifics of joining Longman with you." Lu Baiwei and the other 6 all nodded. Soon Yi Yunfei called Dingli over. Upon hearing that Yi Yunfei wanted to recruit these water tyrants, there was a look of surprise in Dingli's eyes. There are many water tyrants, and their internal structure is very chaotic. These individuals are leaders among the water tyrants. Once recruited, it would mean a large number of people would join Longman. This is definitely not a trivial matter. However, Yi Yunfei had already given the order, and Dingli nodded, saying, "I understand. I will immediately coordinate with them to discuss the specifics of joining Longman." "MHM." Yi Yunfei said, "Go ahead, and let me know once everything is arranged." "Understood." Then Dingli took the 6 away. A smile crept onto Yi Yunfei's face. This matter was resolved. Not only had he handled the issues with the water company, but he also recruited a large number of personnel for Longman, achieving 2 objectives at once. Next, he could consider continuing to expand and take action against the most powerful figures on the Shanghai Bund. The reason he wanted to continue recruiting disciples was to deal with the most powerful gangs on the Shanghai Bund. The leaders of those gangs have been plotting against him recently. With the previous strength of Longman, it might not have been able to stand against them. However, now that he had recruited all these water tyrants, Longman would surely rise to a new level. Now, even if he faced off against the top gangs on the Shanghai Bund, he would not be afraid. Moreover, only by eliminating all those gangs could Longman truly become the strongest on the Shanghai Bund. Over the next few days, Longman continued to execute the plan to absorb those major water tyrant gangs. Absorbing them is quite simple, but because there are so many water tyrants and they are very chaotic, it is essential to investigate their backgrounds in all circumstances before integrating them into longmen. Longmen does not recruit just anyone, and at the very least there should not be a history of betrayal or selling out their masters. As long as there are no issues in this regard, other matters are not that important. Petty theft, murder, and other crimes are quite normal. In the Shanghai Bund, there is not a single person in the rivers and lakes who is clean. Furthermore, these water tyrants were originally involved in not so legitimate activities. Therefore, Yunfei did not care much about other matters. The most important thing was loyalty. Betrayal is absolutely unacceptable. That is the premise. Therefore, those with such a history must be excluded, and the rest can join smoothly. The entire process lasted 4 to 5 days. After 4 to 5 days, Ding Li came excitedly to Yunfei's office at Lido. Brother Fei, the tasks you assigned to me have all been completed. Those water tyrants have basically all joined longmen. Our strength at longmen has skyrocketed, Ding Li exclaimed excitedly as soon as he entered. Yunfei lit a cigarette and said casually, "Oh, how many people have joined our longmen?" Ding Li replied, "In total there are nearly 3,000 people." 3,000 people. Hearing such a large number, the cigarette in Yunfei's mouth trembled slightly. How can there be so many people? He had anticipated that some people would join longmen, but he never expected there would be so many. Ding Li said, "Brother Fei, you have no idea how many water overlords there are in the entire Shanghai Bund. They are almost countless. I estimate that there are at least 6 or 7,000 water overlords in the Shanghai Bund. After you subdued Liu Baiwei and his 6 water overlord leaders, the other water overlords in the Bund basically no longer dared to cause trouble. Moreover, Liu Baiwei and his 6 nearly control all the water overlords in the Shanghai Bund. Their joining longmen means that many other water overlords will also join us. In total, nearly 4,000 water overlords have registered to join longmen. Even after filtering out some who are unqualified or problematic, we still have nearly 3,000 joining us. These 3,000 people genuinely want to join us, and they are absolutely loyal. That's why I said that our longmen's strength has greatly increased this time." Ding Li excitedly finished speaking, and Yunfei was also quite surprised. His recruitment of Liu Baiwei and the others was indeed meant to expand longmen's strength. But he didn't expect that 3,000 people would come directly. In this case, longmen now has a significantly large number of members. So how many people do we have in total now? Yunfei asked. Ding Li said the total number of people in longmen is now nearly 5,000. Brother Fei, it's simply unimaginable. Having 5,000 disciples is enough to rank among the top gangs in the Shanghai Bund. Moreover, even those older gangs with thousands of members have at least been developed over several decades. Yet our longmen has achieved this in just about 6 months, which is truly incredible. Ding Li expressed his amazement. This result was something he had never dared to imagine before. A gang with 5,000 members felt like a dream. Yunfei said solemnly, "Indeed, longmen has quite a number of people now, but still it is crucial to manage these 5,000 individuals properly, otherwise it may lead to trouble. Having many people also means more dangers. Let's not even mention external threats. Internal dangers would still be very troublesome. You can't guarantee that every one of these 5,000 people genuinely joined us. If someone comes with ulterior motives, it could affect longmen." Ding Li said, "Brother Fei, don't worry. I will definitely manage everyone in longmen well. I've assigned Chang Gui, Knife Chun, Tai, and Liu Baiwei to each manage over 1,000 people. If anything happens with those they manage, they will be held accountable. So basically there shouldn't be any issues." Yunfei nodded and added, "There's one more thing. Now that longmen has developed to such a size, we need rules to restrict them. Find a few educated and knowledgeable people in the gang to draft some regulations. Without rules, it will be hard to maintain order. Merely relying on words won't be very effective." Ding Li said, "All right, Brother Fei. I know some who have come back from school and are quite knowledgeable. You'll consult with them." Yunfei nodded. After chatting for a bit longer, Ding Li left. Yunfei stood by the window gazing at the Huangpu River, feeling a surge of emotions. We already have 5,000 people. Now longmen can definitely be considered a large gang, and we are continually moving closer to our goal. Yunfei murmured to himself. With longmen growing to 5,000 members, the progress is rapid. Next, the goal is to stabilize the strongest gang in the Shanghai Bund. Based on his previous understanding, the top gangs in the Shanghai Bund all have over 10,000 members. There are only a few gangs with over 10,000 members, which are the giant gangs controlling the Shanghai Bund. His current goal is those giant gangs. Just wait, it won't be long before longmen becomes the strongest and the only gang in the Shanghai Bund. Moreover, not just those gangs, but even the foreign forces staying in the Shanghai Bund will have to reckon with longmen's strength. Yunfei said coldly. However, there is still one more thing. Although longmen's strength is already considerable now, the weaponry is somewhat lacking. Previously, he had only managed to gather over 100 guns from various places. 100 guns are enough for the valuable longmen, but for the nearly 5,000 members of longmen, it is far from sufficient. This is not ancient times. If it were, the more people there are, the stronger the gang would be. However, this is now the Republic of China, where firearms, handguns, submachine guns, and grenades have strong destructive power. Therefore, weaponry is the most important criterion for judging the strength of a gang. Simply having people is not enough. I need to find a way to procure some arms. Not to say that every disciple of Longmen should have a gun, but at least more than half of the members should be armed to truly become strong. Yi Yunfei murmured. But where to get guns is a problem. Ding. System notification detected that the host has recruited 3,000 disciples, granting system rewards. At that moment, a voice suddenly appeared. Oh, it's the system. Yi Yunfei was somewhat surprised. 3,000 disciples, and there's a reward. Last time after receiving a reward from the system, he didn't ask how many people he needed to recruit for the next reward. Now from the system's tone, it seems that recruiting over 3,000 disciples grants a reward. Now that he has 5,000 people, he has certainly exceeded 3,000. Congratulations, host. You have received 1,000 rifles, 200 submachine guns, 50 mortars, and 100,000 rounds of ammunition. The system's voice came. Wow. Yi Yunfei was greatly astonished. He had been worried about where to procure equipment, and unexpectedly the system provided it directly. 1,000 rifles, 200 submachine guns, and even mortars. As for the ammunition, 100,000 rounds is already a lot. These arms are enough to equip a small army. Yi Yunfei said with a mix of surprise and joy. Rifles, submachine guns, and mortars are sufficient to equip a small army. Not bad. Yi Yunfei nodded in admiration. He was very satisfied with the system's performance this time. Whatever he wanted, the system delivered. With this batch of equipment, Longmen can truly be considered affluent, having both people and guns. He then called Ding Li to distribute all this equipment among the disciples of Longmen. When Ding Li saw so many guns, he was completely stunned. The entire office was almost covered with various firearms, rifles, submachine guns, and even mortars along with countless bullets. It looked just like a military factory. He picked up a submachine gun from the floor, and upon inspection found that all these guns were new, showing no signs of use. Fei Ge, where did you get all these weapons? They are all brand new, as if they have never been used before. With so many weapons, it must be difficult to obtain them, Ding Li said in shock. Although some gang leaders on the Bund could also acquire some firearms, they could only get a small portion. Things like weapons are still strictly controlled from above. A little is permissible, but if the quantity is too large, it will definitely lead to trouble. Moreover, it is also difficult to smuggle so many weapons into the Bund. Recently, Yi Yunfei hasn't even been to the docks. How could there be so many firearms? Yi Yunfei replied indifferently. You don't need to worry about where I got them. Equip these firearms to the most elite brothers within Longmen. With this batch of firearms, our Longmen's combat capability can be raised several levels. Even when facing some top gangs, we won't have to be afraid anymore. Ding Li nodded, understood. Equipping such a large quantity of firearms to Longmen would undoubtedly enhance their strength exponentially. Ding Li was certain that even those top gangs on the Bund might not have such a large arsenal. He then left with the weapons. Yi Yunfei sat in the office staring at the Huangpu River, contemplating how to continue expanding the territory and strengthening Longmen. Meanwhile, at the Feng family chamber of commerce, Feng Jingyao was reading a newspaper when Xiang walked in. Mr. Feng, news has come from Yi Yunfei that the issue with the water supply company has been resolved and all the water bullies have been dealt with. Xiang said. Feng Jinjiao's eyes flashed with surprise as he said he solved it in less than 2 days. How did he manage that? There are so many water bullies on the Bund, and it's chaotic. Solving the water bully problem is not easy at all. Xiang replied, that kid Yi Yunfei indeed has his methods. He managed to get the leaders of the 8 largest water bully gangs on the Bund to sit down and negotiate with him. As for what was discussed, I'm not sure, but those leaders ultimately agreed to give up their water bully businesses and support the establishment of the water supply company. It is said that one water bully boss was killed. That kid must have used a combination of kindness and intimidation. He indeed has some skill. After hearing Xiang's words, Feng Jingyao said, this young man is impressive. The water bullies have been on the Bund for so many years, and neither the city government nor some large gangs have been able to deal with them. Yet he solved the water bully issue in just a couple of days. Previously, I thought Yi Yunfei was just a brute. Now it seems his mind is quite useful as well. He is indeed very impressive. Xiang continued, not only that, Mr. Feng, I've heard that Yi Yunfei has recruited the vast majority of water bullies on the Bund. Now at least 60 to 70% of the water bullies on the Bund have joined Yi Yunfei's Longmen. This kid has recruited countless disciples for Longmen through this move. What? Hearing this from Xiang, Feng Jingyao stood up abruptly, looking incredulously at Xiang, and said, you mean Yi Yunfei has subdued all those water bullies and brought them into his Longmen? Xiang nodded, indeed, Mr. Feng, this information is very accurate. Many people have received it. At least 2,000 to 3,000 water bullies have joined Longmen. After this battle, Longmen's strength has soared. From the perspective of numbers alone, Longmen's power can almost rival some of the top gangs on the Bund. Feng Jinjiao's expression turned serious as he said, I originally just wanted him to solve the water bully issue, which is why I gave him 50% of the water supply company's shares. I didn't expect that this kid would actually recruit all those water bullies into Longmen. He not only took money from me, but also strengthened his own power. This kid's mind is too clever. He has gained double benefits. I initially thought that I would be the one profiting the most from this deal, but now it seems the one gaining the most is that kid. Axiang said, yes, after recruiting those water bullies, Longman is now of a different caliber. I'm afraid no one in the Bund dares to underestimate this power anymore. Moreover, I've heard that those old leaders on the Bund were hesitating whether or not to take action against Yunfei. But now that Yunfei has expanded Longman's influence again, I feel they shouldn't hesitate any longer. If they don't take action soon at the rate Longman is developing, it won't be long before half of the Bund will become Longman's territory. Now is a good opportunity to strike Longman. There's still a chance to deal with this new gang. If Longman continues to grow, they will all be wiped out by Longman. That kid Yunfei will definitely not back down. His goal is the entire Bund. They had known Yunfei for quite some time and had a certain understanding of him. Yunfei seemed young, but he was definitely an ambitious person. His previous actions indicated that his target was the entire Bund. Therefore, if those top gang leaders do not restrict Yunfei now, they would all become cannon fodder for Longman. Feng Jingyao also looked solemnly into the distance and said, Yunfei has indeed become a force to be reckoned with. I understand those old guys, they will do everything possible to suppress a rising power like Yunfei. The pattern on the Bund has already been established, and no one will easily allow this pattern to change. Yunfei's rise has been too rapid. They may not have noticed that a small Longman has dominated the Bund in just a few months. Now that they are aware of Longman, it has already become a giant force. Now they have two choices: either let Longman continue to develop and ultimately dominate the Bund, or go to any lengths to eradicate Longman and restore the Bund to its previous state. Feng Jingyao had a clear grasp of the situation. His judgment basically reflected the thoughts of those top leaders on the Bund. Axiang asked, so Mr. Feng, which method do you think those leaders will choose? Feng Jingyao squinted and said, based on my understanding of those old men, they are certainly not the type to retreat willingly, especially when their interests are threatened. They will stop at nothing to eliminate anyone who poses a threat to their benefits. As for Yunfei, they should have the same attitude. Axiang said, what Mr. Feng means is that they will definitely take action against Yunfei. There is a 90% probability. However, I suspect that before they make a move, they should try to meet with Yunfei and have a chat. If they can come to an agreement, perhaps there is a chance to avoid conflict. But I suspect they will most likely fail to reach an agreement. Axiang said, what could they possibly discuss with Yunfei? They are not familiar with him, and there seems to be nothing to talk about. It will just be about enticing and threatening him, asking Yunfei to relinquish some territory and not continue to expand his influence. Of course, they do not wish for a total breakdown either. Even if they eliminate Yunfei's Longman, they will suffer significant losses themselves. So if Yunfei is willing to concede some interests and give up some territory, perhaps they will temporarily hold back. However, I know Yunfei's temperament well. He will never relinquish what he has obtained, so it is absolutely impossible to make him give up his territory. Therefore, the final outcome will be a breakdown in negotiations leading to war. At that time, either Yunfei will become famous on the Bund or Longman will disappear and the Bund will return to its old order. Feng Jingyao spoke at length. This was his analysis of the situation. But Axiang knew that what Mr. Feng said was basically correct. So it all depends on the outcome of their negotiations. What about our Feng family business, Mr. Feng? How should we handle it? Axiang asked again. Feng Jingyao replied lightly. We should observe the situation and not get involved in their disputes. Let them sort it out first. Axiang nodded. Feng Jinjiao's intention was to watch the tigers fight from a safe distance. Currently, the Feng family business relationship with both Yunfei's Longmen and those old leaders is quite good. There is no need to wade into this murky water. After both sides have fought it out for a while, we can assess the situation and take action. This is the usual strategy of the Feng family business. At this moment in Lidu, after Yunfei instructed Ding Li to distribute a batch of equipment to the Longmen disciples, their strength received a significant boost. It is now time to consider the next step. With the enhancement of Longmen's strength, those old men on the Bund should have felt it. I suspect they will take action soon. It will be a matter of whether Longmen rises majestically or is suppressed by those old men. Yunfei murmured. He actually had great confidence in Longman's current strength. With people and guns, he is not afraid, even when facing the old big-name gangs on the Bund. However, those old men have stood firm on the Bund for so many years, so they must have some means. One cannot be careless. At this moment, Ding Li walked in and said, Brother Fei, the leader of the Axe Gang, Wang Guichuan, has arrived. The leader of the Axe Gang. Yunfei's gaze sharpened. What does he want? If I remember correctly, the Axe Gang is one of the 4 major gangs on the Bund, definitely a top-tier gang in Shanghai. Moreover, the Axe Gang has been established for a very long time. Throughout this duration, it has remained strong and has always been at the pinnacle of the Bund. It is undoubtedly a very formidable gang. Ding Li replied, I don't know. Wang Guoquan said, he wanted to see you, Brother Fei. Do you want to meet him? Yunfei said, the Axe Gang is indeed one of the 4 major gangs on the Bund, right? Ding Li confirmed. Yes, there are 4 very powerful gangs on the Bund, and the Axe Gang is one of them. Wang Guoquan is also a very formidable character who has killed many people on the Bund. He is a notorious butcher, and even many high-ranking figures on the Bund have died at his hands. In Shanghai, he is a figure that causes fear among many. Yi Yunfei nodded. The members of the Axe Gang must be numerous as well. Ding Li replied, that is for sure. To be one of the 4 major gangs on the Bund, their numbers cannot be few. In fact, each of the 4 major gangs has over 10,000 members, and the Axe Gang is no exception. The Axe Gang has over 10,000 disciples on the Bund, and they also have many branches across the country. They are undoubtedly a powerful gang. Yi Yunfei nodded. It seems my guess was right. These big figures on the Bund have finally set their sights on him. The Axe Gang should be the first. He is about to clash with these top gangs. Ding Li asked, Brother Fei, what do you think Wang Guoquan wants from you? We have never had dealings with the Axe Gang before, nor do we have any grudges. What could his purpose be? Yi Yunfei replied lightly. Even though we haven't had any dealings, our existence affects his interests, so he naturally will come seeking us. Most of these top gangs that come looking for us now are not here with good intentions. Wang Guoquan must be one of them. Ding Li's expression changed as he said, Are you saying that Wang Guoquan wants to be enemies with us longmen? That could be troublesome. The Axe Gang is not to be trifled with. Their strength far exceeds that of the other gangs on the Bund. They are not comparable to small gangs like Jin Dazhong and Sihai Gang. Yi Yunfei replied indifferently, What is there to fear? When the soldiers come, we will block them. When the water comes, we will dam it. There is always a way to resolve any situation. What is meant to come will come eventually. We will deal with one thing at a time. Since Wang Guoquan has taken the initiative to seek us out today, let's see what he wants. Invite him in. Ding Li nodded. Okay, I will go invite him. Wait. Yi Yunfei thought for a moment and said, Let me go personally. After all, he is a prominent figure on the Bund. If I as the leader do not go out to greet him, it would be somewhat impolite. Although he may not come with good intentions, we still need to give the respect that is due. Let's go, follow me downstairs. After saying this, Yi Yunfei walked toward the entrance of Lidu. In no time he arrived at the entrance of Lidu. At this moment, standing at the entrance was a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. This middle-aged man was wearing a long gown and a black hat with a slightly short stature. However, his presence was quite strong. He was none other than Wang Guoquan, the leader of the Axe Gang. Yi Yunfei recognized Wang Guoquan at a glance among the crowd. The leaders of Shanghai Bund had a distinct appearance, setting them apart from others. Moreover, all the leaders of Shanghai Bund shared a common trait, a palpable aura of killing intent. They had all risen from the bottom through hard work and struggle. Thus, every leader carried this aura of killing intent. Therefore, Yi Yunfei spotted Wang Guoquan immediately in the crowd. It is an honor to have the leader of the Axe Gang visit my longmen. Oh, please forgive my lack of proper greeting, Yi Yunfei said, cupping his hands toward Wang Guoquan. Wang Guoquan smiled and replied, Not at all. I did not inform you in advance of my visit, fearing I might disturb you, big brother Yi. You are too polite. Wang Guoquan appeared to smile genuinely, but everyone knew he was a smiling tiger. While he smiled now and the next moment someone might die at his hands. He was notorious for hiding a dagger behind a smile. Thus one should never be fooled by Wang Guoquan's smile, as he was among the most cunning and ruthless leaders in all the gangs of Shanghai Bund. Yi Yunfei certainly would not be deceived by Wang Guoquan's facade. He calmly stated, Since you have traveled a long way, big brother Wang, let us go inside and discuss further. Wang Guoquan nodded. The two entered the Lidu, and Yi Yunfei led Wang Guoquan directly to his office. After serving tea, Yi Yunfei spoke directly, Big brother Wang, your visit to my Lidu today is surely not for leisure. May I inquire what brings you here? Wang Guoquan replied, Big brother Yi, you are indeed straightforward, so I will get to the point. Your longman has been developing rapidly lately, expanding countless territories and recruiting thousands of disciples in just a few months, placing it at the forefront of all gangs in Shanghai Bund. Isn't this development a bit inappropriate? Wang Guoquan stated, fixing his gaze on Yi Yunfei, who remained calm, having already guessed the purpose of Wang Guoquan's visit. Now Wang Guoquan's words were nearly identical to what Yi Yunfei had anticipated. Yi Yunfei lit a cigarette and replied coolly, Big brother Wang, I wonder what exactly you find inappropriate. No matter how much Longmin develops, it is still our own matter and seems unrelated to you or anyone else. If you could point out what is inappropriate, I would appreciate it, he added. Wang Guoquan said, Big brother Yi, you are younger than me, so I will call you little brother Yi. Your Longmin's development has gone too far and is seriously affecting the original landscape of Shanghai Bund. Your influence has encroached into the territory of my Axe Gang, and if you develop further, you may invade our grounds. Do you not find this inappropriate? Yi Yunfei replied, Indeed, Longmin is closer to the Axe Gang's territory, but we have not yet encroached on it. Moreover, I have already instructed that Longmin will not enter your Axe Gang's territory for now, so you can rest assured on that front, big brother Wang. Wang Guoquan narrowed his eyes and said, Little brother Yi, does your statement that Longmin will not enter my Axe Gang's territory mean that you may do so in the future? Yi Yunfei took a puff of his cigarette and said, Who can predict future events? Just as we do not know when we might die, I cannot foresee the future, so I cannot guarantee anything to big brother Wang. Upon hearing Yi Yunfei's words, Wang Guoquan's expression gradually turned cold. He said, "Little brother Yi, anyone with a bit of power in Shanghai Bund can see your intentions. You have been steadily growing stronger, swallowing countless small gangs and reaching your current standing. If you continue, the next step will be towards us, the 4 major gangs. Do you intend to swallow us 4 major gangs and become the sole leader of Shanghai Bund, leaving us as stepping stones for you?" Yi Yunfei replied, "Big brother Wang, I have said that I cannot guarantee future matters. Moreover, there is a saying that survival of the fittest prevails, the strong thrive while the weak are eliminated. In a place like Shanghai Bund, this statement is most fitting. The strong should receive more while the weak can only be eliminated. Correct. You big brother Wang also rose from humble beginnings and should understand this principle well." Wang Guoquan slammed his palm on the table angrily, exclaiming, "Yi Yunfei, do you imply that your long men are the strong while my axe gang is the weak?" Yi Yunfei calmly replied, "I never said that. I am merely stating facts. Big brother Wang, do not take it personally." Wang Guoquan coldly stated, "Since we have reached this point, let me be clear, Yi Yunfei, the current 4 strong factions in Shanghai Bund cannot change. If your longmen wish to continue developing, it will mean enmity with the 4 major gangs. You must consider the consequences of such actions. Your development has not been easy, and do not end up with a complete ruin." Yi Yunfei stared at Wang Guoquan and said, "So big brother Wang, you do not wish for my longmen to continue developing?" Wang Guoquan coldly replied, "Not only can you not continue to develop, but you must also hand over half of the territory and venues you currently occupy to us. In this way, we can allow your longmen to survive in Shanghai Bund. Otherwise, both you and longmen will vanish at any moment. Do you understand?" If the previous conversation was still civil, it was now completely tearing the facade apart. Wang Guoquan showed no hesitation and directly threatened. Yi Yunfei narrowed his eyes at Wang Guoquan's words, saying, "You want to prevent my longmen from developing and also demand that we hand over half of our territory and venues to you. I wonder if this is solely your idea, or if it represents the thoughts of the 4 major leaders of Shanghai Bund." Wang Guoquan replied, "This is my idea, but the other 3 are thinking along similar lines. I came today to discuss this matter with you. Hand over half of your territory and venues and promise that longmen will not expand further in the future. If you comply, we will overlook previous matters and not pursue them further. But if you refuse, you understand the consequences." Wang Guoquan said, "You may regard this as a threat or as a warning. Yi Yunfei, there is one thing you must understand clearly. All territories in Shanghai belong exclusively to the 4 great gangs. In the past, several promising new gangs have emerged. Some even gained considerable momentum. Yet not a single one has ever succeeded in challenging the 4 great gangs' supremacy in Shanghai. Every gang that dared oppose them now lies buried beneath the Huangpu River. Therefore, think carefully before you act." Wang Guoquan's meaning was unmistakable. If Yi Yunfei refused to comply, the 4 great gangs would erase both longmen and Yi Yunfei from Shanghai forever. Yi Yunfei nodded and said, "I fully understand your intent, Master Wang. You may leave." Wang Guoquan retorted, "What do you mean by that? Are you agreeing or refusing?" Yi Yunfei rose to his feet and fixed his gaze steadily upon Wang Guoquan. "Let me be perfectly clear, not an inch of longmen's territory will ever be ceded to anyone. Not a single establishment under longmen's control will be surrendered. So do not even dream of demanding half our territory and half our establishments. As for your threat to restrict longmen's expansion, I'm afraid that is impossible. Whether longmen grows or stands still rests solely upon my decision. Outsiders hold no authority to interfere. That is my answer. Have you understood it?" Yi Yunfei spoke with unflinching directness, laying bare his resolve before Wang Guoquan. Upon hearing this, Wang Guoquan barked, Fine. Yi Yunfei, you are truly formidable. Since no agreement is possible, let us see how long longmen dares flaunt its arrogance upon Shanghai streets. Good day." With those words, Wang Guoquan turned and strode out. Yi Yunfei watched his retreating back and let out a cold, disdainful laugh. To demand half longmen's territory and establishments. A fantasy. Longmen had fought tooth and nail to reach this point. No establishment would be surrendered. Wang Guoquan had vastly overestimated his leverage. No sooner had Wang Guoquan departed than Ding Li entered. "Brother Fei, I overheard your entire conversation with that old fox Wang Guoquan. He came here deliberately to provoke us. Why not eliminate him outright? This is our turf. Killing him would be effortless." Yi Yunfei replied, "That wily old fox would never dare enter our premises alone without precautions. I noticed the bulge beneath his coat. He likely wore explosives. Had I drawn my weapon, he would have detonated them instantly, reducing Lido to rubble. We'd perish alongside him. Hence firearms were out of the question. Moreover, he remains one of Shanghai's most influential elder bosses. Assassinating him at Lido would irreparably tarnish both Lido's and Longmen's reputation. Therefore, he could not be killed here." Ding Li nodded in understanding, now grasping why Wang Guoquan had dared enter Lido alone, explosives strapped to his chest. Ding Li asked, "Brother Fei, what shall we do now? Judging by his tone, he won't let us off easily." Yi Yunfei responded, "Today's exchange laid everything bare. our relationship is irrevocably severed. The Axe Gang will certainly strike against us first. As for the other three gangs, we remain uncertain. For now, our sole concern is the Axe Gang. Though Wang Guoquan claims to speak for the four great gangs, he can only bind the Axe Gang, not the other three. His authority ends there. We must uncover the intentions of those remaining three gangs. Dingli nodded. From what I know, though, the four great gangs appear united, deep rifts and rivalries fester beneath the surface. Among them, Wang Guoquan's Axe Gang ranks lowest in influence. It holds no sway over the decisions of the other three. Yi Yunfei spoke gravely. Ali, what are the names of the other three gangs? Though familiar with the existence of Shanghai's four great gangs, he lacked precise knowledge of their identities and current standing. After all decades had passed, perhaps the composition of the four great gangs had shifted. He needed updated intelligence. Dingli replied, of course I know. Aside from Wang Guoquan's Axe Gang, the others are Du Yuexing's Heng, Shi Huang Jinhong's Rong Shi, and Zhang Xiaolin's Qing Bang. These four, the Heng Shi Rong Shi Qing Bang and Axe Gang, constitute Shanghai's four great gangs. Yi Yunfei nodded, confirming they matched his recollection. These four had dominated Shanghai's underworld and legitimate spheres for generations. By the way, where is Feng Jingyao's Feng clan consortium? Yi Yunfei asked curiously. Its absence among the four great gangs struck him as unexpected. Dingli replied, Brother Fei, you're unaware of this. Feng Jingyao's Feng clan consortium rivals, even surpasses the strength of any of the four great gangs. Yet over recent years, Feng Jingyao has relentlessly pursued legitimacy, campaigning for the position of Chinese director, avoiding underworld entanglements whenever possible. Thus, while the Feng clan consortium remains immensely powerful, it is no longer formally counted among the four great gangs. Still, no one in Shanghai dares underestimate Feng Jingyao's might. Were the Feng clan consortium included, it would rightly be the fifth great gang. In essence, these five organizations, whether four or five, are indisputably the most formidable in Shanghai. Yi Yunfei nodded. Understood. Ali, prepare all our brothers for imminent conflict. Stand ready at a moment's notice. Also assign scouts to monitor the Axe Gang closely. The instant they move, engage without hesitation. If Long Min is to dominate Shanghai, confrontation with these gangs is inevitable. Let the Axe Gang be our first test. Dingli affirmed. Understood, Brother Fei. I'll deploy surveillance on the Axe Gang immediately and rally our brothers for action. I'll report every development without delay. Yi Yunfei nodded. Good. I'll step out for a while. You handle preparations. With that, he left Lido and headed directly toward the Feng clan consortium. He sought Feng Jingyao, not for alliance, but for intelligence. Dingli was right, though Feng Jingyao publicly pursued legitimacy and political office, his foundation remained deeply rooted in the underworld. His tens of thousands of loyal followers still constituted one of Shanghai's largest and most fearsome organizations. No one in Shanghai dared dismiss Feng Jingyao's power. Yi Yunfei intended to consult the old master on a matter of critical urgency, one that would shape Longmin's immediate fate. At the Feng family's villa, Feng Jingyao was sitting in the yard reading a newspaper. The newspaper displayed the recent situation of the Huadong election. There were a total of 3 candidates, and now his position was considerably higher than that of the other 2. Seeing this news, Feng Jingyao smiled. It seemed that this time he was determined to win the Huadong position. At this moment, Xiang walked over and said, Mr. Feng, Yi Yunfei has arrived. Feng Jingyao placed the newspaper on the table and asked, what does he want? This kid is always up to something when he comes to see me. I'm starting to feel reluctant to meet him. Xiang said, I heard that just now Wang Guoquan from the Axe Gang went to Lidu and met Yi Yunfei. When Wang Guoquan left Lidu, his expression was quite bad, so it seems they didn't come to an agreement. After that, Yi Yunfei came to find you. I suspect his visit is related to this matter. Upon hearing this, Feng Jingyou's gaze flickered with a hint of intrigue. Wang Guoquan went to see Yi Yunfei. It seems they can no longer hold back and want to take action against him. However, I wonder if this is Wang Guoquan's personal idea or a decision made collectively by those 4 old fellows. Xiang said, I don't know about that. So, Mr. Feng, do you want to meet Yi Yunfei? Feng Jingyao replied, yes, of course I need to see him. Yi Yunfei is currently a hotshot in Shanghai, and since he has come, it would be unreasonable not to see him. Let him in. Understood. Xiang went to call someone. After a while, Yi Yunfei walked in. Mr. Feng, I have come to pay you another visit. Yi Yunfei said. Feng Jingyao responded, Yunfei, you are too polite. I'm just an old man, and yet you still come to see me from time to time. I feel a bit guilty about it. Yi Yunfei replied, Mr. Feng, you are joking. You are a senior and a significant figure in Shanghai. Oh, it is only right for me to visit you. Feng Jingyao waved his hand, saying, all right, let's skip the formalities between us. Now that you are here, what's the matter? Just tell me directly. Yi Yunfei sat down on a chair, took a sip of tea, and said, Mr. Feng, just now Wang Guoquan from the Axe Gang came to see me, asking me to cede half of my territory and operations and to refrain from expanding my influence. Otherwise, my Long Min will be eliminated. You must be aware of this. Feng Jingyao was somewhat surprised and said, Wang Guoquan actually proposed such an outrageous condition to you. That old fellow is quite ruthless, isn't he? I know he went to see you, but I am not aware of the details of your conversation. He continued, it's rather excessive for that old fellow to want half of your territory and operations, but I'm curious about how you responded to him. Yi Yunfei replied, I told him to scram. Upon hearing this, Feng Jingyao immediately laughed, saying, I knew it. With your temper, there's no way you would agree to such unreasonable demands. Telling him to scram is entirely normal, but if that's the case, it seems you've made an enemy of the Axe Gang. Wang Guoquan is a ruthless character. He probably won't let this slide easily. Yi Yunfei said Wang Guoquan has already stated that he wants to make Longmen suffer, so he will definitely take action. However, I'm not too worried about Wang Guoquan, and the Axe Gang isn't much of a threat. What I want to know now is the stance of the other three major gangs. Wang Guoquan claimed he was representing the four major gangs in Shanghai, but I don't quite believe what he said. Right now, I'm not sure how the other three major gangs view Longmen. Are they planning to ally with the Axe Gang to deal with me, or do they have other plans? I need to clarify this. Feng Jingyao nodded, saying, I understand. That's the purpose of your visit, isn't it? Yi Yunfei replied, exactly. Mr. Feng, you hold significant power in Shanghai and have close relationships with those four leaders. You should be able to understand their thoughts clearly, so I would like to ask you to inquire about how those three leaders are considering my Longmen. Feng Jingyao thought for a moment, and then said, all right, Yunfei, since you've asked, I will help you inquire. However, I must state in advance that Feng's business association will not interfere in the grievances between Longmen and the four major gangs. Regardless of the outcome, I will not be involved. Yi Yunfei replied, I understand. As long as you can help me find out their attitudes, that will suffice. Feng Jingyao nodded, good, I will meet with those three today and should have results by tonight. Just wait. After speaking, Feng Jingyao said to Xiang, help me arrange a meeting with Huang Jinrong, Zhang Xiaolin, and Du Yuesheng. I want to invite them to dinner. Yes. Xiang nodded and went to make arrangements. Yi Yunfei stood up and said, then I'll trouble Mr. Feng. I'll take my leave now. Please inform me when there's news tonight. Feng Jingyao nodded, go ahead. Yi Yunfei left. Feng Jingyao watched Yi Yunfei's departing figure and shook his head. This kid's troubles should be arriving soon. Not long after, Xiang returned and said, Mr. Feng, I have managed to arrange a meeting with the three leaders. They will meet at 4 in the afternoon. Feng Jingyao nodded, help me prepare. I will go meet them. Xiang said, Mr. Feng, if those three families along with the Axe Gang plan to unite to eliminate Longmen, what will you do? Feng Jingyao replied calmly, I have already made it very clear to Yi Yunfei that I will not intervene in their grievances. Whether it's just the Axe Gang or the four of them, I will not participate. This time, I'm only helping that kid gather some information. As for how to act specifically, that's up to him. Xiang nodded, understood. After that, Yi Yunfei returned to Lidu and quietly awaited news from Feng Jingyao. If it were just the Axe Gang alone, then it wouldn't be much of an issue, although the Axe Gang is indeed formidable. However, with Longmen's current strength, they could still hold their ground. But if it really is the four major gangs teaming up to eliminate Longmen, the situation would be very dangerous. Previously, Ding Li had already stated that each of the four major gangs has tens of thousands of members and possesses powerful weaponry. The alliance of the four major gangs is no small matter. Facing four foes is highly risky. Therefore, it's best to wait for news from Feng Jingyao. However, Yi Yunfei was already prepared to face four adversaries. Only by putting himself in a perilous position could he hope to survive. He couldn't afford to be overly optimistic about the situation. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, news finally arrived from Feng Jingyao. It was Xiang himself who came in person. After personally escorting Xiang to his office and serving him tea, Yi Yunfei said, Uncle Xiang, your presence here must mean the news you bring is extraordinary. Xiang replied, indeed, I bear extraordinary news. But tell me, Yi Yunfei, do you think it's good or bad? Yi Yunfei said, I've never had patience for riddles, Uncle Xiang. Please speak plainly. Xiang sighed. You young people today are all so impatient, even more so than an old man like me. Yi Yunfei said, this concerns the very survival of our Longmen syndicate. I have no choice but to be urgent. Please, Uncle Xiang, tell me at once. Xiang said, Mr. Feng met tonight with the three patriarchs of Hung, Shi Rong Shi, and the Green Gang over dinner, and discreetly sounded out their attitudes toward your Longmen syndicate. All three view Longmen's sudden rise with deep displeasure. The reason is simple. Shanghai's underworld order has long been settled. The four great syndicates have divided the city among themselves. Now with your Longmen emerging to seize territory and venues, they naturally feel threatened. Thus their attitude toward Longmen is one of outright resentment. Yi Yunfei spoke calmly. I already knew that. Any established syndicate leader would resent a new power rising so swiftly. What I need to know now is whether their resentment will translate into action. Will they join the Axe Gang in moving against Longmen? Xiang said, Mr. Feng asked them precisely that question, and all three gave nearly identical answers. For now, they have no intention of taking action. Yi Yunfei's gaze sharpened. So, they will not strike against Longmen, at least not yet. Xiang said, that appears to be their current stance. Yet they also made one condition clear: the status quo must remain unchanged. Longmen must cease all further expansion. Should Longmen continue expanding and encroach upon their territories, they will eradicate Longmen without hesitation. Hearing this, Yi Yunfei smiled faintly. So long as I do not move against those 3 syndicates, they will not oppose me. Xiang said, that seems to be the case. But judging by your expression, I sense something unsettling about your intentions. Yi Yunfei said, all 3 made it plain, so long as we pose no threat to them, they will not act against Longmen. Then there is nothing to fear, so long as we avoid their territories entirely. Xiang's voice grew grave. Yi Yunfei, you still intend to expand your influence, don't you? He had sensed from Yi Yunfei's words that the young man's ambitions remained unquenched. Yi Yunfei would not strike directly at the 3 syndicates, but he would strike elsewhere. He had no intention of standing still. With quiet composure, he said, this is Longmen's internal affair. I beg your understanding, Uncle Xiang. Yet rest assured, Uncle Xiang, I remember well what Mr. Feng told me, that Longmen and the Feng Merchants Guild shall forever remain allies. That single sentence is all you and Mr. Feng need to know. Xiang studied Yi Yunfei intently for a long moment before saying, we've known each other for some time now, perhaps even as friends. There is something I must tell you. Yi Yunfei replied, please speak. I am listening attentively. I've spent decades navigating Shanghai's underworld, from its lowest alleys to its highest echelons. In all that time, I've witnessed countless lives end and countless syndicates rise and fall. Some of those syndicates were far stronger than Longmen is today, yet every last one vanished from Shanghai streets. For decades, only the 4 great syndicates have ruled Shanghai, unchanged, unchallenged. Yi Yunfei, I say this not to discourage you, but to warn you, Longmen has grown too fast, too fiercely. You would do well to slow your pace. Otherwise, haste may breed ruin and lead Longmen straight to annihilation. Yi Yunfei said, I understand your concern, Uncle Xiang. You wish me to hold back, for now. But I prefer decisive action. Once begun, I see it through to completion. Having reached this point, retreat is impossible. Thank you for your counsel, but Longmen's path is ours alone to walk. Hearing this, Xiang sighed deeply and said no more. After all, he was an outsider. He could not dictate Yi Yunfei's choices. He had spoken only because he saw promise in this young man, and because their long-standing rapport had fostered genuine goodwill. He wished only to spare Yi Yunfei an untimely end. When Yi Yunfei refused to heed his warning, Xiang accepted it without protest. Very well, I take my leave. He departed immediately. No sooner had Xiang left than Yi Yunfei summoned Ding Li. Brother Fei, what is it? Ding Li asked. Yi Yunfei said, tomorrow, we strike against the Axe Gang. Ding Li's eyes widened in shock. So soon? We're utterly unprepared. And the Axe Gang commands considerable numbers. If violence erupts, it may spiral beyond control. Yi Yunfei replied, there is nothing to fear. Wang Guoquan has already delivered his challenge. No further words are needed. Strike first. As for preparation, you begin now. You have one night. Tomorrow Longmen moves on the Axe Gang. Ding Li nodded firmly. Understood. I'll prepare at once. But Brother Fei, the Axe Gang controls dozens of venues. Which one do we target? Surely not all at once. Yi Yunfei asked, what is their largest and most vital venue? Ding Li replied, they operate many, but the most critical is the docks. The Axe Gang controls nearly 7 or 8 docks, but 3 dominate: Yangkou Dock, Lujiahe Dock, and Chenhui Dock. These 3 docks form the backbone of their wealth. Dozens of vessels enter and depart daily. It was these docks that built the Axe Gang, and from them they expanded to claim the rest of their territory. After listening, Yi Yunfei said, excellent. Then we seize those 3 docks first, cut off Wang Guoquan's arm, and let him feel the full weight of Longmen's strength. Ding Li said, if we truly move against the Axe Gang, those 3 docks are indeed the optimal targets. Yet precisely because they are so vital, Wang Guoquan has stationed heavy guards there. Seizing them outright would be extremely difficult. Yi Yunfei asked, how many men guard those 3 docks? Ding Li said, these 3 docks are of critical importance to the Axe Gang. Hence Wang Guoquan has deployed numerous elite fighters to guard them. Each dock hosts several hundred underlings. Yangkou Dock, the largest of the 3, stations over 1,000 men, making it exceptionally formidable. Upon hearing this, Yi Yunfei nodded and remarked, it appears these 3 docks are truly overflowing with wealth, enough to warrant such heavy garrisons. That's all the better. If they fall into Longmen's hands, we'll strike another windfall. A cold, sardonic smile flickered across Yi Yunfei's lips. He had already resolved to absorb the Axe Gang entirely. Thus, the more assets the Axe Gang possessed, the more exhilarated he became. No hesitation, no calculation, only action. Ding Li sensed Yi Yunfei's resolve and asked, Brother Fei, how shall we proceed? Yi Yunfei paused in thought, then instructed, here's the plan for maximum security. You'll lead 1,000 men to Yanghe Dock. Changgue and Can Daochun will each command 800 to Lujiahe Dock and Chenhui Dock respectively. Ensure every brother carries his weapons, and upon arrival strike immediately. Seize all 3 docks as swiftly as possible. Ding Li nodded. Understood, Brother Fei. I'll issue the orders at once and prepare for action. Yi Yunfei added, depart at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. Most of them will still be asleep, unable to react in time. Exploit their slumber to seize the docks. Slay every Axe Gang member on sight. Leave none alive. A cruel, merciless light hardened his features. If slaughter was inevitable, let it be total and unrelenting. Ding Li's eyes widened in shock. Brother Fei, there are over 10,000 Axe Gang members citywide and 2,000 to 3,000 stationed across these 3 docks. Eliminating them all would surely cause an enormous uproar. Yunfei replied coldly, to uproot weeds without eradicating their roots invites regrowth when spring winds blow. If we act, we must do so decisively. Kill without exception. Otherwise Wenqiang, the old fox, will retaliate with savage fury, and our own men will pay with their lives. Show no mercy. Extirpate them utterly. By the way, I've already entrusted you with dozens of mortars. Bring them all. Open fire directly into their ranks. Spare no effort, spare no cost. Seize the docks and annihilate as many Axe Gang members as possible. After listening, Ding Li nodded firmly. Understood, Brother Fei. I'll see to it immediately. With that he turned and departed. One more thing, Yunfei called out just then. Ding Li responded promptly, what is it, Brother Fei? Give your orders. Yunfei fixed his gaze on Ding Li and said simply, stay safe. A warm surge rose in Ding Li's chest. He nodded solemnly. Rest assured, Brother Fei. I'll stay vigilant, and I'll seize those 3 docks at any cost, sending every last Axe Gang thug to feed the fish in Huangpu River. With that, Ding Li left. Yunfei exhaled deeply, a long, heavy breath. This battle bore immense stakes. Longman's very survival hung in the balance. Yet he remained confident. Though the Axe Gang was larger and more powerful, a preemptive strike backed by overwhelming firepower would render their resistance futile. With timing, terrain, and morale aligned, nothing could halt Longman's advance. Now all that remained was to await dawn tomorrow. At first light, Yunfei headed straight for Yanghe Dock. As the most vital and largest of the 3 docks, Yanghe demanded his personal oversight. Only then could he rest easy. At around 5 o'clock, still deep in darkness, Ding Li led his 1,000-strong force silently into Yanghe Dock. Though the docks operated primarily in daylight, activity seldom began before 6 or 7, making 5 o'clock a time when most lay fast asleep. The Axe Gang sentries at Yanghe Dock were likewise immersed in slumber. Only a dozen or so patrolled the premises. Crouched with his men just outside the dock, Ding Li addressed them in hushed but commanding tones. Brothers, heed my signal. The moment I fire, rush forward without delay. Enter Yanghe Dock and strike without pause. Once inside, spare no one. Over 90% here are Axe Gang members. Kill them all. Leave no survivor. This battle marks Longman's ascension. Seize Yanghe Dock and you shall be honored as heroes of Longmen, richly rewarded upon our return. Is that clear? Ding Li turned to face his men. Crystal clear, came the thunderous reply. Good. Listen for my gunshot, 1 minute from now. That shot is your signal. Prepare to move. He raised his pistol. With so many men present, his voice couldn't reach all, but the gunshot would echo unmistakably for every ear. A minute later, bang. A sharp report shattered the silence. Instantly Ding Li led his 1,000 men surging into Yanghe Dock. Kill. Ding Li roared, and slaughter erupted. Only a dozen or so Axe Gang enforcers, newly roused, stood guard on the dock. Seeing the black tide of attackers flood toward them, they panicked. Intruders at the dock. Intruders, sound the alarm. One Axe Gang disciple screamed, then fell silent, struck down mid-sentence by a single bullet. Rat-a-tat. A volley swept across the dock, felling all a dozen sentries. Yet the gunfire still roused sleeping Axe Gang members nearby. The Axe Gang's status as Shanghai's 4th largest syndicate was no empty boast. At the sound of gunfire, they instantly sensed danger, leaping up, seizing weapons, and charging outward. Assemble! Assemble! The dock is under attack. Mobilize everyone immediately, bellowed an Axe Gang lieutenant. Within moments, hundreds rallied to his call. But just as they surged toward the entrance, dozens of mortar shells screamed down from the ink-black sky. Boom, boom, boom. Each shell detonated squarely amid the crowd, turning the dock into chaos, bodies flung like chaff in a storm. These men had just awakened from sleep, still groggy and disoriented, when they were struck by dozens of mortar shells in rapid succession, leaving them utterly stunned. Dozens fell instantly, killed outright by the explosions, the survivors scattered in panic. Damn it. Who the hell are they? They've got mortars. Are we under siege by a full military unit? The Axe Gang's junior lieutenant exclaimed in shock. Even as the words left his lips, swarms of black-clad figures surged onto the wharf. They charged without hesitation, firing indiscriminately into the crowd. Rat-a-tat-tat. Burst after burst of gunfire mowed down more Axe Gang members, sending them crumpling to the ground. Shrill cries of agony echoed across Yanghe Wharf. Though the Axe Gang swiftly returned fire, their hundreds were already completely encircled on the wharf, and an intense, brutal gunfight erupted between the two sides. Go. Immediately inform the boss. Yanghe Wharf is under assault by an unknown armed force. They possess mortars and machine guns. Our casualties are catastrophic. Request urgent reinforcement. After a brief exchange, the junior lieutenant realized with growing dread that the enemy was no ordinary rival. Their firepower numbers discipline. Even their tactical coordination far surpassed his own. To continue fighting under these conditions would likely mean annihilation. He ordered an urgent message dispatched to Wang Guoquan, the Axe Gang's supreme leader, to mobilize reinforcements without delay. Yes, Chief, I'll go at once. One of his men bolted outward. Gunfire crackled relentlessly across the wharf as both sides exchanged blistering volleys. The entire wharf had become a storm of lead and flame. Under the still dark sky, bodies fell one after another. Yunfei stood nearby, observing the battlefield through a pair of binoculars. The situation was now unmistakable. Ding Li's forces had fully encircled Yanghe Wharf, trapping the Axe Gang entirely within its confines. Ding Li was methodically advancing inward, first suppressing resistance with submachine gun barges, cutting down clusters of enemies, then closing in for close-quarter slaughter with cleavers. Those surrounded the Axe Gang fighters began mounting fierce counterattacks. The battle devolved into savage, chaotic melee, first with pistol fire, then hand-to-hand combat with blades and fists. Nearly 2,000 men clashed in bloody combat across Yanghe Wharf, a massive, ferocious engagement of unprecedented scale and brutality. Shanghai teemed with gangs, and daily skirmishes ending in death were commonplace, but large-scale battles involving over 1,000 combatants were exceedingly rare. Such massive armed confrontations carried grave risks of societal unrest. Consequently, the Shanghai municipal government strictly curtailed large-scale gang warfare. A conflict of this magnitude hadn't occurred in years. Moreover, because the assault began before dawn, many remained unaware of what had transpired, only hearing the relentless staccato of gunfire echoing from the wharf. At that moment, a light drizzle began to fall. Yunfei stood motionless in the rain, lighting a cigarette. Smoke curled from his lips as he watched the carnage unfold. The Longmen Society and the Axe Gang were now locked in brutal stalemate. With so many combatants involved, victory would not come swiftly. Yet Yanghe Wharf was sealed tight. Ding Li's forces pressed inward from all sides, compressing the Axe Gang into an ever-shrinking pocket of resistance. Victory now hinged solely on eliminating every last Axe Gang member on the wharf, though their resistance remained fierce and unyielding. It would take time. Yunfei had no intention of rushing. He waited silently, watchful and patient. Meanwhile, in Jing'an district of Shanghai, inside a palatial villa of unparalleled luxury, Wang Guoquan was still asleep when a sharp pounding shattered the silence. Who is it? Irritated, he flung open the door, only to find a blood-soaked underling trembling on the threshold. Boss, disaster. A massive force has launched a surprise assault on Yanghe Wharf. We were caught utterly off guard. Casualties are devastating. Lieutenant Wang sent me to report immediately. He begs you to bring reinforcements without delay. What? Wang Guoquan recoiled in disbelief. Yanghe Wharf was the Axe Gang's largest and most vital port, the very cornerstone of its wealth and power. Now it was under attack. How many assailants? Do you know who they are? Wang demanded. The underling gasped. We don't know their identity. Just a sea of black figures, at least 1,000 strong. They wield submachine guns and mortars, overwhelming firepower. They fight like soldiers, not like any gang. Soldiers? Nonsense. The military wouldn't dare strike a gang, especially not ours. I know every garrison commander in Shanghai, and I'm on good terms with them all. There was no plausible reason for a military operation against his wharf, nor could such an action occur without prior intelligence or movement. Sudden unannounced assault. Impossible. This was no army. Then, suddenly, it clicked. One name flashed in his mind: Yunfei, and his Longmen Society. If not the military, then only a handful of Shanghai's largest gangs could muster over 1,000 fighters. And among those, only one held a grudge against the Axe Gang, and possessed both the audacity and capability to strike first Longmen. Just yesterday, he'd confronted Yunfei at the Lido Club. Relations had ruptured irrevocably. He himself had already resolved to eliminate Longmen. He'd planned to launch his own offensive within days, mobilizing his full strength to crush this arrogant upstart society once and for all. It's Yunfei, without question. That wretched boy. No one else would dare. Wang Guoquan snarled, certain of his conclusion. What is the current situation at Yanghe Wharf? The underling replied, dire. We were sleeping when the bombardment began. Their mortars struck our dormitory directly. Many were killed instantly. Then they advanced with submachine guns, cutting down more of us. Though some brothers are fighting back fiercely, we're completely trapped on the wharf. They've ringed the entire perimeter. If this continues, our forces there will be wiped out entirely, within hours. Boss, hurry. If you delay, both the wharf and your men will be lost. Upon hearing his underling's words, Wang Guoquan erupted with fury. Yunfei, you despicable cur, daring to stab me in the back. Today it ends. Either you die, or I do. He immediately ordered the young man before him, mobilize all our men from Lujiahe Wharf and Shenwei Wharf. Every single brother. Dispatch them at once to Yanghe Wharf. Today I will bury every last member of the Longmen at Yanghe Wharf. They dare attack my wharf. They've grown tired of living. The Axe Gang controlled dozens of establishments, but its three largest and most lucrative were these very wharves. With Yanghe Wharf now besieged by Longmen, Wang Guoquan instantly decided to reinforce it by redeploying forces from Qinhui and Lujiahe wharfs. Each of those two wharfs housed over 800 men, nearly 2,000 in total, and lay closest to Yanghe Wharf, enabling the fastest possible response. Yes, sir. The underling turned to carry out the order. Boss, terrible news. Just then 2 blood-soaked figures burst in from outside. Duan Feng, Zhao Hai, what happened to you? Wang Guoquan's face paled at the sight of them. For Duan Feng and Zhao Hai were his most trusted lieutenants, and the appointed heads of Qinhui and Lujiahe wars respectively. As masters of those 2 critical ports, their arrival drenched in blood sent a chilling premonition surging through Wang Guoquan's veins. Duan Feng spoke first, voice ragged. Boss, the worst has happened. Before 5 this morning, Qinhui Wharf was suddenly assaulted. Overwhelming numbers, devastating firepower. We couldn't hold them. Casualties are catastrophic. Qinhui Wharf has fallen. Zhao Hai added grimly. Boss, Lujiahe Wharf suffered the same assault. Their attack was ferocious, catching us utterly off guard. We stood no chance. Lujiahe Wharf is lost. What? The word struck Wang Guoquan like a physical blow. He swayed dizzy, nearly collapsing to the floor. Moments earlier, he had ordered reinforcements from precisely those 2 wharfs to relieve Yanghe Wharf, only to learn they too had been attacked. Worse still, they had already fallen. These 2 wharfs ranked 2nd and 3rd in scale and profitability beneath Yanghe Wharf itself within the Axe Gang's entire network. They generated massive daily revenue, and yet in a single morning both were gone. Wang Guoquan roared, you 2 useless dogs. I entrusted you with my wharfs, and you let them slip through your fingers. I'd shoot you both where you stand. His glare burned with murderous intensity. The loss of 2 wharfs ignited an almost primal urge to slaughter. Duan Feng and Zhao Hai stood frozen, too terrified to utter a word. Teeth clenched, Wang Guoquan knew rage would not save him. Yanghe Wharf remained under Longmen's siege, and time was bleeding away. The fall of the other 2 wharfs had dealt a grievous blow, but Yanghe Wharf must not fall. Its loss would cripple the Axe Gang beyond recovery. He barked, Zhao Hai, Duan Feng, rally every Axe Gang disciple across Shanghai, immediately, to Yanghe Wharf. Longmen is launching a full-scale assault on Yanghe Wharf. Today I will fight them to the death. Surround Yanghe Wharf completely. Not a single Longmen man escapes. I will have them all slaughtered. They're on that wharf. Wang Guoquan issued commands with cold precision. Though Qinhui and Lujiahe wharfs had fallen, costing many lives, the Axe Gang remained one of Shanghai's 4 great syndicates, boasting over 10,000 members. Even after losses, vast reserves remained. If he concentrated the entire gang upon Yanghe Wharf, he could trap Longmen's forces there, completely encircling them. Then, and only then, could he annihilate Longmen in one decisive stroke. The outcome hung in the balance. To destroy the Axe Gang, that would prove far more difficult than anyone imagined. Zhao Hai and Duan Feng nodded sharply. Understood, boss. We'll gather everyone at once. And they vanished without delay. Wang Guoquan clenched his fists until his knuckles whitened. Yi Yunfei, today ends with either your death or mine. Let us see who endures till the final breath. He leapt into his car and sped toward Yanghe Wharf. By then dawn had fully broken over Shanghai. News had already rippled across the city's underworld. A brutal large-scale clash had erupted between Longmen and the Axe Gang at all 3 major wharfs, drawing several thousand combatants. The carnage was staggering, and the report sent shockwaves through Shanghai's elite. Gang rivalries were commonplace in Shanghai, occurring almost daily. Yet a confrontation involving thousands was extraordinarily rare. And this was no ordinary feud. It pitted the Axe Gang, one of Shanghai's 4 great syndicates, against Longmen, a newly ascendant force that had recently absorbed numerous powerful gangs, and whose name now echoed across the city. The outbreak of open war between these 2 titans shook Shanghai to its foundations. The Feng residence. Feng Jingyao had just risen and sat down to breakfast when his aide A Xiang rushed in breathlessly. Mr. Feng, urgent news. Yi Yunfei launched his assault on the Axe Gang this morning. He ordered simultaneous assaults on all 3 wharfs held by the Axe Gang. Casualties are heavy and fierce fighting continues even now. Feng Jingyao recoiled inwardly. So bold, this young Yi Yunfei truly dared strike the Axe Gang. Does he truly intend to eradicate them and seize dominance over all Shanghai? A Xiang replied, I sensed during our past conversations that he might not back down easily, that he was poised for action against the Axe Gang. Still, I urged caution. Such a move would invite grave consequences. Moreover, Longmen's current strength remains inferior to the Axe Gang's. Should war erupt, Longmen, not the Axe Gang, would likely bear the brunt of the losses. I believed he'd heed my counsel. Instead, he dismissed my warnings entirely and struck without hesitation. Feng Jingyao frowned deeply. Yi Yunfei acted recklessly. Not only does Longmen lack the Axe Gang's power, but the Axe Gang has rooted itself in Shanghai for decades, 10,000 loyal members and powerful patrons shielding them from above. This venture may well be Yi Yunfei's self-dug grave. As a veteran syndicate lord who had ruled Shanghai for decades, Feng Jingyao understood the Axe Gang's true depth better than most. To rank among Shanghai's 4 great syndicates was no hollow title. Yi Yunfei had undeniably crossed a perilous threshold. Xiang said, "I've heard that Yi Yunfei has dispatched forces to simultaneously attack the 3 largest docks under the Axe Gang's control. Among them, Qinhui Dock and Lu Jiahe Dock appear to have already fallen into his hands, while the largest, Yanghe Dock, remains locked in fierce combat. Wang Guoquan has dispatched a massive contingent of Axe Gang members toward Yanghe Dock, clearly intending to fight Yi Yunfei to the bitter end. A life-or-death confrontation between the 2 sides is expected today." Feng Jingyao remarked, "If the Axe Gang truly commits its full strength against Longmen, given its current capabilities, will be unable to withstand the assault. That young man Yi Yunfei may well suffer a harsh reckoning today." Xiang asked, "Then Mr. Feng, shall we warn Yi Yunfei to withdraw from Yanghe Dock immediately? Otherwise, once Wang Guoquan encircles Yanghe Dock with his forces, Yi Yunfei and his men may find escape impossible." Feng Jingyao frowned, deeply pondering the dilemma should he issue a warning. If Wang Guoquan successfully surrounds them, Longmen could face total annihilation. Yet he had already pledged non-interference in the feud between the 4 great gangs and Longmen. To intervene now would risk violating that vow. Finally, Feng Jingyao declared, "I will take no further part in this matter. You handle it as you see fit. I am weary and wish to rest. Do not disturb me no matter what unfolds henceforth." Having spoken, Feng Jingyao turned and departed. Upon hearing these words, Xiang's gaze flickered subtly. He had grasped Feng Jingyao's unspoken assent. Feng Jingyao had tacitly authorized him to relay the warning to Yi Yunfei. Without another word, Xiang turned and left. At that moment at Yanghe Dock, Yi Yunfei stood at a distance, observing the brutal clash between Longmen and Axe Gang disciples upon the dock. The battle had raged for 2 or 3 hours, its intensity now reaching fever pitch. Over 1,000 Longmen fighters had completely encircled the Axe Gang forces within Yanghe Dock. Many Axe Gang members lay dead or wounded, yet they continued to resist fiercely. It seemed the conflict would not conclude swiftly. Yi Yunfei murmured, "The Axe Gang truly deserves its reputation as one of Shanghai's 4 great gangs, possessing undeniable grit. Even fully surrounded and hopelessly outmatched, they still fight on tenaciously. Truly extraordinary." He had watched the battle unfold from its inception. Though Longmen's numbers matched those of the Axe Gang stationed at Yanghe Dock, Longmen's arsenal far surpassed their rivals. Relentless barrages from mortars and submachine guns had already claimed numerous Axe Gang lives. Now close-quarters combat erupted across the dock, blades clashing as fighters wielded cleavers. Yet the surviving Axe Gang members held their ground with astonishing resilience, revealing their superiority over lesser gangs. Nonetheless, Longmen had achieved complete encirclement. The outcome was merely a question of time. At that very moment, Chang Gui and Knifeblade Chen returned. "Brother Fei, Lu Jiahe Dock and Qinhui Dock have both been secured. We now hold absolute control over both," Chang Gui announced. Yi Yunfei nodded approvingly. "Well done. Your timing is impeccable. Take your men to reinforce Dingli. Unite all 3 forces and seize Yanghe Dock." "Understood." With a firm nod, Chang Gui and Knifeblade Chen led their men forward in a determined charge toward Yanghe Dock. Each commanded hundreds of armed, highly capable fighters. Their arrival would decisively tip the balance. Axe Gang resistance at Yanghe Dock could not endure much longer. Yi Yunfei lit a cigarette and watched in silence. Within an hour, the battle would surely conclude. Capturing these 3 docks would not destroy the Axe Gang outright, but it would cripple them grievously. From their Longmen could methodically erode the Axe Gang's power until its final dissolution. "Brother Fei, Uncle Xiang has arrived," a subordinate reported. "Uncle Xiang? What brings him here?" Yi Yunfei frowned. His arrival at this juncture could only herald ill tidings. "Bring him to me," Yi Yunfei ordered. Moments later, the subordinate escorted Xiang forward. "Uncle Xiang, what brings you here?" Yi Yunfei asked directly. Their long-standing familiarity precluded pleasantries. Xiang replied, "Yunfei, your courage knows no bounds. You dare strike the Axe Gang heathen. Your assault has sent shockwaves throughout all of Shanghai." Yi Yunfei responded coolly, "When they threatened me openly, dared to humiliate me, I had no choice but to strike first. To hesitate would be to show weakness. They sought my destruction, so I shall destroy them first. Seizing the initiative ensures control. Beyond that, little else matters." Xiang countered, "But remember, the Axe Gang's strength dwarfs Longmen's. They command over 10,000 members, whereas your entire force numbers barely 5,000. Even if you gain temporary advantage, the fundamental disparity remains unchanged. Prolonging this conflict serves you poorly." Yi Yunfei's gaze swept over Xiang. "Uncle Xiang, if you bear a message, speak plainly. No need for circumlocution." Xiang replied, "Very well, I'll speak plainly. I've learned that Wang Guoquan has summoned the Axe Gang's entire membership toward Yanghe Dock. Once they converge, you will be utterly encircled. You and your men will perish there. I urge you, withdraw immediately." Yi Yunfei's pupils contracted sharply. The Axe Gang's entire force is converging. Xiang affirmed indeed. Though some losses have occurred, their Shanghai-based ranks still vastly outnumber yours, well over 10,000 strong. Once they arrive and mass, your retreat will be cut off entirely. Withdraw now, there's still time. You've already seized 2 of their docks, a significant gain. Yanghe Dock is too formidable a prize, it exceeds your capacity to claim. Retreat, for now. The future holds greater opportunities. After listening, Yi Yunfei narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Uncle Xiang, how long would it take the Axe Gang to mobilize and reach Yanghe Dock? Xiang considered briefly. Their forces are scattered across Shanghai. Convergence would require 1 to 2 hours. A glint of fierce resolve flashed in Yi Yunfei's eyes. That is more than enough time. I will seize Yanghe Dock before the Axe Gang's full strength arrives. Xiang recoiled in astonishment. Yi Yunfei's audacity defied reason. Knowing full well that Wang Guoquan approached, he still insisted on capturing the dock. Xiang protested. Even if you seize Yanghe Dock, what then? When Wang Guoquan arrives with the Axe Gang's full might, you'll still be trapped. Seizing it now serves no purpose. Yi Yunfei said, Uncle Xiang, you worry needlessly. Once I fully seize the Yanghe Wharf, it will become my territory entirely. By then I shall fortify the Yanghe Wharf like an impregnable iron citadel. No matter how many men the Axe Gang deploys, they will never breach it. Moreover, Uncle Xiang, there is one point you may have overlooked. I have launched coordinated strikes across 3 key wharfs, the Yanghe Wharf, the Lujiahe Wharf, and the Chenwei Wharf. In these battles alone, I have slain at least 2,000 to 3,000 Axe Gang members. Even if the Axe Gang originally commanded over 10,000 men, their losses across these 3 wharfs have left them grievously weakened, reducing their remaining forces to barely 6,000 or 7,000. Meanwhile, our Longmen Brotherhood now numbers over 5,000, and our weaponry and equipment far surpass those of the Axe Gang. With what then do they dare challenge us? Confidence resonated in Yi Yunfei's voice. Before this battle, he had already foreseen every contingency, though the Axe Gang was indeed stronger than Longmen and numerically superior. After seizing these 3 wharfs, the balance of power would shift dramatically. These were the Axe Gang's most vital strongholds, housing 2,000 to 3,000 of their finest fighters. That was precisely why Yi Yunfei chose them as his first targets. Capturing all 3 was akin to severing both arms from the Axe Gang, leaving them crippled and incapable of further resistance. Furthermore, by absorbing these 3 wharfs, Longmen's strength would not merely stabilize, it would surge. With the wharf's resources and our 5,000 disciples, what could the Axe Gang possibly muster against us? Even if they strained every sinew, reclaiming those wharfs would be utterly impossible. And yet, Yi Yunfei harbored a deeper, still unexecuted stratagem. Upon hearing Yi Yunfei's words, Xiang stared at him in astonishment, unaware that every detail had already been meticulously plotted. Should their numbers reach parity, the Axe Gang stood no chance against Longmen. Longmen's armaments and combat prowess were formidable. In single combat, an Axe Gang member could not best a Longmen disciple. Even with 1,000 extra men, victory remained elusive for the Axe Gang. It appears we underestimated you, Master Yi. We assumed Longmen cornered at the Yanghe Wharf would face grave peril, perhaps even annihilation. Yet now it is clear you had already orchestrated everything flawlessly. Our concern was unwarranted, Xiang said. Yi Yunfei replied, I deeply appreciate the goodwill of Uncle Xiang and Mr. Feng, but this matter is all but settled. There is no need for either of them to fret. Xiang nodded. Very well, I shall say no more. Carry on boldly. This battle may well reshape the entire landscape of Shanghai's underworld. Should Yi Yunfei truly eradicate the Axe Gang, he would ascend into the ranks of Shanghai's new 4 great brotherhoods, irrevocably altering its power structure. Yi Yunfei added, all proceeds precisely as planned, yet there is one small favor I hope Mr. Feng might grant me. Xiang frowned slightly. Yunfei, Mr. Feng has pledged non-interference in your affairs. He is bound by agreement with the 4 great brotherhoods. Yi Yunfei smiled. Rest assured, Uncle Xiang. I seek neither troops nor firearms, only a minor courtesy. Xiang asked, then what is it? Speak plainly. Yi Yunfei said, such a large-scale operation at the Yanghe Wharf will inevitably draw attention from the Shanghai Municipal Police Bureau. I know Mr. Feng maintains close ties with the Bureau, so I ask only that he make a discreet call requesting they remain neutral in Longmen's conflict with the Axe Gang. That is all. The Axe Gang posed no true threat, but the Police Bureau was another matter entirely. As an official organ of authority, its involvement would complicate everything. So long as the Bureau stayed out, Yi Yunfei could resolve matters unimpeded. Xiang replied, that is simple enough. I'll speak with Mr. Feng immediately. He need only contact the Chief Inspector. Mr. Feng enjoys deep rapport with the Chief Inspector. This will pose no difficulty. Moreover, the Bureau traditionally refrains from intervening in inter-brotherhood feuds. Rest easy. Yi Yunfei nodded. Excellent. Many thanks, Uncle Xiang. Xiang replied, I take my leave. Tread carefully, and I await your triumph. With that, Xiang departed. Yi Yunfei fixed his gaze upon the distant wharf. Time was of the essence. He summoned a Longman disciple and ordered, "Go tell Ding Li waste no time. Seize the Yanghe Wharf within half an hour." "Yes, sir." The disciple hurried off. Meanwhile, Ding Li raged across the wharf, cleaving through enemies without pause. A fearless warrior by nature, he always led from the front. This time was no exception. Since storming the Yanghe Wharf, he had felled countless foes. His blade grew dull from relentless use. Just then a subordinate rushed up breathlessly. "Brotherly, the boss says press forward. Take the Yanghe Wharf within 30 minutes. Ding Li glanced at the dwindling remnants of the Axe Gang and declared, "Tell the boss, 20 minutes is all I need." With that, he raised his broadsword and charged once more into the fray. Yunfei watched closely from nearby. Within 20 minutes, the Yanghe Wharf fell entirely under Longman's control. Nearly every Axe Gang member stationed there lay dead. Ding Li strode forward, laughing heartily. "Boss Yi, the Yanghe Wharf is ours. What a glorious victory. I've slain so many my blade cracked clean in two." Yunfei surveyed Ding Li, drenched in blood, bearing fresh wounds, yet standing tall, as though unscathed. Truly a peerless general. Yunfei asked, "Are all the Axe Gang members dead?" Ding Li replied, "Every last one, slaughtered to the last man." "Excellent. Dispatch men to secure the wharf. Also prepare. Wang Guoquan will surely send envoys soon. Another battle looms. Let them come. Our brothers are drunk on battle fury. If that old tortoise Wang Guoquan dares show his face, we'll carve him up too." Once Ding Li had held Wang Guoquan in wary respect, the undisputed sovereign of Shanghai's underworld, a titan whose dominion spanned tens of thousands. His reputation was no hollow boast. None in Shanghai dared defy him. But now, having shattered the Axe Gang and seized the Yanghe Wharf, Ding Li no longer feared such names. What did the so-called Axe Gang lord matter now? He was less than a single hair on Yunfei's body. In Ding Li's eyes, no man in Shanghai could rival Yunfei, not even remotely. "Boss Yi, what's next?" Ding Li asked, turning expectantly toward him. Yunfei's gaze sharpened, cold, resolute, edged with lethal intent. Next, it was time to deal with Wang Guoquan. Frankly speaking, he was the most pivotal figure within the Axe Gang. Eliminating him would effectively dismantle the entire organization. Yet slaying Wang Guoquan would not be easy. As the supreme leader of a top-tier syndicate, he undoubtedly commanded elite bodyguards. Moreover, the Axe Gang still boasted considerable manpower. After a moment's reflection, Yunfei turned to Ding Li and asked, Li, how many of our men remain?" "Brother Fei, we suffered losses during the assault on the 3 docks, but we still have roughly 5,000 fighters." Yunfei nodded in acknowledgement. Wang Guoquan's forces likely numbered 6 to 7,000, hardly a decisive numerical advantage. "Immediately mobilize every Dragon Gate member to Yanghe Dock," Yunfei ordered. "But do not let them appear openly. Instead, conceal them nearby. Arm them fully submachine guns, hand grenades, and mortars. Once Wang Guoquan arrives with his men, have our hidden forces encircle them from the outside and unleash mortars and grenades upon them. Today the Axe Gang will meet its end, buried forever at Yanghe Dock." Ding Li's gaze sharpened. "Brother Fei, you mean a central breakthrough flanked by simultaneous assaults on both sides? We strike from the center while Dragon Gate disciples lie concealed outside. The moment we engage, they strike in unison, attacking from both within and without to annihilate the Axe Gang." Yunfei smiled. "Not so dull after all. You've grasped my plan, precisely coordinated assault from inside and out, delivering a single decisive blow against the Axe Gang. And when confronting the Axe Gang, there's no need for close quarters combat. Let our weapons do the work, decimating the majority before they even draw breath. Our armaments vastly surpass theirs. Exploit that advantage. Mortars and grenades alone will claim over half their ranks, leaving the rest easily subdued. Though the Axe Gang outnumbered the Dragon Gate, the latter's arsenal dwarfed theirs by several times. Mortars, grenades, and submachine guns were far more plentiful in Dragon Gate hands. Ammunition, shells, grenades, and bullets remained abundant. There was no cause for fear. Even if every shell were expended, the eradication of the Axe Gang would be worth the cost. Ding Li replied, "Understood, Brother Fei. I'll arrange it immediately." Yunfei waved dismissively. "No need for you to orchestrate it. Just gather everyone. While you command the outer perimeter, I'll hold the dock itself. Dual-pronged execution. Once my shells are exhausted, your forces advance, delivering the final crushing blow." Ding Li nodded. "Understood. I'll assemble the troops now." With that, he hurried off to muster the men. Yunfei stood motionless, his cold gaze fixed upon the distant dock. "Wang Guoquan, if you step foot here today, your Axe Gang will vanish from this world." This was an Allen gambit, a desperate wager against a formidable foe. The Axe Gang was indeed a hard bone to crack, but should it fall, the Dragon Gate would reign supreme over Shanghai's underworld. Within half an hour, Ding Li returned. 3,000 Dragon Gate disciples concealed around Yanghe Dock's periphery, and nearly 2,000 deployed directly upon the dock itself. Once all preparations were complete, Yunfei waited in silent readiness for Wang Guoquan's arrival. Another 30 minutes passed. Then finally a massive host emerged beyond the dock's entrance. At their vanguard strode a man in a traditional Changshan and Magua radiating stern authority, Wang Guoquan himself. Master Wang, long time no see, Yi Yunfei greeted calmly. Wang Guoquan snarled, "You wretched Yi Yunfei. You dared attack my 3 docks in my absence and slaughtered thousands of my axe gang brothers. I'll make you die a slow, agonizing death." Yi Yunfei replied coolly, "Wang Guoquan, you were the one who first invaded my Lido establishment, and you yourself declared war upon the Dragon Gate. Since you chose enmity with us, then both you and your axe gang shall perish." Wang Guoquan retorted, "Yi Yunfei, do you truly believe seizing my 3 docks makes you victorious? You're still leagues away from true triumph. Now I've brought my full force, not only to reclaim the docks, but to sever your head from your shoulders." Yi Yunfei smiled faintly. "Then let's see whether you possess the skill, or the fate, to do so." Wang Guoquan raised his hand and roared, "Axe gang brothers, advance. Slay every Dragon Gate man. 10 silver dollars for each head, and 10,000 silver dollars for Yi Yunfei's head." With a thunderous surge, the entire axe gang charged forward, blades drawn. Yi Yunfei sneered, turning to Chang Gui beside him. "Order the artillery to open fire." "Understood. Fire." Chang Gui bellowed. Whistling through the air, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Over 100 mortar shells arced high into the sky before plunging down upon the axe gang ranks. The axe gang masses stood densely packed, so every shell detonated squarely amid their throng. Instantly thousands were hurled skyward, limbs torn asunder, screams piercing the air. The barrage did not relent, continuing relentlessly for nearly 10 minutes with hundreds of shells raining down upon their heads. No one could count how many lay dead or maimed. When the last shell fell silent, Yi Yunfei raised his hand. "Now, strike from front and rear. Exterminate the axe gang." Chang Gui nodded. "Understood." He surged forward at once. Meanwhile, outside Yanghe Dock, Ding Li watched the final shell vanish into smoke, knowing the artillery barrage had ended. Drawing his cleaver, he shouted, "Brothers, charge! Annihilate the axe gang, and the Dragon Gate shall rule Shanghai. Every fighter, living or fallen, shall receive generous reward. Your families, your children, shall be cared for by the Dragon Gate. Slaughter every last axe gang man. Kill." Ding Li led the charge, followed by the entire Dragon Gate, hosts surging forward as one. They did not rush straight into melee. Instead, they first hurled a devastating wave of hand grenades, hundreds of them, into the enemy ranks. The explosions tore through the already shattered axe gang, reducing what remained to little more than pulped flesh and ruin. Then the vanguard, hundreds strong, advanced with submachine guns blazing, mortars, grenades, and automatic fire. The threefold storm of firepower descended upon them. The entire dock erupted into an inferno. Wang Guoquan stood stunned. He prepared for swordplay, never imagined shells and grenades would rain from above. There was no time to react. The munitions detonated directly within their own ranks. No one knew how many had been killed or grievously wounded. A single glance revealed corpses and writhing figures strewn across the ground, fully half, perhaps even 2/3 of their force already broken beyond recovery. And just as the last grenade smoke cleared over, 100 gunners opened fire with submachine guns, bullets falling like monsoon rain upon the axe gang ranks. On the open expanse of the dock, there was nowhere to hide. In the blink of an eye, the axe gang's ranks were decimated, bodies piling high, blood soaking the planks. "Bastard Yi Yunfei, you bastard! They'll fight you to the death." Seeing Futa Bang disciples fall one after another, Wang Guoquan boiled with rage. Those Futa Bang disciples were the fruit of his hard-won efforts. Futa Bang relied on them, and now they were all dead. In only a short time, shells, grenades, and submachine guns had cut down at least 2,000 to 3,000 of his men. He wished he could tear Yi Yunfei limb from limb. Nearby, Yi Yunfei watched the Futa Bang disciples collapse one after another and let out a cold snort. Superior arms are a blessing. You can kill so many with ease. Once grenades and mortars strike, no matter how many men you have, they will all fall. After this round, at least half of Futa Bang are dead. The rest will be easy to deal with. Yi Yunfei lit a cigarette and smoked in silence. The battle was already under control. Now it was only a matter of waiting for the result. After the mortars, grenades, and submachine gun fire, Ding Li led the charge, plunging into hand-to-hand combat with Futa Bang. There was little suspense left. Long men enjoyed superiority in numbers, equipment, and strength. Most crucially, they held the momentum. So Futa Bang could only await death. Still, their numbers were not negligible, and it would take some time to finish the fight. After a full 4 or 5 hours, the battle at Yanghe had ended. The dock was carpeted with corpses. The river had been stained red with blood. The Futa Bang disciples were for all intents and purposes annihilated. Only a few dozen remained standing barely. Wang Guoquan stood rooted in place like a telegraph pole. He stared at Yanghe in disbelief. Futa Bang's tens of thousands of followers lay dead or wounded. Futa Bang was finished. A figure then approached. It was Yi Yunfei. "Chief Wang, what does it feel like to see the gang you built collapse before your eyes?" Yi Yunfei asked. Wang Guoquan barked. "Yi Yunfei, you are ruthless. You killed all my Futa Bang. Even as a ghost, I will not let you go." Yi Yunfei replied, "Fine. I welcome you to become a ghost and seek revenge. But for now I will send you to hell. With that he took a knife from a nearby Longmin disciple, stepped forward, and with a single stroke struck Wang Guoquan down, killing him. Wang Guoquan and Futa Bang were annihilated. Yi Yunfei exhaled. Futa Bang was finally finished. Facing so many corpses on the dock, he felt a disquiet he could not shake. He had meant to call Ding Li to handle affairs, but Ding Li had collapsed from exhaustion. In the battle, Ding Li had led from the front with his cleaver slaughtering many, yet he himself had taken heavy injuries. Lying on the ground weak, but still with his eyes open, Ding Li whispered, "Brother Fei, I did not let you down. I wiped out Wang Guoquan's men and destroyed Futa Bang." Yi Yunfei crouched and wiped the blood from his face. "Ali, you are the principal meritorious man in this battle. You've done well. Go and recover properly. Everything can wait until you heal," Ding Li murmured and nodded. Yi Yunfei called someone over, "Send Ali to the hospital, get the best doctors to treat his wounds." "Yes." The subordinate nodded, and a few men carried Ding Li onto a cart. After sending him away, Yi Yunfei summoned Changgue, Kandao Chen, A Tai, and the others. "Brother Fei, tell us what to do," the three said. Yi Yunfei fixed them with his gaze. "Though Futa Bang is destroyed, several matters must be handled immediately. Ali is injured, so I entrust these tasks to you." Changgue said, "Brother Fei, tell us. Whatever you say we will do." Yi Yunfei nodded. Changgue, take men at once and seize all venues and territories under Futa Bang. Their money must not be left behind. Bring everything under Longman's banner. Futa Bang has just fallen, no others will be watching these assets. The spoils we won with difficulty must not be allowed to slip away. Changgue nodded. "Understood, Brother Fei. He'll go at once." With that he left with several men. Yi Yunfei turned to Kandao Chen. "Kandao Chen, clear the dock. Throw all the bodies into the river on the spot, and then scrub the quay until it is spotless. Not a drop of blood must remain." Although he had Xiang notify the police station, there were simply too many dead this time. The scene still needed to be cleaned thoroughly, or else trouble might follow. Kandao Chen said, "Understood, Brother Fei. But if we dump so many bodies into the Huangpu River, the water will be stained red. Many people will see it." Yi Yunfei said, "Let them see. This matter has already become too big for it to remain unknown. With so many corpses, the Huangpu River is the only place to dispose of them. There is no other option. Throw them in a day, the river will be clear," Kandao Chen agreed. "Understood. He'll handle it immediately." Finally, Yi Yunfei spoke to A Tai. "A Tai, you will manage the aftermath. Take our injured Longmin disciples to be treated. Bury the dead properly, send each bereaved family 200 silver dollars, and tell them that from now on Longmin will look after their parents and children." "Understood, Brother Fei. He'll do it now," A Tai said and departed. After assigning all the tasks, Yi Yunfei finally let out a long breath. Staring at Yangming Matu before him, Yi Yunfei smiled. With Futa Bang extinguished and its territories absorbed, Longmin had taken another step forward. He was drawing ever closer to his goal. Yet he could not relax. Everything had to wait until Futa Bang's holdings were fully swallowed. Until the last moment, nothing could be taken for granted. He also knew clearly that many in Shanghai Ten were watching him closely. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. After about a day, the Futa Bang matter was essentially settled. Chang Goei and his men occupied all Futa Bang venues and territories, replacing the personnel in every establishment with Longmin men. Kandao Chen also cleaned the main battlefield at Yanghe Matu until it was immaculate, just as Yi Yunfei had ordered. Not a drop of blood remained. As for the 10,000 corpses of Futa Bang, they did indeed dye the Huangpu River red. Many in Shanghai Ten witnessed it. Today the river ran the color of human blood. Occasionally a few bodies could be seen floating on the surface. No one was surprised, and no one dared to speak. Everyone knew the truth. The Futa Bang dominant for decades had dissipated into smoke and dust. Finally, A Tai had the injured Longmin disciples taken to hospital. The bodies of those killed in the fighting were all collected, and interred money was delivered to their families, and it was promised that Longmin would provide for their households henceforth. Everything had been handled in an orderly manner. Yet there remained a more important matter that troubled Yi Yunfei. Those are the other three major gangs. At this moment, he no longer considers the smaller gangs a threat. However, if the other three major gangs on Shanghai Bund decide to stir the waters, it could still be quite troublesome. Therefore, Yi Yunfei instructed his men to keep a close watch on the other three major gangs. As long as these three gangs do not take action, there should not be any issues. As Yi Yunfei anticipated, the other three major gangs on Shanghai Bund are indeed discussing how to respond to this matter. Shanghai Bund Feng family's villa. Xiang hurriedly entered Feng Jinjiu's study. "Mr. Feng, critical intelligence." Upon hearing Xiang's words, Feng Jinjiu's eyelids twitched slightly, and he asked, "Has something happened with Yi Yunfei?" Xiang replied, "Indeed, Mr. Feng, the Axe Gang has been wiped out. Yi Yunfei has destroyed the Axe Gang and now controls all its territory and establishments." Even Feng Jingyao, who was used to great storms, felt a jolt of shock within upon hearing this news. It is important to note that the Axe Gang had existed since his rise to power. The Axe Gang had been around in Shanghai Bund even longer than the Republic era. Now it is gone. This kid is quite impressive. The Axe Gang was eradicated just like that. It seems he has now become one of the top 5 gangs in Shanghai Bond. Feng Jingyao murmured. The strength of the Axe Gang was well known, yet Yi Yunfei managed to destroy it. Longman's strength is enough to rank in the top 5 of Shanghai Bond. Xiang said. Yes, who would have thought that a gang that has only risen in less than half a year would take out the Axe Gang? I bet those big shots in Shanghai Bond are all stunned right now. Feng Jingyao remarked. With Yi Yunfei acting this way, the entire Shanghai Bond has already been thrown into chaos. I suspect those 3 old fellows will have to take action as well. Xiang replied. What do you mean? Those 3 won't make a move against Yi Yunfei, right? Didn't they say that as long as Yi Yunfei doesn't threaten their interests, they wouldn't act against him? Feng Jingyao said. Although they said that the current Yi Yunfei has likely already affected their interests. I'm not certain whether they will act, but they definitely won't just sit back and do nothing. Because no one knows if Yi Yunfei will continue to take action. Since he was able to destroy the Axe Gang, then it is not impossible for him to take action against those 3 old men. So I suspect those 3 old men are already like ants on a hot pan. Just as Feng Jingyao finished speaking, a servant entered and said, Mr. Feng, the 3 leaders Huang Jinrong, Du Yuesheng, and Zhang Xiaolin have come to visit you and are waiting outside. Hearing the servant's words, Feng Jinjiao's pupils constricted, and he said, Speak of the devil, we were just talking about those 3 and now they have arrived. Xiang said, They should have come regarding the Axe Gang's destruction. Mr. Feng, do you want to meet them? I feel it would be better not to meet them at this time. After all, everyone in Shanghai Bund knows that your relationship with Yi Yunfei is quite complicated. I am worried that those 3 might target you because of Yi Yunfei. Feng Jingyao waved his hand and said, Since those 3 have come together to see me, they must have already discussed it. If I don't meet them, it would be inappropriate. Moreover, I have been dealing with them for many years and know them well. Even if they have some thoughts about Yi Yunfei, they wouldn't vent their frustrations on me. At most, they would just come to discuss things with me. If I do not meet them at this time, it would instead make them think I am feeling guilty, so I might as well meet them. Xiang nodded and said, Understood. Feng Jingyao told the servant, Go invite them to wait for me in the living room. Yes. The servant left. Feng Jingyao went to the living room to wait for the 3. Before long, the 3 entered the living room. They each had distinct appearances. One was relatively plump, another was tall and thin, and the last had an average build, but a somewhat sinister expression. They were indeed Huang Jinrong, Du Yuesheng, and Zhang Xiaolin. These 3 are figures standing at the pinnacle of Shanghai Bond, and outsiders have given them a nickname, the 3 Tycoons of Shanghai Bond. The 3 not only established their own gangs, but also divided the entire Shanghai Bond among themselves. Moreover, they also have certain connections with each other. 3 leaders have come to my Feng residence. I, Feng Jingyao, am truly honored. Please sit down, please sit down. Feng Jingyao personally welcomed the 3 to sit down. His status is actually on par with the 3 Tycoons of Shanghai Bond, but over the years he has participated less in the affairs of the Underworld, hence his fame is somewhat smaller than that of the 3. However, his Feng Commercial Association is still one of the top forces in Shanghai Bond. Even the 3 Tycoons of Shanghai Bond regard him with great importance. Moreover, Feng Jingyao and these 3 Tycoons basically rose to power at the same time, and there is a deep connection among the 4. Although there are numerous gangs on the surface of Shanghai Bond, in reality the entire Shanghai Bond is almost entirely controlled by these 4. Huang Jinrong said, Mr. Feng, the 3 of us have come to visit you today regarding Yi Yunfei. Mr. Feng should be quite familiar with Yi Yunfei, right? Feng Jingyao had already understood the purpose of the 3's visit and said lightly, I know him, but we can't say we are familiar. What happened, 3 leaders? Has Yi Yunfei gotten into some trouble again? Du Yuesheng said, Mr. Feng, since we are all in the same line of work, there's no need for you to ask what you already know. Yi Yunfei destroyed the Axe Gang today, taking over their territory and establishments. You couldn't possibly be unaware of this. Feng Jingyao nodded and said, I just received the news as well, but this doesn't concern the 3 of you, right? Yi Yunfei destroyed the Axe Gang, and it didn't involve you at all. Besides, weren't you also planning to destroy the Axe Gang? Now that Yi Yunfei has done this, it can be considered as helping you. Du Yuesheng said, Mr. Feng, are you joking? Our plan to destroy the Axe Gang is not the same as Yi Yunfei's. If we had wiped out the Axe Gang, its territory would have been divided among us, but now Yi Yunfei has destroyed the Axe Gang, and its territory has become his. Now that he has swallowed the Axe Gang's territory and seized their establishments, nearly 1/5 of Shanghai Bund's territory is now under the control of his longmen. Isn't this a bit too much? Feng Jingyao replied calmly, but the Axe Gang also occupied that territory before. Now it has simply shifted to longmen's control, and it shouldn't make much of a difference for you. Du Yuesheng said, the difference is huge. The Axe Gang was supported and developed by us. No matter how powerful the Axe Gang became, it was still under our control. However, this longman has no ties to our 3 families at all, and Yi Yunfei has ambitious intentions of swallowing the entire Shanghai Bund. How can we ignore this? Huang Jinrong added, Indeed, if we do not take action, our 3 families may end up with the same fate as the Axe Gang. Hearing the words of the 3, Feng Jingyao smiled and said, Three leaders, you are being too modest. Even if Yi Yunfei's Longmin develops further, and even if he consumes the Axe Gang, it is still far from being comparable to you three families. The reputation of the three tycoons of Shanghai Bund is not given for free. Du Yuesheng said. Although Longmin may not currently compare to us, it is hard to say what will happen in the future. Longmin has already become one of the top 5 gangs in Shanghai Bund, and it has only taken half a year. Who knows how long it will take for him to catch up to us, or even surpass us. We do not wish to become the second Wang Guoquan. After listening to Du Yuesheng's words, Feng Jingyao nodded and said, I understand your intentions. So what do you want me to do? The three exchanged glances, and then Du Yuesheng spoke. We want Mr. Feng to help us kill Yi Yunfei. What? Upon hearing Du Yuesheng's words, Feng Jinjiao's pupils contracted sharply. Brother Du, are you joking? You want me to kill Yi Yunfei? Mr. Feng, Du Yuesheng replied calmly. Yi Yunfei's existence threatens not only the three of us, but you as well. If we allow Yi Yunfei to grow unchecked, your Feng clan trading consortium will inevitably become his next course. So why hesitate? Why not eliminate him outright? That would settle everything once and for all. Wouldn't it be preferable to restore Shanghai's former balance of power? Feng Jingyao retorted. If you wish to kill Yi Yunfei, why don't you do it yourselves? Why involve me? Do you intend to use me as a mere instrument of murder? Du Yuesheng smiled faintly. Mr. Feng, you jest. We'd never treat you as a tool. This proposal stems solely from shared interest and collective prudence. Yi Yunfei is now guarded with extreme vigilance, surrounded by numerous bodyguards. To assassinate him covertly has grown nearly impossible. Yet we know you enjoy a close rapport with him, and he frequently visits your premises. Should you choose to act, eliminating him would be effortless. Hence this suggestion. Feng Jingyao countered. Yi Yunfei comes to me because he trusts me deeply, and you ask me to betray that trust. Does that seem fitting to you? Moreover, as you yourself admitted, we are friends. In our world, loyalty is the bedrock of honor. If we abandon righteousness, what remains? How could my men ever respect a leader who sacrifices fidelity for convenience? Should I slay Yi Yunfei in treachery, then surely others will one day employ the same method against me. Don't you agree? Having heard Feng Jingyao's words, Du Yuesheng, Huang Jinhong, and Zhang Xiaolin exchanged a silent, knowing glance. Finally, Du Yuesheng said, You raise a fair point, Mr. Feng. This was merely a proposal, not a demand. If you decline, we shall pursue an alternative course. Feng Jingyao asked, And what precisely is this alternative? Du Yuesheng replied, Should you refuse to act directly, we ask only that you invite Yi Yunfei to meet us, so the three of us may speak with him face to face. At this suggestion, Feng Jingyao's eyes narrowed. The shift in your stance is rather jarring. You first demanded I kill him, now you ask me to summon him. What exactly is your intent? He found himself utterly perplexed, first ordering murder, then requesting a meeting. Their motives remained opaque. Du Yuesheng said, Since you declined to assist in elimination, inviting him for dialogue is our sole recourse. May we count on your cooperation? Feng Jingyao fixed the three men with a sharp, calculating gaze. Let me speak plainly, do you intend to ambush and kill Yi Yunfei the moment he arrives? If so, I will not extend the invitation. Du Yuesheng shook his head. Rest assured, Mr. Feng, we understand decorum. We would never undermine your authority or hospitality. We have no intention of acting violently, only of speaking with him. After all, he is now one of Shanghai's most formidable figures. Longmin ranks among the top 5 factions in the city. It is only proper that we engage him in earnest discussion. Before arriving, the three had agreed upon 2 objectives in meeting Feng Jingyao. First, persuade him to eliminate Yi Yunfei. If he refused, they would settle for the second option, enlisting his aid in arranging a meeting. Given Feng Jingyao's clear reluctance to commit murder, the latter course became inevitable. After hearing their explanation, he nodded. If this is truly about negotiation, I am willing to arrange the meeting. Very well. I shall host a dinner tomorrow evening, inviting you three and Yi Yunfei alike. You may converse at your leisure. But let me state this unequivocally, this gathering is strictly for conversation and dining, no underhanded maneuvers. Otherwise, embarrassment will be unavoidable for all parties involved. Du Yuesheng smiled. Naturally, we hold your prestige in the highest regard. Excellent. Our sincere thanks, Mr. Feng. We take our leave now, and look forward to seeing you tomorrow night. As the three departed, Feng Jingyao let out a cold, derisive snort. Old foxes, dreaming of using me as their blade, as if I'd ever become their puppet. Beside him, Xiang ventured, Shall you truly arrange Yi Yunfei's meeting with the Master Feng? Feng Jingyao replied, They've spoken. The favor must be granted. After all, we are old acquaintances. Xiang pressed, But what if they attempt violence during the meeting? These three are no strangers to bloodshed. It costs them nothing to kill. Feng Jingyao waved a dismissive hand. Even if they harbor such intentions, they will not strike tomorrow night. This gathering bears my name. I will ensure Yi Yunfei's safety. They understand the unspoken rules, and know better than to violate them under my roof. After all, Feng Mao still commands respect across Shanghai. Xiang bowed slightly. Understood. Feng Jingyao instructed, go personally to inform Yi Yunfei. He is invited to dinner tomorrow evening. Tell him the 3 tycoons of Shanghai will also attend. Xiang replied, yes, sir. Meanwhile, Yi Yunfei spent these days managing the aftermath of the Axe Gang's collapse. As one of Shanghai's premier factions, the Axe Gang controlled numerous establishments, wharves, and territories. Full assimilation required several days. Thus, Yi Yunfei devoted himself entirely to integrating the Axe Gang's assets. Fortunately, he now commanded capable lieutenants. Ding Li remained hospitalized for treatment, but Chang Guo, Can Daochin A Tai, and Lu Haiwei, the water tyrant he had previously subdued, all stood ready to serve him loyally. Though each performed admirably, none matched Ding Li's seamless efficiency. Before the conflict, Yi Yunfei had entrusted nearly all Longmen affairs to Ding Li. With him bedridden, the sudden absence left Yi Yunfei feeling strangely unmoored. I wonder how Ding Li's recovery progresses. I should visit him soon, Yi Yunfei murmured. During the battle against the Axe Gang, Ding Li had led the charge, cutting down countless enemies with unmatched ferocity. He sustained grievous wounds himself, multiple deep lacerations, and had been recuperating in hospital ever since. Yi Yunfei had intended to visit, but the complexities of absorbing the Axe Gang delayed him. Now that consolidation was largely complete, it was time to pay his respects and acknowledge Ding Li as the campaign's foremost hero. Brother Fei, a remarkably beautiful young lady awaits you outside, Chang Guo announced as he entered the room. A most beautiful young lady, who's a? Yi Yunfei asked, intrigued. She said her surname is Fong. Just hearing it you'll know who she is, Chang Guo replied. Fong Yinyun. In all of Shanghai there was only one woman surnamed Fong whom he knew, Fong Yinyun. It had to be her. Previously Ding Li had always handled Fong Yinyun's visits. It was perfectly natural that Chang Guo had never met her. Show her in, Yi Yunfei said. Moments later Fong Yinyun entered, clad in a scarlet cheongsam heels clicking softly, radiating irresistible charm and grace. The instant she stepped across the threshold, Yi Yunfei closed the office door and swept her into his arms. Yinyun, you've arrived just in time. I've been thinking of you. Startled Fong Yinyun flushed crimson as Yi Yunfei held her tightly. Thinking of me? She asked, eyes alight with playful curiosity. Are you truly thinking of me? You don't feel it. You think I'm lying, he chuckled. I never deceive you. I dare not deceive you. I've thought of you constantly, day and night. I've thought of your body, of every part of you. His gaze lingered unblinking upon her exquisite figure. I don't believe you, she teased. If you truly missed me, why have you never sought me out? Every time it's been me coming to Lido to find you. Is this how you think of me? Just as I suspected, men are all masters of contradiction. Whether or not Yi Yunfei had truly thought of her she could not say, but she had without doubt thought of him. It had been quite some time since they last met, so today she simply couldn't resist returning to Lido to see him again. Strange, yet undeniable, though she was a mature woman in her prime, in Yi Yunfei's presence she felt somehow diminished, like a child before him. Yi Yunfei gave an awkward chuckle. It's not that I didn't want to visit you. It's just that things have been unusually busy lately. I planned to treat you to dinner once matters settled. I never expected you'd come to me first. I heard about it. The Longmen Society has clashed fiercely with the Axe Gang, and you've even absorbed them entirely. Yunfei, how far you've come. The Axe Gang ranked among Shanghai's top 5 factions, and now it's yours. You're truly Shanghai's foremost figure now. I still recall our first meeting. You were but a humble fruit vendor in Jiabei's slums. Back then he'd been unremarkable, his business barely beginning its ascent from the lowest rung of society. Now, however, the gulf between his present self and that past version was nothing short of celestial. Yi Yunfei smiled. My rise wouldn't have been possible without you, Yinyun. You helped me greatly in those early days. Indeed, Fong Yinyun had aided him. Once when he'd been arrested and detained at the municipal police station, she'd gone there herself to demand his release. How thoughtful of you to remember, she murmured. They say men forget easily, especially after rising to power, and often abandon those who stood beside them through hardship, especially women. Yi Yunfei held her close. Rest assured, Fong Yinyun, I am no such man. Anyone who has ever shown me kindness I shall remember forever. Besides, how could I possibly forget someone as captivating as you? With that he pressed a gentle kiss to her cheek. Blushing, Fong Yinyun whispered, Don't tease me. Not in broad daylight. He grinned. What of it? This is my domain. When you step onto my ground you abide by my rules, and I'll do exactly as I please. And with that he lifted her effortlessly and carried her into the concealed bedroom. She tried to protest, but he pinned her gently onto the bed and she lay utterly still. After their tender embrace, Fong Yinyun lay breathless, cheeks flushed deep rose. You're incorrigible, a lawless man. I wasn't even in the mood today, yet you insisted. Honestly. Yi Yunfei reclined contentedly, arms wrapped around her, smiling. Did something feel amiss? I'd like to think my skill remains quite refined. She playfully tapped his chest with a delicate fist, feigning indignation. How shameless, what a thing to say. He burst into hearty laughter. Truly, Fong Yinyun was mesmerizing. A woman of 30 possesses a rare, potent allure, more magnetic than many younger girls and infinitely more worldly wise. To have such a woman by one's side, What greater fortune could there be? After exchanging soft words in bed, Fang Yinyun said, Yunfei, I came to see you today for a reason, to speak with you. Yet you drag me straight to bed instead. How vexing. What is it? Speak, I'm listening. I know your name now blazes across Shanghai, and the Longmen society stands stronger than ever. But the higher one climbs, the steeper the fall, and beneath brilliance may lie utter ruin. I urge you to tread carefully. Your current prominence makes you a target. I fear for your safety. I understand, Yunfei nodded. Yinyun, I know countless eyes watch me in Shanghai. Many wish me dead. But rest easy, no one will succeed. No hand can take my life. Shanghai's landscape is treacherously complex. Not only do powerful gangs vie for dominance, but foreign powers and regional warlords also hold sway. I've heard whispers that several foreign powers harbor ambitions toward the Republic. Should chaos erupt, Shanghai, the Republic's greatest city, will surely bear the brunt. As one of Shanghai's two most formidable gang leaders, you'll inevitably draw dangerous attention. Therefore, your safety must be your utmost priority. Yi Yunfei looked at her surprised. Never had he imagined her grasp of the political currents would be so precise. He'd always known her as beautiful and intelligent, but her strategic vision, too, proved remarkably clear-sighted. Foreign designs upon the Republic, and Shanghai's pivotal role within the Republic, indeed across all Asia. Even seasoned elders might fail to perceive such truths with clarity. Yet Fang Yinyun saw them plainly. Her insight was extraordinary. Yi Yunfei smiled. Yinyun, your acumen is so sharp, you could serve as my chief strategist. Why not join Longmen as my military advisor? She shook her head. Me? A strategist? Hardly. I've merely encountered many influential figures over the years, and listened closely to their conversations. I shared this only because I feared for your safety. Yi Yunfei nodded. As Shanghai's premier socialite, Fang Yinyun moved among high officials, dignitaries, and elite power brokers. Learning such things was only natural. It was entirely unsurprising she'd gleaned such intelligence. Don't worry, Yinyun. I understand your meaning completely. I'll guard myself well. Not only myself, but everyone close to me. None shall suffer harm on my watch. Fang Yinyun nodded, reassured. Yi Yunfei held her close, gazing upon her lovely face, and felt desire stir anew within him. His hands traced her silhouette. Yinyun, the evening is still young, and such nights are rare. Shall we make love once more? Ah, you still wanna? Aren't you exhausted? She stared at him astonished. Was this man made of iron? He'd just finished, and already hungered again, while her body still hummed with tender ache. Yi Yunfei grinned. Exhausted? Better to die beneath peonies than live without passion. Come here. And with that he drew her close once more. After a passionate encounter with Fang Yinyun, Yi Yunfei made a trip to the hospital. Ding Li was still hospitalized, and Yi Yunfei planned to visit him. Yi Yunfei still cared a lot about Ding Li. It could be said that Ding Li played an indispensable role in the development of Longmen to its current state. Moreover, in every battle Ding Li always took the lead and charged to the front. In terms of combat ability and loyalty, Ding Li posed no issues whatsoever. Additionally, he indeed needed a valiant warrior who could both fight and kill by his side. Ding Li's performance in all aspects made him very satisfied, which is why Yi Yunfei placed great importance on him. In the hospital, Ding Li was covered in plaster, looking quite miserable. The amount of plaster on him indicated just how severe his injuries were from the battle. Yi Yunfei guessed that Ding Li must have at least a dozen injuries all over his body. Fortunately, he had a strong constitution, though otherwise any other person would likely have perished by now. Although Ding Li was immobile, due to being covered in plaster, he seemed to be in good spirits, radiating vitality. Upon seeing Yi Yunfei, he appeared even more excited. Brother Fei, what brings you here? Ding Li said excitedly. Yi Yunfei replied, I came to see you. How is your recovery going? I feel like I'm already fine. I told the hospital staff to take off all this plaster, it's too much of a hindrance. I can't even move, but they won't remove it. I'm really at my wit's end. Brother Fei, could you talk to them and let them take this plaster off? It's too uncomfortable. The plaster is for your own good. You have multiple deep cuts, without it do you want to be paralyzed? I've already talked to the hospital director, and they will do their utmost to treat you. You just need to listen to them and focus on your recovery. Alright then, I'll listen to Brother Fei. By the way, how's the situation outside? Has the Axe Gang been completely wiped out? I've been in the hospital for days and have no idea what's happening out there. The Axe Gang has been eliminated and their territory has been taken over by us. Now there is no Axe Gang left in Shanghai. That's great. We've even taken out the fourth largest gang in Shanghai. Now Longmen is growing stronger and stronger in Shanghai. That's wonderful. Yi Yunfei patted Ding Li's shoulder, saying, hurry up and recover so you can be discharged. There are many things waiting for you to handle outside. Longmen is lacking your presence as the second in command. Many tasks are difficult to complete. Ding Li nodded heavily, saying, Brother Fei, don't worry, I will recover well and come out early to assist you. Yi Yunfei nodded. Just then the hospital room door opened and a beautiful woman with an outstanding aura walked in. The woman appeared to be in her 20s and looked quite good. Ali, how are you? I brought you lunch, she said as she entered. Upon seeing Yi Yunfei, she immediately said, I'm sorry, I didn't know there was a guest. You all continue chatting. Ding Li called out to her saying, Zhao Hui, no need to leave. This is Brother Fei, the person I often talked about, my elder brother, the one I admire the most. He then turned to Yi Yunfei saying, Brother Fei, this is Zhao Hui, my friend. Yi Yunfei looked at Zhao Hui with a half-smile, realizing from Ding Li's hesitant manner that Zhao Hui likely had a special relationship with him. She was probably Ding Li's girlfriend. Upon learning that the person in front of her was Yi Yunfei, Zhao Hui immediately said, So you are the Brother Fei that Ali has always mentioned. I heard him say that all his achievements now are thanks to you. Brother Fei, you're really good to Ding Li. I'm very glad to meet you. Yi Yunfei smiled and said, Ali and I are brothers, so it's only natural. Since Ali is injured and needs someone to take care of him in the hospital, I'll have to trouble you a lot. Rest assured, Brother Fei, I will take good care of him, Zhao Hui replied. Yi Yunfei smiled and nodded saying, All right, you two chat. I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. After Yi Yunfei left, Zhao Hui said, Ali, this is the Brother Fei you always talk about. He's quite handsome and also very young. Ding Li replied, Of course. Brother Fei is both young and powerful. There are hardly any like him in Shanghai. I'm truly blessed to be able to follow him. Zhao Hui said, Then you should recover well and try to get better quickly to help him. He must need you right now. Ding Li nodded saying, I know. I just talked to Brother Fei about needing to recover well. Now that Longman's territory is vast, and there are many people, Brother Fei can't handle everything alone. I need to share his burdens. Zhao Hui said, Since you know, hurry up and eat. Ding Li chuckled as he ate, saying, Zhao Hui, thank you. Meeting you is truly a stroke of luck for me. Zhao Hui's face flushed as she playfully said, Shut up and eat. After leaving the hospital, Yi Yunfei lit a cigarette. After taking a couple of puffs, he smiled and said, That silly boy Ding Li looks foolish, but his girlfriend is quite pretty. It seems that foolish people have their own blessings. At that moment, Chang Gui ran over and said, Brother Fei, Uncle Xiang went to Li Du and said he wants to see you. He is currently waiting for you there. Yi Yunfei asked, What does he want with me? Chang Gui shook his head and said, I don't know. He just told me to find you because he has something to say. Yi Yunfei nodded and said, All right, let's head back to Li Du then. After saying this, he returned to Li Du. Uncle Xiang coming to find him must be a message from Feng Jingyao. He just didn't know what Feng Jingyao wanted. Upon returning to Li Du, Yi Yunfei met Uncle Xiang. Uncle Xiang, sorry to keep you waiting. I just went out to take care of something and came back a bit late. Uncle Xiang said, No problem. You're now a big shot in Shanghai, controlling 1/5 of the territory in Venus. It's normal to be busy. Next time I want to see you, I'll need to make an appointment in advance, or else I might waste a trip. Uncle Xiang, you're joking. You and Mr. Feng have always been my friends. When friends meet, there's no need for an appointment. I will always be available for you. Uncle Xiang said, It's rare that you have your current status and still regard Mr. Feng and me as friends. That's indeed quite rare. It's common to make friends when one is weak, but it's true friendship when one remains a friend after becoming strong. There are not many who can do this now. Yi Yunfei said, Uncle Xiang, you're being too polite. The development of Longmen wouldn't have been possible without your and Mr. Feng's assistance. In my heart, friendships won't change. Uncle Xiang nodded. Yi Yunfei said, Uncle Xiang, I'm curious about what brought you here on purpose. Uncle Xiang replied, Mr. Feng sent me. There's a major issue. A matter. I do not know why Mr. Feng sought me. What could it be? Yi Yunfei asked with curiosity. A Xiang replied, Mr. Feng wishes to invite you to a meal, so he specially sent me to extend the invitation. Mr. Feng invites me to dinner. Hearing A Xiang's words, Yi Yunfei narrowed his eyes and said, Uncle Xiang, why would Mr. Feng suddenly invite me to dine? It seems he has never done so before. Previously, I had visited Feng Jinjiu's house several times and shared meals there, but those were always at his home. Now Mr. Feng suddenly asks me out to dinner. It ought not to be so simple. A Xiang said, Isn't it perfectly normal for Mr. Feng to invite you? You have become one of the foremost figures on Shanghai 10. Mr. Feng extending an invitation to you seems hardly surprising. Yi Yunfei said, Indeed, it may be nothing. Yet, even for a mere meal, there is no need for Uncle Xiang to come in person. Anyone could have delivered the message. Your personal appearance suggests this is no trivial matter. Uncle Xiang, we are old friends. There is no need for secrecy. If there is something, speak plainly. A Xiang smiled and said, It seems you cannot be kept in the dark. Mr. Feng has indeed invited you, but he did not invite only you. 3 other men were asked as well. Who? Yi Yunfei asked. A Xiang replied, You have likely guessed them already. Huang Jinrong of the Rong Society, Du Yuesheng of the Hung Society, and Zhang Xiaolin of the Qing Gang. Sure enough. After A Xiang finished speaking, Yi Yunfei thought to himself that when A Xiang mentioned 3 others, he had suspected it would be these very men. And indeed it was. Yi Yunfei asked, Is there some particular reason Mr. Feng has arranged for me to dine with those 3? A Xiang said, In truth, this dinner was not Mr. Feng's idea. It was proposed by the 3 tycoons. Because of his relationship with you, they approached Mr. Feng and had him organize this meeting to bring you and the 3 together. As for what they intend to say or do when they see you, that I do not know. Yi Yunfei nodded. I understand, Mr. Feng is merely acting as the intermediary to arrange a meeting of the 4 of us, is that right? Indeed. Xiang fixed Yunfei with his gaze and said, "So Yunfei, will you attend the banquet or decline? Of course you may refuse. You are not well acquainted with those three and need not see them if you do not wish to. Whether to meet them or not is entirely your choice. One thing I will guarantee, however, is your safety. If you agree to go, your safety will be beyond question." Yunfei nodded. "I understand. I can grant that trust. Since the three tycoons wish to meet and talk, I will pay them a visit and see what they want of me." Xiang said, "It seems you have decided to go." Yunfei answered, "Of course. I will give Mr. Feng the courtesy he deserves, and besides, I am curious to meet the three tycoons renowned across Shanghai Tan." A sharp glint flashed in Yunfei's eyes. He was eager to discover what motives the three tycoons had in summoning him. Xiang nodded. "Very well. Then tonight at 7 at Hongbinlu, Mr. Feng will await you. I shall take my leave." With that he departed. Yunfei stared out the window and murmured, "Tonight should produce a fine spectacle." Later, Xiang returned to Feng Jingyao's residence to report that Yi had agreed to attend. Feng Jingyao nodded. This young man truly has courage. Were it someone else, they might not dare to accept such a dinner. He came despite knowing the three tycoons bear hostility toward him. The youth indeed possesses a certain boldness. Xiang said, "There may be another reason. Perhaps he trusts Mr. Feng and believes Feng can ensure his safety. Otherwise he would likely not have come." Feng Jingyao smiled. "Indeed, the lad may place some trust in me. Since he trusts me, I cannot disappoint him. Xiang, tonight our men will be stationed around Hongbinlu. During the meal, not a single bird may fly in. If anyone dares to cause trouble, eliminate them immediately." Xiang nodded in understanding. Night fell and the appointed hour arrived. At 7 o'clock, Yunfei arrived punctually at Hongbinlu, a high-end establishment on Shanghai Tan frequented only by the wealthy or influential. Xiang stood at the entrance to greet him personally. "Uncle Xiang, are they all here?" Yunfei asked. "They have all arrived and are waiting inside," Xiang replied. Yunfei nodded. "For in total?" Xiang answered, "Yes, apart from Mr. Feng and the three tycoons, there is no one else." Yi responded and followed Xiang into the private room. As soon as he entered, he saw Feng Jingyao and three other men. One was slightly portly, another tall and thin, the third possessed a deeply sinister countenance. Though their appearances differed, they shared a single common quality, an air of domination. They each exuded that domineering temperament. Unmistakably the three famed tycoons of Shanghai Tan. Feng Jingyao rose and said, "Yunfei, you have arrived. Allow me to introduce them. These are Huang Jinrong of the Rong Society, Du Yuesheng of the Hung Society, and Zhang Xiaolin of the Qing Gang. These three are the illustrious bosses of Shanghai Tan, and much of the city falls under their sway." Yunfei cupped his hands in salute toward the three. "Masters, I have long heard of your reputations. It is an honor to meet you for the first time." The three regarded Yunfei. After a moment, Du Yuesheng stood and said, "Mr. Yi, though we have not met before, your name has reached our ears for some time. In today's Shanghai Tan, Mr. Yi, you are undeniably a prominent figure." Huang Jinrong added, "Mr. Yi rose to fame while still young, shaking all of Shanghai Tan and nearly eclipsing the reputations of us old men. Meeting you here today fulfills a wish of mine, to see what sort of man this longman leader truly is." Zhang Xiaolin narrowed his eyes and stared at Yunfei without speaking. Yi replied coolly, "You flatter me. I, Yunfei, am but a small figure compared with you three. You three have roamed Shanghai Tan for so many years. You are my seniors, and I have much to learn from you." The men exchanged a few customary compliments. At that moment, Feng Jingyao stood and said, "Enough with the politeness. Your presence at my table honors me. Please sit, let us talk." When Feng Jingyao spoke, they all sat. Though food was laid out, not one of them touched their chopsticks. Yunfei glanced at the three men once more and then said, "Gentlemen, I am a straightforward man. I speak plainly. If the three of you have called me here for a purpose, please state it directly." These three men had commissioned Feng Jingyao to summon him here. They surely had business to discuss. Yunfei saw no need to waste time with pleasantries. He preferred directness. Upon hearing this, Huang Jinrong, Du Yuesheng, and Zhang Xiaolin exchanged glances before Du Yuesheng spoke. "Mr. Yi is indeed refreshingly forthright. Very well, no more preambles. We asked Master Feng to invite you to dinner today precisely because we wish to consult you on a matter of mutual concern." "What matter?" Yunfei asked. "The matter concerns the power structure of Shanghai and the reallocation of territorial control." "The power structure of Shanghai. Territorial reallocation. I confess, I do not fully grasp your meaning. Mr. Yi, you have recently absorbed countless minor gangs across Shanghai, and just days ago you eradicated the Axe Gang. You now rank among the top 5 strongest factions in the city. Your influence and your territory have expanded dramatically. You are doubtless aware of Shanghai's former balance of power. Roughly 70 to 80% of its territory was held by our three families. Now the territories you have seized account for 1/5 of the entire city. Thus we propose a formal redrawing of jurisdictional boundaries." Yunfei lit a cigarette and regarded the three men calmly. "Then pray tell, how exactly do you envision this redrawing? I am all ears." Shanghai has traditionally been divided into 32 districts, nearly all controlled by our three families Master Feng's Feng Clan Syndicate and the former Axe Gang. Each of us three families, and Master Feng, governed 7 districts, the Axe Gang held 2, that accounted for 30 districts in total. The remaining 2 districts were collectively occupied by scattered minor factions. This third Etwa district division is well established. You must be familiar with it, Mr. Yi. Yunfei nodded. I've heard something of it, though not in such detail. 32 districts, 3 tycoons, and Feng Jingyao each held 7, the Axe Gang 2, and all minor factions combined 2. Shanghai was in essence neatly partitioned among its elite overlords. The most prosperous districts remained firmly under their control, while over 1,000 so-called gangs shared just 2 districts between them. And if he guessed correctly, those 2 districts were likely remote, barren, and economically barren. Even the formidable Axe Gang, ranked among Shanghai's top 5, controlled only 2 districts. It paled beside these 3. Indeed, the 3 tycoons, and Feng Jingyao, lived up to their formidable reputations. Yunfei turned his gaze to Du Yuesheng. So, how exactly do you propose to redraw these boundaries? It is quite simple. The 2 districts formerly held by the Axe Gang shall now fall under your administration, since you dismantled them. Additionally, one of the 2 districts currently shared by minor factions shall also be assigned to you, granting your Longmen faction control over 3 districts in total. How does that strike you, Mr. Yi? Du Yuesheng watched him closely. Yunfei drew deeply on his cigarette. That proposal seems flawed, Mr. Du. Having vanquished the Axe Gang, their districts already belong to me by right. As for the district held jointly by minor factions, if none of you claim it, it must be the least desirable. Moreover, hundreds, perhaps thousands, of small gangs jointly occupy it. Do you truly believe I could seize it at your mere word? In truth, it would require conquest, not concession. If that is the case, why bother with formal reallocation? Let strength decide. Du Yuesheng's words sounded reasonable, fair even, but in reality they amounted to empty rhetoric. Yunfei had already seized the Axe Gang's 2 districts. The third, the one shared by countless minor factions, could only be taken by wresting it from them. Though individually insignificant, hundreds of such factions united posed a formidable challenge. After all, even elephants succumb to swarming ants. To pursue that district would invite nothing but trouble. Du Yuesheng's proposal was quite simply nonsense. At Yunfei's reply, all 4 men, Du Yuesheng included, frowned slightly. So, you are dissatisfied with controlling 3 districts? Yunfei replied coolly, since this is negotiation, allow me to present my own proposal, for your consideration. I am new to this arena, no match for your stature. The Axe Gang's 2 districts are already mine, having been won by my hand. Moreover, each of you shall cede 1 district from your current 7, bringing Longmen's total to 5, while you retain 6 apiece. A fair arrangement, would you agree? At Yunfei's words, the 3 men's faces darkened instantly. He sought to extract 1 district, not from an enemy, but directly from each of them. They had summoned him to curb Longmen's rise, not to surrender ground. That is impossible, Du Yuesheng said flatly. Our 7 district holdings have stood unchanged for decades. Why disrupt a proven order? Huang Jinrong slammed his fist onto the table. Mr. Yi, daring to carve up our territories. No one has ever dared such a thing. Zhang Xiaolin's voice turned icy. We offered you 3 districts, a generous concession. The Axe Gang itself held only 2. With 3 districts, you already surpassed the Axe Gang. Do not overreach. All 3 fixed Yunfei with cold, threatening stares. Yunfei remained unruffled. You invited me to negotiate, so you may speak your mind and I mine. If your decision were already final, what then is there to negotiate? My position is clear. Each of you yields 1 district. You retain 6, Longmen holds 5. Peace prevails, and all prosper. Consider it carefully. Zhang Xiaolin rose abruptly, furious. Yunfei, demanding 1 district from each of us. Impossible. Longmen shall hold no more than 3. That is the law. 3 districts is already magnanimous. Do not press your luck. Refuse, and we shall resolve this our way. The threat hung heavier now. Yunfei glanced at Zhang Xiaolin, then at Huang Jinrong and Du Yuesheng. If this is your stance, there is no further point in discussion. Let me state plainly, I reject your proposal. Longmen's growth will bow to no one's limits. Du Yuesheng and the others flushed with displeasure. Silence fell thick and heavy. Enough. Sensing the tension, Feng Jingyao interjected. We are all friends. No need for such acrid hostility. Negotiation requires give and take, not fury. Since consensus eludes us today, I propose a 3-day recess. Each side reflects, then responds formally after 72 hours. Both proposals are now on the table. With time pressing, uncertainty is natural. Take 3 days to deliberate. What say you? Feng Jingyao had stepped in to defuse the crisis, to offer everyone a dignified exit. All understood his intent. Yunfei and the others nodded in quiet assent. Agreed. Let us reconvene in 3 days. I have pressing matters, excuse me. Having reached no accord, Yunfei saw no value in further talk. he rose and departed without delay. His stance would not shift in 3 days. Whether theirs would change, he did not know. He would cross that bridge when it came. Though the three tycoons wielded immense power in Shanghai, Longmen now commanded 10,000 disciples. No cause for fear. For now he granted Feng Jingyao face. The reckoning would come in 3 days. Yunfei strode out of the restaurant. Just as he reached the entrance, a voice echoed inside his mind. System alert, host has recruited 10,000 disciples. System upgrade unlocked. Please claim your reward. A system prompt, clear, resonant, and unmistakable. Before he realized that his disciples numbered 10,000. The system's rewards had refreshed, and he wondered what gifts it would grant this time. Congratulations, host, you have been granted 2 Tiger tanks, 50 heavy machine guns, 200 light machine guns, 500 grenades, 2,000 pistols, and 1 million rounds of ammunition. Hearing the system's voice, Yunfei was astonished. Among the rewards were 2 Tiger tanks, weapons from the Second World War famed for their destructive power. On the battlefield, they were nearly unbeatable. 2 tanks were not many in number, but their combat value was immense. Along with them came heavy and light machine guns, grenades, and more. In short, the reward was generous, and Yunfei was pleased. Of course, what pleased him most were the 2 Tiger tanks. With such assets, anyone who harbored designs against Longmen would be crushed without mercy. Moreover, with the conflict against the 3 tycoons, unfolding these arms would give him a tangible advantage. Yunfei glanced at the Hongbin Lu behind him and said coldly, I want to see whether those 3 old men will accept the terms I proposed in 3 days. If they refuse, we go to war at once. Roll out the tanks and grind them to dust. With that, he turned and left. Inside the Hongbin Lu, after Yunfei left, Huang Jinrong, Du Yuesheng, and Zhang Xiaolin grew increasingly sullen. Zhang Xiaolin snapped, that Yunfei is shameless. We offered him 3 districts, and he refused. He even dares to demand 1 district from each of us. He wants to seize our turf without reckoning his strength. Does he truly believe that wiping out the Futabang made him invincible? He perhaps does not realize the Futabang was merely a dog we kept. He is far from being able to contend with us. Huang Jinrong said, what should we do about Yunfei? Since he rejected our offer, should we strike first and annihilate him, or continue negotiations? We must think this through. Du Yuesheng tapped the table and said, we must be cautious about going to war with Yunfei. Shanghai is no longer what it once was. Many foreigners and regional warlords covet the bond. Though the 3 of us are the largest factions here, if we clash with Longmen, I fear foreign powers and warlords will seize the opportunity to wade into the chaos, leaving us on the defensive and facing a difficult situation. Do not sacrifice our 3 houses to eliminate a single Longman, they said, frowning. Indeed, the situation on the bund had changed. Many foreign forces and outside warlords had come to the bund, and the standing of the 3 tycoons was being threatened by their presence. They were not particularly afraid of Yunfei's Longmen. Although Longmen was competent, any one of the 3 families now far outmatched it. Eradicating Longmen would not be too difficult, but if fighting broke out, it would surely affect the entire bund. Should foreigners or a warlord intervene, trouble would follow. It was precisely because of this that they had summoned Yunfei to negotiate. Otherwise, given their power and temper, they would have acted long ago. They would not tolerate a fledgling gang like Longmen running rampant. At that moment, Feng Jingyao said, Gentlemen, how you deal with Yunfei and Longmen is a matter for your 3 houses. My Feng Shi Shanghui will not intervene. But as Boss Du said, weigh the pros and cons carefully before deciding. After all, Longmen today is not what it used to be. You have 3 days to consider. During that time, I hope you will ponder the matter and make your decision after 3 days. When Feng Jingyao finished, the 3 nodded. They truly needed to think matters through and decide how to deal with Longmen and Yunfei. Thus the meeting concluded. After everyone had left, Feng Jingyao sighed and said, those 3 old men are domineering, and Yunfei is even more so. If neither side yields, the inevitable result will be mutual destruction. Xiang remarked, I suppose this matter will not be easily resolved. Mr. Feng, if after 3 days neither Yunfei nor the 3 tycoons yields, do you think they will go to war? Feng Jingyao replied, neither side is to be underestimated. Who would back down so readily? Yet I must find a way to keep the bund as balanced and peaceful as possible. Otherwise, my Feng Shi Shanghui will also be affected. Indeed, a solution must be found. Yunfei rested for 2 days before returning to Lidu. Upon arriving, he was surprised to find Ding Li there as well. Brother Fei, you're here, Ding Li said to Yunfei. Yunfei replied, weren't you supposed to be convalescing in the hospital? How did you get out? When Yunfei had seen Ding Li in the hospital the day before yesterday, his body had still been plastered in casts, yet now he was out. What was going on? Ding Li chuckled, Brother Fei, my wounds healed long ago. The doctors at the hospital wanted to earn more, so they kept me confined. I slipped out while they were inattentive. See, I'm perfectly fine now. He even hopped a few times to demonstrate. Yunfei frowned. Don't be foolish. You've been wounded in so many places. You could not have recovered so quickly. Go back and continue your treatment. Only leave when fully healed. No. Hearing Yunfei insist, he returned. Ding Li immediately begged, Brother Fei, I'm truly fine. There's nothing wrong. My injuries are mostly superficial. Ooh, I don't need hospital treatment. Do you think I don't know my own body? Besides, the hospital is no place to stay. Being trapped in bed would drive anyone mad. Brother Fei, please let me stay outside. I'm absolutely fine. Saying this, Ding Li seemed on the verge of kneeling before Yi Yunfei. Yi Yunfei looked at Ding Li helplessly. This fellow was not made for confinement. Even a hospital could not hold him. Yet, judging by his current state, he did seem to have mostly recovered. Yi Yunfei said, "Very well, you may stay out for now. I could indeed use your help. But do not engage in strenuous activity for a while, and do not get into fights. If your wounds reopen, you'll be rolling back to the hospital." Ding Li chuckled, understood. "I will wait until my wounds are fully healed before I go fighting again." Yi Yunfei shook his head helplessly and said, "By the way, come with me. Oh, I have something to give you." Ding Li asked curiously, "What is it?" Yi Yunfei replied, "You'll see when we get there." Filled with intense curiosity, Ding Li followed Yi Yunfei. Yi Yunfei took Ding Li to a warehouse in a relatively hidden area of Shanghai Bund. Seeing the enormous warehouse, Ding Li curiously asked Brother Fei, "Why did you bring me here?" "This warehouse is massive. It must be over 100,000 square meters." Yi Yunfei smiled and replied, "I bought this warehouse, and there are valuable things inside. Let's take a look." Since the system frequently provided him with numerous pieces of equipment, he had no place to store them, so he specifically bought a gigantic warehouse to keep these items. This warehouse was indeed purchased solely for storing equipment. Ding Li opened the large door of the warehouse, his face filled with confusion. When the door swung open, he was utterly stunned. Inside the vast warehouse, various types of military arms were stacked high. There were submachine guns, heavy machine guns, grenades, mortars, and countless bullets. What shocked him the most were the two massive vehicles placed at the forefront. They were actually two tanks, brand new and resembling behemoths, standing before him. Upon seeing the tank, Ding Li's eyes nearly popped out. He had heard of tanks before, known as the killers of the battlefield, capable of crushing everything, but he had never seen one in person. Today, two massive tanks were right in front of him. This is really a tank. My goodness, I can't believe I'm seeing a tank." Ding Li touched the tank, filled with disbelief. Seeing Ding Li's naive expression, Yi Yunfei chuckled. In fact, he too was shocked for quite a while when he first saw these two tanks. After all, such things were indeed rare. Even among the warlords of the Republic, not many owned tanks. Some smaller warlords barely had complete sets of rifles, let alone heavy weaponry like tanks. After fondling the tank for a while, Ding Li asked Brother Fei, "Where did these tanks and so many arms come from?" "This is the first time I've seen so many arms, especially these tanks. Not to mention Shanghai Bund, I doubt they're common throughout the entire Republic." Yi Yunfei replied with a smile, "Tanks are indeed rare, but for the development of Longmen, I managed to acquire two. From now on, these two tanks will belong to Longmen. This batch of arms is also entirely ours." Ding Li exclaimed, "Brother Fei, you're incredible. You even managed to get your hands on tanks. If we take these out, won't we scare the people of Shanghai Bund to death? Moreover, not only are there tanks here, but also heavy machine guns. I've heard that on the battlefield, these heavy machine guns are lethal weapons, sweeping through enemies, causing countless deaths. So many arms, it feels like a dream." Yi Yunfei said, "Stop dreaming. He'll hand over all this weaponry to you. Distribute these to the most core members of Longmen and equip them into an elite army. In the future, we'll rely on these people and equipment to sweep through Shanghai Bund." Ding Li grinned, "No problem. Now we have people, equipment, and such top-notch gear. Who would dare to provoke Longmen in Shanghai Bund? If anyone dares to have designs on Longmen, we'll just blast them with the tanks." Yi Yunfei said, "This batch of equipment is great, but we must not let anyone outside of Longmen know about it for now. Tell the brothers that once we get the equipment, we must keep it confidential, especially with heavy machine guns and tanks. They must not be exposed, or it could stir up trouble. While tanks and heavy machine guns are extremely powerful, once they come to light, they will certainly cause a huge commotion. If some high-ranking individuals take an interest, it could lead to complications." Yi Yunfei wasn't afraid of ordinary gangs. He feared that warlords with large armies would set their sights on this batch of equipment. At present, he was still just a small gang. No matter how much the gang developed, it couldn't compare to a warlord. Therefore, it was best to stay low-key for now and not provoke any issues. His conflict with the three big shots of Shanghai Bund hadn't been resolved. If he stirred up trouble with warlords, it would be detrimental to Longmen's development. After hearing what Yi Yunfei said, Ding Li nodded, "I understand. I'll make sure the brothers keep a low profile and avoid using this batch of equipment until the right moment." Yi Yunfei nodded. Ding Li then went to arrange for the equipment to be transported, while Yi Yunfei returned to Lido. "Brother Fei, Mr. Feng has arrived and is waiting for you inside." As soon as he arrived at Lido, Chang Gue walked over to say, "Mr. Feng." Yi Yunfei looked surprised at Chang Gue, wondering why Feng Jingyao had come. The bosses of Shanghai Bund rarely went out, because being at the top meant many people were watching them. Frequently showing their faces could make them targets. If they were hit by a hidden shot, it would be troublesome. Previously, many bosses of Shanghai Bund had been assassinated. Feng Jingyao was no exception. He had killed many people while rising to power, making numerous enemies in Shanghai Bund. Many people were also watching him now. Fearing assassination, Feng Jingyao basically stayed inside the Feng family villa, only going out for extremely important matters. Moreover, Feng Jingyao had never been to his Lido before. This was his first time. He wondered what Feng Jingyao was here for. Take me there. After saying that, Yunfei went to the office. Inside the office, Feng Jingyao and his Xiang were sitting. Mr. Feng, what brings you here? Yunfei directly asked as he entered. Feng Jingyao said, Yunfei, this is my first time at your Lido. It's indeed impressive, bustling with business. There are so many people during the day, it must be even livelier at night. No wonder it's said that Lido is the largest nightclub in Shanghai. Bond, the reputation is well-deserved. Yunfei replied, this little business of Lido pales in comparison to Mr. Feng's Feng family business. As far as I know, Mr. Feng's Feng family business almost monopolizes several industries in Shanghai. Bond, earning astronomical amounts every day. In Mr. Feng's eyes, Lido probably seems no different from a small shop. He wasn't exaggerating. Feng Jingyao's Feng family business was indeed quite profitable. Feng Jingyao laughed. You young man, what are you comparing yourself to? I've been in Shanghai Bund for decades, and it took me that long to accumulate my wealth. You've only developed for less than a year, and have already grown this big. That's very impressive. By the time you reach my age, you'll probably surpass me by several folds. Previously, whenever Feng Jingyao sought him out, it was usually through Xiang. This time, however, Feng Jingyao came in person. Clearly, he had something important to discuss. Uncertain of what it was about, Feng Jingyao stated, I am here regarding last night's events. Last night, you mean the meeting I had with the three tycoons? Yunfei replied. Last night, under Feng Jingyou's arrangement, he had met with the three tycoons of Shanghai Bond. However, the conversation did not go well, and they parted on unfriendly terms. That's right, Feng Jingyao said. You did not come to an agreement with them yesterday, and you all agreed to respond in 3 days. I want to know how you plan to respond to them in 3 days. Yunfei's expression was calm as he said, Last night, I made it very clear each of them should allocate 1 district to me, and then we can coexist peacefully. That is my answer to them. 3 days from now, my answer will not change. Feng Jingyao remarked, but you must understand, attempting to seize a territory from those three is nearly impossible. For so many years, they have always taken from others, and no one has dared to take from them. If you ask each of them for a district, they will absolutely refuse. The result may very well be a breakdown in talks and a potential conflict. Yunfei responded, They sought me out to negotiate. I presented my opinion, but they disagreed. There is nothing I can do. Moreover, according to their wishes, they want me to manage 2 districts of the former Axe gang and take over a worthless district from those smaller gangs. This is clearly an attempt to restrict the growth of my longmen. Why should I agree to that? After their conversation last night, Yunfei had clearly understood the intentions of those 3 old fellows. They intended to trap his longmen within the 3 districts they mentioned, preventing any external expansion. In total, there are 32 districts in Shanghai Bund, yet longmen could only control 3. Of these 3 districts, 2 were taken by longmen themselves, while the other was a worthless area devoid of any benefits. The 3 tycoons aimed to restrict longmen's development, confining it within these 3 districts. He could never agree to that. No one could limit the growth of longmen. After hearing Yunfei's words, Feng Jingyao furrowed his brow and said, What those 3 said does have some merit, but Yunfei, you must know that your longmen has only just begun to develop. Each of their gangs has been established on Shanghai Bund for decades, which is why they possess their current territories. You still have a long way to go to compare yourself to them. Yunfei replied, I understand, which is why I asked each of them to allocate 1 district to me, totaling 5 districts, while they each have 6, which is 1 more than me. I have already shown them considerable respect, yet they remain dissatisfied, only allowing me to manage 3 districts, all of which are relatively worthless and unprofitable. Why should I listen to their demands? Feng Jingyao fixed his gaze on Yunfei and asked, So what are you suggesting? Yunfei said, My stance is simple. If they wish to negotiate sincerely, then we can discuss matters. If they intend to use negotiation as a means to suppress the growth of my longmen, then there is nothing to talk about. The territories of longmen will be taken by us. If they do not give them to me, I will seize them. Regardless, what longmen desires must be obtained. Feng Jingyao spoke in a deep voice. You are planning to go against all 3 families at once. Yunfei, I must tell you that although these 3 families have their own conflicts, they tend to unite when faced with an external enemy. If things escalate, they may join forces to eliminate you first. Your longmen is indeed developing well, but to be honest, it still cannot compare to any of the 3 families, let alone when they unite. Thus you must proceed with caution. Yunfei's expression turned cold upon hearing this. He was indeed aware that longmen's strength was currently inferior to the 3 major gangs, which is why he sought to negotiate. However, the other party showed no intention to negotiate sincerely. Hence, if they could not reach an agreement, then there was no need to negotiate. At worst, they could battle it out. Who was afraid of whom? Yunfei declared, Mr. Feng, I admit that the 3 major gangs are stronger than my longmen, but my longmen is not made of clay and will not let them manipulate us. This is my stance. If they agree to my conditions, then we can coexist peacefully on Shanghai Bund, each earning our own profits without interfering with one another. If they do not agree, then we shall see whose strength prevails. Feng Jingyao realized that Yunfei was determined to fight against the three tycoons. Even though he knew he was currently weaker than the three tycoons, he was not afraid of them. Feng Jingyao stared at Yunfei and asked, Yunfei, would you like to hear my opinion? Yunfei replied, Mr. Feng, please speak. I am all ears. Feng Jingyao said, the current situation in Shanghai Bund is complex. With your longmen just beginning to develop, it is not appropriate to confront the three major gangs at this time, as it would not benefit you. I have watched your longmen grow to this point, and it has not been easy. Therefore, there is no need to gamble your life. Both you and longmen are very young with plenty of time for development, while the three families have already begun to decline and are in a state of twilight. The future of Shanghai Bund will inevitably belong to you. You do not need to compete with them now. My suggestion is that you should be somewhat accommodating, give yourself some time to develop, and when you feel strong enough to compete with the three major gangs, it will not be too late to fight for the territories. This is my sincere advice, and I hope you will consider it. After finishing, Feng Jingyao looked at Yunfei with genuine eyes. After listening to Feng Jingyao words, Yunfei furrowed his brows. Feng Jingyao spoke very sincerely, and he could tell that Feng Jingyao did not want him to have friction with the three major gangs at this moment. The reason was understandable. It was not only for the interests of the Feng family business, but also potentially concerned about Yunfei's well-being. After all, they had been interacting for quite some time and had become friends. After some contemplation, Yunfei finally said, all right, since Mr. Feng has said so, I will give you face. Didn't I say before that I wanted 5 districts in Shanghai Bund? I will reduce it to 4. As long as the three families allow my longmen to control 4 districts in Shanghai Bund, all matters within those 4 districts will be managed by my longmen, and no other gang can interfere. Then we can temporarily put this matter aside, and the major gangs can jointly manage Shanghai Bund. This is my greatest concession, whether they agree or not depends on their own choice. These 4 districts are his bottom line. First, because Feng Jingyao came in person and put on a show, he owed him that courtesy. Second, they had only just absorbed the foot of Bang after a fierce battle. Longmen still needed time to recuperate. Therefore, it was wiser to refrain from action for the moment. Besides, those 3 factions remained somewhat troublesome, so delaying for now was acceptable. Once Longmen had recovered its vigor and surpassed its former strength, they would extinguish those 3 factions. Then the entire Shanghai Tan would belong to Longmen. Hearing Yunfei, Feng Jingyao frowned and said, for districts, I can bring this up for them. They should agree. Yunfei replied coldly, if they refuse even those 4 districts, then there is nothing left to discuss. I have already made a concession. If they continue to press, it will be fight to the death. In short, this is my final answer. If they agree, we coexist in peace. If not, prepare for all-out war. Feng Jingyao nodded. I understand. I will pass the word to them and see how they decide. I suppose they will agree. After all, you have already made concessions, and 4 districts are not much relative to Longmen as it stands now. There were 32 districts across the Shanghai Tan, and Yunfei asked for only 4. Given Longmen's current strength, 4 districts were truly not many. By the way, do you have specific requirements for which 4 districts you want? There are 32 districts, and each differs greatly from the next, Feng Jingyao asked. Yunfei considered for a moment and said, I want Huangpu District, Lujiaoan District, Chongning District, and Jinggan District, those 4. Feng Jingyao said, those 4 are among the wealthiest on the Shanghai Tan. Each one is booming with business. Yunfei, you are cunning to ask for the 4 richest districts. Yunfei replied calmly, I asked for few districts to begin with. I cannot take those poor rundown districts. Then my over 10,000 Longmen disciples would starve. I only want these 4 districts. Feng Jingyao said, very well. I will speak to them and see what they say. Yunfei nodded. Then I leave it to you, Mr. Feng. Feng Jingyao rose and said helplessly, the trouble is secondary. I merely wish to calm Shanghai Tan and prevent major upheaval. I hope my wish will be fulfilled. Yunfei watched Feng Jingyao and said, Mr. Feng, you seem changed. I heard that in your youth you were bold and ruthless, seizing the Shanghai Tan by force. Now you seem much more tempered. That does not quite match the legends. Feng Jingyao did not become one of the top bosses on the Shanghai Tan by being meek. His reputation for leaving a trail of bodies was notorious. The Feng Trading Company's power and status were hard-won by Feng Jingyao. Yet now he kept acting as mediator between him and the 3 tycoons, a marked change. Feng Jingyao said, I am after all old. I lack the ferocity of youth. Moreover, the situation on the Shanghai Tan is complicated. Calming all sides is the wisest choice. Otherwise, if you lose control and fight, my Feng Trading Company will surely be affected. I would prefer to avoid such trouble. Yunfei nodded. Then we'll see how the 3 tycoons respond. I have already put forward my terms. It depends on whether they accept. Feng Jingyao said, I will go to them now and inquire. He left. Yunfei watched his departing figure for a few moments and then shook his head. He was uncertain whether the 3 tycoons would consent, but he was not troubled by the outcome. If they agreed, Longmen would take time to recuperate, consolidate its current holdings, and find ways to elevate the disciples' overall strength. Longmen's disciples already numbered more than 10,000. Although those 10,000 had been carefully selected to join Longman, there were still some incompetent individuals or secret infiltrators whose motives were impure. These people had to be purged. In addition, they needed to train the disciples' single combat abilities so that in future clashes they would hold the advantage. And of course they needed to make money. One must understand that although Longman had grown stronger and more numerous, feeding over 10,000 people was no small task. A gang of more than 10,000 consumed considerable resources each day. Without sufficient funds, Longman might not survive a week. Thus they had to find ways to earn more. After spending the afternoon in Lidu that night, Yunfei returned to the Xiaobei district slums. He had been busy in Lidu lately and seldom returned. Tonight he had two purposes. First, to revisit his origins. This place was where he had risen from and could not be abandoned. Second, he missed Xiaoya. It had been a long time since he had seen her. Yunfei opened his door and looked inside. The room was impeccably clean, as if tended frequently. Yunfei sat on a stool and lit a cigarette. It lacked light as splendor, but it was quiet and offered a momentary peace. Each time he returned here, he felt an inexplicable lightness. The Shanghai Tan was a place of bloodshed. Here life belonged to ordinary people. Brother Yi, why have you returned? Outside the door stood a pretty slender woman. Xiaoya? Yunfei smiled. I haven't been back for several days. I came to see how things are. Xiaoya, how did you know I had returned? Xiaoya said, I come every day to clean the room. I saw your light on and came to check. I didn't expect you would actually be back. She spoke with excitement. Since their last intimacy, Xiaoya had grown deeply attached to Yunfei. But she knew he had been busy, so she had not disturbed him and had quietly waited for his return. Today Yunfei had finally come back. Seeing Yunfei, Xiaoya's heart swelled with joy. Yunfei took Xiaoya's hand, pulling her into his embrace, and said, Xiaoya, I've been busy lately and haven't had time to see you. You won't hold it against me, will you? Of course not. You're out there doing great things. How could I blame you? I just miss you from time to time, Xiaoya replied. Yunfei smiled and said, just from time to time. I thought you would be thinking of me all the time. Xiaoya's face flushed as she said, You're so bad. Of course I think of you all the time, but as a girl, how can I say that out loud? Yunfei laughed heartily. That's right. Since you think of me and am back now, shouldn't we do something together? Xiaoya understood Yunfei's intention. She stood up and walked over to close the door, then began to remove her clothes one by one. Yunfei gazed in admiration at the stunningly beautiful Xiaoya. She truly was becoming more enchanting. He stood up and lifted Xiaoya onto the bed. Throughout the night of passion, Yunfei lost count of how many times they were together. All in all, it was a night filled with immense joy. Xiaoya felt the same. Having not seen Yunfei for a long time, she put in her utmost effort to satisfy him when they met again. The next morning in bed, Yunfei embraced Xiaoya and said, Xiaoya, thank you for last night. Xiaoya blushed and replied, Big brother Yi, you were the one working hard. It felt like you were the one doing all the moving. Yunfei was taken aback by her words. This girl could actually speak sweet nothings. All right then, next time we can work together. Yunfei continued. By the way, Xiaoya, didn't you say you wanted to open a restaurant? How is that going? Has it opened? He remembered that Xiaoya had told him about wanting to open a Chinese restaurant. He had also given her some money to help start it. During this period, he had been busy with matters regarding Longmin and hadn't had the chance to ask Xiaoya how the restaurant was doing. Xiaoya said, The restaurant has opened. I used the money you gave me last time. With the amount of money you gave me, it was enough to open the restaurant, and it's been open for over a month now. Yunfei asked, Really? How's the business? Xiaoya giggled, Business is quite good. My cooking skills are decent, and since it's a new restaurant, it started with only a few customers, but after a few visits, more and more people came. Now there are many people coming to my restaurant almost every day. Big brother Yi, I think it won't be long before I can pay you back. Yunfei replied, Pay back? That money was a gift to you. I said at the time, if the restaurant loses money, it's on me. If it makes money, it's yours. Now that your restaurant is doing so well, that's a good thing. Keep the money for yourself. Xiaoya nodded and said, All right then, big brother Yi, come eat at my restaurant another day and see how it is. Why wait for another day? I have time today. Get up and tidy up a bit. Let's go see your restaurant today. Xiaoya looked at Yunfei in surprise and said, Big brother Yi, do we have to go today? Yunfei replied, Yes, what's wrong? Can't we go today? Xiaoya said, Sure, of course we can. I just thought you'd be very busy and wouldn't have time to go. Yunfei said, Today just happens to be free. Oh, let's go and support you. Xiaoya smiled. Great. They'll get ready, and then we'll head over together. Yunfei nodded. After smoking 2 cigarettes, Xiaoya finished getting ready, and the two set off for her restaurant. Xiaoya's restaurant was located on a main street in the Xiaobei district. The street was bustling with people looking quite lively. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Yunfei saw that Xiaoya's place wasn't particularly large, but the layout and environment were quite nice. Moreover, it was morning, and there were already many people seated inside the restaurant, indicating that the business was indeed good. Once inside, Xiaoya said, Big brother Yi, you sit here first. I'll go prepare some food for you. The food here is quite good. You should try it. Yunfei nodded with a smile and said, All right, you go ahead. He'll just have a look around. Xiaoya went to cook while Yunfei observed the restaurant. Currently in Shanghai, there were many Western restaurants due to the high number of foreigners, but there were not many authentic Chinese restaurants. Xiao Ya's was a Chinese restaurant primarily serving traditional dishes. However, Xiao Ya's cooking skills were indeed impressive and the food was delicious. This made the restaurant quite popular among diners. Based on the current number of customers, it wouldn't be long before the restaurant would need to expand as the space was currently too small to accommodate many people. I didn't expect this little girl Xiaoya to be quite business savvy. Just over a month since opening and already so many customers, the future looks promising. Yi Yunfei said with a smile. Soon Xiaoya came out carrying several dishes. Big brother Yi, this is the dish I just stir-fried, you should try it. Xiaoya said. Yi Yunfei nodded. The dishes on the table looked great. He took a couple of bites and found the flavors outstanding. Not bad, very tasty, Yi Yunfei said, sincerely nodding. Xiaoya smiled and said, as long as it's good, big brother Yi, there are quite a few customers in the restaurant and I need to attend to them. You eat first and he'll come back to find you later. Yi Yunfei replied. You go ahead and be busy, don't mind me. He'll leave after I'm done eating. Xiaoya said, he'll take you home after you finish. After saying that, she went back to the kitchen. While Yi Yunfei was enjoying the dishes, a few men dressed in rough clothing entered the restaurant and casually took a seat at a table. Boss, where's the boss? Call your boss out, one of the bald men shouted after sitting down. A waiter approached and said, what would you like to eat? Please feel free to order, he'll bring you tea. The bald man replied, tea? I'm asking for your boss. Call your boss out. The waiter said, the boss is in the kitchen cooking, just tell me what you'd like to eat, and I can have someone make it right away. A skinny man beside him said, what kind of dishes? The Tiger Lord is here. Don't you want your boss to come out and greet him? Do you not want to mix in this street anymore? Have your boss come personally to serve the Tiger Lord. The Tiger Lord will tell her what to eat. Upon hearing this skinny man's words and seeing the fierce-looking men in front of her, the waiter realized they were likely gang members. She didn't dare to argue back, saying, all right, please wait a moment, he'll go call the boss. Shortly after, Xiaoya walked out from the back. Xiaoya approached the group and glanced at each of them before saying, greetings, I'm the owner of this restaurant. What would you like to eat? Feel free to name anything, I'll have it prepared immediately. The men seated at the table fixed their gazes upon Xiaoya, scrutinizing her from head to toe. The lean man beside them sneered, well, didn't expect the owner of this Chinese restaurant to be so stunning. Those legs must feel exquisite to touch. At his words, the others burst into raucous laughter. A flash of fury crossed Xiaoya's face, but she knew these men were gang-affiliated and provoking them would be perilous. She replied evenly, our dishes are all exceptional. If you're unsure what to order, I'd be happy to recommend a few selections. Dishes certain to suit your taste, esteemed sirs. The bald man retorted, is that so? Then hurry up and prepare them. Bring us your finest meal. Let's see if it lives up to the claim. Xiaoya nodded. Of course. Please be seated, or we'll serve you shortly. She turned and walked away to prepare the meal while the men leered openly at her figure. In the kitchen, a waiter murmured to Xiaoya, Sister Xiaoya, those men seem troublebound. They spoke crudely and with blatant disrespect. Could this escalate? Xiaoya cast a brief, wary glance toward them through the doorway and replied, never mind. Just prepare our best dishes for them. Even gang members rarely seek confrontation without cause. As long as we comply, there should be no issue. The waiter nodded. Understood, Sister Xiaoya. I'll prepare the meal right away. Xiaoya frowned, watching the men intently. Since opening her restaurant, petty thugs had occasionally wandered in to stir trouble. Yet their antics had always remained superficial, easily resolved with a modest sum of money. Today would likely follow the same pattern, as she anticipated paying them off shortly. Moments later, steaming plates were laid before the men. The bald man scooped a few bites carelessly into his mouth, then spat them out violently, uttering a string of curses. What is this filth? Fit for pigs or humans? This is inedible. Fetch your boss now. Do you dare insult me by serving such swill? With a thunderous slap, he struck the waiter across the face. The waiter, cheeks burning red, fled inside to summon Xiaoya. Xiaoya emerged moments later and asked calmly, gentlemen, was the meal unsatisfactory? Unsatisfactory. Try it yourself. Is this food fit for human consumption? Even a pig would turn its snout away from such garbage. You dare serve me this mockery? Consider your restaurant finished, if you persist. Xiaoya tasted 2 mouthfuls. The flavors were perfectly balanced, consistent with her usual preparation, and other patrons had always praised them highly. She realized instantly they were deliberately provoking her. If the dishes displeased you, I'll prepare fresh ones, exactly to your liking. Nonsense. I've waited long enough, only to be handed this trash. You've ruined my appetite entirely. So, what's your solution? Xiaoya responded quietly, name your terms. I'll abide by them. The bald man's voice turned icy. 2 demands. First, compensate us 10,000 yuan. Second, you spend 1 night with Brother Hu. Then this matter ends. Refuse and I'll reduce this establishment to rubble. Xiaoya's expression hardened. Gentlemen, these demands are unreasonable. I run a modest business. 10,000 yuan is beyond my means. And the second demand is utterly impossible. I beg your understanding. The lean man rose abruptly. Understanding. You serve us inedible slop, and expect understanding. Preposterous. Do exactly as brother says, immediately, or this shop will be shattered before dusk. Xiaoya seethed inwardly, yet felt powerless against them. The bald man surged to his feet and seized Xiaoya by the waist. The money can wait. First you accompany me now. We'll settle the rest afterward. He began dragging her toward the exit, when suddenly a fist blurred through the air. The bald man flew backward, crashing hard onto the floor. He screamed in agony, then roared, "Who dares strike me? Show yourself, or die." A calm voice answered, "I did." A young man stepped forward, Yi Yunfei. Seeing him intervene, Xiaoya whispered, "Brother Yi, I'm sorry. I've troubled you again." Yi Yunfei waved a hand dismissively. "Say no more. Leave it to me." Xiaoya bowed her head obediently. The bald man studied Yi Yunfei with narrowed eyes, recognizing no one. "Who the hell are you? What's your connection to this woman, that you dare interfere?" Yi Yunfei's gaze turned glacial. "I am Xiaoya's man. To harass her is to invite death. I will reduce you to nothing but scattered flesh." "Arrogant fool. Kill him." With a roar, his underlings lunged forward, all met by thunderous impacts. Yi Yunfei didn't flinch. He drew a pistol and fired, 4 precise shots, each exploding a skull. His assailants crumpled lifeless in an instant. "A gun. Who are you?" The bald man stammered, terror twisting his features. Though Shanghai's underworld teemed with gangs, firearms were exceedingly rare, reserved only for elite syndicates and high-ranking figures. Yi Yunfei strode forward, pressing the barrel against the bald man's temple. "You have no right to know my name. Tell me, what faction do you serve?" I serve the Flame Hall." The man choked out. A single gunshot echoed, then silence. All the thugs lay dead. Yi Yunfei holstered his weapon and said to Xiaoya, "Close the restaurant for a few hours. I'll dispatch men to remove these corpses. Reopen only after everything is cleared." Xiaoya nodded. "Yes, I understand." Yi Yunfei embraced her, gently patting her back once before turning to leave. He summoned several disciples of the Longmen sect from nearby to carry away the bodies. Once the scene was sanitized, he asked one disciple, "Who commands your Longmen branch here?" "Brother Zhao Jinshan. He oversees us all." Yi Yunfei nodded. "Bring Zhao Jinshan to me. I require his presence." "Yes, sir." The disciples hurried off, and soon returned with a towering, broad-shouldered man sprinting toward them. "Senior Brother Yi, I am Zhao Jinshan, Hall Master of the Longmen branch, at your service." Zhao Jinshan bowed deeply. Yi Yunfei appraised him briefly, then said, "Zhao Jinshan, I entrust you with a task." Zhao Jinshan immediately said, "What task?" "Just tell me, boss, and I will get it done." Yi Yunfei replied, "Go and eliminate a group called the Flame Hall. You should know about the Flame Hall, right?" Zhao Jinshan said, "I know a small gang in the Jiabei district. They'll take my men and wipe them out right now." "Go ahead," Yi Yunfei said. After that, Zhao Jinshan left with his men. Yi Yunfei glanced back at Xiaoya in the restaurant. "Oh, anyone who dared to touch his woman would pay a price." After resolving matters with Xiaoya, Yi Yunfei returned to Lidu. As soon as he returned, Ding Li came to the office. "Brother Fei, I heard you had a conflict in Jiabei. Are you alright?" Yi Yunfei replied, "I'm fine, just some small-time thugs. It's already been resolved." Ding Li said, "Brother Fei, you are now a person of status. I feel it's too dangerous for you to go out alone. How about I arrange for some bodyguards to accompany you? This way, even if something happens, they can ensure your safety." Yi Yunfei glanced at Ding Li and said, "Are you joking? Do I need bodyguards? Who in Shanghai can kill me?" Ding Li replied, "Brother Fei, I know you are formidable, but it's easy to dodge a bullet, yet hard to guard against a hidden arrow. I'm just worried someone might be plotting against you. Moreover, many people are watching you in Shanghai. You are the backbone of all our Longmen disciples. What will we do if something happens to you? So I think it's better to have a few bodyguards for you." Yi Yunfei lit a cigarette and said, "You don't need to worry about my safety. Focus on protecting yourself and get yourself a few more bodyguards. You've killed so many people, you are their primary target. I won't have any issues." Hearing this, Ding Li could only nod helplessly. After chatting for a bit, Ding Li said, "By the way, Brother Fei, there's something I need to report, and it's not good news." Yi Yunfei took a puff from his cigarette and said, "What bad news?" Ding Li scratched his head and said, "We are running low on funds. The money in the gang is completely insufficient for Longmen's daily expenses. It seems that in a week at most the brothers will be unable to make ends meet." Yi Yunfei frowned and said, "Is the money already insufficient? I thought it could last for a month or two." Yi Yunfei had actually anticipated that Longmen would be low on funds. After all, they had just absorbed the Axe gang and had obtained some money from them. He thought that with this money they could manage for a month or two. He never expected that it would be insufficient so soon. Ding Li said originally it could last for a while, but now there are just too many people in the gang. I calculated that the total number of people in Longmen is close to 12,000. This 12,000 people require a large sum of money every day. Not only do we have to provide them with food, drink, and shelter, but we also need to pay them wages every month, and some core members require special training. Initially, we relied on those venues and collected some protection fees to make money, but now the money earned is completely insufficient to cover the expenses. Even the money obtained from the Axe gang can only last less than half a month. The daily expenses far exceed the income, and it feels like we can't support more than 10,000 people. Ding Li said this with a sense of helplessness. He previously thought that the more people in a gang the better. More people would mean a stronger gang. But when he actually had so many people, he realized how terrifying it was. The expenses for over 10,000 people amounted to astronomical figures every day. Just relying on protection fees and the income from the gambling houses was simply not enough. Now he didn't know what to do. After listening to Ding Li, Yunfei said, "So you mean that the money we have left can only last less than a week?" Ding Li replied, "Yes, Brother Fei. I never expected that running a large gang would be so costly. I can only imagine how the top gangs like the Qing Gang and the Hong Society manage their finances. It's simply not enough." Yunfei said they have been operating in Shanghai for so many years. What they manage is far more than just collecting protection fees and running a few venues for profit. Such figures have significant influence in both the underworld and the legitimate world. Relying solely on illegal income won't work. They also have many legitimate businesses that generate profits. Ding Li nodded and said, "So what should we do?" Yunfei replied, "It's simple. We need to expand our methods of making money. We can't rely solely on protection fees and those few venues. We need to find more channels to earn money." Ding Li said, "But what channels can we use to make money?" "I'm not sure." Yunfei narrowed his eyes slightly upon hearing this. Although Shanghai in the Republic of China period was quite prosperous, it had not fully developed yet. Making money wasn't too difficult. Yunfei thought for a moment and asked, "Do you know which business is the most profitable?" Ding Li shook his head and replied, "I don't know." "What business?" Yunfei said, "Of course the business that everyone needs is the most profitable. Remember the water company we partnered with, the Feng family trading company?" Ding Li nodded. "I remember. That water company is doing great business now. Countless people pay for it every day. A large portion of our funding comes from the water company. And that's after splitting profits 50-50 with the Feng family. If we were to run it by ourselves, we'd probably make even more money." Yunfei took a puff from his cigarette and said, "Exactly. Water can make money because it's a necessity for everyone. Besides water, electricity is also one of the most profitable industries. We can establish an electricity company to be run by Longmen itself. Once we control all the electricity in Shanghai, the income will be more than enough to sustain one Longmen. It could support 10. Ding Li's eyes brightened, and he exclaimed, "That's right. Electricity is only used by a few people in Shanghai. Ordinary people have very little access to it. Not because they don't want to, but because they have no means to use it. If we can actually provide electricity, many people will definitely be willing to pay for it." Yunfei had already calculated that most people in Shanghai were still using kerosene lamps. If a power station were built to supply electricity to the entire Shanghai, then with the spending power of so many people in Shanghai, the daily income would absolutely be a staggering figure. He had wanted to set up a power station when he established the water plant. However, at that time, he was busy developing Longmen's power and didn't have the time. Now Longmen needed to take a break and strengthen its power. This opportunity could be used to earn more money. To grow and strengthen Longmen, a continuous flow of money was needed. In this place during the Republic, having money meant having everything. Money is the foundation of everything. Therefore, we must act quickly to make money. However, there's another very important issue. At this moment, Yunfei spoke again. "What is it?" Ding Li asked curiously. "To establish a power station, one must first invest some money. Without funds, how can a power station be built? You just mentioned that the current funds of Longmen can hardly support for long, and there isn't even enough for Longmen's own use, let alone to build a power station. Therefore, we need to acquire some funds first to construct the power station." Listening to Yunfei, Ding Li nodded. "Indeed, I hadn't considered that to make money one must first invest, but we currently have no investment funds left. So what should we do, Brother Fei? Where can we get the money?" Yunfei thought for a moment, and then said, "Leave the money matter to me. You take some people and go outside to select a location for the power plant. We'll discuss the location once it's chosen." Ding Li replied, "All right, I understand. He'll go right away." With that, Ding Li went off to find a place. As for Yunfei, he left Lidu and headed towards the Feng Family Business Association. In the entire Shanghai Bund, there were only a few truly wealthy individuals. And Feng Jingyao was undoubtedly one of those wealthy individuals. Therefore, if he needed money, he should seek him out. Just as he arrived at the entrance of the Feng Family Business Association, a graceful figure emerged from the villa gate. Chen. The beautiful woman before him was Feng Chen. "Yunfei, what brings you here? I was just about to look for you." Upon seeing Yunfei, Feng Chen directly rushed over and hugged him. Yunfei also embraced Feng Chen and said, "I came to see your father about something. You mentioned wanting to find me. Oh, what's the matter?" Feng Chen said, "It's been so long since we last met. Of course I miss you. What else could it be?" Yunfei replied, "I'm sorry, Chen. I've had a lot on my plate recently and haven't had the chance to find you. Once I finish up these few days, I'll spend quality time with you." Feng Chen said, "Are you still busy? But I heard from my father that it seems you're almost done with things now." Feng Chen occasionally checked in with Feng Jingyao about Yunfei's situation. Thus, she was somewhat aware of Yunfei's current circumstances. After eliminating the Axe gang, Yunfei was no longer as busy as he had been before. Yunfei said, "The gang matters are wrapped up, but there are still some other issues. I now have over 10,000 subordinates, and I need to consider their livelihoods. So there are still many matters to attend to each day? Trust me, once I'm done with these few days, I'll spend quality time with you. Feng Qinshan nodded and said, all right then, let's agree that you will spend a week with me, not leaving my side at all. Yunfei laughed and said, no problem, but I'm afraid you might not be able to handle it. Feng Qinshan curiously asked, how could I not handle it? I can definitely manage. Yunfei replied, oh really? That's not certain. We'll be going from morning till night, and then from night till morning for 7 consecutive days. Do you think you can handle that? Upon hearing Yunfei's words, Feng Qinshan's face turned red, and she shyly said, what are you talking about? How could there be going from morning till night, and then from night till morning? It's impossible to do that for such a long time. Yunfei laughed heartily and hugged Feng Qinshan, saying, others may not be able to, but I can. Just wait until then, and you might find it hard to get out of bed. Feng Qinshan was so shy that she couldn't even respond. After chatting for a bit, Xiang came out and said, Yunfei, why are you standing at the door? You should come inside. Yunfei replied, I was just talking with Qinshan. Has Mr. Feng already been informed of my arrival? Xiang said, he already knows you're at the door. If you finish talking, you should go in. Mr. Feng is waiting for you. Yunfei nodded and said, I'm done talking. He turned to Feng Qinshan and said, you go have fun by yourself for a bit, I'll go see your father now. Feng Qinshan nodded and said, go ahead. Then Yunfei followed Xiang into the villa. Uncle Xiang, what does Mr. Feng want to see me for? Does he have something to discuss with me? Yunfei asked curiously. Xiang replied, originally Mr. Feng was planning to find you, but when he heard you had arrived at the door, he decided not to go out. He waited for a long time and didn't see you come in, so he sent me out to urge you. Yunfei said, what does Mr. Feng want with me? Xiang said, you should talk to Mr. Feng yourself, but it's not something I can elaborate on. Yunfei nodded. He was somewhat curious about what Feng Jingyao wanted with him. When he entered Feng Jinjiao's study and saw Yunfei come in, Feng Jingyao stood up and said, Yunfei, your timing today is impeccable. I was just about to look for you, and here you are. Come have a seat. After Yunfei sat down, Feng Jingyao had a servant pour tea. Yunfei said, Uncle Xiang already informed me. I wonder if Mr. Feng is looking for me regarding something. Feng Jingyao replied, of course there's something. It's about the 3 tycoons. Previously you shared your thoughts with me, right? I spoke with the 3 tycoons about it, and they have now given a response. Oh, so it's about that matter. Yunfei nodded. It was actually about the territory division in the Shanghai bond. 3 days ago he had met with the 3 tycoons but hadn't reached an agreement. Later Feng Jingyao personally sought him out once more, asking him to make some concessions. Considering Feng Jinjiao's standing and the current development situation of Longmen, which required some time to stabilize, he agreed to take the 4 districts of the Shanghai bond. After receiving an answer, Feng Jingyao went to discuss it with the 3 tycoons. Now there was a result. Yunfei asked, what was their response? Did they agree or did they refuse? Feng Jingyao said, although the 3 of them were somewhat reluctant, they ultimately agreed to your conditions under my persuasion and granted you the 4 districts you requested. However, they also stated that this would be their last concession. Longmen can only control those 4 districts and must not expand further into other areas. Otherwise, they will resort to all means to suppress Longmen. Upon hearing this, Yunfei took a sip of tea and calmly said, since we have an agreement, I certainly want to continue to expand. However, none of the 3 gangs can enter the 4 districts under Longmen's control. We will not interfere with each other and will develop independently. Feng Jingyao replied, that's certainly the case. They have been in the Shanghai bond for so long, they understand the rules. So this matter is settled, right? Yunfei nodded. Yes, let's settle it like that. Although the agreement had been reached for Yunfei, this was merely a temporary measure. What he truly desired was to make money and further enhance Longmen's strength. Once Longmen's strength progressed further, he aimed to dominate the entire Shanghai bond. Just 4 districts could never satisfy him. After Longmen stabilized and acquired more money, equipment, and manpower, the first to be eliminated would be the 3 tycoons. Before long, the entire Shanghai bond would belong to him. After hearing Yunfei's accurate response, Feng Jingyao nodded. He might know a little about Yunfei's thoughts, but not much. Moreover, at this moment, he did not wish to concern himself with future matters. What he wanted was simply to maintain peace on the bund during his campaign for the Huadong position. Once he successfully campaigned for Huadong, he would no longer care about how Yunfei and the 3 tycoons clashed. Even if both sides were to suffer heavy losses, leaving no one alive, it would be of no concern to him. However, right now, as he campaigned for Huadong, any significant upheaval on the bund would certainly not be good news for him. This was the true thought of Feng Jingyao. After chatting for a while, he said, I've finished discussing my matters. Now it's time to talk about yours. I heard from Xiang that you specifically came to see me about something. Yunfei took a couple of sips of tea, lit a cigarette, and said, to be honest, I came to find Mr. Feng to borrow some money. Borrow money. Hearing Yunfei's words, Feng Jingyao was surprised and said, I must have misheard. Yunfei, are you seriously asking me for money? Are you joking? Why would I be joking? I'm here to borrow money. How could you possibly come to me for money? Your Longmin currently controls a substantial amount of territory and businesses on the Bund. You have both casinos and brothels as well as dance halls that are quite profitable. You still need to borrow money from me. Feng Jingyao was well aware of Yi Yunfei's current influence, so he was astonished at the request. Yi Yunfei replied, Mr. Feng, I must tell you the truth, I do have quite a few businesses and territories, but precisely because of this my funds are far from sufficient. Currently my disciples in Longmin number over 12,000, and we require substantial daily expenses. Relying solely on the income from those businesses is simply not enough. That's why I'm here to borrow some money from Mr. Feng to help me get by. Once I have enough, I will return it to you. Hearing this, Feng Jingyao frowned. Yi Yunfei's reasoning indeed made sense. As the leader of a major gang, he understood how costly it was to support thousands of people. Longmin seemed strong now, but without financial support, it could easily collapse. Considering this, Feng Jingyao asked, so how much do you want to borrow? 1 million taels. I wonder if Mr. Feng can manage that. 1 million is not a small sum, Feng Jingyao remarked. Upon hearing the figure of 1 million, Feng Jingyao frowned even more. Yi Yunfei said 1 million may seem astronomical to others on the Bund, but I know that for Mr. Feng and the Feng family business, it's not anything extraordinary. Mr. Feng, you should be able to come up with this amount, right? Yunfei, you think too highly of me. You must understand that is 1 million taels, no matter who holds it, it's a significant amount. I must also be honest with you, my Feng family business does have some assets, but 1 million is indeed not a small amount for me. Yi Yunfei stared at Feng Jingyao and asked, so Mr. Feng, will you lend it to me or not? Give me a clear answer. Feng Jingyao thought for a moment and finally said, all right, Yunfei, I can lend you 1 million, but you must pay me some interest. Otherwise, if I just hand out 1 million for free, my Feng family business will have a huge hole in its finances. As the president of the Feng family business, I need to ensure it operates normally. Moreover, I have many brothers under me, and I need to consider them as well. Yi Yunfei nodded and said, the interest is not a problem, let it be 10%. I will return you 1,100,000. 10% seems a bit low. The basic interest for borrowing money on the Bund is usually 20%, and some even charge 30 to 50%. Yi Yunfei shot a glance at Feng Jingyao and said, Mr. Feng, I'm borrowing money, not taking out a loan shark. If you charge me 30 to 50% interest, what's the difference from robbing me directly? It's just 10% interest. If you can lend it, then lend it to me. If not, I'll find other ways. Hearing Yi Yunfei's somewhat dissatisfied tone, Feng Jingyao laughed and said, fine, considering our relationship, it will be 10%. They'll have someone transfer the money to you shortly. Thank you. However, this 1 million taels shouldn't just be for your Longmin's daily expenses, right? Even if Longmin has many people, it wouldn't require this much money. Do you have other uses for it? Feng Jingyao looked at Yi Yunfei with curiosity. If it were just for daily expenses, 20 to 30,000 taels would be sufficient. After all, Longmin was also making money. But Yi Yunfei borrowing 1 million taels seemed to imply he had other uses. Yi Yunfei replied, once the money is in my hands, of course, I will use it myself. But how I use it is not something Mr. Feng needs to worry about. When it's time to repay, I will prepare a generous gift as a token of my gratitude. Feng Jingyao waved his hand and said, forget it. I won't concern myself with your affairs, and just do what you want. But do spend more time with Chinchun. That silly girl has been asking me about you several times a day, or it seems she is now more attached to you than to me. Don't let her down. Yi Yunfei smiled and said, Mr. Feng, don't worry. Once I'm done with this busy period, I will spend time with Chinchun. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. After finishing, Yi Yunfei stood up and left. Once Yi Yunfei was gone, Feng Jingyao called for Xiang and said, Xiang, go check on what Yi Yunfei has been up to recently. That 1 million is definitely not just for Longmin's daily expenses. I suspect he is planning something big. The fact that he didn't tell me has me thinking there is something fishy going on. Xiang replied, no problem, Mr. Feng. They'll look into it right away. After saying that, Xiang left as well. Feng Jingyao gazed out the window and said, kid, I want to see what kind of tricks you're up to. Spending 1 million, I must know what you were doing. After receiving the money, Yi Yunfei headed straight back to Lidu. Upon returning, Ding Li happened to be back as well. Ding Li said he had found the perfect location to build the power plant, and now they just needed the funds in place to get started. Without hesitation, Yi Yunfei directly allocated 500,000 taels to Ding Li for the power plant. This power plant is now the most critical revenue-generating project. Investing 500,000 yuan in its establishment is by no means excessive. As for the remaining 500,000, Yi Yunfei planned to reinvest it into expanding Longmin. The ultimate purpose of establishing the power plant remains profit generation, profits that would in turn fuel Longmin's expansion. Thus, of this 1 million yuan, half would fund the plant and half would strengthen Longmin. The allocation was eminently reasonable. Ding Li stared in astonishment at the 50,000 silver dollars before him and exclaimed, Brother Fei, where on earth did you procure such a sum? $50,000 in Shanghai constitutes a colossal fortune. Even many tycoons could scarcely muster such an amount. Where I obtained it is none of your concern, Yi Yunfei replied. Hurry and begin construction. The power plant is our most vital instrument for wealth. We must not miss this opportunity. Ding Li nodded. I'll set off immediately, but Brother Fei, there's one more matter. What is it? Yi Yunfei asked. Ding Li said, I understand what a power plant is, but I have no knowledge of electricity itself, how it is generated, how it is transmitted to every household across Shanghai. I know nothing of these technical matters. I've never even heard of them, let alone mastered them. Yi Yunfei slapped his forehead in realization. Indeed, he had overlooked a crucial point. Ding Li was a man of brute strength and practical grit, not a technician. Building a power plant demanded advanced scientific expertise. How could Ding Li possibly grasp such complexities? Even Yi Yunfei himself possessed only partial understanding. He would need to enlist true specialists. After a moment's reflection, Yi Yunfei said, you go ahead and prepare the factory premises. I'll bring in professionals to assist you. Ding Li replied, understood. I'll leave at once. And with that he departed. Yi Yunfei pondered who in Shanghai might possess expertise in electrical engineering. During the Republican era, electric lighting and appliances were already present, and many affluent families used them. Yet genuine specialists in this field remained exceedingly rare. In that era, widespread illiteracy made formal education inaccessible to most. Mastering electrical science required not only schooling, but rigorous specialized training. It seems I have no choice but to seek her assistance, Yi Yunfei murmured, having settled upon a name. He then drove toward Jiabei district. At a villa in Jiabei, Yi Yunfei arrived bearing a bouquet and found Fang Yinyun. Yunfei, is my vision failing? You've actually come to see me unbidden. Fang Yinyun gazed at him, astonished that he had sought her out at her residence. Yi Yunfei smiled. Surely you don't mean to say you're not pleased to see me. Fang Yinyun laughed lightly. How could I not be delighted? I'm overjoyed. You've never visited me of your own accord before. Honestly, I half wonder if I'm dreaming. Yi Yunfei chuckled. Precisely because you always came to me first, I felt obliged to return the gesture today. And truthfully, Yinyun, I've missed you. Fang Yinyun beamed. Missed me? In what way, my presence or my body? Her boldness momentarily startled Yi Yunfei. As familiarity deepened, she had indeed grown remarkably uninhibited. He laughed heartily. Both. I cherish your presence and I yearn for your touch. That's why I'm here today. Fang Yinyun grinned. Very well, I believe you. Come inside. Once inside the villa, Yi Yunfei wasted no time. He swept Fang Yinyun into the bedroom. Alone together, passion ignited naturally. 2 hours later, lying entwined on the bed, Yi Yunfei held her close and murmured, Yinyun, your skill has truly improved. I find myself utterly unable to resist you. Though they had been intimate before, this time felt profoundly more intense. Her technique had indeed matured. Fang Yinyun smiled. You rarely visit me voluntarily. I had to ensure you were thoroughly satisfied. Otherwise you might never return. Yi Yunfei said warmly, impossible. Having a woman as captivating as you is my good fortune. From now on I'll visit you once a week. How does that sound? Fang Yinyun pursed her lips. Better not. If you came weekly, tongues would wag. You're now a towering figure in Shanghai, while I remain merely a socialite. Should outsiders witness your frequent visits, rumors would surely spread and harm your reputation. In earlier days, when Yi Yunfei was still an ordinary man, even after gaining modest influence, Fang Yinyun had seen no need for restraint. Their relationship had unfolded naturally. But everything had changed. Yi Yunfei had risen to become one of Shanghai's foremost underworld lords, standing shoulder to shoulder with the city's 3 most powerful tycoons. She, however, remained a courtesan, her status now vastly inferior to his. Fang Yinyun understood this disparity keenly and refused to tarnish his hard-won prestige. She asked only for occasional visits, nothing more.